Ye, your opponent this time is my boyfriend. You are no match for him, so hurry and forfeit. You brought him to his knees directly? Ye, why did you choose the foremost of the 5 prestigious academies as your aspiration? Did not the teacher advise you to remain humble and grounded? You have already secured a recommendation? Ye, this beast is the sovereign of this region, and the disparity between us is immense. During our retreat, it is imperative that we do not provoke. How did you manage to slay it outright? Ye, after you ascend to the semi-divine realm, you can no longer act as recklessly as before. Remember to navigate with finesse. We must not incite animosity with the semi-divine beings of various nations. You just advanced yesterday, and today you have toppled all the semi-divine beings. On Blue Star, Ye awakens the system of malevolent deeds. With malevolence maxed out, he frantically accumulates points. A month's recommendation leads to divinity in a year. Talents from various nations. I can't believe it. The moment I registered, he joyfully charged at me. Beasts of the secret realm. When I saw him entering the secret realm with a purchase order, I felt as if the heavens were about to collapse. Prominent factions. When Mr. Ye furrows his brow, it is wise not to laugh. This is the counsel of one who has tread this path. Witnessing this scene, his peers were left dumbfounded. While we toil and strive, you sped through to high martial prowess. Other systems. Host, you must develop cautiously and conceal your true self. Ye system. Host, your next task is to subdue the current pope on the ground. Chapter 1. Damn it, I've had enough of them. The next guidance match features Wang Ren from the school team versus Ye from class 9 of the 3rd year. Please prepare, both sides. You will take the stage in 10 minutes. The shrill announcement rang out, accompanied by blinding lights. In the lounge, Ye gazed at the surroundings, his expression somewhat dazed. Have I transmigrated? Memories surged in a tidal wave within his mind, swiftly clarifying his current situation, a world of high martial arts, where martial prowess reigned supreme. His previous incarnation was rather dull, honest, of average talent, and enjoyed a harmonious family life, with a childhood sweetheart. At first glance, this configuration seems akin to a life winner, yet according to the memories received, his previous life was far from blissful. Now, finding himself here, he is to participate in a school-level guidance match. Ye, your opponent in this match is my boyfriend. You cannot contend with him. Forfeit quickly. Do you hear me? Just then, an irate, delicate voice interrupted his reverie from not far away. Ye rubbed his head and looked up. At the door of the lounge stood a young lady clad in a sky-blue floral dress, her sweet face brimming with impatience as she fixed her gaze upon Ye. Upon seeing her, Ye's slightly unfocused pupils sharpened, and relevant memories surfaced in his mind. Shenlian, his childhood sweetheart from his previous life. However, unlike the kind-hearted childhood sweethearts portrayed in anime, this Shenlian often belittled his previous self while elevating her own status, frequently engaging in various forms of psychological manipulation. In short, she is a master of high martial arts PUA. As this recollection emerged, Ye's brow furrowed. Damn it, what kind of matchmaking mechanism has thrust such a childhood sweetheart upon me? Ye, I am speaking to you. Noticing his silence, Shenlian's brow furrowed further, her impatience intensifying as she coldly stated, Wang Ren is a substitute for the school team, possessing a martial cultivation of the 1st level, 5th rank. You, who just ascended to the 3rd rank of the 1st level 2 days ago, how do you intend to compete with him? I advise you to forfeit for your own good. Do you understand? So what? A sharp pain surged in his mind, causing Ye to rub his temples in discomfort. According to my recollection, today marks the school-level instructional competition hosted by Linhai No. 1 High School, featuring a practical engagement between members of the school team and enrolled ordinary students. The peculiarity lies in the fact that, regardless of victory or defeat, both parties participating in the competition are entitled to generous elixir subsidies. The previous incarnation had managed to secure one of the few coveted spots, which should have been a fortuitous turn of events. However, to my dismay, it has coincidentally matched me against Shenlian's boyfriend, Wang Ren. The rules of the competition explicitly state that if one party concedes, the other shall receive double the elixir subsidy. Furthermore, this will also impact future academic records, a measure instituted to prevent ordinary students from transforming into cowardly lizards. After all, how can a martial artist who shies away from competition hope to confront the terrifying exotic beasts that covet humanity? Shenlian's insistence that Ye forfeit at this critical juncture clearly demonstrates her disregard for his future. It is truly repulsive. Ye's brow furrowed even deeper. So what? Just forfeit immediately. Observing Ye's hesitation to submit his participation card, Shenlian felt a surge of anxiety coupled with a hint of confusion. Traditionally, her mere word would compel this tool to comply without question. What could possibly be amiss today? I shall reiterate. Wang Ren requires the elixirs for his recent breakthrough. Your subsidy should be allocated to him first. Shun Lian's countenance darkened entirely as she extended her hand towards Yi Li with a frown, urging, "Quickly hand over your participation card." "Fool!" Yi Li scoffed, swatting Shun Lian's hand away with disdain. The previous incarnation's willingness to comply with Shun Lian's every whim was a matter pertaining to him alone. Yet I am a rational individual, and how could I possibly endure such indignity? Simultaneously, an ethereal screen materialized before Yi Li's eyes. Ding! Malicious words directed at your childhood sweetheart, whom you have harbored feelings for over a decade, detected. Evil points 500. Evil system initialization complete. In this martial world, the strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Commit acts recognized by the system to earn corresponding evil points. Current martial skills. Flowing fist technique. Major completion, 78. Breaking cloud spear technique. Entry level, 36. Current evil points. 500 evil points can be injected into relevant entries to enhance corresponding progress. Comment. Your infamy is virtually unknown. Yi Li was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Is this my golden finger? Fool, fool. Shun Lian's incredulous voice echoed in the lounge upon hearing Yi Li's words. A look of disbelief washed over her exquisite face, and regaining her composure, she seethed with embarrassment and fury. You've crossed the line, Yi Li. I'll have you know I have no time to waste. Hand over the participation card immediately. Otherwise, beware, I may never acknowledge you again. What a delightful turn of events. Yi Li casually stowed away the panel, chuckling softly. You think a worn-out shoe can determine my fate? Is your mind filled with nonsense? Malicious words directed at your childhood sweetheart, whom you have harbored feelings for over a decade. Evil points 300. Shun Lian stood frozen, her expression one of utter shock. She had not anticipated Yi Li's demeanor to be so atrocious that it rendered her speechless. Worn-out shoe? He dares to insult me as a worn-out shoe. Shun Lian stared at Yi Li in disbelief, her lips quivering as she exclaimed, Why you? How dare you insult me? I am indeed insulting you, you fool. Yi Li's brow knitted slightly as he replied coolly, I shall soon ascend the stage and bring your boyfriend to his knees. As for you, perhaps it would be prudent to visit the neurology department at Linhai Hospital. Malicious words directed at your childhood sweetheart, whom you have harbored feelings for over a decade. Evil points 200. I am not ill. Shun Lian, incensed by Yi Li's mocking gaze, as if he were regarding an imbecile, felt her face flush crimson, nearly dripping with rage, her chest heaving violently. She locked her gaze on Yi Li for a solid 2 to 3 seconds. Taking a deep breath, she gradually composed herself, her voice chilling as she stated, You may continue to be obstinate. Regardless, should you dare to step onto the stage, Wang Run will undoubtedly leave you questioning your very existence. Her words dripped with menace. After delivering her threat, she turned and strode out of the lounge. As she made her way to the stands, her anger simmered, gnashing her teeth in frustration. How infuriating! Doesn't this insufferable dullard realize how much I have cared for him all along? Truly ungrateful. You think you could defeat my boyfriend? How laughable. You'll be lucky to escape with your life. In the lounge, as Yi Li withdrew his gaze from Shun Lian's departing figure, he silently pulled out his phone, swiftly blocking all means of contact with her. He chose to distance himself from such a dim-witted individual whose brain seemed underdeveloped. Subsequently, he summoned the system panel, his gaze drifting to the top. Current evil points, 1,000. This was a small reward for the humiliation inflicted on Shun Lian. The system's criteria for assessing malevolence appeared rather stringent. The reason for amassing such a significant amount of evil points likely stemmed from the previous incarnation's decade-long infatuation with Shun Lian, which had consumed considerable emotional investment. Thus, a mere exchange of words had shattered her defenses. One could say the shot fired in the previous life had perfectly struck the mark in this one. With less than 5 minutes remaining before the competition commenced, Yi Li's eyes glimmered with determination. Based on my memories, the disparity in strength between myself and Wang Run is considerable. Until I fully comprehend the specific value of the evil points, the prudent course of action is to conserve them to avoid wastage. Therefore, my best strategy in this instructional competition is to endure for several rounds before conceding. After all, even in defeat, I shall still receive the elixir subsidy. From what I recall, the previous incarnation had originally intended to proceed in this manner. However, the very thought of Shun Lian's demeanor ignites an unquenchable fire within me. I am not the previous incarnation. I harbor an intrinsic disdain for individuals like Shun Lian and Wang Ren. Should I suffer defeat here, no matter how I console myself afterward, I shall forever feel a sense of unease. Having endured the disdainful gazes of those inept leaders in my past life, I refuse to cower in this new one. I am resolute in my intent to unleash a devastating rampage. Yi Li let out a sinister chuckle, waving one hand as a faint blue light enveloped him. System, I'm all in. Buzz. As the evil points rapidly dwindled, The numerical progress of both martial skills surged dramatically. Chapter 2, A Glimmer of Cold Light arrives. Ding. Consumed 100 points of malevolence. The first tier martial art, flowing fist technique, has reached perfection. Consumed 800 points of malevolence. The second tier martial art, breaking cloud spear technique, has reached perfection. Ding. After diligently honing 2 martial arts, your martial arts level has broken through to the 5th stage of the first tier. Remaining malevolence, 100. The luminous screen flickered, akin to a joyous dance. In an instant, Yili felt every cell in his body rejoicing and bubbling with excitement, as if he had indeed been diligently training his martial arts day after day, elevating his proficiency to such an extraordinary level. Furthermore, his vitality surged dramatically, and he found no discomfort in mastering these techniques. It was akin to the natural enhancement of physical capabilities following regular training. Is this the allure of monetary investment? Yi Li's eyes sparkled with delight as he felt that his current state was unprecedentedly perfect. Just then, the announcement echoed through the air. The 5th match of the guidance tournament. Class 39 of the martial arts department, Yi Li versus Wang Rin of the school team. Upon hearing the announcement, the 2 combatants swiftly took to the stage. The timing was impeccable, and Yi Li rose with a sense of eagerness. He casually picked up a spear from the weapon rack, a fierce aura emanating from his entire being. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Excellent. I am gradually beginning to comprehend everything. Gripping the spear tightly, Yi Li stepped into the passageway. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was a brilliant blue. The entire martial arts arena was filled with a cacophony of voices, predominantly curious youths. Additionally, he noticed several self-media photographers wielding DSLRs, alongside a few stern-looking school administrators. Soon, amidst numerous gazes, a male student clad in a sky-blue team uniform ascended the martial arts stage. It was indeed Wang Rin, the substitute of the school team. As he stepped onto the stage, his iconic team uniform elicited a wave of cheers from the audience. Woohoo! The 5th match is about to begin. What do you say? What do you mean? I initially thought I could learn something, but the first 4 matches were all quick defeats for the opponents by the school team. This is merely a trade fair. Don't be impatient. This match is between a school team substitute and an ordinary student. I believe it might hold its ground for a while. You're overthinking it, my friend. The school team substitute is still significantly stronger than an ordinary student. I bet this match will end within a minute. Indeed, if it doesn't end in a minute, I'll eat my words. I disagree. Wang Rin is merely at the 5th stage of the first tier, while my buddy Yi Li is at least at the 3rd stage of the first tier. Even accounting for the gap, it isn't substantial. What do you mean? I wager 2 minutes. Amidst the discussions from the spectators, the majority of students tended to share a common perspective. It was not entirely their fault for lacking confidence in Yi Li. Members of the school team represent a comprehensive dominance in martial arts proficiency and levels over ordinary martial arts students. Not to mention, some team members have even awakened martial arts talents. The disparity in their capabilities is simply not on the same scale. From her vantage point in the audience, Xin Lian let out a cold laugh. Yi Li, once you're beaten down and unable to get out of bed, I wonder who will take care of you. On the central martial arts stage, Wang Rin appeared spirited. He first waved to the audience, and then turned his gaze towards his opponent. There. A handsome youth clad in a white martial arts uniform was slowly stepping onto the stage. The boy carried a massive iron spear on his back. His expression indifferent and his dark eyes icy. It was Yi Li. Lianer messaged me saying you stubbornly refused to forfeit. It seems you're quite serious? Upon seeing Yi Li ascend the stage, Wang Rin smiled with a certain charm. How peculiar. Don't you usually avoid me everywhere? Have you taken the wrong medicine today? A fool and his dog. What a match made in heaven. Yi Li replied with a faint smile. Insulting an enemy martial artist at the 5th stage of the first tier. Malevolence points, 10. Indeed, it was a rarity, yet even the smallest fly is still meat. Yi Li sighed internally. Upon hearing his words, Wang Rin gradually reined in his smile. His gaze turning cold as he said, it seems you truly have taken the wrong medicine. Your mind is muddled, and suddenly you're not afraid of getting beaten. He drew the long sword from his back, pointing it at Yi Li, sneering from a position of superiority. I must remind you, the guidance tournament has no such formalities. Even if I seriously injure you today, the school will not hold me accountable. Foolishness. Don't presume to enlighten others on the rules. Everyone is already aware of these things. Yi Li rested the spear beside him with a calm demeanor. Furthermore, tell your father to keep his mouth shut. If you utter another word, I'll make you fly. Very well. A sinister smile crept onto Wang Rin's lips, a stubborn brat. I was initially inclined to go easy on you, but now I've changed my mind. Today, you shall not have a single good piece of flesh. The match begins. The referee's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Ripping sound. As the words fell, a white rainbow suddenly streaked across the martial arts stage, accompanied by a thunderous sound that tore through the air. Under the gaze of hundreds of spectators, Yi Li, who had been standing still, suddenly lunged forward, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow. Simultaneously, he thrust the pitch-black spear in his right hand with a resounding force. Whoosh! The spearhead, glimmering with a piercing cold light, sliced through the air like a dragon, reaching Wang Run in an instant. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear shooting forth like a dragon. Breaking Cloud Spear Technique. Wang Ren's mocking smile had yet to fade when he felt an incredibly fierce wind pressure rushing straight towards his face. The threat of death loomed over him. Wang Ren's pupils abruptly contracted. In that moment, he could only hastily position his long sword in front of him. Boom. The black spearhead, like a dragon, surged forth, and the moment they made contact, the long sword shattered with a resounding crash. The spearhead, imbued with immense power, pierced through Wang Ren's right shoulder, accompanied by a chilling sound of bone fracturing. A spray of blood erupted from Wang Ren's shoulder as his body was sent flying backward by the tremendous force, crashing into the edge of the high platform and scattering a shower of debris. A piercing wail escaped Wang Ren's lips, the excruciating pain from his shoulder causing him to thrash wildly. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of the opponent's thrust before being grievously wounded. It was too fast. Moreover, Yili actually followed through, truly sending him flying. Apart from him, the entire martial arts arena fell into a profound silence. The students stared blankly at the scene. On the high platform, even the usually composed teachers were left in shock. What kind of joke is this? The school team member was up, and then was taken down in a single strike? Is there such a monster among ordinary martial arts students? If you were this formidable, why didn't you say so earlier? What era is this, still playing the hidden strength game? At that moment, Yili on the martial arts stage did not cease his actions. Amidst countless astonished gazes, he soared forward, arriving before Wang Ren almost instantaneously as the spear hit the ground. Experience from 200 passionate comics in his past life told him that delivering the final blow is always paramount. Bang! Just as Wang Ren lifted his head, a long, powerful hand descended upon him, forcefully smashing his head into the ground. Under the immense impact, stars danced before Wang Ren's eyes, and instinctively he curled up his body, reaching for the spear embedded in his shoulder, desperate to pull it out. However, a martial arts shoe stomped down at that moment, forcefully pinning his raised hand back down. Wang Ren's consciousness lingered, struggling to channel the energy within him in a desperate attempt to buy time. His eyes widened slightly, revealing only a pair of exceedingly cold black pupils fixed upon him from above. The owner of those black eyes had already spread his arms wide. Wang Ren recognized this gesture. It was the initial stance of the flowing water fist technique. Terror flooded his heart, and he could no longer concern himself with dignity. Yili, I have it's too late. Boom, 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 boom. Yili swiftly lowered his stance, his fists raining down like a tempest, interrupting Wang Ren's surrender, sending shards of stone flying, and causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. The flowing water fist was executed to perfection at that moment, publicly crushing a peer-level martial artist. Evil points 200. Boom, 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 boom. As the notification rang in his ears, Yili's punching speed escalated. It was only when Wang Ren ceased to struggle that he straightened up again, his handsome visage now exuding a fierce demeanor. If the members of the school team are of such caliber, they ought not to embarrass themselves in public. Useless. His calm voice resonated throughout the arena as he casually unsheathed his spear and strode towards the spectators, publicly humiliating a defeated adversary. Evil points 500. Detected Wang Ren's confidence has shattered. Evil points 1000. Congratulations. You have unlocked a cultivation point allocation path. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 3. Abundant Gains. Yili wins. It was only after Yili descended from the combat stage that the referee's hollow voice finally echoed. The audience, recovering from their shock, erupted into astonished cheers. What in the world? This is outrageous. The school team was obliterated in an instant. Damn. That spear was simply unreasonable. An ordinary student? This is a damn ordinary student. This guy is incredible. Hidden depths. Who said that ordinary students cannot defeat the school team? In that moment, the students were overwhelming with excitement. No one could have anticipated such an upset in an internal sparring match. In the viewing area, Shun Lian was utterly flabbergasted. She seemed rooted to her seat, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before her. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. She now found the surrounding chatter unbearable. Wang Ren lost. How is that possible? She had divulged all of Yili's information to Wang Ren, hoping to facilitate an easier victory for him. It is worth noting that even as a formal member of the school team, it was exceedingly difficult for her to defeat Wang Ren so easily. Shun Lian clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip, her eyes flickering. How on earth did Yili achieve this? On the elevated platform at the back of the spectator area, the teachers exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment evident on their faces. The school team comprised the creme de la creme among students, and even the substitutes were far superior to ordinary martial arts students. This was common knowledge. In a scenario where skills, levels, and talents were all inferior to an opponent, achieving victory against the odds was virtually impossible. The current situation could only be explained by the fact that Yili had previously concealed his true strength. Principally, this student named Yili is quite a promising talent. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 adjusted her glasses, her tone betraying her astonishment. As she remarked to the vice principal, Principal Lee smiled and replied, "Indeed, his vitality strength is on par with Wang Ren, likely both at the first stage, 5th level. However, his martial skills are exceptional. Although the two techniques he employed are of lower rank, they exude a sense of perfection. At his age, achieving perfection in two low-tier techniques is a testament to remarkable insight. This child must have undergone rigorous training in private." Principal Lee's tone was laced with unmistakable admiration. "Xiaoyang." He then turned to a young woman behind him, equally astonished, and casually inquired, "This is a promising talent from your Class 9. I believe he is fully qualified to join the school team. Why haven't you reported this?" Hearing this, Class 9's homeroom teacher, Yang Shan, broke into a cold sweat. "Principal Lee, during the vitality test 2 weeks ago, Yili was still at the first stage, 3rd level. I never imagined he would progress so rapidly," she hurriedly explained. She understood full well that he was questioning her motives, suspecting her of deliberately suppressing talent out of personal grievances. Vice Principal Lee of Linghai No. 1 High School was notoriously protective of talent. He had once made a teacher, who maliciously targeted students, kneel and beg for mercy in front of the entire school. A sight so pitiful that it only ceased when personnel from the Discipline Bureau arrived. Truly terrifying. To be honest, Yangshan rather liked this student Yili. Orphaned at a young age, living independently, and practicing diligently, aside from his overly earnest demeanor and relatively average aptitude, there were hardly any faults to be found. Thus, heaven bear witness, Yang Shan could never have anticipated that the previously reticent Yi Li was concealing such formidable strength. This was simply ridiculous. "Really? I will look into it when I return." Li Haohan cast a deep glance at Yang Shan, then turned his gaze back to the slender figure making his way back to the elevated platform. Clad in white, the youth stood tall, his steps steady, radiating a sense of vigor. He casually handed the spear to the astonished referee, nodded politely, and turned to enter the passageway. Quite impressive indeed. Observing Yi Li's performance, Li Haohan nodded with a smile. Principal Li, a teacher, ventured cautiously, "Since Yi Li has defeated Wang Ren, why not grant him Wang Ren's substitute position on the school team? With the provincial inter-school exchange competition approaching in half a month, the more outstanding students we have participating, the better our ranking will be at Linghai No. 1 High School." Upon hearing this, Li Haohan turned to the homeroom teacher of Class 1. The Class 1 homeroom teacher nodded immediately. "I have no objections. Wang Ren is a student in my class." Seeing his agreement, the other teachers also nodded in agreement. Li Haohan chuckled, then it settled. "Xiaoyang, please assist him in applying for a dedicated training room for the school team, and inform him of the exclusive benefits of being part of the team." "Understood." Yang Shan promptly agreed. "However, Principal Li, with the provincial competition coming up in a month, is it wise to let Yi Li join the team?" Yang Shan's expression shifted to one of concern as she asked, "Will it not incite dissatisfaction among the other members of the school team? The formal members of the Linghai No. 1 High School team all possess at least the strength of the first stage, 7th level. Currently, Yi Li's gap in strength compared to them is considerable. If they are displeased with the school's sudden change, they may inevitably ostracize Yi Li in the future, thus affecting his mindset." Yang Shan was particularly worried about this. Teaching him to endure could also serve as a form of training. Li Haohan replied with a smile. "Very well." Yang Shan remained silent for a moment before ultimately conceding to his perspective. Meanwhile, Yi Li was blissfully unaware of the shift in the school administration's attitude towards him. After collecting his share of the spiritual medicine subsidy, he headed straight home. Taking a taxi. Upon returning home, Yi Li locked himself in his room and delved into the study of his newfound abilities. Infamy, LV1. Your infamy is virtually unknown to anyone. Note, leveling up infamy will yield substantial rewards. Current evil points, 1,800. Observing the nearly doubled malevolence points compared to before the gamble, Yi Li felt a lightness in his heart. Indeed, the act of gambling embodies a certain wisdom. Drawing upon the accumulated knowledge of his former self, he expended merely 900 malevolence points to elevate 2 martial arts techniques to perfection. Not only did he experience no discomfort, but the execution felt as effortless as moving his own limbs. Furthermore, he concurrently ascended 2 ranks in martial arts. The system's capabilities were becoming increasingly evident. This indicated that as long as one committed acts of malevolence recognized by the system, the accrued malevolence points could be utilized to upgrade martial arts and enhance one's rank. A single defeat of Wang Ren had granted him nearly 2,000 malevolence points. Was this not built upon the suffering of others? Yi Li pondered, resting his finger against his chin. He soon recalled that after vanquishing Wang Ren, the system seemed to have introduced a new feature. Pathway for cultivation level allocation has been unlocked. Current level, first stage, 5th layer, 2. Upgradable. His gaze swept over the interface, and a torrent of thoughts surged within him. Previously, as he upgraded his 2 martial skills to perfection, his cultivation level naturally rose to the first stage, 5th layer. This was merely a byproduct of enhancing his martial skills. Now, specifically allocating points to his cultivation would undoubtedly yield even greater benefits. System, allocate points. Yili commanded with a sweeping gesture, intending to test this new reservoir of potential with 100 malevolence points. Beep. Consumed 100 malevolence points. Commencing cultivation enhancement. No external assistance detected. Your cultivation speed remains as sluggish as a snail, poetically grasping the essence. Engaged in cultivation. Cultivation concluded. Current level, first stage, 5th layer, 50. Comment. Due to the absence of any cultivation bonuses, this yield is equivalent to your 6 months of arduous training. Note. The benefits derived from identical point consumption may vary due to external factors. The notion that benefits could fluctuate based on external circumstances? Why had this not been disclosed earlier? Yili felt a wave of darkness wash over him. It was akin to attempting to draw from a wrong pool while gambling. Fortunately, he had not committed fully as he did the first time. Otherwise, he would have truly suffocated. There was still a chance for redemption. Bonuses, was it? That can be arranged. Yili opened the exquisite iron box containing spirit herbs and retrieved a small white porcelain vial. Inside was a spirit elixir beneficial for cultivation. For a first stage, body refinement realm practitioner, this vial's increase in vitality was equivalent to 2 months of diligent training, making it quite precious. It was indeed suitable as a cultivation enhancement. Unscrewing the cap, a rich fragrance wafted forth, refreshing his spirit. Without hesitation, Yili downed the entire vial in one gulp. The cool liquid flowed down his throat as he commenced his new round of point allocation. Chapter 4. The Rapid Ascent of Martial Arts Levels. Beep. Consumed 1,000 malevolence points. Commencing cultivation enhancement. Detected high-grade resource, body refinement spirit elixir. Your cultivation speed has increased by 20, finally resembling a normal person. Accelerating cultivation. Cultivation concluded. Vitality has significantly increased. Current level, first stage, 8th layer, 90. Comment. The spirit elixir has played a crucial role in your advancement. This yield is comparable to 8 years of diligent training. This upgrade felt akin to riding a rocket. Yili's vitality surged dramatically, his eyes gleaming, his flesh radiating a lustrous sheen, and his muscles felt robust and powerful. The numbers displayed on the panel indicated that he had shattered through 3 levels in mere breaths. Now he was but a step away from the first stage, 9th layer. Yili was astounded. According to his recollections, even the most gifted prodigies found it challenging to break through to this level before entering a martial arts academy. This meant that within less than an afternoon, Yili had soared from an almost invisible average student to the ranks of geniuses. Such speed would leave anyone exclaiming in disbelief. However, in Yili's view, it was disheartening that after 8.5 years of hard work, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the first stage. His aptitude was truly lacking. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that with more point allocations in the future, his aptitude would naturally elevate. Yili silently comforted himself as he dismissed the panel. After all, judging by the visible speed of his cultivation, who would dare to claim he was not a genius? Point allocation was indeed the reason for his potential rise to greatness. With 700 malevolence points remaining, he found himself sufficiently resourced. Tomorrow, he would visit the school library to select some new martial arts techniques to enhance his martial skill repertoire. Mastering only one style of boxing and one of spear techniques felt rather insufficient. It was akin to a fragile warrior who maxed out their attack capability yet neglected everything else. One must learn methods of attack as well as evasion and defense for a well-rounded skill set. After a brief wash-up, Yili reclined upon his bed. It was only then that a wave of fatigue washed over him. After experiencing so much since his arrival, it was time to rest. Yili exhaled deeply, silencing his phone, and listened to the whispering winds outside his window. He closed his eyes, gradually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, the cypress trees lining the road swayed in the morning breeze. At Linhai No. 1 High School, Yili, dressed in casual attire, traversed the campus and entered the academic building, ascending to the 3rd floor. He adjusted his sleeves and entered the classroom, making his way to his seat. In the back row by the window, the hometown of Wang. Perhaps due to yesterday's guidance match, several classmates cast their gazes toward Yili, their expressions a blend of complexity. Yili was quite familiar with such glances. In his previous life, when a socially invisible classmate suddenly showcased an astonishing talent at the graduation ceremony, he had received similar looks. Fortunately, thanks to his former self's reticence, no one approached him with conversation until he settled into his seat. Of course, not everyone refrained from speaking. "Yigo, you finally made it." As Yili sat down, an excited voice rang out. He looked up to see Fong Ming, a classmate and his closest friend, rushing over with enthusiasm. "What is up? Do you need something?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "It's not me. It's Teacher Young looking for you." Fong Ming waved his hand, then continued excitedly. "But let's not talk about that now. You were incredible yesterday. You left me dumbfounded." His own strength was commendable within the grade, at first stage, 4th layer. Yet even he was no match for Wang Ren. But Yili had swiftly dispatched Wang Ren. "Isn't it exhilarating to have defeated a member of the school team?" Fong Ming asked eagerly. "Not too bad," Yili replied, standing up and stretching leisurely as he headed outside. "Let us go find Teacher Yang." "Huh." Fong Ming was momentarily taken aback. unable to comprehend Yi Li's calmness. In his view, defeating a substitute of the school team was undoubtedly a thrilling event. Why did his friend seem to treat yesterday's match with such indifference? With a face full of suspicion, Fang Ming followed Yi Li out of the classroom. As they reached the 4th floor, Fang Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Brother Yi, do you have nothing to say? That essay substitute from the school team?" "No." Yi Li casually patted his shoulder and walked into the teacher's office. Fang Ming stared at the closed door for a long time, finally sitting down with a face full of existential doubt. Could it be his issue? Is defeating a substitute from the school team not worthy of excitement? After pondering for a moment, he took out his phone and messaged his father. "Dad, I defeated the substitute from the school team." The phone buzzed, and a reply came swiftly. "Father, really? Wow. My son has achieved greatness." "Father, haha. I've contacted all your distant relatives. Tonight, I will host a banquet for the martial arts families of Linhai City." "Father, I just told your grandfather, and he has already torn up the family tree, saying he wants to start a new one from you." Looking at his father's messages, Fang Ming revealed a grateful smile. Indeed, it was not his problem. Brother Ye's character was still too honest. That flamboyant demeanor during yesterday's match was merely a fleeting impulse, after all. Fang Ming sighed and quickly replied, "Dad, I was just joking. I'm only at the 1st stage, 4th level. How could I possibly defeat him?" "Father?" After putting the phone back in his pocket, Fang Ming felt a strong vibration. The person messaging him was evidently quite excited. "In the office. You're here." Yang Shan set down the documents in her hands and looked at the approaching Yi Li, smiling. "Have a seat. I called you here to share some good news." "Good news?" Yi Li casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Yang Shan nodded. "After watching your match yesterday, Principal Li intends to grant special approval for you to replace Wang Rin as a substitute on the school team." "What are the benefits?" Yi Li inquired. "Of course, not only will you have access to a dedicated training room, but you can also arrange your training schedule as you see fit." Yang Shan clasped her hands together, smiling. "This means you will no longer have to attend the regular classes on your schedule, but in return, you must participate in the training sessions arranged by the school team. Additionally, you will have access to the 3rd floor of the library and receive extra spirit herb subsidies each month, among other benefits. What do you think?" Yang Shan looked at the youth, hoping to see a look of surprise on his face. Unfortunately, he merely smiled faintly and replied, "Sounds good." He was indeed in need of new martial skills and resources, so he would naturally not refuse. "Then it's settled." Yang Shan smiled as she took out a silver badge from her drawer and handed it to Yi Li. "This is a special badge for members of the school team, also serving as an access card for many places." As Yi Li accepted the badge, her smile faded slightly, and she continued, "Moreover, since you are replacing Wang Ren, members of the school team who were close to him might have some objections. Your current strength is different from theirs, so try to avoid conflicts to prevent any harm to yourself." At this point, Yang Shan paused, then added, "Especially that girl Xin Lian. She seems to have quite a bit of discontent towards you. It's said that she strongly opposed your joining the school team. When you see her in the future, it might be wise to steer clear." For some reason, Yang Shan felt that after she finished speaking, the smile on the youth's face seemed to deepen a little. "I see," he nodded gently. "That's good." Yang Shan sighed in relief, then smiled. "All right, if you don't have anything else to attend to, just head over to the training building and choose a training room you like. You can go straight there. Shun Lian is waiting for you." "Shun Lian?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow. "Yes, her." Yang Shan nodded, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "She insisted on helping you acclimate to the new environment." And the instructor agreed. "Just be cautious. If she tries to cause you trouble, avoid confrontation, understood?" "I should avoid her sharpness?" Yi Li chuckled lightly, saying nothing more, and calmly replied, "Then I'll go now." With that, he took the badge and stood up, walking out of the room with unusually light steps. Watching Yi Li leave, Yang Shan murmured uncertainly, "This child seems to have changed a bit. He appears to be much more confident." The door swung open, and Yi Li strolled out leisurely. "Let us go?" he called out to Fang Ming. "Where to?" Fang Ming asked curiously. "To the training building." Yi Li displayed the silver badge in his hand and casually remarked, "I've joined the school team, and Teacher Yang asked me to familiarize myself with the training environment." Chapter 5. The sudden appearance of 3,000 points of evil deeds. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the training building. Upon hearing that Yi Li's guide was Shun Lian, Fang Ming's expression became quite animated. He had not expected that the girl who usually treated his friend like a devoted follower would show such kindness in coming to help, although it was a good thing. Why did it feel so strange? Fang Ming clicked his tongue, intending to warn Yi Li that there might be something off about this. But thinking of his friend's deep affection for Shun Lian, he found himself unable to speak up. Based on past experience, as soon as he spoke ill of Shun Lian, he would be met with stern condemnation from the other party, leading to an unpleasant parting. Fang Ming had always felt helpless about this, yet could do nothing about it. After much contemplation, he managed to squeeze out a single sentence. "Brother Yi, if Shun Lian tries to test the power of your new martial skills like before, don't agree to her." He spoke quickly, afraid of being interrupted by Yi Li. "It's not that I don't want her to test, but she doesn't know her own strength. Last time, she broke a few of your bones." With the martial examination approaching, We martial arts students can't afford to get injured. Fong Ming's words were earnest, almost directly stating that Yi Li should not be a punching bag. After all, in his impression, the girl named Shen Lian often used the excuse of testing new martial skills to practice on Yi Li, leaving him battered and bruised each time. As a friend, Fong Ming could not bear to see it. Moreover, to be frank, having a first-stage 7th-level martial artist test new skills on a first-stage 3rd-level martial artist was tantamount to using him as a moving punching bag. It was utterly disgraceful. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. In response to Fong Ming's helpless gaze, Yi Li chuckled softly and stepped into the training building first. In his memory, there were less than 2 months left until the provincial martial examination. To enter the desired top-tier academy in such a short time, he needed to reach the 2nd stage in martial arts to be considered secure. The immediate priority was to swiftly accumulate evil deeds points. Unfortunately, the system had not provided any hints yet, so he could only rely on his own exploration. At this stage, inflicting harm on others could yield evil deeds points, which was relatively straightforward. Yi Li's thoughts raced as Fong Ming followed closely behind him. The two quickly traversed the lobby on the 1st floor, heading towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. At that moment, Yi Li spotted a familiar figure, Shen Lian. She donned a sky-blue training outfit, her eyes filled with resentment. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, appearing quite indignant. Upon seeing Yi Li, Shen Lian broke the silence first. Yi Li. She squeezed out a voice filled with malice between her teeth. You finally arrived. Lead the way. Yi Li slightly lifted his chin. Led you. Shen Lian stomped her foot angrily, pointing a finger at Yi Li and shouting. Yi Li, I Haven T settled the score with you for insulting me yesterday. Fong Ming was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a situation where the other party would launch into a tirade right off the bat. However, he quickly donned an expression of realization. That damned woman must have misinterpreted Yi Li's slightly elevated voice as a personal affront, he mused. Upon observing Yi Li's calm demeanor, he felt even more assured of his assessment. He stepped forward and spoke in a grave tone. Classmate Shen Lian, Yi Gu is merely here to familiarize himself with the environment. If you are unwilling to assist, familiarize himself? What nonsense! Shen Lian interrupted angrily, stamping her foot. Her eyes glared at Yi Li with palpable resentment as she shrieked, It's one thing to win my boyfriend using underhanded tactics, but now you even have the audacity to covet his substitute position, you despicable thief. Venomous words spewed from Shen Lian's mouth, as if she aimed to assault Yi Li with the most repugnant language imaginable. Her brazen behavior was not without justification. With a martial arts level of first-tier 7th stage and a C-rank talent, she ranked among the stronger members of the school team. Even though Yi Li had defeated Wang Ren, he was at best a first-tier 5th stage, barely able to contend with someone at the 6th stage, let alone someone of her caliber. Shen Lian wished fervently for Yi Li to lose his composure and retaliate against her, providing her with ample justification to beat him senseless, ideally rendering him incapable of even attending the martial arts examination. Yet, considering Yi Li's timid and docile nature, she doubted he would dare to lay a hand on her. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative. Though Yi Li's parents had treated her well during their lifetime, Shen Lian currently held no regard for those memories. All she desired was to deliver a thorough beating to Yi Li to assuage her pent-up rage. To this end, she had deliberately sent away the other members of the team. At this moment, the entire training building was devoid of any witnesses except for the 3 of them. Even if Yi Li were to wail in agony later, no one would hear him. How dare he blacklist my contact information, insult me, strike my boyfriend, and attempt to usurp my boyfriend's position. Yi Li, you deserve nothing less than death. With this thought, Shen Lian's fury intensified as she scoffed. Yi Li, do you even deserve to be on the team? You should have perished alongside your parents. What did you just say? Fong Ming was instantly incensed, his face turning crimson as he clenched his fists and summoned his internal energy. With his first-tier 4th stage peak strength, even if he couldn't defeat her, he wouldn't suffer too terribly. Just then, a slender hand, marked by prominent knuckles, reached out and gently rested on his shoulder. Fong Ming turned to look at Yi Li's serene face, wanting to convey just how loathsome the person before them was. Yi Gu, even if you have feelings for Shen Lian, surely you must see the reality of the situation now. Under his gaze, Yi Li calmly shook his head. Fong Ming, feeling helpless, released his grip. He understood that given Yi Li's temperament, he would likely choose to endure in silence. Yi Gu, there are countless girls in the world. Like stars in the sky, there's no need to. Fong Ming had just begun to offer a word of counsel when he suddenly halted. For Yi Li's figure had vanished from his spot, instantaneously appearing before the astonished Shen Lian. In the blink of an eye, the youth spread his arms wide, and before Shen Lian could fully comprehend the situation, he unleashed a punch that struck her soft abdomen with the force of a meteor crashing to the earth. Boom! With a dull thud, Shen Lian's figure was sent hurtling backward. Her feet left the ground, propelled by the immense force. As she crashed against the staircase on the 2nd floor, blood gushing forth. Detected that you have severely injured your longtime crush, earning 2,000 malevolent points. Fong Ming turned in disbelief, and then his body trembled. He beheld Yi Li adjusting his sleeves as he ascended the stairs. approaching the bloodied Shen Lian with a composed demeanor and a calm expression, stating, "When I ask for help, I expect assistance, not an abundance of superfluous words." Detected Shen Lian's fear level has reached maximum, earning 1,000 malevolent points. Current malevolent points, 3,700. Ah! A terrified wail escaped Shen Lian's lips as she gazed at Yi Li with eyes wide in horror, as if she were staring at a malevolent spirit. Ignoring the pain radiating from her body, she scrambled backward on all fours in a frenzied retreat. Yi Li cast her a cold glance. Shen Lian immediately fell silent, though the pain in her abdomen continued to throb, causing her eyes to glisten with tears. Fear and disbelief consumed her heart. She could not fathom how. As a first-tier 7th-stage martial artist, she had failed to perceive Yi Li's earlier movement. She hadn't even had the chance to utilize her martial arts talent before being incapacitated. Moreover, she had never dreamed that Yi Li would dare to strike her. "Where's my room?" "The room on the far left of the 3rd floor." Shen Lian stammered, her voice quaking. "I can lead you there. Please spare me." With the thought of her former kindness toward him, Yi Li shook his head slightly, choosing not to engage further. After withdrawing his indifferent gaze, he turned and said, "Fang Ming, let us go." At these words, Fang Ming snapped back to reality, raising his head stiffly to gaze at his friend's apathetic expression, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. If memory served, Shen Lian was indeed at the first-tier 7th stage, yet Yi Li had managed to incapacitate her with a single punch. Was this strength at the 8th stage? Or even the 9th? Moreover, had his friend finally awakened to his potential? Fang Ming's breath quickened as he ascended the stairs after Yi Li, glancing back at the curled-up Shen Lian in pain, and couldn't help but ask, "Yi Go, what will happen to her?" "She won't die. There's no need to worry," Yi Li replied flatly, his steps steady as he leapt over Shen Lian, continuing his ascent. He had not struck her to death. He had merely rearranged her internal organs, which was already the extent of his mercy. Fortunately, this encounter had yielded significant gains, enough to somewhat quell the anger simmering within him. Truly, he was a good person. Chapter 6. The Rapid Surge of Punching Power. The training room was located on the 3rd floor, and Yi Li's exclusive chamber was situated near the edge. Upon scanning his waist token, the door swung open automatically. Yi Li stepped inside, surveying his surroundings. The training room was approximately 200 square meters, with exquisite and tidy facilities. The walls were engraved with formations that gathered spiritual energy, and once activated with the waist token, the room would significantly enhance the speed of cultivation. Additionally, it was equipped with a punching power testing machine, blood vitality strength detector, recorder, and mental assessment device, all present. No wonder Teacher Yang had been observing my reaction with such anticipation. It turns out this training room is quite impressive. Yi Li nodded slightly as he took in the surroundings, feeling rather pleased. Not only had he acquired 3,000 malevolent points, but he had also received a training room for free. A facility like this would cost at least several thousand hanxia coins per day outside, saving him a considerable expense. Fang Ming followed closely behind, watching the youthful delight on his friend's face, feeling as though it were all a surreal dream. Historically, his friend had always been compliant in dealing with Shen Lian, not to mention acting as a punching bag. Yi Li would readily sacrifice important matters if Shen Lian merely beckoned. Do not speak of Shen Lian's thoughts. Even Fang Ming shared the same sentiment. Yet, what Fang Ming could never have anticipated was that Yi Li would unleash such a brutal display, delivering a single punch that left Shen Lian incapable of standing. How astonishing! How magnificent! As the earlier scene flashed through his mind, Fang Ming took a deep breath and pinched his thigh forcefully to confirm that he was not ensnared in a dream. The pain radiating from his thigh assured him that everything before him was indeed reality. He swallowed hard, deliberating before inquiring, "Brother Yi, what transpired today? What do you mean?" Yi Li turned to him, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Fang Ming gestured animatedly with his hands, struggling for a moment before managing to articulate. "Why have you suddenly ceased to indulge that Shen Lian? Why should I indulge her?" Yi Li furrowed his brow, responding with an air of nonchalance. "She has the audacity to insult me to my face, practically begging for a beating. Naturally, I must oblige her." "Indeed." At this, Fang Ming nodded emphatically, driven by curiosity to pose another question. "Brother Yi, what level of cultivation do you possess now? Just yesterday, you were at the 1st stage, 3rd layer. And today you could defeat a formal member of the school team with a single blow. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it." Yi Li's gaze drifted over the intricate patterns on the wall. After hearing Fang Ming's words, he casually replied, "I have just entered the 1st stage, 8th layer." The accurate assessment was that he had reached the pinnacle of the 1st stage, 8th layer. However, since Yi Li had only just advanced that afternoon, it was not incorrect to say he had just entered that level. Yi Li had no intention of concealing his strength. Firstly, he shared a good rapport with Fang Ming, and there was a measure of trust between them. Secondly, he might not remain at this level for long. Yet, despite this, Fang Ming's expression was still one of evident astonishment. "Wait, are you serious? You mean to say you have been concealing your strength all along? What was the point of that? Had you revealed your capabilities sooner, our school would have revered you as a deity by now." Perhaps that is a bit of an exaggeration, considering the presence of someone as formidable as Senior Jiang. Fang Ming continued enthusiastically. However, even without comparing yourself to Senior Jiang, you are now undoubtedly among the elite of our school. There are probably few in the entire team who surpass you. Senior Jiang is one, and Vice Captain Lu Yangda is another. Are there any others? None at all. Why should we still consider ourselves substitutes? Brother Yi, just wait. I will speak with Teacher Yang and have her arrange a formal team position for you. Counting on his fingers, Fang Ming grew increasingly animated, ultimately leaping to his feet and striding toward the door. Please close the door behind you. Yili waved his hand dismissively. Got it, brother. After Fang Ming departed, Yili sauntered over to the punching power testing machine. He recalled that the last time he had measured his punching power was quite some time ago. Now, with a perfect opportunity at hand, testing his current level of strength seemed prudent. Yili settled into a stance, his internal energy circulating as he began to gather power in his right fist, then unleashed it with great force. His fist struck the testing sandbag like a cannonball, producing a resounding thud. Boom. With a muffled sound, the digits on the testing machine flickered rapidly. 645 kilograms. Such a high number? Yili was somewhat taken aback. This figure surpassed the limits of human capability as recalled from his previous life. Had he truly transcended humanity? A light chuckle escaped him as he turned to the control center of the formation, placing his silver waist token inside. Buzz. The intricate patterns on the wall illuminated in succession, accompanied by a gentle humming sound, as Yili sensed the concentration of spiritual energy in the vicinity steadily increasing. Without delay, he prepared to embark on a new round of enhancement. Yili found a suitable spot to sit, with the appropriate cultivation boost. Augmenting his cultivation was the wisest choice. Current evil value, 3,700 points. Ding. Consumed 1,000 evil points. Commencing cultivation enhancement. Detected sea-level spiritual energy gathering formation. Your cultivation speed increases by 10. Accelerating cultivation. End of cultivation. Vitality has significantly increased. Current level, pinnacle of the first stage. Comment. The enhancement effect of the formation is remarkable. This yield is equivalent to your 7 years of arduous training. Yili felt his vitality surge anew, the chi within him rapidly expanding. In an instant, the powerful energy filled his entire being, clearly indicating that he had reached the pinnacle of the first stage. The effect of this formation, though slightly inferior to that of spiritual herbs, was readily available, whereas spiritual herbs were rare. As Yili reveled in his burgeoning strength, he murmured with a hint of contemplation, no wonder the school's team possesses strength far superior to that of ordinary martial science students. This is a crushing advantage of resources and talent. After a brief pause, he directly approached the punching power testing machine, his dark eyes alight with determination. He adjusted his breathing slightly, resting his palm against the testing sandbag, and exhaled deeply. Then, at the moment of exhalation, he twisted his waist, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and clenched his fist tightly. In a heartbeat, he struck with tremendous force. Boom. An even louder thud reverberated, and the testing machine screen clearly displayed the number, 885 kilograms. The standard for punching power at the pinnacle of the first stage should be around 800 kilograms. Yet Yili's power exceeded that figure by a considerable margin. Yili gazed at the numbers, his expression tranquil, a quiet smile forming in his heart. This is only logical. After all, others' cultivation is reliant on their training, which is but a flimsy endeavor. His lips curled slightly upward, whereas I have ascended step by step, leveraging the system to enhance my abilities. The difference is unmistakable. Unbeknownst to Yili, the punching power testing machine was directly linked to the campus database. At this moment, his punching power ranking surged to second place in the entire school, surpassed only by the universally acknowledged genius, Jiang Qingzhu. The instructor responsible for the relevant data had yet to notice this phenomenon. Chapter 7. Yili's Mockery, Lu Yangda's Fury. Inside Linhai Hospital, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, and medical staff in white coats bustled about. In one hospital room, Wang Run, who had been knocked unconscious by Yili the previous day, now slumped against the bed, his face pale as he looked at the young man in a blue team uniform seated at his bedside. Brother Lu, speak if you have something to say. The youth referred to as Brother Lu sighed, his gaze sweeping over Wang Ren before he added solemnly. If this is about your substitute position, there's no need to elaborate. This is Principal Li's decision, and I can do nothing about it. Wang Ren clenched his jaw, unable to suppress his frustration. So my position is simply given to that Yili? Do you have any other options? Lu Yangda replied with a cold smirk. Wang Ren's fists gradually tightened, his nails digging into his flesh. The individual before him was the most likely ally among those he knew. Lu Yangda, vice captain of the Linhai First High School team, had already attained the pinnacle of the first stage 6 months prior. In the past, the team's instructors would always consult him and Jiang Qingzhu before making any decisions regarding personnel changes. But this time was different. He was merely informed that a martial science student named Yili would fill the substitute position, leaving him no room for dissent. Spare me, he muttered in resignation. Lu Yangda reached out and patted Wang Run on the shoulder, his voice laced with pity. Your spot as a substitute is undoubtedly lost. However, considering your previous commendable performance, I will have Yili come over to apologize to you, and we will consider this matter settled. Yet, Wang Ren remained visibly discontent. The individual he had intended to discipline had instead turned the tables and treated him like a dog. He simply could not come to terms with such an indignity. Enough. Lu Yongda frowned, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Haven't you already sent Shun Lian to deal with that brat? Do you think I'm unaware? You even went so far as to send the people in the training building away, clearly intending to take severe measures. That kid will likely be bettered in for at least 10 days after Shun Lian is through with him. I have already feigned ignorance. What more do you want? Lu Yongda's voice was low and steady. After a moment of silence, Wang Ren finally muttered, I understand. Lu Yongda nodded with satisfaction. Then I will call him now and have him come over to apologize. I fear he might not even be able to walk at this point. Wang Ren added ominously. The first-tier 5th level Yi Li against the first-tier 7th level Shun Lian. He could scarcely imagine the consequences Yi Li would face. He'll probably end up with a few broken bones at the very least. Lu Yongda picked up the phone on the table, disregarding Wang Ren's gleeful expression, and dialed Yi Li's number as provided by their instructor. Hello, who is this? The call connected swiftly, revealing a calm and polite voice on the other end. You must be Yi Li, Lu Yongda stated nonchalantly. I am Lu Yongda. You can call me Lu Gu. I need to discuss something with you. I don't know you. I'm busy. The calm tone was abruptly followed by the sound of the call disconnecting, leaving Lu Yongda both astonished and slightly agitated. Beside him, Wang Ren was equally taken aback, staring at him in disbelief that Yi Li had dared to hang up. This only intensified Lu Yongda's embarrassment. He considered himself a significant figure within the school, always exuding an air of authority. He had expected that upon receiving his call, Yi Li would comply and come to apologize. To his astonishment, before he could even voice his request, the call had been abruptly terminated. Lu Yongda's expression gradually darkened. Lu Gu, that brat Yi Li never used to act this way. Wang Ren snapped back to reality, noticing Lu Yongda's expression and immediately fanning the flames. He probably feels important now that he has joined the school team, and he has become utterly arrogant. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's face grew grim, and he silently redialed the number. The moment the call connected, he sharply commanded, Yi Li, I am the vice captain of the school team. I need to speak with you. Go ahead, came the voice on the other end, laced with mockery. You were too excessive in yesterday's match. Lu Yongda relaxed his furrowed brow slightly. Responding in a subdued tone, you also took Wang Ren's spot, which is a significant blow to him. Therefore, I want you to apologize to him, and we can consider this matter resolved. I understand, Yi Li replied flatly. Is that so? Lu Yongda felt a flicker of his anger dissipate, replaced by a sense of disdain. Yi Li's capitulation had come more swiftly than he had anticipated. Upon learning his identity, it seemed Yi Li had indeed become fearful. A smirk crept onto Lu Yongda's face, as he suppressed a sense of pride and continued. Then you should go find the instructor shortly and inform him that due to personal reasons, you voluntarily withdraw from the school team. We are about to participate in an exchange competition, and your entry at this juncture would be disruptive. I understand. Before Lu Yongda could finish, Yi Li interrupted him, chuckling lightly. So the school team is filled with self-important fools like you, huh? At this, Lu Yongda's eyelid twitched, and he abruptly rose to his full height, his voice dripping with ice. What did you say? The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew suffocating, with Wang Ren lying on the bed, feeling his heart race as he stared at the furious Lu Yongda. I said you're a fool, and I suspect the entire school team is filled with fools like you. Yi Li on the other end of the line seemed unfazed by the escalating tension, responding with laughter. All right, Lu Yongda laughed out of rage, his voice dark as he threatened. I've encountered many brash individuals, but you are truly a first. If you have the guts, then, but before he could finish, the sound of the call disconnecting echoed once more. Unbelievable. Lu Yongda's face turned crimson with fury as he smashed Wang Ren's phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Yi Li, you who possess no martial talent. How dare you be so arrogant? Just wait, you will pay for this. Consumed by rage, he stormed out of the hospital room, his silhouette radiating a palpable sense of menace. Wang Ren stared blankly at the remnants of the shattered phone, contemplating whether to demand compensation, but fearing to provoke the already enraged Lu Yongda. He could only begrudgingly lay back on the hospital bed. At that moment, he suddenly recalled how Yi Li's voice had been full of vigor during the previous call, completely devoid of any indication of injury. A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Ren's mind. How strange. Could it be that Shun Lian failed to catch Yi Li, allowing him to slip away? He shrugged it off, resigning to the thought. Wang Ren's face then broke into a smirk of schadenfreude. Daring to confront Lu Yongda, Yi Li, you are finished now. One is at the first-tier 5th level, while the other was at the peak of the first tier half a year ago. The disparity in strength is glaringly obvious. Chapter 8. The Rare Heavenly Step Technique. On the 3rd floor of the library pavilion at Linhai No. 1 High School, a collection of various martial techniques accumulated since the school's founding awaited. Students could access these works by paying a corresponding amount of Hanxia currency, offering significantly lower prices than those available externally, with a diverse range of categories and levels. It stands as one of the pivotal structures within Linhai No. 1 High School. The first and second floors predominantly housed first-tier martial arts, while second-tier techniques comprised only a small fraction. Yili had learned the flowing fist and cloud-breaking spear technique from this very place. The third floor, however, was reserved for second-tier and higher martial arts, accessible only to teachers and specially cultivated students. After swiping his badge, Yili ascended to the third floor amidst a myriad of curious and envious gazes. Liu Yongda's hostility did not weigh heavily on his mind, for after all, so much could not be accomplished through a mere phone call. One might wonder, what if there were no evil points? The answer was simple. One would beat their adversaries mercilessly until the appropriate evil points were extracted. Thus, had Liu Yongda been seated across from him, Yili would have been confident in resolving the conflict between them. Discarding his disordered thoughts, Yili positioned himself in front of the vast electronic screen and began to browse through the myriad martial techniques cataloged there. Second-tier martial arts, mountain-crushing fist, 100. 000 Hansha currency. Second-tier martial arts, serpentine movement technique, 120. 000 Hansha currency. D-level breathing technique, blazing breath, 200. 000 Hansha currency. Yili's initial plan was to select a suitable movement technique along with a relatively higher-tier offensive martial art. However, whether due to the system subtly elevating his expectations, he found himself unable to locate a suitable martial art among the myriad options. The reasoning behind this was rather straightforward. It was not that the techniques were inferior. Rather, he felt that expending evil points on martial arts of this tier was somewhat wasteful. Although the lower-tier martial arts do not inherently possess distinctions of quality, one can still discern their merits and flaws from the accompanying descriptions. According to Yi Li's assessment, the second-tier martial techniques compiled here are predominantly mediocre. They are merely abundant, serving to fill an immediate need. With a slight headache, Yi Li rubbed his temples. As for the breathing techniques, they must also be prioritized. This is a method that can only be mastered after entering the second tier. While referred to as breathing techniques, they could equally be termed second-tier cultivation methods. The grades, akin to martial aptitude, are categorized from high to low as follows: S, A, B, C, D, E. The breathing techniques cataloged at Linhai No. 1 High School, upon Yi Li's review, reached a maximum of only C grade, yet even this commanded a price of 300,000 Hansha coins. Yi Li, however, had barely over 100,000 Hansha coins to his name, rendering his situation rather precarious. Alas, martial arts high schools merely require the techniques to be present, while students in martial disciplines must consider numerous factors. As he contemplated the martial techniques, a melodious female voice resonated beside him. Turning his head, he beheld a literary young woman with round-framed glasses, clutching a book and peering at him with a tilted head from a short distance away. "Who are you?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow. "Yu Qianqian," the literary girl replied with a smile. Sensing the confusion in Yi Li's eyes, she hastily added, "I'm also on the school team. I watched your match yesterday. You're Yi Li, a first-tier 5th level, right?" "Indeed." Yi Li nodded politely. "I'm selecting martial techniques. Do you need something?" "You seem dissatisfied with the martial techniques here." Yu Qianqian approached and stood beside him, glancing at the electronic screen with a soft smile. "I noticed you frowning. The quality is quite poor." Yi Li calmly articulated his perspective. "Certainly." Yu Qianqian chuckled. "The prize techniques are reserved by the school for various awards. They would never be openly sold here. I suppose I was mistaken." Yi Li waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Yu Qianqian called out, pausing for a couple of seconds before inquiring. "Although there are no complete prized martial techniques here, there are some remnants. Are you interested?" "Yes." Yi Li halted. "Just a moment, I'll check for you." "Thank you." Soon, Yu Qianqian revealed a name from the screen. Second-tier martial technique. Rare, Celestial Gang Void Step, Fragment, 100,000 Hansha coins. "What do you think? Should we purchase it to take a look?" she tentatively suggested. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. After all, 100,000 Hansha coins was no trifling sum, and she worried Yi Li might think she was trying to deceive him. Yu Qianqian often found herself in such predicaments, where good intentions led to unfortunate outcomes. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake her habit of meddling. "Sure." To Yu Qianqian's surprise, Yi Li merely thanked her again and promptly completed the payment. Now, he just needed to retrieve the copy from the front desk. "I'll go fetch it for you." Satisfied that her emotional investment was rewarded, Yu Qianqian eagerly dashed toward the front desk. However, Yi Li suspected she might be attempting to abscond with his book, so he followed closely behind. "Your family must be well off. You buy a 100,000 martial technique without hesitation," Yu Qianqian jested. Yi Li cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Both my parents are deceased. This 100,000 is all I have left." Successfully induced a strong sense of guilt in Yu Qianqian. "Evil value 200. If I find it utterly useless later, I'll have to subsist on grass," Yi Li remarked, his eyes lighting up with the system's notification. Detected an increase in Yu Qianqian's guilt. Evil value 100. Hearing this, Yu Qianqian took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Don't worry, it will be useful." When it comes to understanding martial techniques, I'm the strongest in our grade. Yili nodded slightly. The two quickly retrieved the relevant texts. Yili casually flipped through the pages only to discover numerous textual omissions. This was not merely a case of missing the latter half or the former half of a scroll. Instead, entire phrases were absent, with some pages entirely missing. No matter how one looked at it, the material was utterly unlearnable. In a word, the 100,000 was a wasted investment. I'm so sorry. Yu Qianqian wished she could find a hole to hide in, silently lamenting in her heart. Why does this keep happening? Why do good intentions lead to such outcomes? This is a disaster. Given Yi Li's situation, I am truly unforgivable. For the moment, Yi Li ignored her, calmly examining the remnants. Meanwhile, on a faint blue panel visible only to him, text began to materialize. Celestial Gang Void Step. Points can be allocated. Current evil value, 3,000 points. Finally struck gold. Chapter 9, A Lightning-Fast Ascension, Mastering the Treasure Technique. This technique seems to be a combination of agility and defensive martial arts. The description states that this martial technique comprises 3 major levels, and when cultivated to a profound depth, it can transform flesh and bone, becoming elusive and difficult to discern. Coupled with its unique footwork, it can evade and counter most attacks, while also accelerating the practitioner's speed. As Yu Qianqian cautiously observed Yi Li's expression, she chuckled awkwardly. This is undoubtedly a superior piece among second-tier martial techniques. Most third-tier techniques likely pale in comparison. If only I could learn it. Apologies. Even if it is exquisite, with it in such a fragmented state, even a martial sage would struggle to master it. But I genuinely made an effort to help you select it. Can you refrain from looking at me like that? I am truly sorry. I'm willing to reimburse part of your loss. Yu Qianqian, her head bowed in shame, covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly humiliated before the handsome youth before her. You, apologies require a bow of respect. Is this common sense so foreign to you? Yi Li suppressed his joy, resting his chin on one hand, and casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian's eyes widened in shock, her face turning pale as she stammered, "Oh really? Of course not. What are you thinking?" Yi Li waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a teasing tone, he added, "However, if you wish to apologize in such a manner, I have no objections." Yu Qianqian crossed her arms in front of her, biting her lip, and then, with a sudden thud, knelt on the ground. Her hands pressed down, her ample bosom squashed against the floor, executing a perfectly standard bow of respect. Had it not been for the lack of onlookers on the 3rd floor, her actions would have undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. Forcing a young girl to kneel before him. Evil value 100. You've gone too far. Yi Li gazed at her with astonishment, saying, "I was merely joking. I had no intention of making you kneel." However, considering her flawless execution of the gesture, "I shall forgive you." Rising from the floor, Yu Qianqian, somewhat abashed, replied, "I've never encountered someone as trusting as you. It turns out I still couldn't help much. I truly apologize." Yi Li, feeling quite exasperated, remarked, "Ultimately, it was my decision to buy it. And I never claimed I couldn't comprehend it." "Oh really? It's so fragmented. Indeed, one might say that I owe you a favor." A look of heartfelt emotion graced Yu Qianqian's countenance. In her eyes, that fragment of the Tian Gang stepping on void technique was incomprehensible to anyone. The words of the other party were evidently a means to comfort her psyche while feigning strength. "I understood." Yu Qianqian pressed her lips together and earnestly declared, "Classmate Yi Li, regardless of whether you comprehend it or not, if I ever come across precious martial techniques in the future, I will certainly share them with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Li merely waved his hand nonchalantly, replying, "Understood, you may go about your business." With that, Yu Qianqian nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Once she was out of sight, Yi Li redirected his focus back to the panel. Yu Qianqian's unease was not without merit. After all, that fragment had nearly disintegrated into a fill-in-the-blank exercise, and even if it was inexpensive, it was utterly untrainable. However, with my immense perseverance and effort as a foundation, coupled with a touch of fortune, I believed I could accomplish what ordinary individuals could not. Current evil value, 3,100 points. Thankfully, I had not recklessly gambled in the training room to forcibly break through to the 2nd tier. Otherwise, I would be left staring blankly now. Yi Li let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief, then commenced his new round of stat allocation. Just to be safe, I will start with 500 points as a test. Based on experience, this roughly equates to 2.5 years of arduous cultivation on my part. The 500 points of evil value swiftly surged into the panel, and the numbers following the Tian Gang stepping on void technique began to change. Ding. Consumed 500 points of evil value. Commencing the enhancement of the 2nd-tier martial technique, Tian Gang stepping on void. Detected a lack of resources, cloud mist essence. An absence of a complete mental cultivation method. Cultivation speed reduced by 70. Would you like to expend 2,000 points of evil value to attempt to deduce the complete martial technique and eliminate the negative buff? Too costly. I cannot afford the deduction. Moreover, attempting to deduce a martial technique of which I possess scant knowledge. If the system fails to yield results, will you compensate me? No. Without hesitation, Yili opted for the forced stat allocation. Your speed is akin to a septuagenarian participating in a full marathon. Prepare to charge through the threshold with full force. Currently in cultivation. Cultivation complete. Successfully initiated martial technique. Tian Gang stepping on void. Initiated 60. Byproduct. 2.5 years of dedicated study on martial techniques has fortified your mental resilience, resulting in a slight enhancement of vitality. Indeed, I have been afflicted with a negative buff. The speed reduction of 70 is absurd. Furthermore, a septuagenarian participating in a marathon would likely lead to casualties. Surely. Is this truly acceptable? Yili's gaze scanned the panel as he internally voiced his grievances. Yet, none of that was of paramount importance. What mattered was that it was indeed feasible, even without having perused the book, and despite the absence of corresponding cultivation resources. I could forcibly accelerate my progress in martial techniques. As I have often stated, allocating points is the reason for ascendance. Boldly charging forth, Yili murmured softly, raising a hand and gently circulating his internal energy along the designated pathways. With a flourish, his palm dispersed a faint white mist, and his already pale skin took on an even more ethereal and translucent quality. Should this hand endure an attack, the damage incurred would be considerably less than in other areas. In simpler terms, it offers a degree of damage resistance. This is the treasure among second-tier martial techniques. Yili's heart stirred. Yu Qianqian's earlier assertion that most third-tier martial arts paled in comparison now appeared to hold a kernel of truth. However, the consumption was significant. It indeed required the coordination of breathing techniques. Yili sighed, realizing that merely manifesting the flesh of this hand had consumed a considerable amount of his internal energy. Without the accompaniment of breathing techniques to replenish energy in real time during combat, even at the pinnacle of the first tier, it would be unsustainable for long. Moreover, having expended 500 evil points, I barely managed to reach the initiation stage. In the past, this would have sufficed to elevate a second-tier martial technique to mastery. Regrettably, Yili presently had no viable solutions, setting aside the fact that he knew not where to procure the so-called cloud mist essence. The expenditure of time and money alone would be enough to leave him drained. With the martial examination looming, time was of the essence. Very well, let us gamble it all. Confirming the outcome, Yili resolutely began to manipulate the panel, pouring every effort into this martial technique. Detected the set objective. Commencing continuous enhancement of the Tian Gang stepping on void technique. Current negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 70. Currently in cultivation. Ding. As your understanding of this martial technique deepens, you recall similar skills from literary works of your previous life and integrate them into your practice. Gained enhancement, cultivation speed increased by 30. You have transformed into the elderly lady clad in Izuki Ken's shoes, sprinting along the track named Tian Gang stepping on void. Accelerating cultivation. Cultivation complete. This time expended 2,400 points of evil value, equivalent to approximately 12 years of arduous effort. Tian Gang stepping on void enhanced to perfection. Byproduct. Over a decade of unwavering dedication has led to an astounding comprehension of this martial technique. You have mastered the technique of transformation, resulting in a slight enhancement of vitality. Yili exhaled a plume of white vapor, feeling his vitality surge with vigor. Akin to a boiling cauldron, radiating a renewed glow, muscles resonating, and spine feeling like a grand dragon. He was but a step away from the so-called second-tier realm. Chapter 10. Breaking through the door, directly to the point. It truly felt as if I were wielding a cheat, relishing the explosive surge of vitality within. Yili could not help but reflect. Just yesterday, he was an inconspicuous, ordinary martial science student, having spent nearly 3 years merely to elevate a first-tier martial technique to mastery, not to mention the prestigious martial academies. Even regular martial universities would have been a challenge to enter. But now, the situation had shifted, thanks to his perseverance and effort. Along with the honing of several perfected martial techniques, Yili's martial foundation had been forged to a nearly terrifying extent. No matter who observed, he was the embodiment of someone who had climbed the ranks through relentless training. His vitality was robust, martial skills adept, and his breath steady. According to Yili's assessment, with his current hand, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary first-tier pinnacle to pose a threat to him. He silently exhaled, feeling a surge of confidence regarding the martial examination set for a month hence. Prior to the examination, however, he had a so-called intercollegiate exchange competition to prepare for. Compared to the serious and weighty martial examination, the intercollegiate exchange competition piqued the interest of the youth far more. Historically, the arena has always been among the most favored events. Yili had heard Fong Ming mention the details of this city-level exchange competition on multiple occasions. It was said that those who performed exceptionally well could not only earn valuable martial techniques awarded by the school, but also potentially gain recognition from the only martial university within the province, paving the way for direct admission. The date for the exchange competition was set for next week, and even as a substitute, there was a chance to participate. Contemplating this, Yili felt an increasing sense of anticipation. The Martial University is a revered institution for every martial science student. The techniques and resources it offers are beyond comparison to those of a martial high school. Numerous academic institutions in collaboration with local cities allow capable students to venture beyond the city limits to hunt ferocious beasts, thereby obtaining the necessary resources for their cultivation. The more prestigious the martial arts university, the greater the support it can offer. To gain entry into a desired institution, one must excel in the martial arts examination and achieve commendable results. Only upon reaching the second tier does one qualify to compete with the most elite students of the martial arts high schools. Just a step away, the second tier is tantalizingly close. This juncture can ensnare 50 practitioners. However, for Yi Li, as long as the evil value is sufficient, even if burdened with negative buffs, he can demonstrate a breakthrough. The system has yet to establish a clear standard for acquiring evil value, but Yi Li has discerned a method of his own. The suffering of others brings him delight. Fulfilling any minor aspect of this behavior allows him to accumulate corresponding evil value. Yi Li sees no issue with this. After all, in a world of martial prowess, the weak deserve to be ruthlessly humiliated by the strong. Of course, this is only for reference. There are instances where fulfilling both criteria may not yield evil value. Ultimately, the final interpretation rests with the system. For now, he shall return home. Yi Li closed the tattered book and glanced at his status panel, feeling a pang of regret. The rewards just obtained from Shun Lian had barely allowed him to deduce a rare martial technique, and he was already running low. Current evil value, 200 points. It seems I must find someone to acquire more rewards. With a sigh, Yi Li rose and exited the library, heading toward the training building. The rooms designated for the members of the school team are equipped for overnight stays. After all, he is alone at home. It makes little difference whether he returns or not. Sigh, when will I encounter those brainless, confrontational antagonists? With this thought, Yi Li stepped through the entrance of the training building, ascended the stairs, and arrived at his training room. Creak. He pushed open the door and, after lying down beside the bed, stretched comfortably. Subsequently, he closed his eyes to rest, intending to take a brief nap. The unexpected acquisition of the precious Tiangang treading void technique had significantly uplifted his spirits. Knock, knock, knock. Just past 6 in the evening. A series of insistent knocks echoed from the door. Who is it? Yi Li sat up, the drowsiness in his dark eyes dissipating. It's me, Yu Qianqian. I'm here. Yi Li quickly walked over and opened the door. Observing the slightly uneasy expression of the bespectacled girl, he raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Did you find a precious martial technique already? So soon? No, it's not that. There is something else. Yu Qianqian waved her hands repeatedly, the discomfort on her face becoming more pronounced. Taking in her expression, Yi Li harbored a few suspicions. If there is something to say, just say it. He prompted. It's just that Yu Qianqian twisted her hands in front of her, saying, Captain Lu wants you to visit his training room. The one at the far left on the 4th floor. Captain Lu? You mean our school's vice captain, Lu Yongda? After saying this, a hint of struggle appeared in Yu Qianqian's eyes. After a brief hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, Forget it, you shouldn't go. I have a feeling he means no good. No good. Yi Li immediately became alert, subtly inquiring. Why do you say that? He said he wants to show you what it means to be someone outside of someone, to teach you the school team's rules. After uttering this, Yu Qianqian let out a long breath, as if revealing this matter had cost her considerable courage. Adjusting her glasses, she continued. Do you have any grievances with him? Just a minor one. That makes sense then. Yu Qianqian clenched her silver teeth, indignantly declaring. He is particularly petty. Don't go over there yet. His training room has more than just him. There are also his 2 sycophants. Both are members of the school team, one at the 9th level of the 1st tier, the other at the 8th level, plus Lu Yongda, who is at the pinnacle of the 1st tier. If you go, you will definitely be in for a rough time. Honestly, he is just taking advantage of senior sister Zhang's indifference to bully newcomers with impunity. The more Yu Qianqian spoke, the angrier she became. This fine school team will eventually be ruined by his little clique. I understand. Lead the way. Yi Li raised his chin. Lead the way? What do you mean? Yu Qianqian looked at him in astonishment, quickly saying, I'll find the instructor, as long as we wait for the teacher to arrive. He won't dare to do anything to you. No, are you really going? In the midst of their conversation, Yi Li had already brushed past her, waving his hand and striding confidently toward the 4th floor. Observing his upright figure, Yu Qianqian widened her eyes, unable to comprehend why someone would willingly walk into the line of fire. Knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, one should avoid going to the mountain. Those who knew would know you are at the 5th level of the 1st tier. Those who don't would think you are senior sister Jiang. Meanwhile, in the few seconds that Yu Qianqian was stunned, Yi Li's silhouette had vanished from the staircase, appearing before the training room of Lu Yongda on the 4th floor. Lu, do you think that kid dares to come? Not sure. He was exceptionally arrogant when he spoke to me on the phone this morning. He might actually dare to show up. Inside the room, someone sneered. Ha ha ha, he definitely wouldn't dare, Lu. That kid is just a substitute at the 5th level of the 1st tier. If he dares to come, I'll make him regret it with just one hand. Lu, if Yu Qianqian can't bring that kid, we'll just go and block him ourselves. Listening to the raucous laughter from within, Yi Li silently exhaled. Then, he suddenly kicked the door. Bang! The door burst open in an instant, splintering into shards and revealing the three astonished figures inside. Chapter 11. Defense and Counterattack. The perfect Tiangang treading void technique. Naturally, at the forefront was Lu Yongda, who sat on a resting bed, astonished as he gazed at Yi Li, who had broken in. The other two youths clad in team uniforms were equally taken aback, never expecting the other party to be so bold as to break in without uttering a word. Indeed, a troublesome one. Coming to their senses, the two quickly stood up, a mocking expression crossing their faces as their internal energy began to circulate. I never imagined you would be so reckless. Observing the handsome youth at the doorway, Lu Yongda smirked, saying, by arbitrarily damaging my room. I can request the teacher to expel you from the school team based solely on that. You don't really think a 5th level practitioner is particularly rare, do you? To tell you the truth, students of your caliber are regarded as nothing more than a nuisance to the school. But I am different. A pinnacle first-tier practitioner is a top student at any martial arts high school. Do you think the school cares about you or about me? After delivering this self-satisfied monologue, the two beside him erupted into laughter. They then approached Yi Li at the door, their gazes unfriendly. The atmosphere within the training room became oppressive. Lu Yongda, feeling increasingly triumphant, turned to Yi Li, seeking to discern some semblance of inferiority or panic on the boy's face. Yet, regrettably, Yi Li's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Only his dark eyes glimmered with an intensified fervor. Lu Yongda furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Yi Li's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot. The next moment, he appeared before the two approaching youths, gazing into the boy's cold black eyes. One of them was taken aback, completely unprepared for the swiftness of his movements. Immediately, Yi Li swung his right arm, his blood surging, and a tremendous wave of true energy erupted. He delivered a powerful punch squarely into the abdomen of the individual. Boom! A tremendous force, exceeding 1,000 kilograms, erupted instantaneously, catching the man completely off guard. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth as his body was violently propelled backward, crashing into the crumbling wall. Injured a first-tier 8th level martial artist. Evil value, 700. By heavens! Upon witnessing this scene, another individual finally snapped to attention. Observing the wildly intimidating aura emanating from Yi Li, terror was starkly evident in his eyes, betraying his disarray. In a state of panic, he hastily summoned his internal true energy, crossing his hands defensively before him, hoping to buy some time for assistance. Yi Li had mastered the essence of the flowing fist technique, executing punches with a fluidity akin to flowing water. After sending one of the men flying with a single strike, his second punch was already coiling with power, ready to unleash. Before cultivating the celestial void step, his punching force had approached 900 kilograms. Now, after dedicating over a decade to the celestial void step, although his overall cultivation had not seen significant advancement, his punching power had undeniably surpassed 1,000 kilograms. As the young man raised his arms, he unleashed a punch like a cannonball, forcibly breaking through the guard of the crossed arms, which seemed to buckle under an immense weight, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. Ah! The young man screamed in agony as he stumbled backward, yet Yi Li was relentless, moving like a shadow. With lightning speed, his elongated hand shot out, seizing the opponent's face and smashing it down onto the shattered floor. Injured a first-tier, 9th level martial artist. Evil value, 800. Struck by such a violent impact, the young man immediately succumbed to a sleep as deep as that of an infant, collapsing unconscious. Why you? Lu Yongda stared in horror at this scene, utterly bewildered by how a first-tier 5th level martial artist could possess such terrifying speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, two individuals lay gravely injured. If placed in his shoes, he would scarcely have been capable of such feats. At this moment, Yi Li stood up, adjusting his sleeves with an air of indifference, casting a cold gaze toward the dazed Lu Yongda on the bed. It's your turn. The young voice was chilling, having stumbled upon such a fortuitous opportunity to strike. He had no intention of granting his opponent a chance to plead for mercy. What realm are you at? Lu Yongda fixated on Yi Li's tranquil visage, both astonishment and dread flooding his expression. You cannot possibly be a first-tier 5th level martial artist. You concealed your strength yesterday. As the words left his mouth, he sprang to his feet. Given the situation, it was clear Yi Li would not show him mercy. Thus, he resolved to engage in a genuine battle. What if he had hidden his strength? He would demonstrate the gap between them. With a furious roar, Lu Yongda's body began to radiate an extraordinary green light as he activated his martial arts talent. C-grade martial arts talent, bone strengthening. His muscles began to swell, and his already imposing figure grew even larger. Then, with a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward, charging at Yi Li like a moving fortress. Yi Li remained calm, seemingly unfazed by Lu Yongda's terrifying momentum. Unperturbed, he settled into a stance, drawing back his right arm like a bow, compressing his muscles to gather power. His entire being surged with vitality, and the potent true energy flowed into the meridians of his right arm, causing his skin to emit a faint glow. There was no doubt, The force behind this punch would surpass the previous two by a considerable margin. Boom, boom, boom. The entire floor trembled with each of Liu Yongda's massive strides, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Within mere breaths, he had closed the distance. His boulder-like fist tearing through the air, propelled by his full momentum, aimed straight at Yi Li. Crushing mountain fist. Suddenly, Yi Li's form became ethereal and translucent. A faint mist enveloping his surface, an otherworldly sight. Celestial void step. Just then, Yu Qianqian arrived downstairs, and the scene that greeted her was nothing short of astounding. Yi Li extended his left hand, which appeared almost transparent. In the next instant, Liu Yongda's full-powered punch struck down heavily. But the overwhelming force seemed to vanish like a cow sinking into the sea, merely knocking the slender hand aside. Liu Yongda's pupils dilated, completely at a loss to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Li's body spun rapidly, propelled by the force of his own hand being deflected. As he came to a halt, his right fist, now fully charged, was unleashed with tremendous force. Boom! The air exploded outward in rippling waves, and Liu Yongda's massive form was sent hurtling back, crashing through the bed and smashing into the crumbling wall. Amidst a flurry of wooden debris, the vice-captain of the school team lay sprawled on a heap of rubble, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. His head tilted at an unnatural angle, unconscious. Exhaling a breath of white mist, Yi Li retracted his fist and stood firmly. He then turned to Yu Qianqian, who was wide-eyed in astonishment and politely nodded. Chapter 12. Breakthrough to second tier. Yu Qianqian had a rather favorable impression of Yi Li. Although they had only just met, he was the first person to show no resentment after she had played a trick on him. This had led her to regard him as a friend in her heart. Thus, upon regaining her composure, she rushed down from the third floor, fearing that the three individuals might inflict harm upon Yi Li. After all, he was merely a first-tier, fifth-level martial artist. Despite his amiable nature, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed against three opponents. However, the unfolding events left Yu Qianqian questioning her own perception. In the training room, Yi Li stood there with an air of nonchalance, his posture erect, and his dark eyes chillingly devoid of emotion. Surrounding him lay Liu Yongda's two henchmen, sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated and motionless. As for Liu Yongda himself, he had just been violently sent flying by Yi Li's formidable punch, rendered unconscious. The sheer magnitude of this display was staggering. Within less than a minute, two late-stage first-tier martial artists and one peak first-tier martial artist had been grievously injured. What terrifying strength was this? He could not possibly be a mere first-tier, fifth-level martial artist. His true power likely rivaled that of senior sister Jiang. In Yu Qianqian's mind, only Jiang Qingzhu, the acknowledged genius martial artist of the entire Linhai city, could achieve such feats. Not only had she broken through to the second tier before graduation, but she also utilized the family's ancestral S-grade breathing technique. Even if one combined the martial arts high schools throughout the entire province, Jiang Qingzhu's prowess would undoubtedly rank among the very best. And yet, Yi Li was merely a substitute who had just joined the school team. Contemplating this, Yu Qianqian felt a profound shock. Her gaze towards Yi Li involuntarily grew tinged with a hint of trepidation. If he could effortlessly dispatch Liu Yongda, he could surely do the same to her. Recalling her earlier concerns, Yu Qianqian found herself inexplicably amused. Upon noticing her gaze, Yi Li turned around, nodded politely, and then gestured toward the three individuals on the ground, inquiring, "How shall we deal with this?" "Simple." Yu Qianqian steadied her emotions and explained. "They initiated trouble with you first. Even if you have now injured them, they must bear the consequences themselves. In situations like this, the school will not hold you accountable." "Is that so?" Yi Li's eyes sparkled. Truly, this was the world of high martial arts. Had this occurred in his previous high school, they would likely have split the blame equally. He pondered for a moment before asking. "The implication is that as long as someone seeks to cause me trouble, I can retaliate in any manner I deem fit, correct?" Yu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before responding. "As long as you don't go too far, it should be fine." "I see." Yi Li nodded, then turned his gaze towards the three individuals on the ground and inquired, "Shall we just leave them here?" "Of course not," Yu Qianqian replied. Exasperated, "We need to call the instructor to handle this matter, but I can assist you with that. You should go ahead and take care of your own affairs." Yi Li expressed his gratitude and stood up, preparing to leave. Just as he stepped out of the training room, Yu Qianqian called out to him again, "By the way, there's one more thing." "What is it?" "Sister Jiang is our team captain, according to protocol. She will speak with you over the next couple of days to get a preliminary understanding of your situation." "I understand." Yi Li nodded and turned to depart. Yu Qianqian watched the young man vanish from view, murmuring to herself, "Another monster has arrived." Upon returning to the third floor, Yi Li entered his training room and closed the door behind him. The sensation of imminent breakthrough became increasingly palpable. He was merely a step away from reaching the second tier, and after a recent battle, his internal energies surged rather than diminished, causing his aura to grow somewhat chaotic. It was not that he couldn't break through at this moment. It was simply that he had yet to find a suitable breathing technique, which left him feeling a tad uneasy. Nevertheless, it was time to proceed with the breakthrough. Although the breathing techniques in the school's library were of lower quality, They could be swapped mid-practice, making them somewhat usable. If necessary, he could always wait until he found a more suitable technique to change again. Yi Li sat cross-legged on the edge of his bed and summoned the panel. Injured a peak first tier, young martial artist. Evil deed value 1000. Detected Lu Yongda's collapse of confidence. Evil deed value 500. Detected a significant amount of fear from the three towards you. Evil deed value 1500. Current evil deed value 4700 points. A bountiful harvest indeed. The corners of Yi Li's mouth lifted slightly. While it paled in comparison to the windfall that Shun Lian received, it was still his greatest gain aside from that. It should suffice for him to advance to the second tier. He settled into a meditative position on the bed, closing his eyes and immersing himself in the panel. Current level, peak first tier, 9th level. Ding. The goal of this training session has been set to break through to the second tier. Training has commenced. The second tier, Jade Tendon Realm, involves gradually merging the abundant true energy with the meridians and bones to enhance one's vitality. In the past 2 days, your relentless practice of martial arts, combined with nearly 20 years of hard work, has granted you complete mastery over your internal energy, making this endeavor remarkably efficient. Gain buff, training speed increased by 50. You begin to strengthen your meridians with true energy, nurturing your vitality. But due to the lack of a breathing technique to replenish your true energy, this process is rather slow. Gain negative buff, training speed decreased by 20. Gain negative buff, emotional agitation. As the words materialized on the panel, Yi Li felt a genuine surge of agitation within him, which surprised him. However, this slight anxiety did not significantly affect him, for he was merely engaged in the straightforward act of enhancing his abilities. Accelerating training. Through persistent effort, you have successfully reinforced part of your meridians, resulting in a significant increase in vitality and successfully breaking through to the first level of the second tier. Your punching power has significantly increased. Your reaction speed has significantly increased. Training complete. Comment. This training session was seamless and did not tax your mental energy excessively, costing a total of 200 evil deed points. As the final words appeared, Yi Li's bones suddenly emitted a clear sound. In an instant, part of his meridians underwent transformation, radiating a jade-like luster and nurturing his entire vitality. Yi Li's aura surged immensely. The internal true energy coursing through him had multiplied several times compared to just a few moments prior. And even his vitality had instantly returned to peak condition. The exhaustion from the earlier battle dissipated in an instant. Exhaling a breath of white vapor, Yi Li opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. He raised his hand, channeling true energy. A wisp of ethereal white vapor swiftly emanated from his fingertips, rapidly dispersing through his flesh, creating a translucent appearance from a distance. The celestial treading technique. At this moment, he was finally able to unleash the full might of this second-tier martial skill. According to Yi Li's estimation, yesterday, when he fully employed this technique against an attack from an opponent of the same tier, he could only mitigate about 50% of the force. But now, with just a thought, he could deflect at least 70% of the attacks from opponents of the same tier. A 70% damage reduction, truly formidable against monstrous foes. From now on, any second-tier martial artist who dared to face him head-on would pay a bloody price. He mused as he gazed at the swirling white vapor in his palm. With each breath, the consumed true energy began to gradually replenish. Now, he could recover his internal energy not only through rest, but also through breathing. Though not as efficient as a breathing technique, this was one of the hallmarks of a second-tier martial artist. In the past, he had found the concept of recovering energy through breathing rather absurd in games, yet now, experiencing it himself felt entirely natural. Yi Li casually dissipated the white vapor from his palm and chuckled, reveling in the myriad changes within himself. At this moment, he was certain that he had stepped into the realm of second-tier martial artists, the Jade Tendon Realm. Should he encounter Lu Yongda and the others again now, Yi Li was confident that even without employing the celestial treading technique, he could defeat all three within half a minute. Next, it was time to focus on preparing a breathing technique. Otherwise, he would likely face a recurring, training speed decreased by 20 negative buff with each level up. Chapter 13, Rumors Abound. In the 2 days following his breakthrough to the second tier, Yi Li remained in the library. It was rather peaceful there. Yu Qianqian was correct. Even the instructor who hurried over that night was astonished by the situation surrounding Lu Yongda and his companions. After learning the full story, he refrained from imposing any punishment on Yi Li. Instead, he actively petitioned the school for Yi Li to become a formal member of the school team, displaying an eagerness that was quite palpable. Upon hearing the relevant details, Vice Principal Li Haohan promptly agreed. He intended to have a conversation with Yi Li afterward to foster a better relationship. But upon discovering that the young man had been spending the past couple of days in the library, he chose not to intrude. Regardless, Yi Li was now officially a member of the Lin High School team. Notably, that morning, while en route to the library, he happened to encounter Wang Ren, who was returning from the hospital. Wang Ren had bandages wrapped around his face and was clad in steel plates. Upon seeing the calm and composed Yi Li, his expression morphed into one of utter disbelief, exclaiming, "How come you're unscathed?" with Liu Yongda involved. He had assumed that Yi Li would undoubtedly suffer a major setback. At the very least, he expected Yi Li to be dejected, resembling a plucked rooster. Yet, the Yi Li before him radiated vitality, exuding a sense of composure and stability. There was not a hint of defeat in his demeanor. Could it be that Liu Yongda did not take action against him? Yi Li casually inquired, "Why would I have any issues?" Wang Ren instinctively replied, "Liu Yongda? Upon hearing this, Yi Li displayed a moment of realization, followed by a light chuckle. "I have already dismissed him." "Dismissed him? What do you mean?" "It seems that you both did not go to the same hospital." Yi Li shook his head with a hint of regret. As he spoke, he took a step forward. He initially intended to earn some malevolent points effortlessly, but unexpectedly, Wang Ren was so startled by his movement that he turned and fled. Observing the panicked figure retreating, Yi Li felt a twinge of surprise. "I am not a villain, am I?" With approximately 1 week remaining until the exchange competition, there are only 6 official positions available. And Yi Li did not concern himself with who he had replaced. What mattered to him was that the guiding teacher of the school team had successfully applied for an A-level scholarship on his behalf. The sum of 500,000 Hanxia coins had already been credited to his card. This enabled him to select a slightly more advanced breathing technique. Sea-level breathing technique. Blazing Fury, priced at 450,000 Hanxia coins. Sea-level breathing technique. Raging Tide, priced at 500,000 Hanxia coins. B-level breathing technique fragment, priced at 700,000 Hanxia coins. On the 3rd floor of the library, Yi Li gazed at the rows of breathing techniques displayed on the luminous screen, feeling quite the headache. There were truly no suitable options. The only B-level breathing technique available was a fragment, demanding 700,000 if he wished to use the system to complete it. It would require a significant expenditure of malevolent points. Never mind, if it comes to that, I might as well ask the school for it. It is merely a breathing technique, surely they would not refuse me. After 2 consecutive days of indecision in the library, Yi Li's choice anxiety reached its peak, leading him to decide to exploit the school's resources. Departing from the library, Yi Li made his way towards the training building. Along the way, he received numerous peculiar glances, most of which were filled with fear. It was then that Yi Li recalled an incident 2 days prior, after he had incapacitated Liu Yongda and his companions. Although the school had expressed no objections, for some reason, the news spread throughout the campus as if it had sprouted legs. However, the version of the rumor was somewhat absurd. The newly joined substitute of the school team had openly provoked other members, disrupting the team's spirit. Yi Li from Class 9 of the martial arts department had displayed arrogance and reportedly injured 3 team members severely. How could a substitute possibly defeat 3 official members? I heard this individual is merely at the 5th stage of the first realm. Surely he must have employed some underhanded methods. With the exchange competition approaching next week, what could his intentions be in turning against his own teammates? I too feel there is something sinister afoot, if it were not for senior sister Jiang's presence. It seems this person might have led the team of Linghai No. 1 High School to ruin. Most of these rumors were not far from the truth. Essentially, they conveyed that Yi Li was arrogant and had resorted to some underhanded tactics to injure 3 team members. The saying 3 men can create a tiger rings true. The fear of public opinion is formidable. Such ludicrous rumors, akin to a student challenging the principal to a duel over the weekend, quickly became a hot topic within the school. Consequently, Yi Li naturally became the subject of discussion. Moreover, due to the viciousness attributed to his alleged methods, those who believed the rumors developed a sense of fear towards him. Those who spread rumors are universally detestable, regardless of their location. Yi Li shook his head helplessly, dismissing the matter from his mind. With only a month remaining until the martial arts graduation examination, everyone would soon disperse across the land to combat the beasts, making it unlikely for them to cross paths again. There was no need to fret over an unfounded rumor. I will not fall into the trap of self-justification. I will start with myself. Yi Li nodded slightly and walked into the training building, seemingly unbothered. However, regardless of his indifference, if I ever catch that scoundrel spreading rumors, that damned rumor-monger, I will surely make him pay. At that moment, a celestial voice resonated in Yi Li's ear. Ding! Congratulations. Your infamy level has increased. Infamy LV1. Your infamy is little known. Gold quality reward has been granted. On the 5th floor of the training building, in the captain's office, Jiang Xuejia sat with tears in her eyes, addressing the person across the wooden table with a pitiful expression. This Yi Li really cannot be allowed to remain. Not only has he injured Captain Liu, but he also attacked me previously. If I hadn't reacted quickly that day, I would likely be in the hospital now. Seated at the table was a girl with long black hair, her features exquisite and her expression cool. Before her lay a book titled Summary of Marksmanship. After listening to Shun Lian's accusation, Jiang Qingzhu's face remained entirely impassive. She continued to peruse the book, flipping to the next page before calmly stating, "You should discuss this with Teacher Wang. Speaking to me is futile." Shun Lian was momentarily taken aback. But the effort she had put in spreading rumors over the past few days was precisely for this moment. She had to ensure that the girl would teach that detestable Yi Li a lesson. Shun Lian gritted her teeth and said, "Jiang Xuejia, You know that Teacher Wang has always turned a blind eye to such behaviors, but this Yili is different. The high school exchange competition is imminent, and he is instigating internal strife at this moment, clearly intending to ruin our prospects. Deputy Captain Liu has already been sent to the hospital. If you, Jiang Shuejia, do not take action, no one will be able to stop him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu finally lifted her gaze to meet Shun Lian's, her tone calm, yet firm. Shun Lian, your act of self-pity is poorly executed. Shun Lian's face flushed with indignation. Senior sister, I leave. No, senior sister, I truly. I shall repeat myself, Jiang Qingzhu said, her brow furrowing, the atmosphere in the room dropping several degrees as her voice turned icy. Leave, and close the door behind you. With a look of reluctance, Shun Lian, unable to confront the black-haired girl, ultimately left the room with a pale face. Click. Once the door was firmly shut, Jiang Qingzhu tapped her fingers lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. The silence lingered for 2 seconds. Jiang Qingzhu picked up her phone from the table and dialed a number, politely saying, "Is this Yu Qianqian? It's me. Are you at the training building now? According to the rules, it is time for me to speak with Yi Li. I heard you have a good relationship with him. Could you please summon him for me? Thank you." Chapter 14. A Natural Anomaly, SSS-level martial arts talent. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Li rushed into his training room without delay. He shut the door behind him and summoned the interface. Notice, a gold-quality gift package is ready to be opened. Look at that, a golden legend. Yi Li's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the interface. It is well known that obtaining gold has always been the dream of card players, symbolizing the highest tier of rewards within the pool. He recalled that the system had previously indicated that an increase in infamy level would yield generous rewards. It seemed that it was indeed true. This was the first time the system had distributed a gold-quality reward. What could it be? Open the gift package. Buzz. With a single thought, a golden beam of light erupted from the interface, dazzling and pure, shooting straight up to the ceiling. Immediately following, an overwhelming surge of energy rippled from his room, expanding in all directions. Boom. The entire training building trembled under the rippling energy, its formidable presence instantly drawing countless astonished gazes. The faculty and students of Linghai No. 1 Middle School, as well as passers-by within a radius of several dozen miles, beheld a peculiar blue light surging forth from above the training hall, soaring into the heavens. This grand spectacle shattered the clouds, illuminating the sky above Linghai No. 1. Within the teaching office, Li Haoan, who had been sipping tea, was momentarily taken aback before abruptly spitting out the beverage and rising sharply from his seat, startling the teachers in front of him. "Principal Li, what is happening?" they inquired. Ignoring their questions, Li Haoan hastily exited the room, gazing towards the training building, his eyes brimming with profound astonishment as he murmured, "Could it be that an A-level martial arts talent has emerged? Such a phenomenon can only arise when a martial arts prodigy of high stature is born. If it weren't for Li Haoan's advancement to the 3rd tier of martial arts, he wouldn't be able to discern such specifics from this spectacle. A B-level phenomenon would not be this extravagant. As for an S-level, he dared not even consider it. For decades, no student possessing an S-level martial arts talent has appeared in the entire province of Ing. Thus, the probability of an A-level talent seemed most plausible. An A-level talent represents a level of aptitude that emerges from the awakening of tens of thousands of warriors. Li Haoan's heart raced uncontrollably, and even his palms trembled slightly. It was no wonder he was so flustered. This was the 2nd A-level martial arts talent among this cohort of martial arts students. Following Jiang Qingzhu, the future prospects were boundless. After such a long period of silence, was Linghai No. 1 finally poised to rise once more in this martial arts examination? Li Haoan swallowed hard, his excitement nearly spilling over. He immediately turned to the 2 individuals in the room and asked, "Is there anyone left in the school team who has not awakened their martial arts talent?" If I had to say, it seems that Yi Li, who just joined a couple of days ago, has yet to awaken, one teacher quickly responded after a brief contemplation. Li Haoan looked back towards the training building, his astonishment gradually transforming into ecstatic joy as he murmured, "What a remarkable young man. How much more has he concealed?" Behind him, another teacher curiously inquired, "Principal Li, are you considering removing that unawakened Yi Li from the school team? Speaking of which, this student has caused quite a stir recently. He clearly seems restless. Removing him from the team might be for the best," the teacher suggested. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Haoan suddenly turned around, fixing a steely gaze upon the teacher as he coldly retorted, "Lu Shangshan, your nephew ended up in the hospital due to his own actions. Instead of educating him properly, you come here to complain? Let me be clear. Even if I expel both you and your nephew Lu Yanda, the school will not touch Yi Li. A martial arts student capable of defeating 3 opponents of the same tier. Both you and I understand what that signifies." Lu Shangshan's expression instantly became animated. In the training room, Yi Li was enveloped in a whirlwind of energy, the spectacle grand and overwhelming. A refreshing sensation continuously coursed through his mind, as if his very soul was undergoing a transformation. This phenomenon persisted for a full dozen breaths before gradually dissipating. Yi Li opened his eyes, revealing a pair of black orbs that slowly shimmered with a magnificent golden light as relevant information unfurled in his mind. Congratulations! You have acquired the SSS level martial arts talent. Indestructible Golden Soul. Indestructible Golden Soul LV1, a survival-type talent that allows the resilient and transcendent Golden Soul to nourish the body. As long as one's mental and physical stamina is not depleted, the body can continuously repair itself until fully restored. Upgradable. According to legend, in ancient times, a naturally born primordial being cultivated this divine ability, causing great headaches for the heavenly emperor of the divine era. To follow in its footsteps, please feel free to accumulate malevolent points. Talent Ability 1, Gun Martial Saint Body. Gun Martial Saint Body significantly enhances one's skill in the use of firearms and pole weapons, with a 500 increase in the speed of gun and pole weapon martial arts cultivation. Yili gazed at the exaggerated descriptions on the panel, remaining silent for a long while as his heart raced uncontrollably. SSS level martial arts talent, a level he had never even heard of, based on his recollection. The highest martial arts talent ever recorded in the province of Ing was merely S level. That had been decades ago. An S-level martial arts talent could undoubtedly be described as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, a child of destiny. And Yi Li's SSS level ability. Could there even be a handful among the nearly 10 billion people on the Blue Star who possess such talent? Is this what they call turning misfortune into fortune? Is the disparity between calamity and blessing truly so vast? Yi Li felt a surge of emotions, grappling with the incredible power now coursing through him. He had anticipated something formidable, but never this overwhelming. His mental preparation had fallen short. Was this not invincibility among equals? Yi Li opened his mouth, stroking his chin. Never mind. Since I hold the advantage, let invincibility be my lot. At that moment, a series of knocking sounds echoed from the door. Yi Li flipped off the bed, reining in the extraordinary aura surrounding him as the golden light in his eyes gradually faded. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the familiar figure of Yu Qianqian. Is there something you need? Yi Li inquired. Yes, Yu Qianqian replied, initially intending to ask if he had witnessed the earlier phenomenon. She recalled the matter Jiang Xuejia had entrusted her with and stated directly, Jiang Xuejia wishes to speak with you. I should have mentioned it to you the other day. Do you remember? I remember. Yi Li nodded. I'll head over now. All right, Yu Qianqian said, preparing to leave. However, she suddenly paused, as if recalling something important, and turned back, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, under Yi Li's calm gaze, she gritted her teeth and said, there have been rumors about you circulating in the school these past few days. Jiang Xuejia may inquire about that, so just be honest with her. Don't confront her directly. Why? Is she very fierce? Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Not exactly. Yu Qianqian hesitated, carefully weighing her words. Jiang Xuejia dislikes those who bully others and lacks flexibility. If you come off too strong, she might give you a lesson. I know your true strength is formidable and your talent is exceptional, and you likely don't want to back down. But she was already at the second tier 6 months ago. Moreover, with her illustrious family background and top-tier resources, her prowess is quite notable within the martial arts high schools of the Ying province. Bowing to her isn't shameful. Having spoken, Yu Qianqian anxiously watched Yi Li, fearful that he might express discontent. After witnessing Yi Li's performance 2 days prior, she had come to regard him as someone who would never suffer a loss. If possible, she wished to steer clear of this matter entirely. However, given that both Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu were martial arts geniuses, the consequences of a confrontation could be dire. The best outcome would be for Yi Li to lose his combat ability, while Jiang Qingzhu sustained damage to hers. However, such a scenario would likely lead to defeat in the upcoming exchange competition, adversely affecting her own prospects. Thus, if a few words could persuade Yi Li to yield, it would be ideal. Please, don't be too confrontational. It could end up harming you, Yu Qianqian urged cautiously, believing her hints to be sufficiently clear. Even though Yi Li ranks among the elite within the first tier of martial artists, the leap to the second tier represents a significant transformation in martial arts cultivation, creating a vast chasm between the two levels. Should a confrontation arise, Jiang Qingzhu might sustain injuries, but Yi Li would undoubtedly find himself confined to a hospital bed, potentially rendering him unable to participate in the martial arts examination. At that moment, Yu Qianqian noticed the previously serene expression on Yi Li's face blossom into a smile. Understanding dawned upon her. He nodded slightly and said, I appreciate your effort in delivering the message. With that, he strode past Yu Qianqian, heading toward the team leader's office on the 5th floor. How splendid. Just as I was lamenting the insufficiency of my mischief points, here comes a genius girl who thrives on gentleness rather than intimidation. It is imperative to demonstrate through action that the world is merciless, and those who are picky cannot attain happiness. Perhaps a little suffering will help her comprehend the harsh realities of life. Watching his figure recede into the distance, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within Yu Qianqian, though she could not pinpoint its source. After much contemplation, she resolved to summon the guidance teacher, just in case. Chapter 15. You said it. Now I really am coming. Inside the team leader's office, Yi Li's punching force registered at 885 kilograms. Jiang Qingzhu gazed at the ranking displayed on the instrument, her previously cool demeanor softening with a hint of surprise. The rumors circulating within the school these past few days about this student indeed bore a semblance of truth. Recalling how her guidance teacher had excitedly approached her days prior to reveal that Yi Li had concealed his true strength, which was likely only a notch below her own, she found the words were not mere exaggeration. Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently. This level of punching force among first-tier martial artists signifies a commendable emphasis on strength. Even during her own tenure as a first-tier martial artist, her highest punching force barely surpassed 1,000 kilograms, despite the Jiang family providing her with top-tier medicinal baths and training equipment. Given that Yi Li's background was reportedly quite ordinary, his achievements were indeed commendable. It was no wonder he looked down upon his peers. As for the external rumors, Jiang Qingzhu opted to believe only half. She neither dismissed the notion that Yi Li posed no threat nor accepted the idea that he was overly arrogant. For in the past 3 years, she had never once heard his name, a clear indication that he was not one to seek the limelight. Had it not been for the impending martial arts examination, he might have continued to conceal his abilities, Jiang Qingzhu mused. Such restraint. How resilient must this person's character be? Yet, as much as she marveled at his fortitude, she could not overlook the fact that his actions had severely injured Lu Yongda and his companions. That was indeed excessive, bearing countless expectations upon her shoulders. She could not afford to falter before expelling every last beast from Hanjia. Thus, she needed to dedicate herself to diligent training, leaving little room for distractions. This was also why Jiang Qingzhu rarely intervened in such matters. A gentle warning would suffice to ensure he refrained from aggression towards his teammates in the future. With that thought solidified, Jiang Qingzhu returned to her wooden desk, reopening the tome titled Essentials of Marksmanship, immersing herself in its profound wisdom. This was no ordinary text. It chronicled the insights and experiences of the Jiang family's masters of marksmanship over the generations, aiding lower-tier martial artists in avoiding numerous pitfalls in their training. In fact, in terms of value, this book might even surpass certain third-tier martial arts techniques. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Jiang Qingzhu marked her place, closed the book, and coolly said, "Come in." She turned her gaze to the door, where a strikingly handsome young man clad in white entered. "Hello," he greeted with a gentle smile. "I am Yi Li. I heard you wished to speak with me." He believed in the virtue of courtesy before conflict. Jiang Qingzhu acknowledged him with a nod, gesturing for him to sit opposite her, before inquiring with a frosty tone, "As a recent addition to the team, have you encountered any difficulties?" "Indeed, there is a slight issue," the young man replied candidly, catching Jiang Qingzhu off guard, though she maintained her composure. "What specifically troubles you?" "Too many fools," Yi Li sighed. Under Jiang Qingzhu's bemused gaze, he began counting on his fingers. There's Shen Lian, Lu Yongda, and 2 of Lu Yongda's sycophants. That makes 4. Adding Wang Ren, who recently left the team, brings the total to 5. With only 7 members in the team, including substitutes, it's said that birds of a feather flock together. "Jiang, I worry you might be like them." Yi Li interlaced his fingers before him, feigning a weary sigh. Jiang Qingzhu felt her head buzzing. She had never encountered such a blunt insinuation before. It took her a moment to process his implications. He was suggesting she was a fool as well. Her brows knitted in irritation, a flicker of anger igniting within her typically composed demeanor as she retorted coldly, "You need not worry about me. I am not so idle." "Are you implying you acknowledge their foolishness?" Yi Li inquired with a smile. "I never said that." "Why not admit it?" Yi Li asked leisurely. "You cannot honestly believe you are not cut from the same cloth as them?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qingzhu sensed something was awry. It was supposed to be her who chastised him, urging him to temper his reckless ways. How had the conversation strayed so far from its intended course? Casting aside her chaotic thoughts, she spoke with an icy tone. "I summoned you not to discuss such matters, but to inform you of something important." "Listen, inform." Yi Li mused. "We are of the same age. Speaking in such an elevated manner is quite tiresome." He leaned back in the uncomfortable chair, not immediately revealing his discontent. "Go on." "Someone reported you for deliberately injuring several teammates," Jiang Qingzhu stated, observing him intently. "For now, I shall assume there was a reason for your actions. However, I hope such incidents do not recur. With the martial arts examination approaching, everyone must consider their future. You should focus your energy on training rather than engaging in reckless bravado. Bullying the weak is not a mark of true skill, if you truly cannot restrain yourself." She continued, her clear eyes glimmering with confidence as an icy aura enveloped her voice. "You may come directly to me. I will help you heal." Her words carried an earnest weight, enhanced by the subtle aura of a second-tier martial artist that she exuded, likely to instill a degree of intimidation in Yi Li. The chillingly confident timbre of her voice reverberated through the office, and the air fell silent for several seconds. Just as Jiang Qingzhu believed, she had successfully resolved the matter. The youth seated in the wooden chair suddenly lifted his profound golden gaze. In an instant, a heavy pressure enveloped Jiang Qingzhu's heart. Simultaneously, Yi Li's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, reached her ears. "That is what you said." Chapter 16. I can't be bothered to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it from the aura he had previously emanated. It was apparent that Jiang Qingzhu's cultivation level far surpassed his own, likely at the 4th level of the 2nd tier. Coupled with her so-called S-rank breathing technique and A-rank martial talent, her arsenal of martial skills must be quite impressive within the 2nd tier. Thanks to this formidable configuration, Jiang Qingzhu had garnered considerable acclaim at Linghai No. 1 High School and throughout the entire Linghai city, being hailed as the most gifted young martial artist in nearly 2 decades, even among the martial arts high schools across the entire province of Ing. The young lady's prowess could be deemed as belonging to the upper echelon. Are you truly inclined to strike at me? I would advise you to reconsider your decision. Seated at the wooden table, Jiang Qingzhu furrowed her delicate brows, a glimmer of icy blue light quietly surfacing within her clear, bright eyes. Observing Yi Li's transformation into golden eyes, she suppressed the unease bubbling within her and calmly advised. The disparity between the 1st and 2nd tiers is far greater than you might conceive. Should a martial artist face a decisive defeat while brimming with confidence, the resultant sense of defeat could hinder future breakthroughs. At this juncture, a chill enveloped the young girl's serene visage, and her aura began to emanate outward. For the sake of your own mental state, I suggest you vacate this room. I can pretend you have said nothing. With that, she no longer restrained her aura, unleashing the unreserved presence of a mid-tier 2nd-tier martial artist within the confines of the room. The documents atop the wooden table were swept away by the gusts of wind, and the wall clock swung uncontrollably. The golden light in Yi Li's eyes grew ever more fervent, and the escalating aura he emitted provided a subtle affirmation of his own capabilities. You are also at the 2nd tier. As Jiang Qingzhu sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from him, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. According to the intelligence she had received, unless the instructor had deliberately misreported, Yi Li should have been at the peak of the 1st tier. At most, he would be a rare opponent among his peers, posing little threat to his 2nd-tier fighter. Yet now, it seemed the peak of the 1st tier was not his true strength. Jiang Qingzhu gently shook her head, her expression growing increasingly cold as she inquired, if you possess such power, why do you feel the need to bully those far beneath you? Do you not feel a sense of shame in preying upon the weak? In her view, Yi Li was leveraging his 2nd-tier strength to intimidate those significantly weaker than himself. Such behavior, which she despised most, prompted her to consider imparting a lesson to him. There are always those stronger than oneself. Your actions will eventually have consequences. Are you rambling? Yi Li interjected, interrupting Jiang Qingzhu's string of remarks. You summoned me here merely to preach your moralities? I must apologize, but I have no desire to engage in such discussions with you. You are not worthy of hearing them. Humiliating the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu of Lihai No. 1 High School, evil deed value 200. Is the reward for humiliating Jiang Qingzhu truly that high? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's hands gradually clenched into fists, a clear surge of anger igniting in her gaze. I comprehend now. It seems you indeed require a lesson. Since you are so resolute in your desire to face defeat at my hands, let us change venues. I shall await you at the training grounds in 5 minutes. With a crash, before she could finish her sentence, the wooden table was hurled by the youth directly towards her. Why go to the training grounds? If you wish to teach me a lesson, this place suffices. Yi Li maintained a calm demeanor. Bang! At that critical moment, Jiang Qingzhu remained unperturbed as she struck out with a palm, causing the heavy wooden table to explode into splinters in the air. Wooden shards flew in all directions, raining down upon the ground. Just then, before the dust could settle, a figure lunged through the cloud of debris, charging straight at her. Jiang Qingzhu looked up, coincidentally locking gazes with a pair of cold, golden eyes. The fear and anxiety she had often seen in the eyes of her opponents were nowhere to be found within those vast golden orbs. Yet she remained undaunted. In her estimation, it would take merely a few minutes to subdue Yi Li. As she shifted her footing and retreated, the icy blue light in her clear eyes intensified. Her voice as crisp and cold as a winter stream. To have broken through to the 2nd tier at this age speaks well of your talent. However, I regret to inform you that you cannot defeat me. As she spoke, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes transformed entirely into a crystalline icy blue, exuding an otherworldly allure. She exhaled a breath of white mist, and as it spread, the temperature in the room plummeted dramatically, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice resonating through the air. A-grade martial talent, Ice Maiden's manifestation. In an instant, thin layers of ice began to form on the walls, and the chilling aura swiftly permeated the space. The entire office seemed to descend into a realm of icy desolation, the temperature dropping below freezing in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the frigid air showed no signs of abating. Rather, it continued to plunge at an astonishing rate. Amidst the swirling white mist, Yi Li's previously advancing figure suddenly slowed, his movements becoming abnormally sluggish, as if every joint in his body had been encased in ice. He struggled to take each step, each one feeling unbearably heavy. In that moment, Yi Li felt as though he were trapped in a vast ice cellar, unable to break free from the bizarre confinement. It is over. Jiang Qingzhu's gaze flickered as she advanced, swiftly closing the distance to Yi Li, and without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! The moment her delicate hand made contact with Yi Li, His form became somewhat translucent, a cloud of white mist emanating from him, accompanied by a muffled thud. The terrifying force of her strike was diminished significantly. What should have been enough to incapacitate a second-tier martial artist was met with his unflinching demeanor. End your farce. Utilizing the residual force of her attack, Yi Li sneered, spinning rapidly before delivering a swift and precise kick that struck Jiang Qingzhu squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Just as a strange sensation stirred within Jiang Qingzhu, akin to striking a fluffy cloud with all her might, she found no solid ground to leverage. Yet, before she could comprehend the source of this peculiar feeling, an overwhelming force surged from her midsection, crashing down upon her like a tidal wave. In an instant, she felt as if a speeding truck had collided with her, her entire being hurled backward with tremendous force. Boom! A large dent was created in the office wall, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks that spread outward. Jiang Qingzhu struggled to rise from the floor, gritting her teeth as she gazed at the figure across from her. Upon witnessing the rising white mist enveloping Yi Li and his semi-transparent form, her pupils constricted in disbelief. The Heavenly Gang's Void Treading Technique. Chapter 17. A Direct Confrontation. The Heavenly Gang's Void Treading Technique. This rare second-tier martial skill was something Jiang Qingzhu had only glimpsed in fragments within the school's library. Despite being captivated by its described might, she had been unable to master it due to the extent of the fragment's damage. The fact that he had no illustrious background suggested he must have also unearthed this incomplete martial skill from the library and successfully learned it was utterly astonishing. It was hard to believe that someone could master such a technique merely from a damaged scroll. Moreover, judging by the transparency of Yi Li's figure and the natural flow of white mist, it was evident that he was far beyond a novice level. In every gesture, there emanates an aura of completeness, with even her skin radiating a luminous sheen, suggesting that she has mastered the art of the void treading technique to its pinnacle. Such insight. Can this truly be a mere mortal? At this thought, Jiang Qingzhu felt a tremor in her heart. Her movements instinctively slowed for a moment. However, this brief lapse allowed Yi Li's figure to materialize before her. Upon encountering his calm, yet fervent golden eyes, Jiang Qingzhu could not help but inquire. Why are you so contradictory? If you possess such prowess, why have you remained silent for the past 3 years? No one was there to answer her. In that instant, Yi Li spread his arms wide, leaning slightly forward, as an unending stream of completeness flowed from his fists and feet. The perfected flowing fist technique. This essence of fluidity surged toward Jiang Qingzhu like a roaring river, imbued with unparalleled strength and momentum. Another martial arts mastery at the realm of perfection? Witnessing this, Jiang Qingzhu inhaled deeply, then with a swift motion, summoned a long spear of pristine white from her palm. The spear shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, exuding an aura that subtly elevated her spirit. Evidently, it was a treasured artifact of superior quality. The ferocity of Yi Li's onslaught warranted her utmost seriousness. Subsequently, with a frigid glint in her eyes, Jiang Qingzhu wielded the spear with the grace of a dragon, delivering a powerful strike that met Yi Li's relentless barrage of punches head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The air crackled with fierce winds and icy chills. Under the enhancement of the perfected void treading technique, Yi Li's entire being approached a semi-transparent state, rendering him largely immune to the cold's effects. Each punch aimed with the ferocity to shatter her spear. In the face of his brutal assault, Jiang Qingzhu found herself retreating steadily. You have already lost. She gritted her teeth, wielding the spear with fervor, as the energy within her waned, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, nearly freezing the ceiling. Even the perfected void treading technique could not entirely shield her from the cold's impact. Moreover, with her S-grade breathing technique, the energy she infused into the spear possessed the ability to freeze meridians, penetrating Yi Li's body with each exchange of strikes. Although Yi Li appeared unaffected, it was certain that his meridians and bones had sustained varying degrees of damage, unless he was concealing a deadly trump card. The ensuing battle would be a tug-of-war over their respective reserves of energy. Boom. With another clash, Jiang Qingzhu's form skidded across the ground, hurtling several feet before crashing into the wall. Exhaling a breath of cold air, she wore a grave expression as her blood surged tumultuously within her. Despite the significant toll her innate abilities exacted, Yi Li, sustaining the void-treading technique, would undoubtedly be expending a similar amount of energy. Yi Li was likely at the initial stage of the second tier, yet to cultivate a breathing technique. Jiang Qingzhu believed her martial prowess to be considerably superior, and with the continuous replenishment of her energy through her S-grade breathing technique, she could sustain the cold. If this stalemate continued, victory would undoubtedly be hers. Do you think you are guaranteed to win? Just then, Yi Li chuckled. With such an advantage in resources, you still manage to struggle? I almost feel pity for you. If I hadn't left my big gun at home today, I would have sent you flying. You. Jiang Qingzhu frowned, about to retort, when she saw Yi Li charging at her once more, the white aura surrounding him dissipating slightly, his physique becoming more solid. An opportunity. His energy could no longer maintain the full power of the void-treading technique. Jiang Qingzhu's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, She stepped forward, thrusting the spear infused with her energy. To her astonishment, Yili completely disregarded her strike, allowing the immense force to pierce through his shoulder. Blood gushed forth as he lunged directly toward Jiang Qingzhu. What? His savage approach momentarily stunned Jiang Qingzhu. You are. Yi Li's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he delivered a powerful punch straight to her face. Bang! In an instant, excruciating pain engulfed her face, and Jiang Qingzhu screamed, instinctively releasing her grip on the spear as her body was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground some distance away. Yet, Yi Li's expression remained as serene as still water. Even at this moment, she was still lost in thought. The lines of his grandiloquent retort were nearly complete, as if one might mistake him for possessing a system. At this juncture, Jiang Qingzhu's vision was filled with stars as she struggled to lift her head, only to suddenly widen her eyes. She beheld the youth, clad in white, now stained crimson with blood, calmly extracting the spear embedded in his shoulder, his brow furrowed in pain, yet quickly returning to tranquility. To her astonishment, the wound on his shoulder gushed forth a multitude of neural blood vessels, which miraculously healed in the blink of an eye. What? What kind of ability is this? Jiang Qingzhu's eyes brimmed with disbelief. With a marksmanship as poor as a novice's, reflexes slow as an elder's, and a naive disposition akin to a sheltered young lady, he had the audacity to declare, "You have lost," while basking in self-satisfaction. The golden radiance in his eyes gradually receded, ultimately returning to a profound obsidian hue. He then approached Jiang Qingzhu, lifting his distinctly knuckled hand and slapping down unceremoniously. The strike landed heavily on her fair visage. Bang! Just as the chaos in her mind had yet to dissipate, another immense force struck her, causing the prodigious young lady of Linhai City to roll her eyes back, her head uncontrollably smashing against the ground. It was a sight most pitiful. In the final second of her waning consciousness, she heard the youth's calm inquiry. Jiang Qingzhu, what kind of genius are you? Infuriatingly, a wave of humiliation surged within her. And Jiang Qingzhu, at the limit of her spirit, fainted. Defeated and humiliated the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1 High School, earning 8,000 points of malevolence. Chapter 18. The Shocked Teacher and Students. In the first floor of the training building, within the instructor's office, Mr. Wang. Yili is not one to back down easily. If he were to act impulsively and engage with Senior Jiang, it would be troublesome. Yu Qianqian, her expression anxious, relayed the situation to the figure seated behind the wooden desk. The middle-aged man, dressed as a teacher, was none other than Wang Yongfeng, the coach of the school team. His strength was just a step away from the third tier, and his primary responsibility lay in overseeing the training plans and resource allocation for the team members. I understand. After listening to Yu Qianqian's report, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly, quickly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang Qingzhu was the ace student of Linhai No. 1 High School, embodying the considerable efforts of both the school and the Jiang family. Conversely, Yili was a talented martial artist he had only recently begun to notice. Without having had the chance to offer significant assistance yet, it was a precarious situation. If a conflict arose, Jiang Qingzhu might emerge relatively unscathed, but Yili would undoubtedly sustain injuries. If things went awry, severe harm was not out of the question. This outcome was not what Linhai No. 1 High School desired. They were counting on Jiang Qingzhu and Yi Li to join forces and achieve commendable results in the upcoming exchange competition and martial arts examination to bring glory to the school. Upon reaching this thought, Wang Yongfeng immediately rose to his feet and inquired in a hushed tone, "How long has it been since he left?" "Not long, merely 10 minutes. Yu Qianqian swiftly replied, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Excellent. Then the confrontation should not have commenced yet." As Wang Yongfeng spoke, he made his way towards the door, urging, "Hurry, lead me to see." Just as Yu Qianqian was about to nod in agreement, her phone in her pocket began to vibrate, indicating an incoming call. She picked it up and, upon seeing the caller ID, turned to Wang Yongfeng in astonishment, exclaiming, "Teacher, it's a call from Yili. Wonderful." Wang Yongfeng visibly relaxed with a smile, saying, "It seems all is well. You should answer it promptly." Yu Qianqian nodded and connected the call. "Hello, classmate." The calm voice of the young man resonated from the other end. "Are you free at the moment?" "I am." Yu Qianqian hastily responded, "What is the situation with Sister Jiang?" "I was just about to discuss that." His voice seemed tentative. "In brief, we have reached a preliminary reconciliation." "That is good to hear." Yu Qianqian let out a sigh of relief. However, Yi Li's next statement caused her heart to race again. "But she is currently unconscious, and I need your assistance to handle this." "Unconscious?" Yu Qianqian gasped. Wang Yongfeng, startled, quickly inquired, "What happened?" "She fainted." Came the calm confirmation from the other end. Yu Qianqian struggled to steady her emotions, covering the phone and cautiously asked, "How did she faint?" "I knocked her out." The voice replied matter-of-factly, as if puzzled by her seemingly foolish question. "What?" Yu Qianqian trembled at the revelation, disbelief washing over her. "What happened?" Wang Yongfeng was taken aback by her reaction, his voice rising in urgency. "Is someone with you?" Yili asked, somewhat surprised. "There is." Yu Qianqian inhaled deeply, responding in the calmest tone she could muster. I am currently in the guidance teacher's office on the first floor. Please bring Sister Jiang here. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Yili hung up. What on earth is going on? Wang Yongfeng watched as Yu Qianqian sat down in a daze, his heart racing with anxiety. How could a simple phone call lead to this? His mind raced with the worst possible scenarios. Did they actually come to blows? Yes, they did. Yu Qianqian, slightly regaining her composure, leaned her forehead against her hand and confirmed his fears. In her view, Jiang Qingzhu's prowess far surpassed that of anyone on the school team. Even though Yi Li was quite capable, there was a significant gap between them. That was why she had rushed to seek the guidance teacher's assistance. And now, to suddenly hear that he had knocked Jiang out? At that moment, Yu Qianqian felt dizzy. As if the world had turned upside down. What? They truly fought. Wang Yongfeng hastened towards her, asking, what was the outcome? Was Yi Li badly injured? This child, after just a few days, has already resorted to fighting, not even considering the toll on his body. It was one thing to spar with Shun Lian and Lu Yangda. But why did he engage with Jiang? She tends to strike without holding back. Wang Yongfeng lamented, visibly distressed. With the upcoming exchange competition and martial arts examination, as Shun Lian and Lu Yangda's injuries had yet to heal, Yi Li, a promising talent, was now injured as well. How could he bear such pain? The school team of Linhai No. 1 was on the verge of becoming a support group for the injured. Sighing, he turned to Yu Qianqian, saying, I have a fine healing herb. You should take it to him. Creak. Before he could finish, the office door swung open. A boy in white entered. His shoulder torn and stained with blood, his demeanor calm as he cradled a figure in his arms. Upon seeing Yi Li, Wang Yongfeng was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively rising to his feet, his gaze falling upon the figure he held. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. There lay a girl with striking black hair. Her delicate face swollen and eyes tightly shut, clearly in pain, resting in Yi Li's embrace. If not Jiang Qingzhu, then who could it be? Wang Yongfeng's mind buzzed. His lips quivering, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. He turned to Yu Qianqian, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening here? As you can see, Teacher Wang. Yu Qianqian too found it difficult to comprehend, stammering. Sister Jiang has been knocked unconscious by Yi Li and now requires a place to heal. Wang Yongfeng stood rigid, slowly redirecting his gaze back to the boy in white. Hello, teacher. Yi Li politely nodded at him before looking to Yu Qianqian. Where should we go? The hospital. It's not far from the school. Follow me, Yu Qianqian replied, her legs feeling as though they were laden with lead as she numbly exited the office. Yi Li followed closely behind, leaving Wang Yongfeng standing alone in a daze. Tick-tock. The rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall echoed in his ears, sounding like thunder as it made his heart race. That was Jiang Qingzhu, the most talented martial arts student in Linhai No. 1 in nearly 20 years. Her demeanor was cool and serious. Previously, she would shy away from any form of contact, let alone engage in conversation with others. A resolute young woman. She would push through exhaustion to return to the training room. Yet now, she lay unconscious, her face bruised and battered in Yi Li's arms, clearly having suffered a severe blow to her head. A martial artist, struck in battle at such a vulnerable point, was tantamount to defeat. This meant that the boy, barely a few days into the school team, had triumphed over their star talent. How could Wang Yongfeng possibly fathom this? Yi Li, whispering his name. Wang Yongfeng's breaths grew heavy, his heart pounding. In the past 3 years, Yi Li had remained obscure. But now he had revealed his brilliance and directly challenged the Linhai No. 1 team. Such a calm demeanor was remarkable, and his talent was astonishing. A genius. Undoubtedly a genius. Ha ha. Wang Yongfeng sank onto the couch, one hand supporting his forehead, suddenly bursting into laughter. Yi Li, you are nothing short of a monster. With such a prodigy on their side, what chance did other schools stand? The exchange competition was assured. The martial arts examination was secure. Chapter 19. The ashamed Jiang Qingzhu. Linhai First People's Hospital. In the clean and tidy ward, the scent of disinfectant filled the air. Unlike in previous lives, some exceptionally powerful martial artists possess physical resilience far beyond that of ordinary individuals. When injured, typical doctors find it impossible to even cut through their skin with surgical knives, let alone perform suturing. Thus, the top doctors in municipal hospitals often include those with healing talents. Beside Jiang Qingzhu's hospital bed, a female doctor clad in a white coat employed her healing abilities to mend the wounds on her face. Yi Li sat in a chair nearby, arms crossed, summoning his interface. Current evil value, 12,700 points. The originally available surplus, coupled with the 200 points of malevolence accrued from his confrontation with Jiang Qingzhu, enabled Yi Li's reserves to successfully surpass the 10,000 point threshold. Since his transmigration, it was the first time he possessed a 5-digit malevolence value. Once he acquires a suitable breathing technique, he can significantly augment his points. The encounter with Jiang Qingzhu marked the first occasion where Yi Li truly felt the pressure imposed by an adversary. A second-tier martial artist wielding a breathing technique is fundamentally different from any opponent he has faced before. Despite Yi Li's perfected martial arts and his striking power that far exceeds that of his peers, he was unable to swiftly breach Jiang Qingzhu's spear defenses. As nearly 70% of his internal energy was depleted, the opponent's expression still bore no signs of fatigue. This was largely attributable to her breathing technique, which continuously replenished her internal energy. While Jiang Qingzhu's mastery of the breathing technique was certainly not high, after all, the legendary S-rank breathing technique must encompass more than just rapid energy recovery. It nonetheless endowed her with a remarkable endurance that far surpassed Yi Li's. This underscores the significance of breathing techniques. Were it not for his utilization of the Tiangang treading void technique and his SSS-level martial talent, which first disrupted Jiang Qingzhu's flow of internal energy and then allowed him to seize upon her momentary distraction, this clash would have been considerably more arduous for Yi Li to win. While victory was not entirely out of reach, after all, the indestructible golden soul had its own tricks. One must recognize that Jiang Qingzhu's level of power placed her among the elite in Ning province, not as a solitary figure. There were likely a dozen individuals of comparable or even superior strength scattered throughout the province. Should these dozen individuals converge upon him during the martial examination? With Yi Li's current configuration, even if he were to utter the phrase about escaping, he would find it exceedingly difficult to break free from their encirclement. Moreover, achieving victory would be an even more daunting task. Although the likelihood of being besieged is low for an ordinary person, given the proclivities of his own system, to accrue more malevolence points, he must prepare himself for the eventuality of an ambush. In addition to the essential breathing technique, he must also commence preparations for offensive martial skills. Yi Li exhaled silently, mentally calculating his next steps. He was acutely aware of the growing fatigue in his flowing fist technique. It was adequate for delivering the final blow, but severely lacking for offensive maneuvers. At that moment, Yu Qianqian, who had been beside him, suddenly spoke. I truly did not expect that you could defeat Senior Jiang. Her tone was laden with astonishment. Yi Li raised an eyebrow, replying, it was nothing too remarkable. She was rather weak, although it did present a bit of pressure. An esteemed figure from my hometown once said, underestimate the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. As long as I can earn malevolence points, I would dare to mock even an ancient deity. You are indeed bold, Yu Qianqian remarked, her familiar smile returning, her gaze magnetically drawn to the seemingly unfazed Yi Li, sparkling with an unusual brilliance as if she had uncovered a remarkable treasure in him. Only you would dare to say such a thing. Not a single martial science student in Linghai City would have the audacity to speak like that. Yi Li offered a light chuckle in agreement. At that moment, the female doctor who had been treating Jiang Qingzhu concluded her work and, after a thorough examination, let out a quiet sigh of relief. There are no significant issues. Just a mild concussion. The facial swelling has been addressed, and now we merely need to wait for her to awaken before she can be discharged. Thank you. Yi Li replied politely. Yu Qianqian also rose to express her gratitude to the doctor. After the doctor departed, Yi Li stood as well. Are you not going to wait for Senior Jiang to wake before leaving? Yu Qianqian inquired curiously. What does her waking or sleeping have to do with me? Yi Li waved his hand dismissively as he walked towards the door. She is both incompetent and pretentious. My intervention this time can be seen as an act of virtue. Language mockery, malevolence value 100. Huh, she has awakened? Upon hearing the notification, Yi Li's eyes brightened, and he paused in his steps. What is it? Yu Qianqian looked at him in confusion. Before he could finish his thought, Yi Li cleared his throat and turned towards the unconscious girl on the hospital bed. Speaking with a sardonic smile, as the captain of the school team, you act like a bystander, allowing unsavory characters to form cliques, thus corrupting the entire team's atmosphere. That might be acceptable, but then you take on a haughty demeanor due to unfounded rumors, expecting the new members to behave themselves. What? Do the new members deserve to be bullied by your little clique? Am I not entitled to retaliate? Let me be clear, a self-righteous and oblivious young lady like you could benefit from a good beating to set you straight. I hope that when we meet again, you can put away that pretentious attitude, you waste. With that, Yi Li disregarded Yu Qianqian's astonished gaze and turned to leave. On the hospital bed, Jiang Qingzhu's delicate hands gradually clenched into fists, her silver teeth gritted. An unnamed fury ignited within her. Yet she found herself at a loss for any rebuttal against his words. Each of Yi Li's remarks pierced her heart, which had remained untouched by worldly affairs. The implication was clear. Either you take responsibility or you do not. Before I arrived, you neglected your duties, yet now you wish to assume the mantle of captain? If that is the case, I shall deal with you as well. The young girl despised those who prey on the weak. Yet her actions today bore a striking resemblance to those she loathed. At best, she had merely maintained a semblance of propriety. Reflecting on this, a profound sense of shame surged within Jiang Qingzhu. I am sorry, she murmured, barely audible even to herself. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and disgrace overwhelmed her heart, making this prodigy of Linghai City acutely aware of her torment. Successfully breached Jiang Qingzhu's defenses with language, malevolence value 500. Moments later, Jiang Qingzhu sat up, taking a deep breath. Although she had erred, she still had an opportunity to make amends. Her once clear eyes began to shine with renewed determination. Upon seeing Jiang Qingzhu rise, Yu Qianqian looked on in surprise and asked, "Senior, you are awake?" Jiang Qingzhu nodded, then swiftly got out of bed, slipping her delicate feet into socks and shoes. Yu Qianqian hurried forward, tentatively asking, "You just woke. Are you not going to rest a bit longer?" "No need." "Then where are you headed?" Yu Qianqian inquired hastily as Jiang Qingzhu prepared to exit. "To apologize in person." Jiang Qingzhu's tone was resolute as she swiftly vanished through the doorway. To apologize? To whom? Countless questions flooded Yu Qianqian's mind. Yet, before long, Jiang Qingzhu reappeared at the door of the ward. Gazing at the bewildered Yu Qianqian, she asked coldly, "On which floor is Yi Li's training room?" Yu Qianqian's expression froze instantly. Chapter 20. The Dragon Stirs the Mountain. Time passed swiftly, and night fell. In Linghai No. 1 high school, on the third floor of the training building, Yi Li returned to his room, instinctively exhaling a sigh of relief. He had begun to regard this training room as his own home. Now what should he upgrade first? Yi Li sat in his chair, summoning the interface, and fell into contemplation. Name: Yi Li. Current level: second stage, first layer, 10. Current martial skills: flowing fist technique, perfected. Breaking cloud spear technique, perfected. Skyward treading technique, perfected. Current talent: SSS grade undying golden soul LV1, upgradable. Talent ability: gun martial sacred body. Additionally, on his way back, Yi Li made a stop at the library, spending 200,000 Hanxia coins to acquire a second-tier fist technique. This technique, named Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain, was considered a powerful fist skill among second-tier martial arts. After a brief review, the interface promptly displayed relevant information. Second-tier Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain, not yet mastered, points can be invested. Currently, lacking an appropriate breathing technique. There was no urgency to invest points into his cultivation. After all, once he found a suitable breathing method, the point investment might yield acceleration-type buffs. For the moment, it was wise to focus on martial skills and martial talents. Yi Li had always been particularly mindful of the upgradable annotation following, Undying Golden Soul. The LV1, Undying Golden Soul, could instantaneously heal the penetrating wound on his shoulder without expending much stamina, transforming him into the pinnacle of resilience. Upon upgrading it to LV10, would he not be reborn from his blood, impervious to destruction? A flicker of excitement ignited in Yi Li's heart. Yet, he lacked experience in investing points into the SSS grade martial talent, so he was uncertain of the exact cost in malevolent points. There was a possibility that investing over 10,000 points might yield no audible results. Thus, he decided to fully invest in the relatively economical Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain before contemplating the upgrade of Undying Golden Soul. One must take things step by step, and point investments were no exception. Yi Li chuckled softly, his thoughts aligning as a torrent of malevolent points surged into the Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain on the interface. Ding! Consuming malevolent points. Beginning the enhancement of the second-tier martial skill Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain. Thanks to your research into the skyward treading technique, the training difficulty of this less exquisite fist technique has significantly decreased in your eyes. Gain buff, training speed 20. Indeed, not a single point of malevolent energy was wasted. Yi Li gazed at the interface with satisfaction, feeling justified in his prior expenditure of substantial malevolent points to fully develop the incomplete skyward treading technique. Accelerated training in progress. After consuming 200 malevolent points, you have finally discovered the essence of this fist technique by compressing your muscles during the punch and then expanding them upon contact with the enemy. You can not only enhance the punching power but also create a disorienting effect, hence the name shaking in the martial skill. Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain successfully mastered. This domineering and fierce martial skill reminds you of the widely renowned 8 Extremes fist from your past life. You have successfully integrated the principles of both, making slight improvements to this fist technique. Gained buff, training speed increased by 30, malevolent points consumption reduced by 10. After consuming 800 malevolent points, you have mastered the techniques of the shaking fist, able to control the timing and intensity of muscle compression to dictate the power of your punches. Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain achieved mastery. After consuming 1,000 malevolent points, you have become thoroughly acquainted with this martial skill. Even its original creator would not dare claim to understand it better than you. Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain perfected. Having acquired the martial skill merely half an hour ago, he had fully mastered it in under 5 minutes. This was the power of the system S-point investment, truly a seamless process. Yi Li exhaled silently, raising his long hand to repeatedly stretch and clench his fist, feeling the muscles responding to the motion. Martial skills like Dragon S Roar Shaking the Mountain, which emphasized power techniques, had significantly enhanced his control over his own body. Closing the interface, he approached the familiar punch force testing machine, gazing at the massive sandbag designated for testing. Yi Li relaxed his shoulders and sank his center of gravity, slowly forming a fist. His upper arm muscles gradually tightened and compressed, revealing terrifying sinewy lines akin to long serpents, as tremendous power brewed within. In the next moment, Yi Li's right arm shot out violently, shattering the air with a ferocious force akin to a cannonball being fired. The instant his fist met the sandbag, all the muscles in his arm expanded, unleashing a terrifying force capable of shaking even the mightiest mountains. Bang! With a heavy thud, the massive sandbag soared high, crashing against the rear panel, causing the entire apparatus to tremble violently. Immediately, the large screen displayed an astonishing number: punching force 2,100 kilograms. An ordinary second stage, first layer martial artist, even at their peak, could only achieve a maximum of 1,200 kilograms of punching force. 2,100 kilograms surpassed that limit by nearly a factor of 2. If supplemented with a higher grade breathing technique, breaching the 3,000 kilogram barrier would be a mere formality. However, what made this overwhelming power even more daunting was the accompanying sensation of tremors enveloping the fist. If met head-on, 2 or 3 punches might be manageable. But should the number ascend to 7 or 8, one would undoubtedly feel their blood surge and their vision darken. Even if one could withstand the immense force, the experience would certainly not be pleasant. In this regard, Dragon's roar shaking the mountain possessed a certain degree of penetrating efficacy. Yili retracted his hand, flexing his wrist. Having broken through to the second stage, his punching force had indeed increased significantly. However, the Dragon's roar shaking the mountain was rather taxing on stamina. With his current physical strength, he could manage only about 10 punches at most. Yili assessed his internal expenditure, feeling the swelling in his muscles gradually subside, and returned to his chair. Current malevolent points, 12,200. It must be said, compared to the over 3,000 points consumed for the skyward treading technique, the Dragon's roar shaking the mountain was indeed economical, costing only 1,000 points for full mastery. This was reasonable, for the former not only had severely incomplete text, but also boasted a much higher quality than the Dragon's roar shaking the mountain. If the skyward treading technique was rated S-class among second-tier martial skills, then Dragon's roar shaking the mountain would be around the B-class level. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Despite the vast difference in cost, the former's versatility far surpassed that of the latter. He would rather the Dragon's roar shaking the mountain consume more malevolent points. Yili shook his head and summoned the interface. Ultimately, these martial skills were merely transient techniques. For long-term investment, one must focus on martial talent. Current talent: SSS grade Undying Golden Soul LV1 upgradable. The tier is evident. It all comes down to whether one dares to wager. Taking a deep breath, Yili cracked his knuckles. Next, he would begin to fill this bottomless pit. Chapter 21. The Golden Soul Awakens. A young girl arrives. With a thought from Yili, tens of thousands of malevolent points surged into the system interface. Ding! Detected that the host has gambled for the second time. Unlocking special title, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental strength, granting immunity to mental attacks below the 3rd tier. Immunity to mental attacks below the 3rd tier? It is said that many martial artists awakened with mental talents like to hide in the corners of examination points during martial assessments. As the remaining martial arts students let down their guard, he suddenly launched a mental assault, swiftly defeating them. If those elite contenders were akin to a mudslide in the martial examination, then these insidious, underhanded individuals were like venomous bees lurking in the shadows, striking when least expected. With this title, he no longer had to worry about such underhanded tactics. It was an unexpected boon. Yili nodded subtly, his gaze fixed intently on the words continuously emerging on the luminous screen. The development of martial arts talent is a conundrum that plagues the majority of martial artists. Unlike martial techniques, which many predecessors can guide, and once the key is grasped, one can advance rapidly in practice, martial talent manifests in a myriad of forms. Shrouded in mystery, even a powerful warrior with a similar talent may struggle to offer sound advice. Consequently, even those possessing A or S-level martial talents must expend vast amounts of energy and time to cultivate their abilities, awakening the associated extraordinary powers. Those of mediocre aptitude may find it exceedingly difficult to fully develop their martial talent, even over a lifetime. However, the system grant me full capacity. Yili paid little heed to these matters, funneling all his malevolent points into the endeavor. Tens of thousands of malevolent points. This was a grand gamble, my friend. Ding. Consuming malevolent points, commencing the elevation of the Undying Golden Soul's level. After consuming 1,000 malevolent points, your nascent Golden Soul has become increasingly refined, akin to the translucent dawn breaking at daybreak, enhancing its ability to heal the body. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation surged at the center of Yili's brow, and a tingling sensation coursed through his bones. This was a sign of the Golden Soul's increasing refinement. The panel's text continued to appear. After consuming 5,000 malevolent points, your Golden Soul has reached the limit of what your body can bear. You wisely cease further refinement of the Golden Soul and begin to attempt to allow it to nourish your vitality. After consuming 8,000 malevolent points, your Golden Soul successfully nourished your entire vitality, elevating your physical strength to a new level, thereby awakening a new extraordinary power. The undying golden soul has leveled up to LV2. New extraordinary power acquired. Golden soul resurrection. Golden soul resurrection. The golden soul enters an active state, significantly enhancing its vitality and augmenting physical strength. Current malevolent points, 4,200 points. Having expended 8,000 malevolent points, he had finally upgraded this SSS level martial talent by 1 tier. His mental prowess had increased substantially, and he had acquired an additional extraordinary power. Unlike the previous passive, Gun Warrior Body, this one seemed to be an active skill. Golden Soul Resurrection. Yi Li hesitated for a moment, then resolved to test its capabilities. He approached the punching power testing machine, where his previous punches had left deep imprints on the enormous sandbag. Taking a deep breath, Yi Li closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts, and activated the Golden Soul Resurrection state. In an instant, his entire being was engulfed in a surge of vitality, his muscles bulging beneath his skin, and his aura erupted into a frenzied tempest. Exhaling softly, Yi Li opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blazing golden irises that seemed capable of piercing through illusions. Simultaneously, a strand of gold shimmered at the tips of his hair, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. As the golden hue intensified, he began to exhibit traits reminiscent of a super scion. Throughout this transformation, Yi Li's imposing presence swelled, akin to a ferocious beast awakening from the mists of antiquity. The enhancement from the golden soul allowed Yi Li to swiftly adapt to his surging power. He directed his gaze toward the sandbag and then unleashed a punch with all his might. Yet, such a simple action unleashed a tremendous shockwave. As the compressed air produced a sharp, explosive sound, boom, the massive sandbag was punctured, soaring high into the air, its contents bursting forth and shattering the rear barrier. The entire training room shook from the impact. Just before the large screen went dark, it displayed a line of text. Punching power, 6,500 kilograms. Compared to before, this was an increase of more than threefold. This was nearly on par with the punching power of a third-tier martial artist. The enhancement was remarkable. Yi Li gazed in astonishment at the extinguished screen and then at his own fist. This super scion-like transformation indeed provided an extraordinary boost. At that moment, Yi Li felt his very cells tingling with excitement. Although the strain was considerable, he experienced an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. If he were to encounter Shenlian again, he might even be able to send her crashing into a wall with a single slap, rendering her utterly helpless. So this is the state of Golden Soul Resurrection. Truly formidable. It could serve as a trump card, a reliable safeguard. While its duration was evidently limited, Yi Li also sensed that numerous aspects of his abilities had been enhanced, including dynamic vision, reaction speed, and auditory acuity. Just then, Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Someone was at the door. He heard faint footsteps approaching, evidently seeking him out. Yet, at such a late hour, who could it be? After some contemplation, the only possible candidates were Fong Ming or perhaps Qianqian. Soon, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Li exited the Golden Soul Resurrection state, his appearance swiftly returning to normal, save for the lingering domineering aura at his brow, a constant reminder of this extraordinary ability. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted, and Yi Li called out that he was coming, rising to approach the door. Upon opening it, a girl with flowing black hair and delicate features stood before him. Her cherry-pink lips were slightly pursed, and her eyes, as clear as spring water, seemed to gaze at Yi Li with newfound courage. Jiang Qingzhu. Yi Li's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated her arrival at this hour. Could it be that she was dissatisfied with the outcome of their earlier confrontation and sought to continue? With that thought, a subtle smile graced Yi Li's handsome face, a flash of golden light flickering in his dark eyes. Chapter 22. The Mightiest Gunner. Yi Li had grown somewhat familiar with this type of moderately talented martial artist. If one believed they could easily best him, only to be overturned in 2 or 3 exchanges, it was natural for them to harbor some resentment. To avert such scenarios, he never held back, aiming to shatter their pride in a single strike, thereby reaping abundant malevolent points. His previous encounters had gone well, with Wang Run, Shun Lian, and Lu Yongda all having been sufficiently subdued to deter them from seeking further trouble. Even if they still harbored animosity towards Yi Li, they dared not display it openly. However, Jiang Qingzhu's return so soon took Yi Li by surprise, indicating that this true martial genius was indeed distinct from the mere rabble. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Yi Li calmly inquired, "Do you seek me for something?" The true energy within him flowed steadily. Even though the previous activation of Golden Soul Resurrection had left him somewhat depleted, he remained confident that he could subdue her within 3 moves. "I do have a matter to discuss." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, and earnestly stated, "I would like to apologize first." "Apologize?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the intentions of the other party. "Indeed, I heard everything you said at the hospital." Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently, her expression laced with sincerity as she apologized. "I truly meant to resolve this matter swiftly, as I thought it would be unwise to delay my cultivation any longer, which is why I summoned you. Having been defeated by you, I have no words to say. I merely hope you can accept my apology." Her words were delivered with utmost earnestness, leaving even Yi Li unable to discern any traces of pretense. Furthermore, if it were an act, it would have been excessively theatrical. Is that so? Yi Li felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated that the other party was there to stir up trouble. Yet, he did not entirely relinquish hope, responding coolly. "However, if you, Jiang, are genuinely apologizing, it is only proper to lower oneself in such matters. Are you not aware of this? Lower oneself?" A look of confusion crossed Jiang Qingzhu's cool visage, questioning the meaning of his words. "Never mind." Yi Li sighed, recognizing that since the other party was here to apologize and her demeanor seemed fairly sincere, he was disinclined to make further demands. For him, compelling those who are obstinately unrepentant to adhere to such customs is engaging, much like with Shun Lian. It is said that one must grind a villain with their own methods. Thus, offering a chance to someone like Jiang Qingzhu, who displayed a positive attitude towards admitting fault, was not out of the question. With this thought, Yi Li waved his hand dismissively. "I will reluctantly accept your apology. You may leave now." "Just a moment." As she saw him about to close the door, Jiang Qingzhu quickly interjected. Simultaneously, she instinctively reached out her hand to prevent the door from shutting. Yet, upon contact, she was met with an overwhelming force that offered no resistance. Her hand was repelled without even a moment's delay. The door then slammed shut with a thunderous bang. Thud, letting the innocent Jiang family young lady face a closed door. Evil points, 200. Jiang Qingzhu stood dazedly before the closed door, glancing at her slender palm. Based on their earlier encounter, she believed their strengths should be relatively comparable. Yet, what was this immense force? As she pondered this perplexity, the door creaked open once more, revealing Yi Li's impatient expression as he asked, "Is there anything else?" With no time to contemplate the cause of the immense force, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly replied, "I have something else I wish to trouble you with." "Speak. Did you not say earlier that my marksmanship resembled a clumsy defense?" The young girl asked earnestly. Yi Li's interest piqued. It seemed that she had completed her apology and was now seeking to provoke him. Quite audacious. Having learned the art of courtesy before resorting to conflict, Yi Li nodded, a smirk forming on his lips. "Yes, I did say that. What of it?" Jiang Qingzhu nodded, then recounted in rapid succession. "You also mentioned that my reflexes were as slow as those of an elderly individual, and that I was overly self-satisfied." "Indeed, what of it?" "Then I implore you to teach me." In light of Yi Li's momentary astonishment, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her delicate face, earnestly stating, "I am willing to do anything for the sake of improving my marksmanship." "Teach you marksmanship?" After a brief moment of shock, Yi Li frowned and replied without hesitation, "I must decline. That is preposterous." He himself struggled to find an appropriate breathing technique. Moreover, his finances were particularly tight, preventing him from acquiring any cultivation resources or high-quality martial techniques. He even contemplated leaving the city to venture into the secret realms to hunt exotic beasts for profit. At this moment, to be asked to teach a young lady marksmanship? Absolutely not. Furthermore, I do not teach others, Yi Li asserted, shaking his head. "Seek someone else." As he prepared to shut the door once more, Jiang Qingzhu exclaimed, "I can teach you everything I know in exchange. Anything at all." The door, which was on the verge of closing, suddenly halted, and Yi Li's astonished gaze fell upon her, confirming, "Anything at all. If memory serves, any S-class breathing technique commands a price exceeding 5 million hanxia coins. Moreover, such techniques are often unattainable. Typically, only direct disciples of major sects or esteemed families can access them. It was virtually unheard of for such knowledge to be freely imparted to outsiders. Indeed, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with hope as she eagerly declared, "You have just entered the second tier and have yet to practice a breathing technique. I can teach you my dust mist frost snow. This is an S-class breathing technique passed down through generations in the Jiang family, and it will surely aid you. I also possess several precious second-tier martial techniques, and I have already begun to grasp a third-tier technique, if you would just wait a little longer. I can teach you all of these as well." Having said that, Jiang Qingzhu observed the now silent Yi Li, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She could not fault herself for being eager. She was acutely aware that her strength had stagnated at a plateau for quite some time. Despite possessing some talent in martial arts and breathing techniques, which allowed her to surpass most of her peers, her grasp of martial techniques was lamentably inadequate. Several precious second-tier techniques lingered at the threshold of proficiency, never reaching the level of mastery. The elders in the Jiang family who had trained in these techniques were all occupied in frontline battles against exotic beasts, leaving no time to instruct her. As the martial examination approached, Jiang Qingzhu could not deny her growing impatience. Thus, she devoted herself to rigorous training, almost completely disregarding matters concerning the school team, all in hopes of breaking through in her martial technique training. Unfortunately, her efforts yielded minimal results. If this continued, she would undoubtedly find herself at a disadvantage when facing opponents of similar martial ranks and talents. Understanding this well, Jiang Qingzhu continuously sought solutions. Among all the individuals she knew, Yi Li was the only one bold enough to criticize her marksmanship so bluntly. Moreover, He had managed to cultivate the sky gang void step to an astonishingly near-perfect level using nothing but a severely flawed text. Therefore, even if the chances were slim, Jiang Qingzhu was determined to give it a try. Gazing at the youth clad in white, she bit her lip and mustered the courage to ask, "But is that truly possible?" With such a demeanor, it was genuinely difficult to perceive any inclination towards deceit. Having confirmed this at last, under the eager gaze of the Jiang family young lady, Yili took a deep breath and ultimately provided his answer. "Anything at all? Anything at all. Then I shall undoubtedly cultivate you into the strongest marksman in the entire school." Chapter 23. The Rare Dragon Riding the Wind. While breathing techniques may share similarities with second-tier martial techniques, they are not limited solely to second-tier warriors. Before a martial artist reaches the fourth tier and unlocks their body's hidden potential, breathing techniques play a critical role in combat, cultivation, and various other aspects. Furthermore, even after reaching the fourth tier, higher-level breathing techniques can continue to provide significant benefits to martial artists in numerous areas. S-Class Breathing Technique, Red Gang Flame Martial. Latest transaction price, 8 million Hanxia coins. S-Class Breathing Technique, Endless Vitality, latest transaction price, 5 million Hanxia coins. On the wooden chair, Yili gazed at the price displayed on his phone, his eyelids twitching slightly. Clearly, his prior understanding of the cost of S-Class breathing techniques had been woefully inadequate. He had anticipated that the price would not exceed 5 million Hanxia coins, yet the results of his search revealed a staggering amount. It could only be said that poverty had severely limited Li's imagination. Nevertheless, considering that such a breathing technique could benefit a noble family or sect for generations, significantly increasing the likelihood of nurturing an exceptional younger generation, the price seemed justifiable. Fortunately, he had agreed in advance. Otherwise, the thought of someone else seizing this opportunity would have been more painful than death. Yili closed his phone and lifted his gaze towards Jiang Qingzhu, who was shutting the door. He asked softly, "What do you wish to learn?" Marksmanship. Jiang Qingzhu turned around, her lips moving delicately. "My marksmanship is quite poor. In truth, it was merely at a mediocre level." Considering the support she could provide, Yili's tone softened unusually. In reality, during their afternoon sparring, he had effortlessly detected the flaws in her attempts to execute martial techniques, interrupting her efforts without difficulty. While he had indeed perfected the break cloud gun technique, it was fundamentally just an inferior second-tier martial skill. Even when mastered, it was still unremarkable. The more significant reason lay in Yili's gun martial sacred body, which drastically enhanced his proficiency with firearms and polearms, boosting the cultivation speed of gun-related martial techniques by 500. The description alone was rather intimidating. Observing the results was even more astonishing. At this moment, even across the entirety of the Ying province, Yili's marksmanship was undoubtedly the strongest among his peers. After all, it was impossible not to recall the legendary figures from his past life, who possessed indestructible golden souls. One was the great sage, who could flaunt his prowess amidst the encirclement of the 24 righteous gods of the Thunder Department, while the other was the Heavenly Court's war god, known for his remarkable feats, who could split mountains to save his mother. Both were masters of this particular weapon type. Since Yili shared the same golden soul as them, and had awakened such a formidable talent, it could be deemed reasonable. "Show me the marksmanship technique you use most frequently." Yili extended his hand towards Jiang Qingzhu, stating calmly, "I need to see how to instruct you." With their agreement secured, he felt no need for reservations. "All right." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu perceived nothing amiss and obediently nodded. "This book, Riding the Dragon and Riding the Wind Classic, is the marksmanship technique I use most often. However, I have only just begun, so it feels somewhat awkward to execute." As was evident this afternoon, as she spoke, she retrieved a tome from her ring and handed it to Yili. "Should I return home and come to find you tomorrow?" Jiang Qingzhu blinked, glancing at the martial technique she had spent over half a year to grasp, and sensibly added, "The martial arts examination is still some time away. I am not particularly anxious." The martial arts examination was still a month away, but the exchange competition was just around the corner, wasn't it? While flipping through the tome in his hands, Yili casually remarked, "You can stay here for a bit. I'll just take a look. There's no rush." As he spoke, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Observing the words appearing on the panel, his mood brightened. Third-tier martial technique Riding the Dragon and Riding the Wind Classic, rare. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, her frequently used martial technique was indeed formidable. This technique was notoriously difficult to master. Jiang Qingzhu's expression turned somewhat complex as she gently advised, "I took a long time to learn it. Even though your talent surpasses mine by a significant margin, it's unlikely you'll grasp it in a short time." Among the opponents in this upcoming exchange competition, aside from Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion, the rest were not particularly formidable. Even if her martial skills did not improve temporarily, she believed she could still defeat them. Practicing martial arts is a gradual process. One cannot rush it. Jiang Qingzhu invoked her father's famous words, attempting to persuade the young man to reconsider. Yet all she received in response was a frown from Yili. "You now have two choices." He looked at Jiang Qingzhu, speaking in a calm tone. Wait outside or keep your mouth shut and stay here for a while. Which do you choose? The second. Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head, sensibly choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere in the room fell into a sudden stillness. Shifting her gaze from the boy's serious profile, Jiang Qingzhu began to observe her surroundings. The facilities in the room were uniform for everyone. The distinction lay in the additional equipment they had added. In Jiang Qingzhu's room, for instance, there was a costly spirit-gathering array, vastly different from those of ordinary team members. It not only accelerated the refinement of qi and blood and the cleansing of meridians, but also reduced the risk of going berserk and even adjusted the ambient temperature to suit the user. In contrast, Yi Li's room was notably simpler. The only discernible aspect was the frequency with which he utilized the punching force testing machine. When her gaze landed on the punching force testing machine, Jiang Qingzhu froze, her pupils narrowing slightly. Her attention was drawn not only by the large hole in the test sandbag, but also by the blood-red numbers reappearing on the large screen, which had previously vanished due to a malfunction. Punching force 6,800 kilograms. Chapter 24. Jiang Qingzhu's shock. How could this be possible? 6,800 kilograms. What does this signify? Jiang Qingzhu recalled that her own maximum punching force was barely 2,000 kilograms. Even so, that had already surpassed most second-tier fourth-level martial artists, ranking her first in the school. Well, now she was second. Typically, a newly promoted third-tier martial artist would have a maximum punching force of 6,000 kilograms. This number was enough to hinder an average martial artist for decades, if not for a lifetime. Yet, here was someone who had just entered the second tier and had yet to practice a breathing technique, achieving and surpassing that figure. Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but think, if this 6,800 kilogram number represented Yi Li's maximum punching force, then during their contest in the afternoon, he had indeed possessed the ability to severely injure her with a single strike if he had chosen to do so. However, he had refrained, merely delivering a non-lethal blow to her face, rendering her unconscious. This could hardly be termed leniency. It was akin to letting the ocean flow freely. Jiang Qingzhu's heart was profoundly shaken, a wave of shame surging from within. Yi Li had shown such mercy, and she had confidently boasted earlier that he could not defeat her. It was utterly humiliating. True genius should resemble Yi Li, not only concealing his strength, but also leading his opponent to believe that the battle was evenly matched. Had she not left her heavy weapon behind today, she would have undoubtedly sent him flying with a single shot. Recalling Yi Li's words, Jiang Qingzhu pressed her lips together. What she had initially thought to be nonsensical bravado now seemed to hold a kernel of truth. To defeat someone armed with a silver dragon white gun using bare hands, such strength would undoubtedly shine brightly in this year's martial arts examination, a certainty set in stone. Moreover, with that incredible ability to rapidly heal his body, though its grade was unknown, it could hardly be lower than A grade. In summary, Yi Li's prowess had already placed him among the absolute elite in martial arts high schools throughout Ing Province, with a significant chance of contending for the championship title. Just as Jiang Qingzhu was reeling from the numbers displayed on the punching force testing machine, on Yi Li's panel, words continually emerged. Consume 1,000 points of malevolence. Beginning the enhancement of the third-tier martial technique, riding the dragon and surfing the wind. Your gun martial saint body is manifesting its potential. Techniques that once seemed like an esoteric script now appear relatively straightforward to you. Gain buff, training speed increased by 500. It feels as if a complex calculus problem has simply revealed its solution to you. Now you merely need to transcribe the convoluted answer. Training is accelerating. As your malevolence points are expended, your comprehension of this precious martial technique deepens, leading you to grasp the essence of riding the dragon. The essence of riding the dragon lies in executing the martial technique with such swiftness that the spear dances like a roaming dragon, with both the spearhead and shaft possessing formidable destructive power, easily capable of tearing apart the defenses of opponents of the same tier. Upon realizing this, you begin to devote yourself diligently to this aspect. Ding. Training concluded. Riding the dragon and surfing the wind. Great accomplishment, 70. Comment. The gains from this training are equivalent to your previous 20 years of arduous practice. Who could possibly stand against such dedication over 2 decades? Remaining malevolence points, 3,400. 20 years of arduous practice, and only now has the technique riding the dragon and surfing the wind reached great accomplishment? Yi Li's lips twitched slightly. He refrained from recklessly investing all his points. The proficiency of martial techniques is divided into 5 stages: beginner, proficient, mastery, great accomplishment, and perfection. At this rate, it seemed he could elevate riding the dragon and surfing the wind to perfection with less than 1,000 points of malevolence. He vaguely recalled that a previous second-tier exquisite martial technique had cost him 3,000 malevolence points. Yet this higher-tier exquisite martial technique only required 1,000 points to reach great accomplishment. While the augmentation from the gun martial saint body certainly played a role, Yi Li believed it was also intertwined with his steadfastness and effort. A seasoned martial artist, having trained for many years, would undoubtedly grasp a martial technique more swiftly than a young novice. even if their innate talent were equal during their youth. The former would certainly surpass the latter by a considerable margin. Having finished reading, Yili glanced at the dazed Jiang Qingzhu and extended the tome towards her, stating, "I shall begin teaching you now. Are you prepared?" "Already so soon?" Jiang Qingzhu responded, startled by the abruptness. She quickly stood up and asked, "Shall I demonstrate it for you now?" She assumed Yili had merely gone over the basics and wanted to assess her proficiency level. There's no need for such formality. Yili rose and walked to the weapon rack in the corner of the room, retrieving a pitch-black spear. Turning to Jiang Qingzhu, he remarked, "You may execute riding the dragon and surfing the wind and attack me. The best way to hone your skills is through battle. Of course, barring any point allocation." "Attack me?" Jiang Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. How was he guiding her breakthrough? Was he aiming to exploit her weaknesses in technique? Despite her confusion, upon seeing Yili nod in affirmation, she quickly caressed the ring on her finger, summoning a pristine white spear that resonated with her essence, elevating her aura. She had found the spear intriguing the last time, and witnessing it again confirmed her initial thoughts. Yili regarded the silvery white spear and nodded slightly. "Silver Dragon White Spear. A top-tier second-tier treasure. It enhances my cold aura and amplifies the power of my martial techniques. Come forth," Jiang Qingzhu commanded, her voice as crisp as winter's chill. Yili lowered his chin and lifted the long spear, his gaze steady upon her. Jiang Qingzhu nodded, inhaled deeply, and activated her breathing technique, causing the true energy within her to surge. In the next instant, her form vanished from sight. In earnest, her speed was even swifter than during their earlier confrontation. When she reappeared, Jiang Qingzhu was less than 3 feet from Yili. The 7-foot white spear struck like a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing towards Yili's center. The sharp spearhead emitted a white glow, cleaving through the air with unstoppable force. Yili's dark eyes lowered. Jiang Qingzhu's proficiency in riding the dragon and surfing the wind appeared commendable. The spear's tip shimmered with a white radiance capable of penetrating armor. Among her peers, she exhibited exceptional mastery. However, after achieving great accomplishment in riding the dragon and surfing the wind, Jiang Qingzhu's attack pattern seemed glaringly obvious to him. Surging true energy coursed through Yi Li's body, swiftly flowing through the meridians opened by riding the dragon and surfing the wind. Buzz, accompanied by a resounding gunshot. A phantom dragon suddenly materialized around Yi Li's pitch-black spear. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu's spear tip was mere inches from him. Yi Li slightly sidestepped, evading her thrust with a minuscule adjustment of his position. He raised his right hand, exerting force, and casually swung towards Jiang Qingzhu's body. The entire motion flowed like water, devoid of any sense of hesitation. As the pitch-black spear danced, the air erupted with a tearing sound, and the illusory dragon scales flickered into view. "This is..." Jiang Qingzhu's eyes filled with profound shock at the astonishing sight on the spear. This manifestation was precisely what she had yearned for. It was an anomaly that could only emerge from achieving great accomplishment in riding the dragon and surfing the wind. How could this be possible? From the moment the technique was bestowed upon him until now, scarcely 10 minutes had passed. Chapter 25, Remarkable Progress. Jiang Qingzhu's grip on the spear trembled slightly as she fought to suppress her astonishment, instinctively activating her protective true energy. In an instant, a torrent of surging true energy erupted forth. Then, exhaling a breath of frigid air, she condensed her true energy into layers of formidable ice crystal barriers that stood resolutely before her. Yet, despite the seemingly impenetrable layers of ice, they appeared alarmingly fragile against the onslaught of the ferocious phantom dragon, akin to mere paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. Crack! The sound of shattering ice resonated sharply. In the blink of an eye, the spear demolished Jiang Qingzhu's defensive true energy, the pitch-black shaft effortlessly striking her. Thud! At the last moment, Yi Li tempered his force, retracting the spear just enough so that only the fierce wind struck Jiang Qingzhu. Her attire was torn asunder, revealing swathes of her porcelain skin beneath. Jiang Qingzhu was sent flying over 10 feet before stabilizing herself, her breath ragged yet her eyes, reminiscent of a clear winter stream, shone even brighter. From the deliberate display of riding the dragon and surfing the wind, Jiang Qingzhu successfully discerned what she lacked. Standing with her spear, Jiang Qingzhu fell silent, deep in contemplation. The air hung thick with stillness. Yi Li planted the spear into the ground and observed her, refraining from interrupting. He had revealed as much as he could about the martial technique. Whether she grasped its essence depended on her innate talent. "Ah, I see now." After a silence of several seconds, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her spear once more, assuming her stance. Buzz! This time, a spectral dragon scale manifested on her silver-white spear. Success! Jiang Qingzhu joyfully lifted her head, gazing at Yi Li. "I have finally cultivated to the proficient level described in the book. You are truly remarkable." She felt as though she had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune, breaking through the bottleneck that had troubled her for months in a remarkably short time, something her elders at home could never achieve. Yi Li smiled silently, though his heart felt as if it were shattered into 1,000 pieces. Damn it. I have trained for 20 years to reach the level of mastery in this martial art. After just 2 moves, you tell me you've broken through? How long have you been practicing this technique? Yi Li suppressed the surge of frustration within him and casually inquired. If it weren't for the brevity of time, it might have been more acceptable. I have been practicing since I first entered the 2nd tier. Today marks nearly half a year. Jiang Qingzhu replied. Her head hung in modesty. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, a forced smile gracing her delicate face. Before meeting you, I always thought of myself as a genius. Come on, as if you're not a genius now. Yi Li adjusted his breath, calmly stating, you are indeed a genius. That much is beyond doubt. How can that be? Compared to you, Jiang Qingzhu's voice faltered, and a sense of unprecedented despondency washed over her face. I am merely a mediocre person forged by resources. Then focus on your training, Yi Li sighed, resigning himself to the futility of explanation. He then chuckled lightly. There's a saying in my hometown, a great master begets a great disciple. Since you claim I am a genius, with me as your instructor, if you fail to show some results, don't blame me for scolding you. He vividly recalled that for every time he could break Jiang Qingzhu's defenses, he would earn 500 points of malevolent value. All right. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes sparkled, and an unprecedented admiration illuminated her face. Initially, she had regarded Yi Li as merely a reckless warrior. However, upon gaining a deeper understanding, she now perceived him as a sharp-witted genius. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu felt that the legendary figure with unparalleled talent, who also delighted in helping others, was right before her eyes. How impressive! He is truly remarkable. Yi Li, my esteemed classmate, Jiang Qingzhu said earnestly, a smile gracing her features. I beg you to whip me into shape going forward. It's quite surprising you can utter such shameful words, Yi Li replied, incredulously. Shameful? Is it? Jiang Qingzhu blushed slightly as she glanced at the expanse of her exposed skin. This is truly my heartfelt sentiment. Indeed, it is quite shameful. Please refrain from such declarations. Yi Li sighed silently, placing the spear back in its position. Then turning to the bright-eyed Jiang Qingzhu, he smiled gently. Then, let us conclude for today. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Qingzhu frequently traversed between Yi Li and her training room. Yi Li kept his word. Whenever Jiang Qingzhu struggled to grasp a concept or her movements were sluggish, he immediately launched into a tirade. You incompetent fool, even elementary students could understand this demonstration. How can you claim you're baffled? Jiang Qingzhu, my late grandmother could wield a spear more adeptly than you. What are you hesitating for? Damn it. With your abysmal talent, you'll only burden the martial world. Under such meticulous guidance, Jiang Qingzhu shed many small pearls of wisdom, and Yi Li successfully amassed a considerable amount of malevolent value. After maxing out the Dragon Riding the Wind Classic, he still had surplus points on his panel. Current malevolent value, 7,200 points. Once Jiang Qingzhu provided him with breathing techniques, his combat prowess would ascend to new heights. Under Yi Li's tutelage, Jiang Qingzhu's progress in the Dragon Riding the Wind Classic was meteoric, from merely entering proficiency to achieving mid-proficiency, according to her estimations. Touching upon the realm of mastery was merely a month away, a feat she had never envisioned before. With Yi Li, a genius with monstrous talent in martial arts, assisting her, it was akin to having a compass in the vast desert, guiding her in the right direction without the worry of losing her way. She simply needed to stride forward in the direction he indicated. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Qingzhu always entered the training room neatly attired but left in disarray, leading to rampant speculation among classmates regarding the reasons behind her transformation. Many unfounded rumors circulated, but Jiang Qingzhu paid them no heed. To her, in the entirety of Linhai No. 1 High School, the opinions of anyone but Yi Li were inconsequential. Yi Li's reprimands were far more palatable than their flattery or slander. Chapter 26, Meeting Before the Exchange Competition. In the training building, conference room. With less than 2 days remaining before the exchange competition, the school team's guiding teacher, Wang Yongfeng, summoned everyone for a discussion regarding strategies. Yi Li sat beside the main seat, his eyes half closed. Not far away, Lu Yongda, Shun Lian, and several others wore expressions of distress, as if shrouded in a layer of leaden gloom. Their furtive glances occasionally fell upon the calm and handsome youth, revealing a mix of caution and trepidation, occasionally crossing paths with one another. Yet, each exchange of glances seemed to betray a profound fear, directed solely at the composed young man. Clearly, the events of the past week had afforded them a preliminary understanding of Yi Li's strength. Aside from Jiang Qingzhu, no one on the team could match him. Seated, Shun Lian bit her silver teeth, her fists clenched. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qingzhu, who sat beside her at the main table, feeling a surge of irritation. Just 2 days prior, she had heard that Jiang Qingzhu had sought out Yi Li for a conversation. Shun Lian had anticipated that Jiang Qingzhu would take action against Yi Li due to the grievances she had reported, thereby achieving her goal of driving a wedge between them. However, to her dismay, days had passed, and Yi Li remained as lively as ever, showing no signs of being thwarted. It was evident that Jiang Qingzhu had dismissed the rumors she had spread. Damn Yi Li, who can rein him in? Xun Lian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet, she lacked the courage to confront Yi Li, so she resigned herself to her predicament. At that moment, Wang Yongfeng, seated at the main table, stood up. Our opponent in this exchange competition is Qingshan No. 1 High School from Qingshan City. He glanced at Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu beside him before continuing with a smile. The captain of their team, many of you are already familiar with, is named Tang Yao. She is not only the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, but also a renowned young warrior in Qingshan City. Her martial arts level is at the 6th stage of the 2nd tier, 2 stages higher than Jiang Qingzhu, and her martial talent is classified as B level, known as True Self-Sword Heart. As the name suggests, she excels in swordsmanship. It is said that her personality is confident and proud, making her the undeniable backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School. She is our only formidable opponent on this trip. Wang Yongfeng's smile faded, and his words took on a more cautionary tone. However, upon hearing his description, Yi Li's eyes sparkled with interest. The prospect of overpowering a confident and proud sword-wielding maiden genuinely piqued his curiosity. In contrast, the expressions of the others grew somber. Observing their reactions, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly. The 2nd-tier 6th-level martial artist has already attained a commendable status among the martial arts students at the prestigious Martial Arts High School in Ning Province. Some substitutes on the teams of martial arts universities are only at this level. However, Wang Yongfeng remains unperturbed. In his estimation, the combined prowess of Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu can undoubtedly surpass this young master of the Sword Pavilion. Among the remaining 6 members of Qingshan No. 1 High School, 4 are at the 1st tier 7th level, 2 at the 1st tier 8th level, and 1 is at the pinnacle of the 1st tier. Even accounting for Xun Lian, who has been demoted to a substitute, their overall strength surpasses that of their opponents. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, victory seems almost assured. Fortunately, with Yi Li joining their ranks, the previously adverse situation has transformed into a favorable one. The victorious team will receive a reward of 1 million Huanxia coins, along with a Qi blood pill. Wang Yongfeng leaned on the table as he elaborated. Substitutes will receive 20,000 Huanxia coins, with no Qi blood pill. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Xun Lian could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, glaring furiously at Wang Yongfeng, exclaiming, "Substitutes receive only 20,000 Huanxia coins? On what grounds? Are you treating us like beggars?" Her outrage stemmed from a very straightforward reason. She had just been forcefully stripped of her status as a formal team member by Yi Li. Initially, Xun Lian believed that as she was nearing graduation, losing this identity would not be a significant loss, and thus reluctantly accepted the situation. But today, a sudden revelation that she had not only lost 80,000 Huanxia coins, but also a Qi blood pill, which holds significant value for first-tier martial artists, left her feeling utterly devastated. Her emotions plummeted as she recalled the recent series of heavy blows dealt by Yi Li. A wave of deep grievance and fury surged within her. After spending 2.5 years in the school team, diligently competing, she had never earned a sum even close to this. Meanwhile, Yi Li, whom she had always regarded as a mere pawn in her life, not only snatched away her team identity, assaulted her boyfriend, but had also transformed into the school's darling. Xun Lian, are you truly this anxious? In response to Xun Lian's ire, Wang Yongfeng adjusted his glasses and patiently began to explain, "I haven't finished speaking yet." Xun Lian, momentarily subdued, returned to her seat. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and continued, "In addition to the aforementioned rewards, the student who performs the best in this exchange competition will also receive a treasured artifact provided jointly by both cities." After stating this, he turned to Xun Lian with a smile, adding, "Moreover, this reward is unrelated to the substitutes." At that moment, the last remnants of Xun Lian's composure shattered. "Yi Li." She abruptly pushed her chair aside, glaring at the young man not far away, and shouted defiantly, "If you have any shred of conscience, return that 80,000 Huanxia coins and the Qi blood pill to me." Her tone bore an unmistakable aggression. Such an audacious stance left Lu Yangda and his companions dumbfounded. Had Xun Lian always been this bold? Did she not realize that Yi Li could easily defeat her with a single punch? Yi Li opened his eyes and gazed at her with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. How quickly she had forgotten the lessons of their last encounter. Yet, he recognized his own fault in being too lenient, allowing her to so swiftly regain her audacity to speak. She even had the audacity to claim the 20,000 Huanxia coins. "Have you lost your voice? I'm speaking to you." Xun Lian, in her anger, continued, "You ungrateful wretch. How could I have been so kind to you in the past?" Seemingly rekindling a sense of boldness, she grew increasingly fervent. "Let me tell you, Yi Li, the school only values your potential. If you didn't possess such martial prowess, do you think they would allow a notorious individual like you into the team?" As she spoke, her eyes welled with tears, staring intently at Yi Li, appearing profoundly aggrieved. Jiang Qingzhu glanced over. While she did not care about her own reputation, she was concerned about Yi Li's. In her clear eyes, a frosty blue light flickered, and the temperature around her began to drop ominously. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Yongfeng interjected, furrowing his brow. Xun Lian refrained from uttering baseless allegations. He could not tolerate anyone sowing discord between Yi Li and the school. The potential that the youth was currently exhibiting was terrifying, and the higher-ups at the school were eager to cultivate a sense of belonging in him towards Linghai No. One high school. This troublesome Shun Lian was making a scene. Wang Yongfeng felt a surge of anger rising within him. Were it not for her status as a substitute on the team, he would have been inclined to eject her from the room. What? Am I wrong? Shun Lian glared at Yi Li, casting aside any fear she had once held for him. She scoffed. Now the entire school knows that Yi Li is a brash and violent bully. She felt justified in promoting tales of his supposed bravery within the team. Yi Li, you are nothing more than a rat that everyone wants to exterminate at Linghai No. 1 High School. At that moment, Shun Lian suddenly noticed a glint of ruthless intent flash in Yi Li's black eyes. Akin to a predator spotting a rat causing chaos in a grain store, there was no pity, only a pure and unadulterated murderous intent. The next second, the young man broke into a light chuckle. Simultaneously, his entire demeanor shifted, and an overwhelming aura descended upon Shun Lian, enveloping her in an oppressive atmosphere. The air in the conference room grew stifling. Shun Lian instantly realized her overreach. A chill swept over her, and a thin layer of cold sweat formed on her smooth, delicate back. As the owner of those black eyes slowly rose, Shun Lian's heart, which had been relatively stable, began to race wildly. Chapter 27. Buddy, do you know my cultivation level? How dare you threaten me with rumors? Yi Li, don't go too far. After over a decade of interaction, Shun Lian had developed a habit of instinctively attempting to threaten him in this critical moment. But she quickly recognized that she had nothing to leverage against him. Or did she? Suddenly, she recalled a plot from a novel she had read, where even a weak female protagonist could use slander to leave a formidable senior speechless, leading to tragic consequences. If she could manipulate the rules effectively, perhaps she could intimidate Yi Li into hesitance, making him refrain from acting rashly. Yi Li, don't forget your reputation at school. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you can kiss your chance at redemption goodbye, Shun Lian declared, retreating while maintaining a calm demeanor. As expected, upon hearing her words, Yi Li immediately halted his advance. A hint of confusion crossed his handsome face. Good. Observing this, Shun Lian's heart raced even faster, and she continually reassured herself. Stay calm. This is the conference room. Surrounding us are the team members, and even the instructors are watching. As long as Yi Li dares to act, those rumors of him bullying classmates will become undeniable. No matter how talented he is, the school will reconsider his eligibility for the team. You're really going to apologize now? Just as Shun Lian was about to say something further, her eyes widened in shock. In her line of sight, Yi Li's figure vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Shun Lian felt a hand gently pressing against her chest. The breath of death loomed ominously. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated throughout the conference room. Bang! The heavy wooden door burst open with a thunderous roar, and amidst the flying debris, Shun Lian's form was hurled backward, blood gushing forth. A horrifying depression appeared on her chest, with the ribs protecting her vital organs shattered in numerous places. She crashed heavily onto the bluestone floor, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. With a dry throat, she silently observed this scene. Lu Yongda trembled all over, daring not to turn his head, fixated on the table before him. Jiang Qingzhu nodded slightly, as if she had anticipated the boy's actions, calmly sitting back down. An eye for an eye, a deed for a deed. This was indeed the adversary's modus operandi. Wang Yongfeng's expression turned rigid, and he swallowed hard. Casting a complex gaze towards the barely conscious Shun Lian outside the room, he said nothing further. He watched intently. Had Shun Lian not jumped out to provoke him, Yi Li would have simply ignored her. To refrain from taking action in the end would appear somewhat lacking in vigor. The path of martial arts is not merely an academic pursuit. For a martial arts prodigy like Yi Li at such a young age, being conspicuous is an essential quality. Moreover, he discerned that Yi Li had held back slightly at the last moment. Otherwise, that punch could have easily claimed Shun Lian's life, rather than merely fracturing some ribs. Alas, one must embrace youthful exuberance. Wang Yongfeng sighed inwardly. Before Shun Lian, Yi Li flexed his wrist, a smile gracing his face as he leisurely approached her. At this sight, Shun Lian trembled violently, a wave of immense fear and regret surging from within her heart. This madman, Yi Li, did he not care about his reputation? Damned. Why did I provoke him in the first place? At this point, not only would the 80,000 and the blood essence pill be out of reach, but even the 20,000 would be unattainable. Would my martial examination results be affected? Even my future cultivation might bear hidden injuries. Oh, Shun Lian's features twisted in agony as she writhed on the ground, blood continuously spilling from her mouth. Immediately thereafter, Yi Li's nonchalantly mocking voice rang in her ears. Classmate, get up quickly. This is no place for sleeping. Severely injuring and humiliating a longtime crush. Evil deeds, 3,000. Current evil deeds, 10, 200 points. Shun Lian's vision darkened, and engulfed by the searing pain, she fainted on the spot. Teacher Wang. She publicly slandered me first, and then openly humiliated me. Yi Li turned to the complexly expressioned Wang Yongfeng and said blandly. A slight lesson for her shouldn't violate school regulations, right? To be honest, he was equally puzzled as to where Shun Lian found her courage. Was she unaware of her own cultivation level? These 3,000 points of evil deeds seemed to be thrusting themselves into his embrace. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng took a deep breath, his expression gradually turning to one of resignation as he smiled wryly. Encountering such individuals in our youth can indeed ignite one's ire. Losing one substitute is of little consequence for this exchange competition. Therefore, this meeting will conclude here. As he spoke, Wang Yongfeng took out his phone and dialed for emergency assistance. Before the call connected, he earnestly addressed the crowd. You all prepare accordingly. We shall depart tomorrow. Chapter 28. The Schemes of Qingshan No. 1 High School. Within the training building of Qingshan No. 1 High School, a middle-aged man sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle surveyed the serious faces in the room. Smiling as he said, the relevant information about our opponents for this exchange competition has been sent to you. Tomorrow morning, they will arrive at our school. Consider this a pre-battle meeting. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them now. His gaze finally settled on a figure across the long table, and he gently prompted, Tang Yao, would you care to begin? Seated at the opposite end of the long table, the girl known as Tang Yao donned a black and white sword outfit, a straight sword resting before her on the table, exuding an aura of unmatched sharpness. Merely sitting there, everything around her seemed to fade into obscurity, losing its original edge and brilliance. This was a demeanor only attainable after stepping into the realm of swordsmanship. The identity of the girl was unmistakable. She was the swordsmanship prodigy that Qingshan No. 1 High School took great pride in, as well as the deputy master of the sword pavilion, Tang Yao. I have no particular views. Tang Yao raised her bright eyes, her elegant face revealing a smile devoid of warmth as she remarked, apart from that Jiang Qingzhu, they are merely a rabble. Her tone carried an extreme confidence that naturally instilled a sense of belief in those who heard her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged teacher nodded in apparent satisfaction. After all these years, she remained the most promising talent he had encountered. Her future accomplishments would likely not fall short of that of the sword pavilion's master. The middle-aged teacher then turned his gaze to the others, deliberately smiling as he said, what about the rest of you? Surely you cannot all share the same sentiment as your captain, viewing them as a rabble? Certainly not. In response, a boy with a delicate demeanor stood up, picking up a document from the table as he spoke in a deep voice. Most of the members from Linhai No. 1 High School have been thoroughly researched by us. However, there is one individual on this official roster about whom we have not gathered sufficient information. To be cautious, I will briefly share what I know about him. This person, aside from the Vice Captain Liu Yongda, is another first-tier peak warrior in Linhai No. 1 High School, named Yi Li. He was a sudden addition to the team last week, and I have inquired with several friends studying there. They all said they had never heard of him in the past 3 years. The middle-aged teacher looked on in astonishment. So, he has been lying low all this time. Building up strength? The delicate boy nodded. That's what I believe. He then set the document down and addressed the group. Compared to the others, this Yi Li seems to have appeared out of thin air. His combat style is unclear, and his martial arts talent remains unknown. Therefore, I think it prudent to pay attention to him. Chingu, you are also at the first-tier peak. Do you lack confidence in dealing with this person? A team member asked. That's hard to say, replied the boy named Chen Deng, casting a glance at the team member before solemnly stating, primarily, there are unsettling rumors surrounding Yi Li at Linhai No. 1 High School. Unsettling? Yes, it is said that he single-handedly defeated Vice Captain Liu Yongda, along with 2 established members of the school team. As Chen Deng's words fell, not only did the middle-aged teacher furrow his brow, but the other team members also displayed grave expressions. The school team of Linjiang No. 1 High School consisted of individuals at least at the first-tier 7th level. Aside from Tang Yao, no other student from Qingshan No. 1 High School could accomplish such a feat. Chen Deng's eyes darkened as he remarked, while this rumor surely has its embellishments, and Yi Li likely faced a tough battle, he might still pose a threat to the captain, so we must remain vigilant. Humph. Upon hearing this, Tang Yao, who had been resting with her eyes closed, let out a light laugh, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking arc. Clearly, she did not concur with Chen Deng's assertions. Tang Yao believed that any first-tier pinnacle martial artist capable of withstanding a strike from her could be considered a testament to her restraint. Among the ranks of Linhai No. 1 High School, only the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, whose martial prowess was somewhat comparable to hers, could barely be regarded as a rival. With a pair of piercing eyes, Tang Yao spoke in a calm, yet formidable tone. If you feel the need to be wary, just make sure I am not included. In response, Chen Deng displayed no signs of discontent. Instead, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes as he chuckled awkwardly. I am fully aware that with the captain's prowess, defeating this individual poses no challenge, hence my casual remark. The other members nodded in agreement, casting similar admiring glances at the proud girl who sat in meditative silence. The middle-aged man, cognizant of the group's admiration for Tang Yao, also understood that she did not appreciate such attention. To avert any displeasure from her, he promptly declared, that concludes today's meeting. You all may return to rest and prepare for tomorrow afternoon's competition. Upon Tang Yao and the middle-aged teacher's departure from the conference room, The remaining members turned their gazes toward Deng. One of them spoke first. Brother Chun, regarding the matter you mentioned, we have made all the necessary preparations and gathered everyone. Indeed, as soon as the group from Linhai No. 1 High School arrives, we will promptly seek an excuse to invite them for a martial arts exchange. Another chimed in. With over 100 first-tier martial artists taking turns, we will surely exhaust their stamina. Listening to the fervent discussions, Deng nodded slightly, casting a self-deprecating smile toward the closed door in the distance. If Captain Tang were to discover our scheme for victory, would she be angered? The others, aware of his concern about being exposed, one stood up anxiously. Brother Chun. Tomorrow afternoon, both the Sword Pavilion and Fengyan University will be present to witness the competition. For the sake of our future, we must take this risk. Our overall strength lags behind theirs, and even with Captain Tang's presence, we may still be outperformed. Indeed, without the substantial rewards of 1 million Huanxia coins and the blood vitality pills, how can we contend with the extraordinary beasts in the martial examination? Brother Chun, we all understand your feelings toward Captain Tang. If we wish to keep pace with her, winning the favor of either Sword Pavilion or Fengyan University is imperative. As their voices filled the conference room with excitement, all eyes were fervently fixed on Deng, their eagerness palpable. They yearned for victory in the upcoming exchange, hoping to secure generous rewards to enhance their strength, and perhaps even garner the favor of the esteemed Sword Pavilion and Fengyan University. The Sword Pavilion is undeniably the leading martial sect of Qingshan City, enjoying considerable prestige throughout the entire province. Meanwhile, Fengyan University stands as the most recognized martial arts university within the province, renowned for its abundant resources, deep-rooted foundation, and formidable strength. Excelling in the exchange competition could likely earn them early admission opportunities, paving the way for a prosperous future ahead. Faced with such enticing prospects, it is no wonder they were willing to take the risk of disqualification in pursuit of this plan. Hearing their fervent words, Deng's self-mockery gradually faded, replaced by a somewhat grim expression. With the martial examination looming, he had come to terms with the harsh reality of his inadequate strength. As a first-tier pinnacle martial artist, he might be considered an elite within the martial program of the high school, yet compared to those prodigies who had ascended to the second tier, he felt woefully insufficient. If he wished to keep pace with that dazzling figure, he would have to resort to any means necessary. It was crucial to clear the space of the training arena in advance, ensuring minimal noise to avoid detection by the school authorities, and to deplete their stamina significantly. Understood, he replied. Additionally, Deng's eyes flickered with determination as he added, once they enter the training arena, even if our performance is somewhat lacking, it matters not. The first group of combatants will consist of ordinary martial program students. Should the truth come to light afterward, it would not jeopardize our future. Chapter 29, Arrival at Qingshan. Acquiring the S-Class breathing technique. At the high-speed train station in Qinghai City, the colossal train roared into the station, gradually decelerating as it approached the platform. Yili rose from his seat, gazing out the window. It is noteworthy that in this world, certain high-tier martial artists can surpass the speed of a high-speed train solely through their physical prowess. Furthermore, some low-tier martial artists, upon awakening their respective martial talents, can achieve similar feats. During the upheaval of beasts in the secret realm outside the city, or when a beast tide occurs, the railway is likely to face destruction, making these martial artists invaluable. To maintain the operation of the high-speed trains, the Railway Bureau occasionally issues contracts, inviting martial artists to clear the beasts that roam near the railway. These martial artists are sometimes adventurers seeking work, while others are martial students earning a little pocket money. In different worlds, different industries inevitably emerge. As Yili pondered these thoughts, he followed the flow of people and disembarked from the train. As soon as they exited the station, two students clad in uniforms approached them. You must be friends from Linhai No. 1 High School? One of the students smiled. We have arranged accommodations for your rest, just follow us. Very well, they replied, and soon the group made their way to the reception hotel prepared by Qingshan No. 1 High School. The hotel was situated in the city center, and its decor indicated a high standard, clearly reflecting the effort the reception team from Qingshan No. 1 had invested. Once the Linhai No. 1 High School team members had retreated to their respective rooms, the two reception students approached Wang Yongfeng with a light smile. If you have no further arrangements, how about a tour of Qingshan No. 1 High School? It's been quite a while since you've been here, and it would also help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Wang Yongfeng pondered for a moment before nodding. That sounds good. I will go call the others. There's no rush. The two students exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with delight. As soon as the guests entered Qingshan No. 1, their plan would be halfway to success. In one of the hotel rooms, Yili surveyed the environment with general satisfaction. The exchange competition was set for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving ample time to pass. After sitting on the bed, he summoned the system panel. Name: Yili, martial level, second tier, first stage, 15. Current evil points, 10. 200 points. It had been several days since his breakthrough to the second tier, yet he remained at the first stage, and he found it increasingly difficult to contain his impatience. Despite possessing over 10,000 evil points, he refrained from allocating them, awaiting the enhancement of the breathing technique. However, after multiple inquiries, Jiang Qingzhu had consistently informed him that it would require a bit more time. It seemed that acquiring an S-class breathing technique was no simple task, and Yi Li bore no ill will, merely nodding in understanding. Yet as time passed, and he gazed at the amassed points without the means to utilize them, he felt a growing sense of frustration. If, after 2 more days, following the exchange competition, he still had not received the breathing technique, he would no longer wait. Yi Li exhaled deeply. After the exchange, the martial examination loomed near. For safety's sake, he must secure a breathing technique to utilize. His aversion to settling was indeed proving somewhat detrimental. Just then, a soft knock echoed at the door. Yi Li rose and approached. Upon opening the door, Jiang Qingzhu's exquisite and ethereal visage came into view. Teacher Wang has asked us to gather and pay a visit to Qingshan No. 1 High School, she said, her tone buoyant as she blinked playfully. A visit? Well, I suppose it's an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings, she continued, gracefully gliding her fingers over a ring, from which a hefty tome materialized in her hand. And this is the Jiang family's white mist, frost, and snow, she added, extending the book towards Yi Li with a hint of apology. I took quite some time to retrieve it. I hope you can forgive me. Is it really that thick? Yi Li inquired, his surprise evident as he accepted the tome, realizing it was the most substantial book he had yet encountered. Indeed, that's precisely why stealthily extracting it proved to be quite a challenge, Jiang Qingzhu affirmed, a touch of pride in her voice. But this difficulty does not daunt me. Yi Li hesitated, then cautiously queried, aren't you worried about facing punishment for this? Stealing a family heirloom, an S-rank breathing technique, is certainly a transgression that would cause any father to faint from shock, no matter the realm. He contemplated various possible repercussions, confinement, corporal punishment. However, Jiang Qingzhu appeared unfazed. She waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, I will not meet a dire fate. How can you expect me to feel reassured? Yi Li rubbed his temples, then added, nevertheless. Thank you. Should you find yourself in trouble, I shall assist you. What nonsense. This is merely a fair exchange, Jiang Qingzhu replied with a serious expression, feeling that Yi Li was being overly courteous. After all, he had rendered her a considerable favor and yet acted as if he were the one at a disadvantage. Furthermore, given their current friendship, she believed such formalities were unnecessary. At her words, Yi Li chuckled softly and nodded. Then I shall peruse this tome. Please inform the teacher that I have other matters to attend to and will not be joining the visit to Qingshan No. 1 High School. Very well, Jiang Qingzhu said, pressing her lips together before advising. The practice of white mist, frost, and snow is quite arduous, far more so than the martial skills we've encountered previously. I have been practicing for nearly a year and have only just scratched the surface. I am still far from mastery. Therefore, if you find it difficult to comprehend at first, do not fret. You may come to me with any questions. I can teach you everything I know. With your aptitude, you should be able to grasp the basics within 3 months. With that, she waved goodbye to Yi Li. He nodded in acknowledgement, remaining non-committal. 3 months, by then. The situation might very well have changed. Once she was a distance away, he swiftly closed the door with a decisive clap and returned to his bed. After calming his racing thoughts, he slowly opened the interface. Chapter 30. White mist, frost, and snow. Snowflakes fill the sky. Yi Li was genuinely taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had been pondering the complexities of breathing techniques, and now, here was the solution delivered to him. Initially, he had intended to utilize the second-tier white interface to experiment with that so-called Tang Yao, collect his rewards, and then settle for a makeshift breathing technique. However, it seemed there was no need to wait any longer. He focused on the interface, current malefic value, 200 points. Letting out a silent breath, he opened the thick tome before him, flipping through its pages one by one. S-rank breathing technique, white mist, frost, and snow. According to Jiang Qingzhu, this S-rank breathing technique was notoriously difficult, likely consuming a significant amount of malefic value. Yi Li had not previously delved into breathing techniques, and he suspected that this enhancement would be challenging to achieve. Nonetheless, he did not overly worry. Previously, 8,000 malefic points had sufficed to elevate the SSS rank Indomitable Golden Soul to level 2. Surely, over 10,000 points could secure a foothold in an S-rank breathing technique. Let us see what mysteries this high-level breathing technique, valued at millions of Hangxia coins, holds. System, allocate points. Yi Li focused his mind, and the multitude of malefic points surged forth like a torrent, cascading into the breathing technique. Ding. Consuming malefic value. Beginning enhancement of S-rank breathing technique, white mist, frost, and snow. As you first peruse this intricate breathing technique, you find yourself ensnared in contemplation. Each character is familiar, yet combined, they form an incomprehensible sentence. You cannot help but ponder. How do these words coalesce into coherent phrases? To master this exceedingly challenging S-rank breathing technique, you must quiet your mind and begin to piece together the context for understanding. After consuming 1,000 malefic points, you have learned a new method of recovering true qi through breathing. unlike the previous crude method of voraciously inhaling air and spiritual energy. You have discovered a technique to guide spiritual energy, ensuring that each breath is accompanied by a substantial influx of qi. After consuming 2,000 malefic points, you have skillfully mastered the technique of drawing spiritual energy using breathing frequency, and you begin to infuse your true qi with a chilling sensation. After consuming 3,000 malefic points, you have adeptly acquired the method to imbue your true qi with frost properties. Each physical contact can forcibly inject a trace of cold into your adversary. White mist, frost, and snow, beginning stage. This must be the realm Jiang Qingzhu occupied, infusing her true qi with frost, causing her adversary's limbs to gradually stiffen and even suffer frostbite through repeated contact. However, for an ordinary person to reach this stage, the frost properties would remain limited to their physical body. In contrast, Jiang Qingzhu wielded a long spear, allowing her weapon to bear the chilling effect as well. How fortunate it is to have wealth, Yili mused, shaking his head lightly as he continued to allocate points. After consuming 5,000 malefic points, your years of research have rendered you capable of rapidly recovering true qi without relying on specific breathing frequencies. Even a normal rhythm suffices. Martial skill level up, white mist, frost, and snow, proficient. After consuming 6,000 malefic points, due to your deepening understanding of this breathing technique, your true qi can now possess significant frost properties. Mere seconds of contact with your palm can instantaneously freeze your opponent. Martial skill level up, white mist, frost, and snow, expert. After consuming 8,000 malefic points, your mastery of frost has reached an extraordinary level. The speed at which you recover true qi via this breathing technique is now dozens of times faster than before your training. Martial skill level up, white mist, frost, and snow, mastered. After consuming 9,000 malefic points, you have gained complete control over the frost within you and begin to explore the method of releasing it all at once. After consuming 10,000 malefic points, you have mastered the technique of unleashing a massive surge of frost in an instant, sweeping in all directions. Acquired technique, snowflakes fill the sky. Snowflakes fill the sky enhances the output power of true qi, enabling the instantaneous release of substantial frost capable of freezing everything in the vicinity. Martial skill level up, white mist, frost, and snow has reached perfection. Comment. This enhancement consumed a total of 10,000 points of malevolence, equivalent to the level of improvement one would achieve after 50 years of arduous training. Do not be misled by your youth. For in terms of mastery over this breathing technique, it would not be an exaggeration for Jiang Qingzhu to address you as grandfather. 50 years of relentless training have finally perfected this S-rank breathing technique. The flow of true energy within my body circulates with remarkable speed, and I feel a sense of growth with each breath. With merely a thought, the abundant true energy coursing through my being can instantly transform into a bone-chilling cold. As I gazed at the text on the display, my heart raced slightly. I began to comprehend the exorbitant cost of this S-rank breathing technique. Firstly, the speed at which true energy is restored is astonishingly rapid. Once mastered, it surpasses that of martial artists who lack such training by several dozens of times. Where the latter would require an entire day to replenish their energy reserves through focused practice, the former can accomplish this in merely an hour. Moreover, one need not concern themselves with the rhythm of breathing, environmental noise, or the concentration of spiritual energy. It can be said that aside from its high cost and the difficulty of learning, the S-rank breathing technique presents virtually no significant drawbacks. Not to mention, upon reaching perfection, it grants an additional ability akin to a superpower. My gaze lingered on the introduction of snowstorm, and a flicker of excitement ignited within me. I pondered just how formidable the so-called explosive power could be. I made my way towards the training room provided by the hotel. After a cursory examination of the approximately 20 square meter space, my eyes gleamed a bright ice blue, and an intensely sharp, cold wind surged forth from my body. Boom. The air resonated with an explosive sound as the visible cold energy radiated outward in shockwaves, striking the walls and instantly unleashing layers of crystalline ice. I gazed in astonishment at the surrounding phenomena. This display likely consumed about 20% of my true energy. A thick white mist enveloped the training room, and even a typical first-tier martial artist would experience excruciating pain merely from inhaling it. The mist paired with snow indeed befitted the breathing technique's name. Additionally, the facilities situated between me and the wall, including cushions, steps, and instruments, were all encased in a thick layer of solid ice, remaining utterly motionless. I attempted to pry at the ice layer and found it to be a solid 3 to 4 centimeters thick, leaving me astonished. It seemed that without prior preparation, an ordinary first-tier martial artist would likely be instantaneously incapacitated by the very snowstorm they conjured. Even if they were not frozen into unconsciousness, they would probably find themselves on the ground, devoid of combat capability. Wouldn't this be a bit exaggerated? With such a potent skill attached to the S-rank breathing technique, Would a typical martial science student truly be able to contend? Upon exiting the training room, I found that within mere breaths, the true energy I had expended had replenished significantly. Current malevolence points, 200. As I glanced at the dwindling figure, a twinge of anxiety surged within me, and I sighed softly. Were it not for the absence of any unscrupulous martial arts halls in the vicinity, I would have considered storming in to challenge them directly. With several hours remaining until the so-called exchange competition, I needed to find a way to accumulate more malevolence points. Having only a 3-digit sum in my account was far too unsettling. Regrettably, I couldn't find a reason to act, nor did I have suitable candidates at hand. I could only hope that the purported Tang Yao possessed popularity on campus comparable to Jiang Qingzhu. Otherwise, it would be challenging to secure a substantial influx of malevolence points. Just as I prepared to lie down for a brief rest, my phone on the bedside began to vibrate. Upon picking it up and glancing at the screen, the languid expression on my face instantly faded, and I sat upright. The screen displayed 2 succinct messages. Jiang Qingzhu, I've been surrounded at the training arena. Jiang Qingzhu, a lot of people are here with ill intentions, insisting on sparring with us. I'm somewhat tied up. Could you come and help? Chapter 31, Classmate. Entry is prohibited here within the expansive training arena. Beneath the grand and imposing structure, a multitude of over 100 silhouettes gathered before the competition stage, encircling a group. The strikingly cool girl stood behind the crowd, her pale fingers tapping away at her phone screen. Just call our teacher. This group is not playing by the rules. ISNT, there a teacher present? No, it's all students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, and they keep pressuring us to engage. All right, I understand. Upon reading this message, Jiang Qingzhu exhaled in relief and tucked her phone back into her pocket. The boy was usually reliable, so she felt reassured. Jiang Qingzhu lifted her gaze towards the raucous crowd not far away, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. A hint of warmth quietly surged within her clear eyes. Initially, she had thought it was merely a routine observation. The team leader, Wang Yongfeng, had also not paid much attention as he headed to the great office, intending to discuss educational insights with the teachers of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. However, as Jiang Qingzhu and her group entered the training arena, the previously harmonious atmosphere abruptly shifted. Out of nowhere, over 100 martial science students approached with exuberance, initiating conversation. As the team captain, Jiang Qingzhu, out of courtesy, engaged in brief dialogue. However, after a few polite exchanges, the tone shifted abruptly as they requested a friendly spar, citing their prior knowledge of Linhai No. 1 Middle School's team's exceptional prowess. Although Jiang Qingzhu coldly refused this request, within the Linhai No. 1 Middle School team, a girl named Yu Qianqian, who was rather naive, succumbed to the relentless entreaties and ascended the stage. Jiang Qingzhu felt a vague sense of unease. Yet, considering Yu Qianqian's 8-fold first-tier cultivation level, competing against a typical martial science student shouldn't consume much time or energy, so she reluctantly acquiesced. However, the outcome was disastrous. The opposing team sent forth a delicate-looking boy, who, relying on his peak first-tier cultivation, swiftly knocked the unsuspecting Yu Qianqian unconscious. This infuriated the members of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Lu Yongda and his 2 lackeys charged forward, vociferously demanding an explanation. The over 100 students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School did not back down, retorting loudly, "Is it our fault you lack skill? Now that you've lost, you're in a frenzy? If you couldn't handle it, you shouldn't have agreed." Upon hearing this, Lu Yongda's composure shattered. Damn it, Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, employing such underhanded tactics. If it weren't for our big brother not being here, you'd dare to play tricks? Exactly. If our big brother were here during your provocation, he could take you down with a single slap, boasting without a shred of shame. Is Linhai No. 1 Middle School filled with such blabbermouths? If you have the guts, come up and spar with us. The 2 factions engaged in a heated exchange, their tempers flaring, with no signs of reconciliation. Throughout this turmoil, the delicate boy on the competition stage remained calm and collected, exuding an air of confidence. After assisting the unconscious Yu Qianqian off the stage for rest, Jiang Qingzhu promptly sent a message to Yili. At this moment, taking in the bickering crowd, she took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Afterwards, she cast a cold glance at the delicate boy on the competition stage and made her way over. Their casual injury to her teammate was an overt provocation. Jiang Qingzhu, possessing a second-tier 4th-level cultivation, began to reveal her presence, swiftly approaching the combat stage. As the cool and aloof girl with a hint of anger on her face approached, Chen Deng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The striking beauty with flowing black hair was undoubtedly the young lady from the Jiang family of Linhai City. With her cultivation at the 2nd level, 4th stage, A-grade martial arts talent, and S-grade breathing technique, Chen Deng's mind briefly processed her formidable attributes, and he was immediately engulfed by a sense of overwhelming pressure. His own strength, merely at the peak of the 1st level, could only be deemed mediocre in comparison. Suppressing the turmoil within, Chen Deng managed a slight smile and deliberately raised his voice. Inquiring, "Classmate Jiang, what is it that you wish to do?" His elevated tone quickly captured the attention of the crowd below. The clamor ceased, and numerous gazes turned towards him. Upon seeing the cool girl ascend the stage, the The crowd's expressions sharpened with focus. Her solid second level, fourth stage cultivation exuded a palpable pressure that was difficult to ignore. You bully the weak. Thus, I shall respond with overwhelming force, Jiang Qingzhu stated coldly, her expression as frigid as ice. Are you seeking a spar? Chun Deng felt a surge of exhilaration. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Considering the necessity to conserve his strength, he swiftly turned to the audience and declared, "Is there anyone who wishes to experience the prowess of the captain of the Linhai No. 1 high school team? I can relinquish this opportunity." At his words, someone in the crowd immediately grasped the implication and, gritting their teeth, exclaimed, "I'll do it." A flicker of coldness passed through Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. She understood the intent behind their maneuver. They clearly aimed to exhaust her group's stamina through sheer numbers, ensuring an easy victory in the afternoon's exchange match. They had even gone to the trouble of marking the area outside the training arena as temporarily sealed and had sent away the supervising teachers. Despicable. Fortunately, she had promptly notified Yi Li. She was confident that it would not be long before he arrived with the teachers to intervene. With that thought in mind, Jiang Qingzhu summoned a long spear, pure white as snow, her presence becoming increasingly commanding. The warrior facing her could barely withstand a single glance before being sent tumbling from the high platform by her strike. Yet, another challenger eagerly ascended the stage, only to be similarly dispatched by her spear. This cycle continued, demonstrating her prowess as the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family. Observing from below, Chun Deng's eyes gleamed. Ordinary first-level warriors could hardly contend with her, and even he would falter after just a few exchanges. "Brother Chun, do not fret," someone beside him chuckled. "A multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. With 126 first-level warriors on our side, do we truly fear we cannot wear her down? A mere 20 to 30 of us can exhaust her true energy." Chun Deng nodded slightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With the plan progressing smoothly, success was all but assured. The vice-captain, Lu Yongda, was down below, eagerly preparing to take the stage. What a fool. A smirk crept onto Chun Deng's lips. What about Yi Li? At that moment, someone leaned in, concern etched on their face. If he doesn't come to observe, might he run off to fetch a teacher upon hearing about this? Let him do as he pleases, Chun Deng replied dismissively, shaking his head. With so many teaching buildings at our school, a newcomer like him will be lost trying to call for help. By the time someone arrives, it will all be over. And if he comes directly without calling anyone, then there is even less to worry about. A peak first-level warrior may not even be my match. Meanwhile, outside the training arena, within a gazebo designated for checking the identities of entrants, a student tasked with keeping watch was dozing off. As long as no one was allowed entry within the hour, their plan would succeed splendidly. Several fellow students from the same school who had wandered near the training arena had already been turned away by them. Just then, a figure appeared around the corner. The student on watch, catching sight of the newcomer from the corner of his eye, instantly shook off his drowsiness and sat up. The approached individual, dressed in flowing garments, with tousled black hair and an indifferent demeanor, strode purposefully toward them. So handsome, the student thought, momentarily distracted by the sight. However, the youth was not in school uniform. He must be from another school. Lost in thought, the black-clad youth soon stood before him. The watchful student quickly rose and raised his hand. "Classmate, this way." Bang. Before he could finish speaking, the newcomer let out a cold snort, pivoted on the spot, and unleashed a right kick that struck the gazebo like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, the entire structure shattered into fragments, sending the student responsible for keeping watch flying to the ground, rendered unconscious. Yi Li, however, paid him no mind and continued into the training arena, his speed increasing until he was sprinting forward. Chapter 32, One-on-One. I challenge you all. Yi Li's dark eyes burned with intensity as his true energy coursed through him, gradually infused with a chilling aura. To be cautious, even as he dashed at great speed, he ensured that his presence remained undetected. Yi Li was acutely aware that his cultivation was meant for overpowering the opponents, not to intimidate them with mere visibility. That said, he knew that upon seeing him arrive alone, they would likely be overjoyed. For within the training arena, he sensed over 100 faint auras, all at the first-level strength. In the face of such a lineup, a second-level warrior's combat power would undoubtedly seem inadequate. Clearly, this was a trap set by Qingshan No. 1 High School, likely intended to weaken Linhai No. 1 High School's combat effectiveness before the battle. Yet, Yi Li remained unfazed. In truth, he had no knowledge of who the mastermind was, nor did he understand the Qingshan No. 1 High School's stance on the matter. All he knew was that he was prepared to unleash a storm of violence. This was not a reckless pursuit of great gains. On the contrary, Yi Li's thoughts were remarkably clear. Unfamiliar with the territory of Qingshan No. 1 High School and lacking contact with Wang Yongfeng, he realized that seeking assistance from external allies would only waste precious time. Even if he could eventually rescue Jiang Qingzhu and her companions, it would be pointless, as their adversaries would have already achieved their goals. Thus, to provide substantial aid, he would need to inflict unacceptable losses upon them. The opponents must have had prior knowledge of Linhai No. 1 High School's combat strength. Since they dared to set a trap, They must have had confidence in their ability to overwhelm the group. And he, Yi Li, was the wild card in this equation. Initially troubled by his dwindling evil points, it now seemed there was no need for concern. Yi Li's heart surged with excitement, yet he quickly quelled it. The wind howled in his ears, and his dark attire billowed around him, utilizing the perfected riding the wind and soaring dragon technique. His slender form seemed to ride the tempest as he surged toward the entrance of the training arena. Boom! The heavy wooden doors burst open with a resounding crash, and a figure, propelled by fierce winds, charged into the arena, landing in the center. All eyes turned in astonishment toward the newcomer. Such a dramatic entrance undoubtedly startled everyone present. Even Jiang Qingzhu, who had just sent her opponent flying from the stage, paused to look up, her long spear held aloft. As the winds settled, revealing a strikingly handsome youth clad in black, Lu Yongda, observing from below, erupted with joy. "Big brother. My heavens. You actually came. Even a fool." Upon witnessing Jiang Qingzhu's increasingly strenuous demeanor, should have sensed that something was amiss. Lu Yongda was no exception. After realizing the unsettling situation, he intended to find an opportunity to slip away and call for reinforcements. Yet he found himself trapped at the foot of the stage by hundreds from Qingshan No. 1. Even his loyal subordinate was not spared, being closely watched. This predicament left Lu Yongda in a state of frantic anxiety. Unexpectedly, just as he found himself at a loss, that once formidable figure, who had treated him like a dog, appeared to save the day. Lu Yongda had never envisioned that the terrifying silhouette from the past would now shine as brightly as a savior. "Big brother?" At this, Chen Deng, seated in the spectator area, was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly turning grave. "Is that Yi Li? Has he arrived so soon?" He hadn't anticipated that the lookout would fail to provide timely warning. This was rather peculiar. Could it be that they had inadvertently fallen asleep? Fortunately, he noticed that there were no other figures accompanying Yi Li, suggesting that he had come alone. With this thought, Chen Deng exhaled in relief. Not concealing the amusement in his tone, "It seems we have an impulsive fool here." Most likely, upon hearing that his comrades were in trouble, he rushed over in a panic, utterly oblivious to the trap and the disparity in strength between the two sides. "Hee, let me teach you a lesson." A smirk curved Chen Deng's lips as he rose, addressing the black-clad youth below. "Classmate, your timing is impeccable. We are engaged in a friendly spar. I wonder if you would care to join us." As he spoke, several martial artists from Qingshan No. 1 subtly shifted, discreetly blocking the exits. Observing their covert maneuvers, Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, how do you wish to spar?" "Naturally, a one-on-one challenge," Chen Deng replied with a smile. "A one-on-one?" Yi Li glanced at the crowd closing in around him, mockingly inquired. "You mean that I am to face all of you alone?" Hearing this, Chen Deng furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much, don't misunderstand." Yi Li surveyed the surroundings, his internal energy surging with a roaring intensity, and smiled. "I merely meant that I quite like your approach to challenges." "You mean to say?" Chen Deng narrowed his eyes. "You are willing to accept the spar?" "Of course," Yi Li replied, as if announcing news of great importance. At that moment, an ethereal mist began to envelop him, rendering his body partially translucent. This peculiar sight caused Chen Deng's expression to shift. Judging by the energy emanating from Yi Li and the current stance he had taken, he appeared far beyond a peak first-tier martial artist. Something was off, exceedingly off. Wait a moment. Just as Chen Deng began to speak, Yi Li's figure vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he stood before a group of Qingshan No. 1 students, an aura of swirling white mist surrounding him, resembling a celestial being engulfed in flames. The mist danced around him like vibrant spirits, creating an extraordinary spectacle. In the instant their pupils dilated, this celestial figure took a step forward, delivering a thunderous punch that shattered the air, striking the foremost individual. The sound of a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the venue. An ancient saying goes, "A sound is worth 1,000 gold." Crack! The spine-chilling sound of bones fracturing suddenly pierced the air as the ferocious force detonated upon the individual, sending him hurtling backward, blood spraying forth, as he collided with several others, crashing into the wall. Boom! The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning. Only when the flames of white mist ignited around Yi Li did the others finally react, their eyes wide with terror as they instinctively recoiled. Chen Deng in the stands was equally dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that the opponent would strike so mercilessly. That punch had rendered 5 or 6 first-tier martial artists gravely injured, stripping them of their combat capabilities. Moreover, whether they could participate in the martial examination afterward was now in question. Boom! At that moment, another sound of concrete shattering echoed. Chen Deng instinctively looked down to see several more Qingshan No. 1 students being struck by the black-clad youth, spewing blood and collapsing unconscious. His previously tranquil heart now trembled violently. Below, Yi Li glanced upward, locking eyes with Chen Deng, whose black, ink-like pupils were chillingly devoid of emotion. This made Chen Deng's heart tremble uncontrollably as he roared. "Is this what you call a friendly spar? Cease this at once. Stop." As he spoke, he leapt into the air, descending fiercely, a glimmering golden blade materializing in his hand, aimed sharply at Yi Li's forehead. C-grade martial talent, Radiant Blade. The remaining students from Qingshan No. 1 regained their senses. Angered and humiliated, they shouted in unison, drawing their weapons and surrounding the black-clad youth. In the instant Chun Dang's blade descended, Yi Li's illusory form began to move with incredible speed, transforming into a blur. With the perfected techniques of celestial steps and dragon's flight enhancing his speed, he far exceeded that of his peers at the same tier, not to mention Chun Dang, who was merely a peak first-tier martial artist. What appeared to others as an incredibly swift blade strike seemed to Yi Li as if it were in slow motion. He effortlessly dodged the blade, grasping Chun Dang's face as he descended, exerting force to slam him forcefully into the ground. Boom! Under the combined forces, Chun Dang's head struck the earth with tremendous force, instantly rendering him unconscious. His body lay stiffly, straight as a stick, resembling a pair of chopsticks thrust into the ground from a distance. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qingzhu on the combat platform quickened her breath, while Lu Yangda and the others felt their throats dry and hearts race. The remaining students from Qingshan No. 1 stood frozen, unable to comprehend that the black-clad youth had defeated Brother Chun in a single blow. Even the school's teachers could not vanquish Brother Chun in an instant. He was even more formidable than the instructors. Come on, are you not fond of will battles? Yi Li exhaled a breath of frustration, his gaze disdainfully surveying the dazed crowd, a clear smirk appearing on his fair and handsome face. At this sight, the students from Qingshan No. 1 felt a chill run down their spines, a sensation akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Chapter 33. The terrifying frost and snow descends. The first clearing of the arena. Everyone, do not panic. At that moment, a student from Qingshan No. 1 finally steeled his resolve, realizing a crucial point. With such extensive use of energy and consecutive strikes, even a second-tier martial artist could not last long. Yes, indeed, someone exclaimed, their expression brightening. His energy must be nearly depleted. He is likely trying to intimidate us to buy himself time to recover. What? Is that so? This makes sense. Everyone, do not let him recover. The first student to notice the issue shouted loudly, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Li. Whether it was his imagination or not, he thought he detected a hint of paleness on Yi Li's face, a clear sign of exhaustion. My speculation was indeed correct. The student was filled with ecstatic joy, exclaiming, everyone, join me in greeting. Let us see how much energy he has left to squander. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was moved, and the fear that had initially begun to take root swiftly dissipated as they uniformly approached the young man clad in black robes. Observing this development, Jiang Qingzhu furrowed her delicate brows. The student's assertion was indeed not unfounded. Yi Li's previous attacks had been nothing short of spectacular, showing no sign of conserving his energy, and even exuding a hint of extravagance. Such reckless expenditure of energy would undoubtedly lead to significant depletion. Based on her own reserves, she realized she had already consumed around 70%. Given that Yi Li's martial prowess was inferior to hers, it was reasonable to assume his consumption rate was even higher. With this thought, Jiang Qingzhu grasped her spear and prepared to charge forward. However, Yi Li cast her a cold glance, the warning unmistakable. Do you not need my assistance? Jiang Qingzhu halted, momentarily bewildered by Yi Li's calm demeanor amidst the crowd, struggling to comprehend his resolve. Yet, she respected his choice, pausing briefly to regard him with concern. Meanwhile, the first-tier martial artist from Qingshan No. 1 High School had approached Yi Li. The closest student was now merely 3 feet away from him. At that moment, the student suddenly noticed Yi Li closing his eyes. Instantly, the white mist surrounding him coalesced, and his previously translucent form became solid. To all appearances, this was the stance of one whose energy had been exhausted, forced to cease their martial practice. The student initially intended to smile, but was inexplicably overcome by a surge of dread. An aura of extreme danger rushed towards him. Not only he, but those nearby also felt a chill that raised the hairs on the back of their necks. Instinctively looking up, they beheld the young man in the black robe, whose dark eyes suddenly glimmered with a celestial blue light. Under the bright illumination, it resembled a lake in the heart of winter, blanketed by snow. In the next moment, a visible tempest erupted from within the young man. This storm carried an intense chill, causing the air temperature to plummet by several degrees, and the spiraling shockwave rapidly expanded in all directions. A blizzard? Recognizing the technique, Jiang Qingzhu's pupils constricted, an absurd emotion crashing over her, rendering her momentarily dazed. He had only acquired the breathing technique less than an hour ago, and he had already mastered the blizzard technique. How could this be possible? At that moment, beneath the platform, accompanied by the young man's light laughter, the frigid storm swept across an expanse of several dozen meters. The expressions of the first-tier martial artists changed dramatically as they attempted to retreat, only to find themselves thrown into chaos, swiftly engulfed by the tempest. What a terrifying martial skill. In the final seconds before losing consciousness, they shared a singular thought. The sound of howling, reminiscent of a blizzard from the far north, filled the air, intermingled with the sickening crack of ice and countless cries, composing a symphony entitled Blizzard. When the storm subsided, it revealed dozens of lifelike ice sculptures, each a frozen figure that struggled in vain to break free. The sound of ice sculptures crashing to the ground echoed with a series of crisp, melodious notes. In the astonished gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and the others, the young man in black unreservedly exhaled a plume of white mist and stepped forth from among the ice sculptures. His demeanor calm and collected. His energy reserves were now truly nearly depleted, but the rewards had been plentiful. As he walked, he listened to the notifications ringing in his ears. Injured a peak first-tier martial artist, evil points, 1,000. Injured 17 five-fold first-tier martial artists, evil points, 8,500. Injured 46 three-fold first-tier martial artists, evil points, 13,800. Injured. Current evil points, 46,000, can be exchanged for a treasure. Yi Li strolled towards the exit, his mood exceedingly pleasant. Thus, the evil points expended on the breathing technique were replenished. He could return to tally his gains and await the afternoon's exchange competition. As he made his way out, he casually waved his hand, uttering a nonchalant remark before exiting the martial arts arena. Upon leaving, he encountered Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School, engaged in cheerful conversation. Yi Li, have you finished your business? Wang Yongfeng inquired, slightly surprised. I was just planning to check if you needed any assistance. No need, thank you, teacher. Yi Li replied politely, passing by him directly. Oh, Teacher Wang. Is this the Yi Li from your team? He seems quite polite. One teacher remarked with a smile. Another, a burly figure, expressed mild discontent. A martial artist looking so refined and gentle, resembling a scholar. How absurd. One cannot lack a hint of sharpness. Teacher Wang, if I recall correctly, this Yi Li is at the peak of the first tier, right? Amidst the discussions about Yi Li, one teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School subtly inquired, so, does he possess considerable talent? I wonder if he has awakened any martial abilities? You shall find out this afternoon. Wang Yongfeng deftly redirected the conversation with a smile. Let us not dwell on him. It is nearly mealtime, and we must gather the students observing the martial arts arena for lunch. Indeed, the group quickly made their way into the arena. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, the previously jovial group stood frozen in place. The arena was strewn with students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Some lay beneath shattered walls, others sprawled on the ground nearby, while a few had their heads buried deep in the earth. Additionally, dozens of crystal-clear ice sculptures stood firm beneath the combat platform, their icy surfaces spreading cracks. In the center of these ice sculptures, the ground bore circular patterns of ice spreading outward, forming irregular shapes that appeared as marks left by a tremendous force. It was unmistakable that a breathtaking battle or a violent release of energy had just occurred here. Oh my heavens! Wang Yongfeng and the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School felt the world spin around them, their minds swirling in disbelief, nearly causing them to collapse. Looking at the students. These were all third-year martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Now, so many were down here. What on earth had transpired? In the vast arena, only a few from Linhai No. 1 High School remained standing, their faces still reflecting shock. Wang Yongfeng struggled to regain his composure and turned to Jiang Qingzhu on the combat platform, his voice trembling as he posed the most pressing question. Who did this? Chapter 34. He single-handedly broke through your defenses. Without hesitation, Jiang Qingzhu responded, I did. Liu Yongda's earlier excitement swiftly waned, replaced by a sensation akin to heart-wrenching suffocation. The usually detached and upright Jiang Qingzhu had chosen to step forward, taking the blame for Yi Li and fabricating a lie. Liu Yongda felt an overwhelming pang of bitterness in his heart, yet he could not muster any jealousy. You alone could achieve such a feat? In the distance, a teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School regained his composure, his expression shifting dramatically as he questioned. This is a gathering of over 100 students from Qingshan No. 1. How could you single-handedly reduce them to such a state? Do not think to evade responsibility. You must provide us with an explanation. This is not your place to speak. Jiang Qingzhu's voice, frigid and clear, interrupted him. As she spoke, her crystalline eyes suddenly glowed with an icy blue radiance, reminiscent of Yi Li's earlier demeanor. A palpable chill emanated from her, and in an instant, an ethereal ice maiden, nearly indistinguishable from her, emerged behind her. An A-class martial talent, the Ice Maiden's manifestation. One of her companions turned pale, rushing forward to grasp the teacher who had questioned Jiang Qingzhu, urgently whispering, Are you out of your mind? This girl is the daughter of the Ji Beijiang family. What? The teacher snapped to attention. The Ji Beijiang family was a prestigious lineage with genuine high-tier warriors in residence, having quelled second-tier calamities in the past. It was no exaggeration to state that should the Jiang family wish to deal with him, they had myriad means at their disposal, accustomed to wielding authority over students. He had not anticipated encountering someone of such formidable stature today. Casting a strained smile towards Jiang Qingzhu, the teacher stammered, My apologies, I was momentarily overcome with emotion. Jiang Qingzhu paid him no mind, turning her gaze to Wang Yongfeng, and stated coolly, Mr. Wang, the students of Qingshan No. 1 are deeply corrupt, delighting in underhanded tactics. It was he who sought to strike us, yet lacked the ability, resulting in his current condition. In your report, You may attribute this incident to me alone or to the 6 of us collectively. Handle it as you see fit. With that, she gracefully descended from the dual platform, assisting the still unconscious Yu Qianqian as they exited the training grounds, leaving the teachers of Qingshan No. 1 exchanging bewildered glances. So that is how it is. Watching the figure of the girl fade into the distance, Wang Yongfeng felt a profound shock within. Having served as a guiding teacher for 2.5 years, he had gleaned some understanding of the girl's temperament. If this truly was Jiang Qingzhu's doing, she would not have executed it so decisively. She would never act unless she were physically present on the dual platform. In his memory, there was only one individual in the entire school team whose combat style was so piercingly sharp, yet possessed sufficient strength, the ink-clad youth who had politely greeted him just 5 minutes prior. What a remarkable lad. How many cards do you still hold close to your chest? 1 hour later, at Qingshan City People's Hospital, in an exceptionally spacious and tranquil ward. This room had been meticulously arranged to create a comfortable and secure healing environment, housing 2 full rows of hospital beds. Each bed cradled an unfortunate soul, their bodies swathed in thick bandages and their heads immobilized with plaster casts. These pitiable individuals were the very students who had fallen injured in the martial arts arena of Qingshan No. 1. At this moment, the majority remained in a state of unconsciousness. Despite the advanced medical capabilities of the martial arts world, the attending physician's stamina was limited. Faced with such a multitude of severe injuries, even Qingshan City's largest hospital could not expedite the healing of all of them. The attending physician was astonished, pondering who Qingshan No. 1 had provoked, as it seemed that nearly the entire senior class had been admitted. Could it be that a beast had laid siege? It was worth noting that even he had not witnessed the grand spectacle of over 100 martial artists being brought into a hospital simultaneously for many years. Meanwhile, in an adjacent single-patient room, the guiding teacher of the Qingshan No. 1 school team, Su Ligong, stood before a bed, his brow furrowed and his expression fluctuating between anger and concern. Are you implying that you were the one who instigated the confrontation? He looked at Chen Deng on the bed and asked in a low voice, you requested them to strike, only to be felled by their blows? Yes. Chen Deng lowered his head in shame, the thick bandages obscuring the complex emotions in his eyes. He was not emboldened by courage to admit his actions. It was simply that there were too many witnesses and evidence at the scene. It was clear that if the school opted to investigate, the truth would be unearthed with minimal effort. Given this, he found it wiser to confess outright, hoping for the school's leniency. After all, although he had been knocked out by Yi Li's punch, there were still over 100 first-tier martial artists behind him. Even if Yi Li was a second-tier martial artist, he would undoubtedly face a severe reckoning. The current situation likely meant that the students from Lehigh No. 1 had suffered greatly, prompting them to demand an explanation from Qingshan No. 1. Are you joking? Su Ligong's face turned ashen as he demanded, over 100 first-tier martial artists from your side, and only 6 from Lehigh No. 1 took you down like this? There must be a limit to your lies. Do you realize the gravity of this situation? This incident has turned our school's martial arts examination into a significant issue. Why? Because we have no participants left. Over half of the students in the martial arts senior class are now in the hospital. Su Ligong's voice rose, the veins on his temples bulging with agitation. It was no wonder he was beside himself. The current state of affairs had essentially jeopardized the entire martial arts examination results for Qingshan No. 1. He had just checked. The students lying in the hospital would require a minimum of 2 months of recuperation without the healing powers of the medical department's abilities. 2 months, by then. The martial arts examination results would have already been published. The thought of this made Su Ligong's face flush with rage. He had hoped to hear from Chen Deng that the students from Lehigh No. 1 had acted aggressively, providing grounds to demand compensation from them. Instead, he was met with a confession of guilt. Was this not an admission that the incident was entirely the fault of Qingshan No. 1? Nonsense. Su Ligong's fists clenched tightly as he struggled to accept such an absurdity. Over half of them were in the hospital? Hearing Su Ligong's words, Chen Deng was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that all the Lehigh No. 1 students had been incapacitated, demanding an explanation from his side. How could it sound from his own teacher that they were the ones at a disadvantage? This was impossible. It was known that the senior class of the martial arts department had nearly 200 students, all elite members of Qingshan City's younger generation. How could over 100 of them, attacking 6 martial artists of similar rank, end up in such a predicament? Moreover, if over half were in the hospital, it implied that more than 100 of their own had been taken out. How could that be conceivable? That was over 100 first-tier martial artists. Even if they were all buns, those 6 would need an entire morning to consume them. Chen Deng's heart trembled as he pressed on. Mr. Su, how many of our students are currently hospitalized? Su Ligong coldly replied, including you, a total of 126. All severely injured? Otherwise, what do you expect? All incapacitated. Chen Deng felt as though the world was spinning, his mind momentarily adrift. To inquire, Qingshan No. 1 senior class had fewer than 200 first-tier martial artists, and now over 100 were gravely injured. How many could still participate in the martial arts examination? The martial arts examination results for the entire Qingshan No. One high school are likely to place them at the bottom among all martial arts high schools in the province. Contemplating this, Chen Deng felt a chill run through him. He could not fathom how a meticulously crafted plan, paired with a splendid start, could culminate in such dismal results. Regardless, their side boasted a formidable lineup of over 100 individuals. Where could the fault lie? Do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Su Ligong suppressed his simmering anger, his eyes reddening to the point of almost bleeding. Teacher Su, Chen Deng, breathless in his hospital bed, inquired rapidly. Were there truly only 6 individuals on the opposing side? To be honest, I lost consciousness rather early. I am still unclear about what transpired afterward. Su Ligong furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Could there possibly be more than 6 opponents? How could they inflict such severe injuries upon us? Over 100 of us. I believe they enlisted external assistance. Chen Deng asserted emphatically, adding, or perhaps they employed some unknown means. In any case, there could not have been merely 6 assailants. Indeed, you are partially correct. At that moment, a calm, icy, and noble voice echoed from outside the door. The door swung open to reveal a young lady clad in a black and white long robe, with a white jade belt cinched at her waist. Her striking brows and eyes radiated an astonishing brilliance, an overwhelming sword intent continually emanating from her presence. It was none other than Tang Yao, the true pillar of Qingshan No. 1 High School and the young master of the Sword Pavilion. Chen Deng, she said, surveying the bedridden student from a superior vantage point, her tone laced with mockery. The ones who placed your entire contingent into the hospital were indeed not just 6 individuals. Not 6 individuals? Chen Deng's spirits lifted instantly, his face lighting up with joy. I knew it. Just 6 people could never have caused such injuries to so many of us. Why the haste? The young lady's cold and disdainful voice interrupted, dousing Chen Deng's elation like a bucket of icy water. I have yet to finish. What else is there? Chen Deng asked, momentarily stunned. Su Ligong, however, felt a sinking sensation in his gut, a premonition of something ominous. Could it truly be that Jiang Qingzhu? The next moment, Tang Yao's voice dripped with sarcasm. It was not 6 people. All of you were defeated by a single individual. Yili, he single-handedly pierced through your ranks. Chapter 35, they are the challengers. What did you say? The shock reverberated not just through Chen Deng, but primarily through Su Ligong, who had remained silent until now. As a teacher at a martial arts high school, he understood better than anyone present just how astonishing that statement was. One person defeating over 100? Su Ligong fixed his gaze on the young lady, disbelief etched across his features. You cannot be serious. Tang Yao replied nonchalantly. I have already inquired with a dozen individuals. It would cease to be amusing if I were jesting, even upon learning that Yili had single-handedly overpowered 100 opponents. There was no trace of tension on the proud and graceful face of the young lady. Hearing this, Chen Deng collapsed back onto the bed, a bitter smile escaping him as he gasped, aside from you, there exists such a genius in the entirety of Ying Province. Previously, he had thought that a talent like Tang Yao was unparalleled in Ying Province. Even the Jiang family young lady from Linghai City, who had awakened an A-grade martial arts talent, paled in comparison. After all, Chen Deng had witnessed her wielding a saber, challenging the entire student body with unparalleled bravado. It was this very admiration that led him to regard her as his goddess, pursuing her fervently in hopes of matching her pace. Alas, it was nothing but a fool's dream. Chen Deng's smile turned bitter. The resemblance between Tang Yao of the past and Yili of today was strikingly uncanny. Tang Yao's brows knitted slightly. Unlike Chen Deng, she did not consider Yili worthy of comparison. She merely found him somewhat intriguing. However, she had no desire to engage in a debate with Chen Deng. Such mediocrity was destined for obscurity. There was no need to waste time on them. Resolving this in her mind, Tang Yao turned to leave. Her purpose had been to ascertain the situation, and having done so without discovering anything noteworthy, she intended to return and prepare for the afternoon's exchange match. As she slowly exited the hospital room, Su Ligong, seated in a chair, suddenly sighed and glanced at Chen Deng on the bed, forcing a wry smile. It appears that the exchange match this afternoon is doomed. I shall go and forfeit on your behalf. Focus on your recovery. Forfeit? Tang Yao's skeptical voice rang in his ears. Su Ligong turned to see the graceful young lady returning, her expression one of displeasure. Who said we are forfeiting? Su Ligong was momentarily taken aback. But 6 out of our 7 team members are already severely injured. And what of it? Tang Yao inquired calmly. Su Ligong found himself at a loss for words. To him, given the circumstances, forfeiting the match seemed the only sensible choice to allow for proper recuperation. Yet, recalling the young lady's almost arrogant demeanor, he chose to swallow his words. At such a young age, having unearthed B-grade talent with A-grade offensive capabilities, and possessing martial arts prowess at the pinnacle of the second stage's 6th level, along with an arsenal of invaluable sword techniques from the Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao truly had the credentials to look down upon the rest. Taking a deep breath, Su Ligong inexplicably found his confidence renewed. He gazed at the young lady and asked solemnly, So, what do you propose? Is that even a question? A glimmer of mirth flickered in Tang Yao's eyes before quickly subsiding. Then, an incomparably fierce sword intent erupted from her. as if she could cleave the very hospital in two. Under Su Ligong's astonished gaze, this extraordinarily self-assured young lady raised her cool eyes and stated indifferently, "We will compete as normal. I shall take the stage." Yet, regarding Yi Li, she suddenly interrupted Su Ligong's impending response with her icy words, "He is indeed quite formidable. But that is all there is to it. Merely clearing a group of insignificant underlings. Anyone could accomplish that. It is not something to boast about. I must make this clear. In this match, they are the challengers. In the heart of Qingshan City, within a hotel of considerable repute, Yi Li sat cross-legged on his bed, a heavy mood enveloping him. According to Wang Yongfeng, Qingshan No. 1 high school was likely to forfeit the afternoon match due to a lack of participants, thereby derailing his plans to engage that swordsmanship prodigy. No opportunity to accumulate malevolent points. Yi Li sighed, attempting to calm himself as he summoned his interface. Current malevolent points, 46,000 points available for artifact extraction. Even with his temperament, upon seeing that number on the interface, he could not help but smile once more. Indeed, no one could resist smiling upon glimpsing their account balance. If one did not smile, it meant their funds were running dry. Though the malevolent points provided by the students of Qingshan No. 1 high school were limited, the sheer volume made up for it. Under the support of hundreds of people, his inherent strength reached a terrifying level. Through several experiences, Yi Li also discovered some subtle patterns in the system's judgment of evil deeds' value. Only martial artists who harbored hostility towards him would yield a normal level of evil deeds' value upon defeat. Take Jiang Qingzhu as an example. While instructing this young lady in martial arts, Yi Li was rather ruthless, clearly aiming to accumulate evil deeds' value. Yet, even after rendering Jiang Qingzhu incapacitated and dazed on the ground, the evil deeds' value recognized by the system amounted to merely a 2-digit figure. How infuriating! Is this to prevent me from infinitely farming points? Yi Li sighed. Regardless, with the successful acquisition of the breathing technique, he could now begin to allocate points to his long-stagnant martial arts level. Although it had only been 2 or 3 days since his last improvement, before proceeding, Yi Li cast his gaze towards the newly appeared text behind the evil deeds' value. As the evil deeds' value accumulated, the system seemed to gradually unveil new functionalities. For instance, shortly after his arrival, upon defeating Wang Run, the system introduced the option for cultivation point allocation. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Not to mention, he was still in need of a suitable firearm artifact. With a mere thought, the text on the panel began to shift. Spend 1,000 evil deeds value to draw once from the artifact roulette. Artifact roulette, a wondrous wheel encompassing various artifacts from across the realms. Any extraordinary item may be drawn from this. If you wish to ascend to greatness, why not test your luck? Note, this artifact pool guarantees a golden quality artifact within 40 draws. Damn, no wonder such a thing only appeared after 40,000 evil deeds value. Yi Li's mind suddenly cleared. It seemed the system believed he possessed the audacity to gamble at all, promptly presenting this roulette. System, you have misjudged me. I have never been one to gamble recklessly. Yi Li scoffed coldly. Without hesitation, he decided to take a chance and draw once. After all, with a new pool laid out before him, who wouldn't he want to try their luck? Clang. Congratulations, you have obtained a purple rare quality artifact. A beam of purple light illuminated Yi Li's handsome visage. Fortunately, while it wasn't a golden draw, purple was still commendable. He nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards the panel. Functional artifact, harmonious coexistence ring. Effect, consumes true energy to force enemies within a 5-meter radius to kneel before you. The higher the enemy's level, the greater the consumption of true energy. Cooldown, 1 day. Yi Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you certain this artifact will foster harmonious relations? This artifact not only lacks a rank, but has only quality, and the effect seems perfectly tailored for me. Yi Li's dark eyes sparkled. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed through the room. Are you still resting? Jiang Qingzhu's voice, tinged with surprise, came from outside. Qingshan No. 1 hasn't forfeited. They called us to the competition. Huh, not only did they not forfeit, but they are also approaching me? A slow smile crept across Yi Li's face. This Tang Yao is indeed worthy of admiration for her courage. Unfortunately, that is the only merit I can praise her for. Chapter 36. I will win. A declaration of victory before battle. As the finest martial arts high school in Qingshan City, Qingshan No. 1 boasted a training arena that rivaled that of Linhai No. 1. At this moment, the arena was a cacophony of voices. The spectator seats, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals, were filled to capacity, predominantly with students from Qingshan No. 1. Conversations erupted among them, voices rising and falling like a tide. Only senior sister Tang will compete in the upcoming match. Is that true? Why? It's a bit embarrassing to say, but apparently our team members were all sent to the hospital this morning by that Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1. Now only senior sister Tang is left to fight. Are you kidding? That Jiang Qingzhu is that formidable. I'm not exaggerating. It's not just the team, but the entire senior class of the martial arts department has suffered significant losses. Can't you see how empty the spectator seats are over there? Wow, really? So what are we even competing for? Calm down. Even if they have a Jiang Qingzhu, we still have senior sister Tang holding the fort. Stay composed. Is senior sister Tang going to pull off another one against 7? I remember she did that during the exchange competition with Yujing City. Now that you mention it, I'm getting a bit excited. Senior sister Tang is indeed bold and skilled. Indeed, senior sister Tang's prowess and beauty certainly put her in a favorable position with Wei Ji. Wait, who is Wei Ji? I didn't know senior sister Tang was dating anyone. That would be me. Aminos. The students in the spectator seats buzzed with fervor as the time for the match drew near. It was evident that the students of Qingshan No. 1 held immense confidence in senior sister Tang's ability to take on 7 opponents, as if it were a foregone conclusion. This confidence was hardly surprising. After all, Tang Yao had gained renown in Qingshan City since her youth and had never suffered a defeat in simulated combat, achieving all victories by overwhelming margins. There were even rumors that she had once visited a dojo uninvited and, with her second-tier 6-fold cultivation, had defeated a master who had reached the pinnacle of second tier for many years. Such absurd tales abounded, most of which had corroborating evidence. With numerous accolades, the students of Qingshan City naturally regarded this exceptionally talented swordswoman as their goddess, their guiding star, and the very backbone of Qingshan No. 1. To them, as long as Tang Yao remained undefeated, Qingshan No. 1 could not be deemed a failure. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform above them, powerful auras subtly radiated. The clear sunlight illuminated the well-prepared arena. In the pre-match resting room, Yili paced before the weapon rack, his hand gliding over the weapons before stopping at a sleek black spear. His preferred weapon remained the spear, yet he lamented the absence of a suitable firearm artifact, forcing him to settle for this ordinary first-tier spear. He pondered whether the artifact roulette might yield a 3-edged, double-bladed knife, or perhaps the Rui Jingu Bang. As Yili slowly withdrew the black spear, gripping it firmly, his aura sharpened considerably. Due to the impending match, he had not yet allocated points to enhance his cultivation, remaining at the level of second-tier 1-fold. However, this was of little consequence. He could always allocate points after the exchange match concluded. With the spear in hand, Yili stepped out of the resting room and approached the preparation area beneath the combat platform. Perhaps due to his early arrival, only Jiang Qingzhu occupied the Linhai No. 1 seating. "You're here," she said, rising from her chair as she spotted him. "Have you chosen your weapon?" "I can only say it's passable," Yili replied nonchalantly. Jiang Qingzhu pondered for a moment before saying, "I have many idle spear artifacts at home, quite suitable for 2 to 3-tier martial artists. I'll bring one for you next time." What a bold statement. Would the martial arts world collapse with one more affluent heir among us? Yili sighed as he took his seat. That would be appreciated. Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently, withdrawing her gaze to rest her eyes. Meanwhile, the discussions regarding Tang Yao echoed continuously in their ears, soon providing them with a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Jiang Qingzhu opened her eyes and gazed at Yili, who was diligently polishing his long spear. In a soft voice, she remarked, "Tang Yao possesses formidable strength and is well-versed in numerous martial arts techniques. Even for me, facing her would be a perilous endeavor. You will be the first to take the stage shortly, so be exceedingly cautious of her slicing strikes." She perceptively noted the young man's calm demeanor, beneath which she could sense his heart racing with increasing intensity. Jiang Qingzhu naturally assumed he was nervous. After all, he was in enemy territory, constantly hearing tales of the adversary's heroic exploits, which would inevitably quicken anyone's heartbeat and cause them to lose their composure. In response, Yili merely nodded slightly, a subtle acknowledgement. It was rather unexpected. Who would have thought that Tang Yao held such a prestigious status at Qingshan No. 1 High School? In terms of reputation alone, Jiang Qingzhu could hardly compare to her. The notorious deeds attributed to Tang Yao far surpassed any attributed to her. This was indeed a delightful surprise, as a faint smile graced Yili's lips. "Wang Yongfeng is approaching," came a voice from a distance, accompanied by Yu Chanqian, Lu Yangge, and others. "There are less than 10 minutes until the competition begins. You should prepare yourself." Yili nodded, rising quietly to enter the competition corridor. Meanwhile, at the contestants' preparation area for Qingshan No. 1 High School, the guiding teacher Su Ligong was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the pressure Yili exerted. Though he had confidence in Tang Yao's abilities, the thought of Jiang Qingzhu's presence behind her made him a bit apprehensive. Moreover, it was only just revealed to him that an elder from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion and a senior instructor from Fengyun University had arrived at Qingshan No. 1 High School to observe the exchange competition. The latter was primarily there to scout for promising talents from the 2 municipal martial arts high schools this year, hoping to extend an olive branch. However, the elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion had come specifically to assess Tang Yao's performance. If he were to witness Tang Yao falter in her first match, he would undoubtedly question and express dissatisfaction with the teaching capabilities of Qingshan No. 1 High School. In such a scenario, Su Ligong, as the guiding teacher, would surely face accountability. Contemplating this, Su Ligong's body trembled slightly. At that moment, the referee's booming voice resonated through the air. The 5th municipal exchange competition officially commences. The first match, Yili from Linhai No. 1 High School versus Tang Yao from Qingshan No. 1 High School. As the announcement concluded, a deafening cheer erupted from the audience. The sound was thunderous, reverberating through the skies, showcasing the almost unparalleled prestige Tang Yao held at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Su Ligong took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the elegant girl with her eyes gently closed in her seat. He posed the question that every student at Qingshan No. 1 High School was eager to ask: can she win? A resounding and arrogant sword cry suddenly pierced the air, echoing throughout the competition arena. Amidst the myriad of gasps, Tang Yao opened her eyes, her hands retreating into her black and white robe, her garments billowing gracefully. "I will win," she declared, her voice cool and nonchalant. Facing the multitude's gaze and the blinding light, she strode confidently towards the entrance. In that moment, she bore the hopes of thousands of students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. Though such pressure could crush an ordinary person, she had long since acclimated to such expectations. As the overwhelming cheers surged around her, Tang Yao emerged from the corridor and ascended the battle platform with deliberate grace. Her demeanor exuded confidence, her gaze sharp and piercing, her presence akin to a sword standing resolute, overshadowing everything around her. With a flash of light from the white jade belt at her waist, a horizontal sword emblazoned with golden dragon motifs appeared in her grasp. Behind her were the jubilant students of Qingshan, and before her stood a handsome young man, relaxed yet poised as he took the stage. "Impressive," he remarked, unable to hide his astonishment. "I've never encountered an opponent with such popularity before." "That merely reflects your ignorance," Tang Yao replied, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Yili. Her cherry lips curled into a teasing smile as she reiterated, "You are the challenger." Chapter 37. The so-called genius on the elevated platform above the audience. As the two contenders made their entrance, conversations among the onlookers began to unfold. Tang Yao remains as formidable as ever. I wonder how much Yili can deplete her stamina. The teachers on the platform watched intently, their discussions growing quieter than before. The intensity of energy emanating from both combatants aligned closely with the information displayed on the preliminary chart. Tang Yao's martial arts level stood at the pinnacle of second stage, sixth layer, and her awakened talent was classified as B-grade martial arts aptitude, true sword heart. In contrast, Yili was barely at the second stage, first layer, with no martial arts aptitude listed. The disparity in levels created a significant gap in physical strength, compounded by factors such as martial skills and battle experience, rendering Yili almost devoid of any conditions to triumph over his opponent. Consequently, the teachers' discussions naturally shifted from who would emerge victorious to how much stamina Yili could exhaust from Tang Yao. The middle-aged elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion observed from below, nodding slightly, internally satisfied with the sword intent emanating from Tang Yao. At her current growth rate, it would not be long before she ascended to the fourth stage, qualifying her to receive the swordsmanship teachings of past masters within the pavilion's secret repositories. However, before that, she would need to secure a place at a reputable martial arts university for further cultivation. After all, Qingshan Sword Pavilion was a sect, and although it possessed abundant resources, it lacked peers within the sect who could spar with Tang Yao. With this in mind, he turned to the elderly gentleman beside him, whose hair was completely white and whose spirit remained vigorous, and cautiously inquired, "Elder Yu, do you believe our pavilion's young master could further her studies at your Fengyun University?" "That is certainly possible." Elder Yu from Fengyun University cast a glance at him and chuckled. This young girl, despite her tender age, already exhibits the aura of a swordswoman. Given time, she will undoubtedly become an exceptional leader of our pavilion. With her participation in the martial arts examination, she would surely gain admission to Fengyun University. Sensing the middle-aged elder's skepticism, Elder Yu added with a smile, "If she cannot gain entry, feel free to come to me. You, will assist you." The elder from the Sword Pavilion fell silent, retracting his gaze. What he had intended to convey was a desire for Elder Yu to utilize the privileges of senior instructors to grant Tang Yao direct admission. Securing such an endorsement would mean Tang Yao would receive the most valuable resources within the university. In that case, her future would be boundless. Yet, the other party had merely suggested she participate in the martial arts examination, clearly evading his intentions. It seemed he wished to observe Tang Yao's performance further before making a judgment. Contemplating this, the elder from the Sword Pavilion snorted softly. "Then watch closely. The foremost swordsmanship genius of our time stands upon the battle platform below." On the battle platform, gazing at the calm and composed young man in black robes across from her, Tang Yao's stunning features brimmed with an overflowing confidence. Even if he could single-handedly defeat countless first-stage martial artists, in her eyes, it was of little consequence. People today are truly confident. The young man murmured softly to himself, "Is this how so-called geniuses behave? If that is the case, I might need to seek out such geniuses to make enemies of in the future." Having solidified his resolve, Yili casually glanced over and quipped, "I am the challenger? Just remember not to wipe away any tears if you lose later. Your assumptions are meaningless." Tang Yao gripped her sword firmly, the vital energy within her surging vigorously as she spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, "Because I simply will not lose." Meanwhile, with a deft motion of her thumb, she slowly drew her sword from its sheath, her gaze turning slightly frosty. I shall make you realize how ludicrous your current thoughts are in the face of my talent. Yi Li raised an eyebrow, a humorless smile playing at the corners of his lips. If you can, then come and try. Initially motivated by the desire for infamy, he now found himself genuinely incensed. In Tang Yao's eyes, Yi Li exuded confidence and disdain, yet he was devoid of any respect for her. This infuriated him. Despite his own prowess, he adhered to the principle of politeness in public, resolving conflicts in his own way. Very well, a genius of the sword, is it? Yi Li relished the prospect of confronting such an impolite little girl. In the next instant, the referee's voice rang out. The match begins. Boom. As the battle commenced, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the arena. Tang Yao transformed into a streak of brilliant white light, hurtling directly towards Yi Li. A second-tier exquisite martial technique, lightning flash. As the adage goes, there are no false heroes beneath a glorious name. As a swordsmanship prodigy, the young woman had evidently honed this technique to an extraordinary level. The horizontal sword sliced through the air with an incredible velocity, descending upon Yi Li at breakneck speed. Yi Li gripped his spear tightly, his vital energy surging forth. And in an instant, he executed the heavenly gang step. His opponent was a paragon of the second-tier S6th level, while he himself was merely a novice at the first level of the second tier. The disparity in their levels was considerable, and he should have been cautious. Yet Yi Li was undeterred. Anger demanded a semblance of fury, lest he be mistaken for a pushover. In the blink of an eye, a swirling mist of ethereal white energy enveloped him, rendering his figure somewhat translucent. As he executed the heavenly gang step, the horizontal sword descended from above, only to splatter the surrounding mist. In Tang Yao's slightly solemn gaze, Yi Li sneered, swinging his dark spear with sudden ferocity. The spear traced a vivid dragon scale pattern through the air, its momentum formidable. At the tip of the gleaming spear, a radiance flared, akin to a dragon swooping down upon Tang Yao. Buzz! With a resounding clash, Tang Yao positioned her sword defensively, and a towering phantom of a colossal sword erupted from the ground, standing majestically and emanating an unyielding sense of weightiness. However, the dragon strike was capable of shattering mountains. Boom! The spear descended with the force of a mountain crushing an egg, producing a deafening sound as it crashed down. The massive sword phantom that stood against it exploded under the terrifying impact. In an instant, sword energy surged chaotically, rocks flew through the air, and the entire arena trembled violently. Tang Yao herself was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her delicate hand gripping the sword trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 38. Harmonious Coexistence. What? As Tang Yao was sent sprawling, the students of Qingshan City gazed on in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Tang Xuejia was thrown back. Did that fellow named Yi Li truly possess such power? How could he breach Tang Xuejia's defenses? They all gasped in disbelief. Historically, Tang Yao would conclude battles against opponents of lower tiers in a heartbeat. Yet that last strike was not only effortlessly deflected by her opponent, but also countered with a shot that obliterated her defenses, sending her flying. How was this possible? On the arena, watching the retreating figure of the young man clad in ink, Tang Yao felt a tempest of emotions surge within her. Thus far, her colossal sword phantom had never been shattered in such a brutal manner. The colossal sword phantom was a prized technique of the second tier, one she had devoted a year to mastering to perfection. Not only had it withstood attacks from a novice in the second tier, but even the peak second-tier master at her martial school had failed to breach this formidable defense. It was not that Yi Li's strength was insurmountable, but rather that the radiant tip of his spear possessed an extraordinary armor-piercing effect. Most likely, it was also a prized technique, cultivated to an exceptional level. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tang Yao swiftly regained her composure. It was merely a technique with armor-piercing capabilities. She had not yet deemed it worthy of concern. On the high platform, the teachers, who had previously anticipated little suspense in the match, were suddenly invigorated upon witnessing Tang Yao's flight. This child named Yi Li was quite intriguing. Yu Wang observed the spirited young man on the stage, his tone filled with astonishment. The white mist surrounding him has remarkable efficacy, reducing the sword energy's impact by at least 50 to 70%. In my memory, there are only a handful of low-tier techniques with such effects, and they are all exquisite. Prize techniques typically imply a high level of difficulty in cultivation. To utilize a low-tier prize technique to such a degree, one would need to achieve mastery, at the very least. Furthermore, the spear technique Yi Li had just employed radiated a sense of completeness. Two suspected perfected prize techniques. To cultivate two prize techniques to perfection within 3 years demonstrates a terrifying level of comprehension regarding martial arts. With this in mind, Yu Wang's astonishment deepened. Even if he could mitigate damage, combined with an armor-piercing technique, it would not pose a significant threat to the young master. With the young master's swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly be able to forcibly tear through Yi Li's defenses. The elder of the sword pavilion, observing the arena, spoke in a low voice. It was not mere bravado. No one present understood the potency of the techniques in Tang Yao's arsenal better than he did. They possessed the capacity to threaten even third-tier warriors. On the arena, Tang Yao steadied herself midair, her legs skimming the ground as she skidded for over 10 feet, dissipating the force of the impact. She then raised her piercingly beautiful eyes, coldly regarding the remarkably handsome young man enveloped in swirling white mist. "Is this all you are capable of?" the young man inquired, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he brandished his spear. Such arrogance. Tang Yao's tone was frigid, laced with a subtle yet palpable defiance. Her pride remained as steadfast as a rock. "What if you can mitigate damage? I can still defeat you." Boom. A resounding thunderclap echoed once more as Tang Yao transformed into a blinding white streak, racing towards Yi Li. Yi Li's expression remained tranquil as he extended his hand towards the oncoming white streak, just as the spectators were left wondering about his intentions. A resplendent ring upon his distinctly knuckled hand began to shimmer. Buzz. In an instant, the dazzling white streak abruptly halted midair. In Tang Yao's bewildered expression, her body lost control and knelt down in midair. Thud. Her pale knee struck the arena with a heavy thud, the sound of humiliation reverberating throughout the venue. Before the gaze of thousands, the pride of Qingshan City knelt on the ground, dragging along the surface until she came to a stop before Yi Li. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into stunned silence. In an instant, an oppressive silence enveloped the arena, the once fervent atmosphere suddenly crystallizing into a near standstill. It was as quiet as the calm before a raging blizzard. Publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion incurs a heinous deed value of 1,500. At that moment, Tang Yao on the platform wore an expression of utter bewilderment, incredulously lowering her gaze to her knees, which were now kneeling on the ground. What am I doing? To kneel before such a boorish fool in this setting? In an instant, a torrent of wrath surged within Tang Yao. Her once composed and elegant eyes now ablaze with fury. She lifted her gaze to the youth standing so close, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. "You're finished." With lightning speed, Yi Li's hand shot out, seizing her exquisite face. Almost immediately, his knee struck like a descending tiger, accompanied by a fierce gale, crashing against her proud and confident visage. Bang! With a dull thud, her beautiful face contorted in agony. A wave of excruciating pain surged from her face, causing Tang Yao to see stars and feel dizzy. Her words forcibly interrupted as her body involuntarily leaned back. "What time is it? Still thinking of chatting?" Yi Li scoffed coldly, stepping forward, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared before Tang Yao. The effect of the harmonious coexistence restriction was more potent than he had anticipated, proving to be a useful one-time immobilization technique. "This is how our martial world's immobilization techniques work. Do you possess anything of the sort?" Yi Li chuckled internally, extending his palm to firmly grasp Tang Yao's face. "If this were a spear tip, I would have already perished." In her dazed state, a fleeting thought crossed Tang Yao's mind, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming anger. A mere commoner dares to smash her face with his knee. Moreover, in such an opportune moment, he opted not to pursue his earlier advantage with his marksmanship. Such actions clearly indicated he regarded her with disdain. To kneel and be slapped in the face. This was the first time anyone had dared to humiliate her so. At that moment, Tang Yao felt her face gripped by fingers. "You seek death," she shouted in fury, her vital energy surging as she forcibly roused herself from her stupor. Boom! A stunning aura of sword intent erupted from her, obscuring visibility on the combat stage, as countless sword beams erupted like a flurry of sharpened blades sweeping across the heavens. In an instant, they engulfed Yi Li. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed repeatedly as Tang Yao seized the opportunity to break free, retreating rapidly. Gazing at the slender figure still standing resolute amidst the torrent of sword energy, a glimmer of icy determination sparked in her eyes. "That was your only chance to triumph over me. Since you squandered it, do not blame me." Tang Yao. Chapter 39. You are nothing but a waste. Her voice was frigid as she gripped her sword tightly, her entire demeanor shifting as a vast surge of sword energy brewed within her. Taishan holding the sun. Students in the viewing area recognized the move and shouted in excitement. Oh! In the next moment, an astonishing sword intent surged forth from Tang Yao, a fierce gale spiraling around her. This was the initiation of the third-tier precious martial technique, Taishan holding the sun, even among the secret treasures of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. This technique was considered superb, and now Tang Yao unleashed it with clear intent. She had no intention of prolonging this battle. She aimed to cleave Yi Li down with a single stroke. The towering East Mount rises, its peak piercing the azure sky. Boom! A radiant sword energy erupted from the horizontal sword in Tang Yao's grasp, charging downwards with the terrifying might of a great sun on the move, striking towards the figure below with ferocity. Taishan holding the sun had long been mastered to perfection by her. The first second nourished her energy, and the second unleashed the sword. The destructive power contained within that dazzling sword energy was her emblem of battling beyond her rank. Once, a peak second-tier warrior had been gravely injured by this very move. Now, against an opponent of lower martial rank, the outcome was all but predetermined. In an instant, the slender figure was consumed by the sword energy. Moments later, boom. A tremendous roar accompanied by a fierce wind caused the combat platform to tremble slightly. Many spectators stunned by the sound, their ears ringing as they struggled to keep their eyes open against the gale. The might of a single sword strike was indeed terrifying. Amidst the rising dust on the platform, it was Tang Xuejia's victory. The thousands of students in the viewing area were ecstatic, many unable to contain their cheers. The teachers on the high platform nodded slightly, all recognizing Tang Yao's prowess in their hearts. Tang Yao exhaled a breath of relief, slowly sheathing her sword. There are still 5 left. My vital energy remains ample, no problem. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden wave of intense unease and alertness surged within her. Her heart raced as if gripped by an invisible hand. Instinctively, Tang Yao drew her horizontal sword, gazing solemnly towards the direction obscured by the dust. Within that swirling cloud, a pair of searing, fierce golden eyes suddenly flashed, radiating like a burning flame. In an instant, an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Tang Yao felt as if a colossal mountain was pressing down upon her, rendering her nearly immobile. Simultaneously, a cold, emotionless voice pierced her ears. "Is this what you call being serious?" That was the unique tone of the youth in the ink-black garment, laced with an unprecedented nonchalance. It was as if he were expressing disappointment at her ineffectiveness despite his high expectations. This statement pierced Tang Yao's heart like a dagger. Yet before her anger could well up, a chill ran down her spine, an inexplicable dread washing over her. Before her, the dust began to disperse. Yili stepped forth from within, his hair flowing, posture straight, his tattered ink-black garment rustling. With black hair and golden eyes, he exuded an air of arrogance. What a charade! Tang Yao's gaze sharpened, gripping her horizontal sword as an overwhelming aura of second-tier 6th-level energy radiated from her without restraint. She sensed a dangerous presence emanating from Yili. Yili's expression remained tranquil, his advance composed and unhurried. Amidst countless astonished gazes, his vitality surged like boiling water. An overwhelming aura unabashedly sweeping across the arena. Upon activating Golden Soul Revival, his physical strength would increase by approximately 300. This was a comprehensive enhancement. Not merely a boost to his punching power. It felt akin to entering a Super Saiyan mode. The sense of power within Yi Li was unprecedented, his flesh pierced by the sword energy, healing instantaneously. He casually retrieved the long spear embedded in the ground, then darted forth with a swift motion, arriving before Tang Yao in the blink of an eye. Gripping the spear tightly, the muscles in his back bulged as if alive, resembling the malevolent grin of a demon. A casual thrust of the spear altered Tang Yao's complexion drastically, compelling her to swiftly position her sword in front of her, exclaiming softly. A greatsword's phantom emerged from her. Yi Li's expression remained impassive as the dragon scale on his spear materialized, crashing down upon that phantom with formidable force. Boom! Yi Li exerted a slight force, unleashing a terrifying power that erupted from the gun's body. The colossal sword illusion that had just manifested around Tang Yao shattered instantly, while the horizontal sword defending her emitted a mournful wail. Tang Yao staggered backward, her graceful visage marked by a grave expression of impending peril. Cold sweat pouring down her back. Her arms had grown numb, making even the simplest movement a Herculean effort. In a single blow, she had lost a significant portion of her combat prowess. Such a horrifying force. Was this truly the manifestation of a prodigious third-tier martial artist's ultimate technique? What should she do? What should she do? There was no time left for contemplation. Yi Li had already appeared before her. Tang Yao's pupils constricted as she desperately raised her horizontal sword. In the next instant, the obsidian lance swept towards her with tremendous force. Clang! The golden dragon horizontal sword, which had accompanied her through countless days and nights, emitted a piercing wail and shattered under the impact. The sweeping lance came crashing down upon her waist, fracturing several ribs with a resounding crack. Tang Yao felt as though she had collided head-on with a speeding truck, her internal organs quaking and compressing, as if they might rupture from the excruciating pain. Her mind was nearly blank. In a daze, she felt herself tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, unable to suppress the anguished moans escaping her cherry-pink lips as she curled up on the ground. The proud and composed demeanor she once possessed had vanished without a trace. Her delicate and beautiful face was contorted in agony, blood continuously spilling from her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, as the broken horizontal sword slipped from her grasp. Under such overwhelming force, her swordsmanship, honed through years of arduous training, and her formidable second-tier 6th-level prowess seemed utterly fragile and laughable. The pride and confidence she once held had become a mere jest, her once celebrated talent crushed beneath her opponent's heel. An indescribable sense of defeat surged within her. Why was a mere novice in the second tier so extraordinarily powerful? Tang Yao's complexion paled, desperately trying to steady her breath and struggle to rise from the ground. Just as she was about to get up, a martial arts shoe slowly pressed down upon her face, causing her fair and delicate features to distort slightly beneath the sole. Tang Yao's heart sank to the depths of despair humiliation-laden tears welling in her eyes. The overwhelming rage and shame threatened to engulf her. Yet she found herself unable to even twitch a finger. Powerless to resist, she could only gaze at her adversary with defiant, tear-streaked eyes. Sister Tang, a student in the spectator seats, witnessing this scene, could not help but shout out in anguish. The Tang they had always revered, too intimidated to even speak to, was now being so brazenly trampled by someone named Yi Li. What an atrocious act! What audacity! This ignited a flame of anger within them, their fists clenched tightly. However, when Yi Li cast a glance their way, they felt an icy chill run through their bodies, instinctively silencing themselves. Tang Yao, forgive my candor. Yi Li's voice rang out from above, cutting through her humiliation. Accompanying his words was a sharp, obsidian lance, its tip initially resting upon her heaving chest before slowly rising to gently pat her swollen cheek. The young man in the dark robe wore an indifferent expression, his golden eyes blazing with an intimidating authority, his tone tinged with mockery. You are nothing but a waste. Tang Yao's heart constricted suddenly. Chapter 40. The conclusion of the exchange tournament born in the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao had been regarded with high expectations by the current pavilion master since her youth. While the Qingshan Sword Pavilion held a prominent position within Qingshan City, it paled in comparison to the renowned sects of the Ying province. Moreover, under the current pavilion master, the internal dynamics had begun to wane, leading the entire sect down a path of decline. In such dire times, the emergence of a prodigy was desperately needed to revive the flagging Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao's arrival was timely. Her extraordinary talent made her the beacon of hope for both the Qingshan Sword Pavilion and the city itself, heralded as the champion of the younger generation. The young girl believed herself to be anything but ordinary. She aspired to first claim victory in the Ying province martial examination and then enter a martial university to hone her skills, ultimately aspiring to traverse the world with her sword and ascend to the pinnacle of the martial realm. Little did she expect that before even achieving the first step, reality would deliver a harsh slap to her face. Tang Yao's complexion grew increasingly pale, her beautiful visage trampled beneath her opponent's foot, and even the thought of lifting her head seemed a distant luxury. Her once celebrated talent and swordsmanship appeared utterly powerless and laughable in the presence of the dark-robed youth. Until this moment, she had never lost a match against her peers. The bitterness in her heart was more profound than ever before. Tang Yao, forgive my candor. You are nothing but a waste. Upon hearing these words, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes dulled, her clenched fists slowly loosening. She lay on the martial platform like a defeated dog, indifferent to the humiliation she endured for the first time. Yet Yi Li did not cast her a glance. He believed in reciprocating virtue with virtue and retribution with directness. Regardless of how pitiable she appeared at this moment, it was of no concern to him. Just as if he were to lose the match, no amount of his own misery would elicit sympathy from her. In the world of martial arts, the strong were expected to mercilessly humiliate the weak. Thus, Yi Li chose to maintain his foot upon her head as he stepped down from the platform. Yi Li wins. The referee's voice rang out, echoing across the martial arena. The spectator seats, filled with thousands, fell into an eerie silence, as though a heavy snowfall had blanketed the scene. Countless students from Qingshan City stared, some in disbelief, others with complex emotions, grappling with the shocking sight before them, their hearts feeling as though they were being ruthlessly sliced apart. No one anticipated that the sword fairy they had idolized would be so brutally defeated, and that the defeat would be so overwhelmingly one-sided. They could hardly discern any semblance of a fair fight. All they saw was the dust settling, followed by the dark-robed youth sauntering away with ease, having dispatched Tang Yao, a martial examination contender wielding a high-tier second-grade artifact, in a remarkably swift manner. The outcome mirrored Tang Yao's past matches, but the roles of the standing victor and the fallen opponent had simply been reversed. Amidst the profound silence, only the sound of deliberate footsteps echoed, not loud, yet weighing heavily upon everyone's heart. Under countless astonished and horrified gazes, the handsome young man with black hair and golden eyes walked down the platform with an indifferent expression. Behind him, the platform bore the marks of destruction, starkly visible. His strikingly handsome face exuded an air of authority that required no anger. Even the students from Linhai No. 1 High School felt their throats go dry. Lu Yongda gazed at the young man, recalling his reckless provocation from the previous week, shivering involuntarily. With such strength, even the city's acknowledged swordsmanship prodigy was so thoroughly defeated. He felt fortunate to have escaped with his life. He imagined that if he had dared to confront him, his ancestors would have been lamenting in the underworld. No wonder his uncle, who served as the director, had been unable to reprimand him. Such a genius, if provoked, would likely lead the school to expel them both. Lu Yongda's heart raced, and he silently resolved to tread carefully. From this point forward, it is preferable to embrace the Crimson Stone than to court death. Due to the forfeiture of remaining competitors from Qingshan No. 1 High School, it has been determined that Linhai No. 1 High School emerges victorious. Thus, this exchange competition comes to an end. The fervent voice of the referee reverberates on. Upon the high platform, the expression of the elder from the Sword Pavilion darkens. his palm gradually tightening within his sleeve. To possess the ability to so overwhelmingly dominate peers like Tang Yao is something he, and even the head of the Sword Pavilion, has likely never witnessed. Reflecting on his earlier desire to showcase to the senior faculty of Fengyun University what true genius looks like, his countenance now burns with embarrassment. The elder of the Sword Pavilion intended to salvage some dignity with words, but upon turning around, he discovers that elder Yu has long departed. The young man named Yi Li had scarcely exited the arena before the other vanished from sight, and the purpose is now abundantly clear. Alas, contemplating this, the Sword Pavilion elder's gaze flickers, and after a moment of silence, he lets out a deep sigh. With Fengyun University's guaranteed admission, the future accomplishments of the boy in the ink robe are unlikely to fall short of the Sword Pavilion's master. Indeed, as soon as the figure of that ink-robed youth vanished from the exit passage, gasps of astonishment erupted from the viewing seats. An apparition akin to a soaring bird gracefully leaped down from the high platform, descending like a diving falcon with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud, a cloud of debris and dust erupted, as if a miniature explosion had transpired. The crowd looked on in shock, witnessing an elderly man with hair as white as snow, bearing a kind yet authoritative visage, standing firmly atop the crater. His posture was as straight as a pine, hands clasped behind him, his azure robe billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. Behind him, a vivid formation of flowing clouds swirled, as if stirred by an unseen tempest. The emblem of Fengyun University. The thousands of students in the viewing seats, all from the winning province's martial arts department, instantly recognized the prestigious name, their eyes wide with surprise. They had long heard of the presence of Fengyun University at the exchange competition, but they never anticipated someone would leap directly from the high platform. However, this astonishment soon transformed into profound shock. The once imposing elder swiftly dashed into the training passage, his expression fervent, as if he had uncovered an extraordinary treasure. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Once he departed, the viewing area erupted like a boiling pot of oil. Was that not a teacher from Fengyun University? What could he possibly be doing? Brother, are you blind? It's obvious he is pursuing that Yi Li. Goodness, could it be a guaranteed admission? Guaranteed admission? In such a municipal competition, if one performs exceptionally well, they can be selected by esteemed school representatives in attendance, exempted from the martial examination, and granted early admission. What? That Yi Li treated senior sister Tang in such a manner, and he could still secure a spot at Fengyun University? I cannot accept this. Neither can I. This is akin to having it all without effort. In the eyes of the thousands of Qingshan students, emotions of shock and helplessness surged, their bodies seemingly rooted to their seats. The teachers on the high platform exchanged glances, each perceiving the bitterness in the other's eyes. Undoubtedly, with such talent and the qualification for Fengyun University, Yi Li's future is destined for stable growth, poised to become a renowned high-level martial artist. The unfortunate Lin Hai No. 1 High School is indeed fortunate. One Jiang Qingzhu is not enough. Now, there emerges an even more outrageous Yi Li, evoking envy to the point of tears. The teachers of Qingshan City felt their eyes redden with envy. In the lounge, as Yi Li settled into a chair, he was greeted by the exuberant face of Wang Yongfeng, who entered with fervor. What a remarkable performance. President Li is nearly beside himself. Wang Yongfeng approached enthusiastically, inspecting him. Are you injured anywhere? I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I'll recover in about an hour. Yi Li waved his hand, resting his long spear beside him, his eyes returning to their inky hue, and the injuries on his body had long been fully mended by the indestructible golden soul. With each breath, the somewhat depleted true energy within him rapidly replenished, primarily due to the significant consumption brought on by the use of golden soul revival. Even without employing this explosive-like talent, Yi Li was confident he could secure victory. However, that would require engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Tang Yao, likely necessitating the use of techniques like snowfall in the sky and dragon riding the wind, which might lead her to perceive it as a thrilling clash. At that point, it would be all too easy for her to think, what an exhilarating battle, and harbor no grudges. That would hardly yield any merit points. One might mistakenly believe two geniuses were simply admiring each other's talents. Thus, Yi Li decisively chose the most straightforward approach to conclude the fight, aiming to shatter his opponent's psychological defenses. The results were quite evident, severely injuring and publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Sword Pavilion. Evil deed value 5,000. Current evil deed value 51,500 points. A splendid figure, igniting a surge of excitement within Yi Li. You've worked hard. After battling so much in the morning, you still face Tang Yao in the afternoon. Wang Yongfeng found the young man increasingly impressive, and glancing at the tattered ink robe, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. If there are more such competitions before the martial examination, I'll help you decline, allowing you to focus on your preparations. After saying this, he felt an inexplicable sharpness in Yi Li's gaze. That won't be necessary. Yi Li cleared his throat lightly and replied nonchalantly, I prefer to cultivate through battle. You must still take care of yourself. Wang Yongfeng remarked with a sigh and a smile, encouraging, As long as you maintain this level, even Fengyan University, the best in the winning province, will surely be vying for you." No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from outside. White-haired elder Yu pushed open the door, chuckling, "Indeed. But I wonder if student Yili has any interest?" Chapter 41. The so-called temporary avoidance of brilliance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Yongfeng was momentarily taken aback, then swept his gaze across the figure, his eyes instinctively widening. Clad in the robes of Fengyan University, this indicated the elder was indeed a teacher from that esteemed institution. They truly have come to recruit ahead of time? Wang Yongfeng found it somewhat hard to believe. He had often heard of Fengyan University's advanced recruitment of students, but had never witnessed it firsthand. After all, there were nearly 100 martial arts high schools across the 12 cities of the winning province, each year producing tens of thousands of young martial artists, among whom only a handful could be selected for early admission by Fengyan University, often just 2 or 3, and sometimes none at all. Early recruitment signifies guaranteed admission, and guaranteed students mean a substantial allocation of resources. Even though Fengyan University holds a commanding position among martial arts universities in the winning province, they do not possess unlimited resources to select dozens of guaranteed students each year. Historically, most guaranteed students were chosen from the martial arts students of Shanzhou City, leaving other cities to watch helplessly. It has been many years since Fengyan University last selected guaranteed students in Linhai City. Receiving such treatment surely means a meteoric rise in the future. Yili, Fengyan University is the finest martial arts university in the winning province. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat, delicately suggesting, "If you were to secure an early recommendation, it would greatly benefit your future development." "Indeed, indeed." As he spoke, Yuan quickly approached, nervously rubbing his hands together. Upon seeing that beneath Yi Li's tattered ink robe there were no traces of injury on his flesh, a palpable fervor ignited in his eyes. He had not misjudged. The wounds inflicted by the sword or a mere moments ago had completely vanished. Such a miraculous healing speed. What caliber of martial talent was this? To encounter such a treasure in this place, I have indeed struck gold. Earlier, on the combat stage, the highest rank Yu Wang had observed keenly. Tang Yao's earlier assaults had not been entirely ineffective against Yi Li. Rather, most had indeed inflicted damage. Particularly that technique, Taishan supports the sun, which, even with the extraordinary mist surrounding him, had fiercely pierced through Yi Li's right abdomen. Yet, these injuries, which would have severely incapacitated ordinary martial artists, had healed within mere breaths on Yi Li. Yu Wang, witnessing this spectacle, felt as if his eyes might pop from their sockets, and within him, waves of astonishment surged. No one understood the value of such phenomena better than he. Were it not for the throng of teachers surrounding him, he would have rushed down to verify the matter immediately. Fortunately, the opportunity had not completely slipped away. Yi Li, Yuang swallowed hard, gazing at the composed youth in the ink robe, and smiled warmly. "I happen to have a special recommendation slot available. If you are willing, I will personally be your mentor, allowing you to enter Fengyan University without the need to take the martial examination. To be frank, I am a senior instructor at Fengyan University, and my martial prowess is commendable. You need not worry about being misled." Upon hearing this, even Wang Yongfeng's expression turned peculiar. Was this truly a teacher from Fengyan University, and not a salesman from some martial arts tutoring class? Wasn't this enthusiasm a tad excessive? Alongside the strangeness, a tinge of bitterness arose. He recalled that during his own martial examination years ago, he had never encountered such a display. The few mid-level instructors from Fengyan University had all worn stony expressions, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet now, even senior instructors were practically peddling recommendation slots. It was understandable that a recommendation would be offered, as Yi Li had demonstrated potential by defeating Tang Yao. However, the almost overt eagerness displayed was an entirely different matter. Did this imply that Yi Li's potential was indeed exceptional, even among the recommended candidates? Contemplating this, Wang Yongfeng's breath quickened. Could it be that there was some latent potential in Yi Li that he had yet to discern? Yi Li did not respond directly, but instead inquired, "What advantages does this recommendation offer?" What he lacked most were opportunities to accumulate malevolent value and access to various martial arts techniques. Naturally, Yuan replied confidently, straightening his posture. "Simply by having access to the library at Fengyan University, you can directly ascend to the 4th floor with a pass. Not only will you find 3rd-tier martial techniques, but even exquisite 4th-tier techniques, all of which you will be eligible to exchange for, should you desire. Furthermore, the caliber of contacts you will encounter is unparalleled. Many instructors at Fengyan University hold esteemed positions within powerful factions. Frankly, ordinary martial science students only have the chance to meet them while on campus. These connections are invaluable." As he spoke, he subtly hinted, moreover, "I am also a guest elder of numerous associations, possessing a wealth of resources and opportunities for secret realm training, all of which I can allocate to my favored students. Additionally, should you encounter any difficulties while practicing martial techniques, you may freely consult the instructors. With the title of recommended student, they would be more than willing to elucidate matters for you." Yu Wing spoke with great fervor, to the point of becoming somewhat parched. He observed the calm expression of Yi Li, cleared his throat, and continued, "If you are willing to become my student, it would be splendid. What I can offer you is undoubtedly more substantial than what those second-rate faction leaders could provide." In response, Yili merely nodded slightly. No surprise, Fengyun University, the most prestigious martial arts institution in Yingxing, indeed offered enticing benefits. Although the actual challenges would likely exceed what was promised, the opportunities available at Fengyun University were undeniably genuine. He did not lack for instructors in martial techniques, nor did he desire superficial connections. But he did have a need for such opportunities. I see. It is indeed quite impressive. Ultimately, under Yu Wang's fervent gaze, Yili calmly declared, "However, I must decline. Language play with Fengyun University's 106-year-old teacher, malevolence value 500. The astonished Yu Wang, who had assumed his proposal was almost guaranteed, stammered, "Why? Are the conditions not enticing enough?" "Enticing indeed," Yili acknowledged naturally. "But you? I must decline. Language play with Fengyun University's 106-year-old teacher, malevolence value 200. Strangely enough, playing with the old man is rather amusing," Yili sighed inwardly. It seemed his penchant for saying no to those he deemed almost assured of success was a habit he would likely never shake. Then why refuse? Yu Wang's cheeks flushed slightly. Yili chuckled softly, "Because I intend to participate in the martial examination." "You still wish to partake in the martial examination?" Yu Wang was momentarily taken aback. Then earnestly counseled, "There is absolutely no need. After this battle, the students from Qingshan No. 1 High School will likely harbor deep resentment towards you. Should they all turn their attention towards you during the martial examination, you would be vastly outnumbered and easily find yourself in trouble. Perhaps I could accept the recommendation slot after the martial examination?" Wang Yongfeng tentatively suggested, believing Yili sought to hone himself through the examination and was merely seeking assistance. "Then it is even less necessary." Yu Wang cast a sidelong glance at him, exasperated. "This year's recommendation slot for Fengyun University is solely in my hands. You are all aware of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, are you not? It is the most prestigious martial arts high school in Yingxing, renowned for producing a plethora of talented individuals over the years. As far as I know, this year's cohort includes several gifted contenders, each more ambitious than the last. If they were to learn that a recommended martial science student had come to participate in the examination, they would undoubtedly seek you out for a confrontation." He turned to Yili, earnestly explaining, "To put it plainly, they would come looking for trouble, eager to test your capabilities." "Why?" asked Yili, out of defiance. Yu Wang sighed. "Yili, heed my advice. The martial examination is no trifling matter. Are you not courting disaster for yourself? There is absolutely no need to engage with them in this manner, is there?" However, Yu Wang suddenly noticed that the youthful pair of black eyes before him was growing increasingly bright. Indeed, in response to Yu Wang's bewildered expression, Yili added calmly, "Let us compromise. I shall accept the recommendation slot and still participate in the martial examination." "Wait, you want both?" Yu Wang stared in astonishment at Wang Yongfeng beside him, questioning whether he had misheard. Chapter 42, Leveling Up begins, Peak of Second Tier. As night fell, a slight chill enveloped the city of Qingshan. In Yu Wang's reluctant gaze, Yili exchanged contact information with him before parting ways. Subsequently, under Wang Yongfeng's guidance, he and Jiang Qingzhu quickly returned to a rather upscale hotel in the city center. "I knew you would win. I saw the numbers on that punching power tester in your training room that day." Amidst the envious gazes of Lu Yongda and others, Jiang Qingzhu walked closely beside Yi Li and earnestly remarked, "You have been concealing your true abilities all along. Indeed, Tang Yao should feel ashamed for not having compelled me to unleash my full strength." Yi Li chuckled softly, then paused before the door. "Well then, see you tomorrow." He was already impatient to enhance his capabilities. "Yes, see you tomorrow," Jiang Qingzhu replied, her eyes sparkling, her lips slightly pursed. Yi Li nodded and casually closed the door behind him. Watching his vanishing figure, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Ever since that day, whenever she lifted her gaze, she would see both the sky and his silhouette. Both seemed so unattainable. Yet, she bore many burdens herself, and under no circumstances should she give up easily. She needed to catch up without delay. Jiang Qingzhu encouraged herself inwardly. At the very least, the opponent's martial prowess was not yet superior to her own. And for the time being, he should not be able to outpace her. "All right, let us begin." Inside the room, as silence enveloped the surroundings, Yi Li, having finished cleansing himself, returned to sit cross-legged on his bed. The white bathrobe he wore fluttered gently, his handsome features betraying a hint of anticipation. Current evil value, 52. 200 points, eligible for artifact extraction. Such a staggering number was a first for him, akin to receiving a substantial salary for the first time as an adult, leaving him somewhat uncertain on how to lavish it. Defeating Tang Yao did not signal the end of his challenges. A new round of trials loomed ahead. According to Old Yu, this martial examination would not only see hundreds of martial science students from Qingshan No. 1 High School potentially return, but also attract several so-called geniuses from Shanzhou City. Another great battle was on the horizon. The hundreds from Qingshan No. 1 were hardly daunting. Possessing formidable endurance, Yi Li had no fear of these uncoordinated adversaries. The only threat worthy of caution came from Shanzhou. As the capital of Ing Province, Shanzhou City was rich in resources, with the martial arts culture flourishing more than in any of the other 11 cities in the province. Naturally, Shanzhou No. 1 High School became the elite martial arts institution in Ing Province, boasting the highest enrollment rates. Among its students, those hailed as geniuses were undoubtedly not far inferior to Tang Yao, if not stronger. Before he amassed the power to dominate these individuals, restless nights were inevitable. Truly, high reward came with high risk, Yili mused with a hint of jest. Deep down, he understood that according to his developmental trajectory, a single failure along the way could lead to catastrophic losses, both material and psychological. Thus, he must eliminate any possibility of such occurrences. Yili exhaled lightly and summoned the interface. It must be said that he had lingered long enough at the first level of the second tier. He had grown weary of the tedious formalities. It was time to unleash a wave of latent potential. Current evil value, 52, 200 points, eligible for artifact extraction. Having already maxed out the S-rank breathing technique, there was no reason not to enhance his cultivation further. Let us go, my perseverance and effort. Ding. Beginning to consume evil value. Continuous enhancement of cultivation underway. Through prior arduous training, your comprehension of the S-rank breathing technique, white mist frost snow, has reached an instinctive level, significantly increasing your control over true chi and accelerating its integration with your meridians. Gained buff, cultivation speed accelerated by 400. Your cultivation speed resembles that of a legendary racer, long banned from competition, who one day is told he can drive fast again, accelerating in a top-tier race car. Unlocked new achievement, drifting through turns. Drifting through turns, no matter how fast you drive, your vehicle will not overturn due to drifting. The once reckless Akira Adachi is now left in your dust, as your cultivation surges rapidly. After consuming 1,000 points of evil value, you have refined all the meridians in your arms with pure, true chi, causing them to emit a luster akin to jade, naturally enhancing your physique and boosting your vitality. You have successfully advanced to the third level of the second tier. With a sufficiently high mastery of true chi, the speed at which you recover true chi far exceeds that of your peers, making your approach to cultivating the Jade Meridian realm increasingly adept. Gained buff, cultivation speed accelerated by 20. After consuming 3,000 points of evil value, you summoned all your true chi to refine the meridians in your torso, enhancing the functions of your internal organs, particularly the kidneys, which received the most significant boost, as you seemed to favor them during the refinement. Allocating 40 of the replenished vitality to them, you have successfully advanced to the 6th level of the second tier. This was utter nonsense. Yili had always treated his internal organs equally. How could there be favoritism towards a particular organ? At most, it was merely the kidney's role in promoting hematopoiesis that was beneficial for the future of the third-tier True Blood realm. He had no choice but to do so. The luminous interface continued to present new text. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, you have skillfully circulated your entire true chi, refining the meridians throughout your limbs and bones, leading to a complete transformation of your meridians, emanating a rich fragrance akin to a precious elixir. You have successfully advanced to the 9th level of the second tier. After consuming 8,000 points of evil value, you have fully mastered the surging force of your chi. The robust sinews now render your physical strength far superior to before, with signs of transformation emerging in your blood. You have officially stepped into the pinnacle of the second tier. This enhancement consumed a total of 8,000 points of evil value, equivalent to over 10 years of your normal arduous training. Current evil value, 44,200 points. As the final line of text materialized, Yili felt a warmth spreading through his limbs. The turbulent flow of true chi within him surged uncontrollably, racing through his meridians at a speed surpassing all previous levels. He clenched his fist slightly, and the surging true chi erupted from his body with extraordinary swiftness. Should he deploy martial techniques, his speed would undoubtedly be several times greater than before. Yili gazed at his elongated palms, his dark eyes gleaming with delight. Indeed, the choice to perfect the breathing technique before elevating his cultivation had proven to be astute. He recalled the 8 arduous years it took him to rise from the 5th level to the 8th level of the first tier. Now, he had ascended from the first level to the pinnacle of the second tier, all in the span of merely over 10 years of effort. While this cultivation speed still paled in comparison to those geniuses, it was a far cry from the days when he first arrived. Beneath his smooth flesh lay meridians as clear as jade, no longer fragile as before, simultaneously enhancing his physical strength. Even the blood coursing through him began to exhibit signs of transformation under the nurturing influence of these thoroughly refined meridians. With a few drops faintly shimmering with a golden glow, looking remarkably different from before. He had vanquished so many adversaries, his brilliance unmistakable. This was his rightful reward. Yili exhaled a breath of fresh air, unperturbed. He understood that this marked the next stage on the path to martial arts mastery. The true blood realm of the third tier awaited him. Once the blood within him shimmered with a fine golden hue, It would signify his official entry into the True Blood realm. The enhancement of lower-tier martial artists essentially revolved around the gradual metamorphosis of their physical form. Superior breathing techniques and refining methods could accelerate this transformative process. Once he discovered a suitable refining method, Yili would likely be able to reach his peak. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the interface, where the numbers still appeared quite ample. Current malevolence points, 44, 200. Although a suitable method for tempering has yet to be discovered, it is still worth attempting to employ rudimentary techniques to break through to a state approaching the True Blood realm. With a mere thought, Yili felt the vast tide of malevolence points surge into his interface once more. Chapter 43, Ascension of the Golden Soul, a New Extraordinary Ability. Ding. Consuming malevolence points, beginning the elevation of martial arts level. You have yet to peruse any methods for tempering one's vital essence, akin to a university student. Having attended 2 years, attempting to sit for the college entrance examination, you can only stare blankly at the paper. In utter helplessness, you must rely on the transformative jade veins to nurture your vital essence, thereby achieving the purpose of tempering. Acquired negative buff, training speed reduced by 80. After expending 1,000 malevolence points, approximately 1/5 of your blood began to shimmer with a golden glow, filling you with exhilaration as you felt you had stumbled upon the elusive secret. After expending 2,000 malevolence points, you sorrowfully realized that this insight was merely an illusion. Relying on the meridians to forcibly cultivate your vital essence is fraught with difficulty at the outset, increasingly so in the midst, and ultimately leaves you as helpless as a blind man riding a blind horse. Acquired negative buff, restlessness, training speed reduced by 10. After consuming 3,000 malevolence points, over half of your blood underwent initial transformation, but the remaining portion, akin to impurities in metal during forging, proved exceedingly difficult to expel. Perhaps only through a proper tempering method could they be eradicated. Acquired negative buff, midnight descent into the abyss, 50 increased probability of losing control. Yili promptly ceased the allocation of points. It was somewhat absurd. How could the risk of losing control emerge? Wasn't he akin to a university student? Who said a university student from his hometown could not participate in the college entrance exam? Hadn't there been tales of university students substituting for their juniors in the examination, directly sending them to vocational colleges? It appeared he still needed to seek out a proper tempering method. With a sigh, Yili reflected that more than half of his blood had transformed, likely rendering him significantly stronger than a typical peak second-stage martial artist, at least in terms of current vital essence strength. At this moment, compared to himself from mere moments ago, he had already surpassed the intensity of the previous self who had activated Golden Soul Resurrection. Yili succinctly organized his two forms. One was the state of Heavenly Gang Step through the void, relying on damage immunity and speed, complemented by various perfected martial arts, which should easily allow him to contend with early third-stage martial artists. Should the battle prolong, with the aid of his Blood Ox enhancement, he could certainly exchange injuries for victory, ultimately exhausting a typical third-stage martial artist. The second form was that of the Super Scion activated by Golden Soul Resurrection. Although it consumed greatly, the enhancement to his physical body was simply astonishing, not to mention early third-stage martial artists. He was confident he could directly tear apart mid-third-stage aberrations, a veritable humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for why he delineated these two forms, it was due to the specific effects associated with their activation. Who would refuse the allure of being able to transform? Yili chuckled softly and redirected his gaze to the interface. With over 40,000 malevolence points remaining, he could indeed procure that so-called artifact as a safety net. The question was it necessary? After pondering for a moment, Yili concluded that it was not immediately essential. According to the rules, the participant who performed best in the exchange competition would not only receive a monetary reward in vitality pills, but also a jointly sponsored artifact from both schools. The specifics of this artifact remained unclear to him. He would reconsider drawing from this card pool once he obtained it and confirmed it was not a firearm-type artifact. With that in mind, Yili shifted his attention to his martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS level Indomitable Golden Soul LV2, upgradable. Holding such an abundance of malevolence points, it would indeed be a pity not to continue investing. The last upgrade to LV2 unlocked the Scion-like Golden Soul Awakening. This realization sparked anticipation within Yili. What new extraordinary abilities would be unlocked upon ascending to LV3? Investing in martial arts talent was undoubtedly a sound decision, so he resolved to proceed. With a subtle shift of intention, Yili began to channel the vast malevolence points into the interface. Ding. Consuming malevolence points. Commencing the elevation of the Indomitable Golden Soul's level. Your solidified and clear Golden Soul is nourished once more. Akin to parched earth rejoicing at the arrival of a long-awaited rain, absorbing every malevolence point you invested. After expending 2,000 malevolence points, your Golden Soul became increasingly stable. After 5,000 malevolence points, a vague pattern began to emerge upon your Golden Soul, signifying the onset of evolution. You drew your true energy within, preventing any risk of losing control. After 10,000 malevolence points, the pattern on your golden soul solidified further, and as you focused, you discerned a complex and mysterious seal. Gazing at it for a prolonged period invoked a sense of clarity and tranquility within your heart. After expending 15,000 malevolence points, your golden soul grew even more robust, and the seal began to radiate light. After 20,000 malevolence points, the seal finally fused completely with your golden soul, awakening a new talent ability. Indomitable golden soul upgraded to LV3, self-healing speed enhanced, healing costs reduced. New talent ability, Eye of Illusion. Eye of Illusion significantly enhances visual acuity, dynamic vision improved, and upon merging with a golden soul bearer, grants the ability to see through lies, discern true forms, and identify weaknesses. Comment. Rumored to be of the same ilk as the legendary Heavenly Eye and the Fire-Eyed Golden Gaze, if utilized adeptly, its applications are boundless. Yi Li's eyes widened in revelation, the inky depths of his pupils flickering with divine light, exuding an extraordinary sharpness. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed his typically composed and handsome face. The abilities to see through lies, discern true forms, and identify weaknesses filled him with awe. They were indeed capabilities that would astonish and envy ordinary martial artists. Yi Li turned his head to gaze out the window, even shrouded by the night. He could perceive objects 1,000 meters away with clarity. Subsequently, scanning his surroundings, his astonishment magnified. Not only could he detect the minute wear of various furnishings within the room at a glance, but he could also clearly see the formations etched into the walls, designed to gather spiritual energy. With a slight concentration, he could observe multiple light points illuminating the formation, seemingly indicating its vulnerabilities. Was this the ability to identify weaknesses? Rising from his bed, Yi Li lightly tapped upon it, and the spiritual energy formation trembled violently, with just a little more force. The entire formation erupted with a deafening crash. Oh no! Yi Li's expression shifted. He suddenly recalled that he had only just stepped into the true blood realm. With his current physical strength, even a gentle tap could easily shatter not just formations but the bones of an ordinary person. He withdrew his hand, the divine light gradually fading from his eyes as he calmed his racing heart. Now, even without activating Golden Soul Resurrection, he could confidently slap Tang Yao to the ground with a single strike. Meanwhile, the results of the two-city exchange competition spread rapidly. The technological level of the high martial world was not lagging. Within a matter of hours, most martial arts high schools in the winning province had heard of the outcomes of this exchange competition, as well as rumors of students from Linghai No. One high school allegedly being recommended by Fengyan University. In a room reminiscent of a conference hall, discussions ensued regarding the enigmatic youth clad in black. Chapter 44. Let us see what he is truly worth. The situation unfolded as follows. Within the conference room of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, a figure of graceful demeanor sat before a long table made of blue stone. Dressed in an elegant robe, he rested his hands crossed upon the table and gazed at the figures flanking him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Though it is somewhat difficult to believe that Tang Yao was truly defeated by an obscure martial arts student, he remarked. I reviewed the footage of that match, and the student in question, Yi Li, hails from Linhai City. He is indeed quite formidable, emerging as this year's most unexpected dark horse in the martial arts examination. Upon his words, the attendees were visibly stirred. They had heard of the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, a second-tier, sixth-level martial artist who had previously triumphed over peak second-tier opponents. If memory served, their own captain had regarded him as a strong contender for this year's martial arts examination. Now, he had been vanquished ahead of time. Yi Li? Seated closest to the young man was a sweet-faced girl, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her lively eyes and rosy lips catching the light. Upon hearing the young man's words, she propped her chin on her hands, curiosity dancing in her gaze. Brother, I've never heard of this person before. Is he really that impressive? Precisely, he is a dark horse, the refined young man replied, casting her a fond glance. Moreover, it appears he possesses a secret technique that significantly enhances his abilities. Despite being merely a first-tier martial artist, upon activating this technique, his strength and speed utterly overwhelmed the sixth-level Tang Yao. However, all power comes at a cost, and such a domineering technique likely entails severe consumption and side effects. This much is evident from how Yi Li sought a swift resolution once he activated the technique. The girl giggled coyly. So he is just relying on his technique to shine? At the end of the day, his base strength is still too low. Warner, do not underestimate him. The young man said with a hint of exasperation. From the footage, it is clear that even without activating his technique, he can hold his own against Tang Yao, a sixth-level opponent. He is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Should you encounter him, do not act recklessly as you have in the past. Fine, Yangwan reluctantly acquiesced. Though she still huffed defiantly, a mere first-tier shrimp? I can surely handle him. The refined young man shook his head in resignation. He then turned to the other attendees. whose expressions had grown serious. Everyone, there is another matter that requires your attention. Yi can be quite ruthless. He shows no mercy in his approach. If you happen to cross paths with him during the martial arts examination, it is best to avoid conflict. If possible, it would be wise to befriend him. At this, he awaited the reactions of the crowd. Befriend him? Someone asked in confusion. Captain Yang, are we supposed to form an alliance with him? Indeed, the elegant young man, Yang Wanfeng, replied with a calm smile, exuding grace. As long as he does not seek the title of champion, we have no direct conflict with him. It would be prudent to cultivate a friendship. But if he has defeated Tang Yao, he surely won't willingly relinquish the championship, will he? The questioner furrowed his brow. Concern etched across his face. Captain Yang, what if he refuses to ally with us? Then we shall beat him, Yang Wan declared excitedly, raising her fists. If my brother has humbled himself to make friends, then any wise person, like Yi Li, should quickly realize the benefits of cooperation. Otherwise, I'll simply make him submit. As a second-tier, sixth-level martial artist, she was exceedingly confident in her abilities. Despite Tang Yao's recent defeat, Yang Wan remained unfazed. This was not mere arrogance. The Yang family, renowned for their blood-burning techniques, possessed a foundation far superior to that of the second-rate sword pavilion in Qingshan City. Rumor even had it within the province. Anyone who encounters a direct descendant of the Yang family, if of the same tier, cannot hope to compete. These few words were sufficient to illustrate the formidable nature of the Yang family's techniques. Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan, harnessing their family's legacy and their own innate gifts, had become the brightest stars at Shanzhou No. 1 High School. Together, they had the strength to contend with third-tier martial artists. With that, Yang Wan licked her sharp tiger teeth, her lively eyes seemingly ablaze with determination. It's a perfect match of secret techniques. We shall see whose is superior. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng maintained a placid gaze, replying softly, Wanner, do not underestimate him. Even if our attempts to ally fail, it is wise to avoid direct confrontation for now. Why not? Yang Wan protested, puffing out her cheeks in defiance. For your performance in the martial arts examination, and for Yi Li's very life, Yang Wanfeng explained, a hint of chill creeping into his refined features as he raised his gaze. If that person were to harm you, what do you think would happen? His cold voice reverberated through the conference room, saturating the atmosphere with an ominous tension. As they beheld the once gentle young man now infused with a chilling aura, the attendees recalled past events, shuddering involuntarily. The previously mild-mannered Yang Wanfeng now appeared as fearsome as a thousand-armed Azura. They all remembered the last interprovincial exchange, during which Yang Wan had been accidentally injured. When Yang Wanfeng took to the stage afterward, he had unleashed his fury upon 7 opponents, showcasing his protective nature towards his sister. Yang Wan seemed to recall this incident as well. She immediately stuck out her tongue and playfully grinned. Hee, I'll be careful. No, you will not be careful at all. The collective thought echoed in the minds of the attendees. Despite Yang Wan's sweet words, given her headstrong nature, it was highly probable that she would seek out trouble with Yi Li regardless. Realizing this, the crowd exchanged glances, slowly revealing expressions of schadenfreude. They hoped that Yi Li would prove to be a wise individual, willing to cooperate. Otherwise, should he provoke Yang Wan, he would also incur the wrath of Yang Wanfeng, leading to dire consequences. With a sweeping glance across the room, Yang Wanfeng's face regained its warm smile as he spoke gently. That concludes today's meeting. You may disperse. Just then, a timid voice piped up from among the team members. Captain Yang, I've heard something else about Yi Li. What is it? Yang Wanfeng nodded, encouraging the speaker. The team member hesitantly continued. It seems he has secured the only guaranteed admission slot to Fengyun University this year. If he participates in this martial arts examination, could it be that he is aiming for the championship? At this revelation, the collective expression of the attendees shifted dramatically, all eyes turning toward Yang Wanfeng at the head of the table. They recalled his frequent assertions about securing a guaranteed admission slot to Fengyun University for both himself and Yang Wan, allowing them to enjoy the generous benefits of enrollment. Now, this coveted opportunity had been snatched away by an unexpected upstart. This was disastrous. Having lost such an important opportunity, it was evident that Captain Yang would be infuriated. The crowd instinctively held their breath. True to their apprehensions, Yang Wanfeng's expression darkened completely. He turned to the speaker, seemingly calm as he inquired, are you certain he has secured the guaranteed admission? I have heard my friends from Qingshan No. 1 High School say the same. This is outrageous. Hearing this, Yang Wan stood up on the spot, stamping her foot fiercely and exclaiming, on what grounds? Just because he defeated Tang Yao? By that logic, my brother could do it too. Why is he not given the same opportunity? Wanner, please sit down. Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, it's all right. The teachers at Fengyun University must have their own considerations for doing this. Nevertheless, despite his words, a flicker of irritation was evident in his eyes, and even his clasped fingers were tightly clenched. Suppressing his anger, Yang Wanfeng casually remarked, however, since he is a student with guaranteed admission, he must possess exceptional capabilities. If he indeed participates in the martial examination and competes for the top position, I shall personally meet him. By the end of his statement, The audience could clearly detect a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. "Brother, you are far too kind-hearted." Yang Wan glared at him in indignation, gritting her teeth as she said, "That scoundrel, who clearly took the backdoor route, had better not cross my path. Otherwise, I shall strip him bare and hang him from a tree to see just how much he weighs." Chapter 45. Numerical Domination. On the following morning, sunlight bathed the earth in warmth. On a high-speed train heading to Linhai City, Yili leaned against the window, a golden waistplate tied around his waist. Inscribed on it in elegant silver strokes were the 4 characters, Fengyun University. Such a golden waistplate could only be awarded to exceptionally performing students, and it also served as a valuable storage artifact. For a student from a martial arts high school to possess it, the significance was self-evident. It was indeed a token bestowed upon him by Yu Wang. Yili had initially not intended to wear such a conspicuous object. However, he could not resist Wang Yongfeng's fervent request. "Yili, I implore you, as your teacher who has led 5 school teams, I've never received a trophy of this caliber. Just let me have this one moment of glory." Seeing Wang Yongfeng's earnestness, the kind-hearted Yili acquiesced to the request. As the scenery outside sped by, Yili casually perused the numerous messages sent by Yu Wang, which numbered in the dozens. "Yili, do you have some time? If not, no problem. No need to reply. I merely wish to share with you the immense strength of Fengyun University. Take for instance, Zhenjiang University, which is quite prominent in Hanwha. In past incidents of secret realm fusion and beast tides, they could manage with a little external assistance. However, they cannot be compared to Fengyun University at all. Our school handles such disasters independently, without the need for outside help, and we generously reward participating students afterward. This alone creates a significant disparity. Furthermore, the tasks issued by our university, both in quantity and quality, far surpass those of so-called top martial arts universities. So when you complete the martial examination, should any universities from Modu or Shangjing come to recruit you, please do not agree. Our school is not inferior to them. It's not that I fear losing you. Rather, it's about the prestige of Fengyun University." As the date of the martial examination drew near, the atmosphere within Linhai No. 1 High School grew increasingly tense. Even the most casual individuals felt a sense of urgency. Under normal circumstances, nothing could capture the attention of these martial arts students. However, this morning, an astonishing announcement spread throughout the school via the intercom. Someone had received a guaranteed admission to Fengyun University. This privilege, typically monopolized by the talents of Shanzhou City, astonishingly fell upon Linhai City this year, leaving many incredulous. Fengyun University. It ranked among the foremost martial arts universities in all of Hanwha. In previous years, not only were students unable to secure guaranteed spots, but few even managed to gain admission. Instantly, the entire teaching building buzzed with speculation, all eager to discover who had received this coveted opportunity. Principal Li, who had been bursting to share the news, finally proclaimed with a smile, "Let us congratulate Yi Li from Class 9 of the senior year for obtaining a guaranteed admission to Fengyun University." Upon hearing this, the students of Linhai erupted with exuberance. Due to recent rumors, many were already familiar with Yi Li's formidable reputation, and they instantly became agitated. The so-called Demon King from their school team had secured the very opportunity they all yearned for. Waves of disbelief and excitement surged through the hallways as the news spread like wildfire. In the infirmary, a patient in critical condition gasped upon hearing the announcement. Shun Lian's exquisite visage was now marked by a look of daze and confusion, her spirit visibly disoriented. After a few moments, she swallowed hard, pinched her own cheek, and turned to the attending nurse, her voice trembling as she asked, "Did you hear the broadcast just now?" "Huh, of course I did." The nurse, initially surprised by her question, looked over and could not help but exclaim, "That student named Yi Li is truly impressive. Our school has never had a student receive guaranteed admission to Fengyun University. Is that so?" Shun Lian struggled to contain the tumult of emotions surging within her. She understood the significance of Fengyun University better than any other student at Linhai. It was the very place she had longed for, to gain admission there. She had even entered into a relationship with Wang Ran, whose uncle was a retired teacher from Fengyun University. Despite being a mere junior instructor, his insights into martial arts surpassed those of most high school instructors. Thanks to his guidance, Shun Lian's abilities had soared, and she had swiftly joined the school team within 2 short years. Yet, the distance to Fengyun University remained vast. And now, the childhood friend she had carelessly cast aside had received guaranteed admission to the very institution she dreamed of. In that instant, overwhelming regret engulfed Shun Lian, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. As her heart suffered a devastating blow, the injuries she bore also throbbed with unrelenting pain. Shun Lian felt as if her heart was bleeding tears. She knew all too well that she and Yi Li were no longer in the same realm. Detected overwhelming regret from a childhood crush of 10 years, leading to a complete breakdown. Malicious value, 5,000. What an unexpected gain. Yi Li, just disembarking from the high-speed train, paused briefly but did not dwell on it, and continued towards the exit. With only 3 days remaining until the martial examination, he mused that while high-level honing techniques might be somewhat challenging, finding a B-level blood refinement technique shouldn't be overly difficult. Regardless, he aimed to reach the 3rd tier without fail. Other matters could wait. At that point, he would directly enter the martial examination at the 3rd tier. Numerical dominance. My boy. Chapter 46. Unforeseen changes in Linhai City. At the high-speed train station, the group from Linhai No. 1 High School was making their way toward the exit. Amidst the throng, Yili advanced with measured steps, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Qingzhu beside him. Do you possess any suitable training methods? The fact that the other party could procure an S-class breathing technique for him attested to the immense power of her backing. The enhancement brought by White Mist, Frost, and Snow was indeed formidable, not only significantly accelerating the recovery of true energy compared to martial artists of the same tier, but also providing bonuses during skill allocation, highlighting the vast disparity between S-class techniques and their ordinary counterparts. I do not have any at the moment, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her eyes shimmering as she pondered briefly. However, there should be some at home, though they are not easily accessible. Would it be acceptable for me to provide one next month? Unlike the martial techniques stored in the library, breathing techniques and training methods that pertain to inheritance require appropriate justification for even the eldest daughter of the Jiang family to obtain from her elders. I should be able to break through to the 5th level next month. Perhaps I could come and take a look beforehand, Yili remarked, rubbing his forehead with a hint of exasperation. Let's discuss it then. Since this avenue proved unfruitful, he would have to seek assistance from Elder Yu or Linhai No. 1 High School. The former had just returned to Fengyan University and was unlikely to visit Linhai City soon, leaving only Linhai No. 1 as an option. Very well. Jiang Qingzhu nodded lightly, not perceiving it as an urgent matter, considering he had just achieved the 2nd tier and was likely still in the stabilization phase. By the way, do you have any questions regarding White Mist, Frost, and Snow? She turned her gaze toward Yili, her tone imbued with a hint of anticipation. I have attained a modest mastery of this breathing technique. Feel free to inquire if anything is unclear. Yes, understood. If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask me as well, Yili replied nonchalantly. The fact that Jiang Qingzhu had mastered White Mist, Frost, and Snow to a minor extent after only half a year's study positioned her as a prodigy among her peers. Jiang Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, intending to express that if there were areas she struggled with, he likely would not comprehend them either. However, recalling the impressive display of Snowstorm he had recently executed, she silently chose to refrain from speaking further. Since meeting Yili, she had come to understand a profound truth. There exist individuals in this world who defy reason, collectively referred to as geniuses, and he was undoubtedly one of them. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qingzhu's gaze toward him grew tinged with a mix of yearning and admiration. She longed to intertwine her fate with his and was willing to offer anything, martial arts, techniques, and more. Most individuals would have eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves with the esteemed daughter of the extreme northern Jiang family, yearning for the family's endorsement. Yet, this young man was entirely different. His unyielding demeanor conveyed an indifference to the Jiang family's favor, radiating an aura of unwavering self-assurance and extreme confidence in himself. While such self-assuredness was not uncommon among talented martial artists, they often succumbed to temptation when confronted with such a coveted opportunity. Yili, however, remained unfazed by the Jiang family's status, even daring to confront the Jiang family's eldest daughter. Jiang Qingzhu had never encountered someone like him before, which only heightened his rarity. We do have quite a few 3rd-grade weapons at home. Shall I select one for you during the martial examination? She inquired softly. Yili nodded noncommittally, his gaze fixed on the exit. Who are those people? Jiang Qingzhu followed his line of sight and was taken aback. Enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau? Why are there so many? Outside the exit, a position typically occupied by taxi drivers was now occupied by several figures clad in dark coats, standing silently and conspicuously. Their expressions were cold and impassive, their sharp gazes directed toward the space behind Yi Li and the others. Following their gaze, Yi Li raised an eyebrow as he spotted a striking figure swiftly approaching, escorted by several individuals. The newcomer was tall and slender, appearing to be around 40 years old, with heavy shackles binding his large hands. His expression was somber, eyes tightly shut, yet he moved with ease. Through Yi Li's ethereal vision, he could discern the robust aura surrounding the slender man, indicating he was no ordinary individual. The young escorts surrounding him appeared youthful, their faces still bearing remnants of joy, each adorned with identical iron badges at their waists. Yi Li deliberately halted his steps, allowing them to pass by, and easily read the inscription on the badge, Zhenjiang University. This was another martial arts university within the province, albeit considerably less powerful than Fengyan University. I see, Zhenjiang University students are here to escort a prisoner, Yi Li mused. Prisoner transfer? Jiang Qingzhu, somewhat surprised, clarified. Martial arts universities occasionally issue tasks to apprehend fugitives, and once captured, the criminals are handed over to the nearest Qingyi Bureau. I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Yi Li nodded slightly. This is my first time witnessing it as well. I wonder if pursuing a fugitive like this would yield any merit points. He felt skeptical. Such actions typically fell under the category of heroic deeds. And the system was not easily deceived. Not necessarily. Could excessive enforcement also be considered a form of wrongdoing? Yi Li's thoughts began to wander. In his line of sight, the group escorting the suspect soon exited the station. The enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau stepped forward, quickly comparing photographs before receiving the key to the shackles from the group. The lead enforcer approached, extending his hand to search the slender man's clothing, likely to guard against any disguise techniques. As Yi Li exited the platform, he nodded slightly. This experience was indeed novel, and he would keep a watchful eye on provincial fugitives in the future. Should he encounter one, it would be an opportunity to test his hypotheses. Though he was not fond of such protracted methods, he currently lacked an excuse to intervene. Suddenly, the enforcer inspecting the shackles changed countenance dramatically. It was known that ordinary shackles were as fragile as fine threads to martial artists, easily shattering with a mere struggle. Therefore, students assigned to capture dangerous criminals were provided with appropriately strong shackles by the martial arts university. However, the ones in the enforcer's hands, suitable for restraining low-tier martial artists, were utterly inadequate for the significant suspect before them, who was nearing the fourth tier. With a loud shout, the enforcer attempted to retreat. But the slender man suddenly opened his eyes. With a resounding metallic clang, he shattered the chains binding him, his aura erupting violently. And he delivered a crushing blow to the chest of the enforcer before him. Crack! The enforcer's chest visibly collapsed, his body flying backward as blood gushed forth, staining his dark blue coat crimson. Director Chun. Everyone gasped in shock. The slender man, now revealing a look of ecstasy, had initially feared for his life but realized that the Zhenjiang University students had spared expenses by not providing him with heavy restraints, granting him a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward without hesitation, taking advantage of their momentary distraction. Like a high-speed vehicle, he barreled through a throng of bewildered pedestrians, sending more than a dozen of them sprawling, before vanishing into the distance. The remaining law enforcers quickly regained their composure and sprang into action. One individual stayed behind to attend to the injured officer, while the others pursued the tall, slender man who was rapidly retreating. However, the bustling train station was filled with people, many of whom had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the earlier chaos. Witnessing this predicament, the few who had intended to chase hesitated, a flicker of conflict crossing their indifferent faces. Ultimately, they chose to halt and assess the situation of the wounded. Simultaneously, they contacted the law enforcement left behind in the city, urging them to swiftly track down the whereabouts of the tall man. At that moment, the officer had just picked up the shackles from the ground when he abruptly looked up, directing a disbelieving inquiry towards the students from Zhenjiang University. You did not use the shackles inscribed with the binding array. One student's face twitched, yet he steeled himself and replied, when we found that old monster, he was already gravely injured. Shackles capable of restraining a third-tier warrior are incredibly precious. We opted to conserve our resources and used the second-tier ones instead. Fool! The officer barked in anger. Hurry and pursue him. If that scoundrel harms anyone in the city, you shall all face punishment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Zhenjiang University students shifted noticeably, and they hurriedly set off in the direction the tall man had fled. It seemed they would need to ensure the students returned home early in the coming days. Wang Yongfeng withdrew his gaze from the receding figures, turning to the others with a click of his tongue. If my observations are correct, that suspect is none other than Xiang Bu, the notorious fugitive who has murdered over a dozen pregnant women, causing quite a stir in Zhenjiang City. It is said he was severely injured by the Anomalies Bureau of Zhenjiang, yet he remains a veritable third-tier peak warrior. Do take care once you return. Just then, his voice trailed off. As he surveyed the group, a sudden uncertainty flickered in his eyes. It was not only him. Even Jiang Qingzhu, after glancing around, was momentarily taken aback. Where's Yi Li? Chapter 47. They should thank me. In the intricate maze of towering buildings, the slender man sprinted, unable to suppress a maniacal laugh. Judging by the exclamations from the crowd, the elderly man he had severely injured was the chief of Linhai City, the only individual in the city nearing the fourth tier of martial prowess. It is known that the Anomalies Bureau across various regions in the Hanxia territory must remain vigilant against the hidden realms outside the city and the escaped criminals within. Warriors of the fourth tier and above are seldom available to lend assistance. Furthermore, students from martial arts universities like Yingxing rarely ascend to the fourth tier. Thus, this meant that, for the foreseeable future, Linhai City was entirely safe for him. With this thought, a smile of delight spread across Xiang Bu's face. Even though he had sustained serious injuries from that old ruffian in Zhenjiang City, he was still undeniably a peak third-tier warrior, even with some embellishments. His realm was firmly established, currently focused on survival. No one in Linhai City could catch up to him. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of Xiang Bu's neck stood on end. A piercing sound of something slicing through the air erupted near him. Who goes there? Xiang Bu felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively lowering his head and darting to the side. Boom! A long spear grazed his scalp, crashing heavily into the ground ahead, sending debris flying as the spear quivered violently from the impact. Xiang Bu turned to look, his pupils constricting. He saw a dark figure rushing towards him at an astonishing speed, surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier warrior. With a mighty thrust of his right arm, the figure unleashed a punch that shattered the air, striking down on Xiangbu's raised arm with tremendous force. Bang! Xiangbu had intended to utter a retort, but before he could, he was sent sprawling by the sheer power of the blow. It was Yili, propelled by the full application of the Heavenly Gang's void-treading technique and the dragon riding the wind classic, who had surged to Xiangbu's rear, his aura steadily escalating. Crash! Xiangbu slammed against the wall, cracking it in multiple places. He felt an odd vibration emanating from the approaching fist, causing his internal energy and blood to churn uncontrollably. It was only then that he finally caught a clear glimpse of his assailant. A youth with black hair and golden eyes, clad in dark robes, the golden badge at his waist swaying in the wind, his striking face radiating intense, killing intent. With Xiangbu's keen eyesight, he could easily discern the inscription on that badge, Fengyan University. You are from Fengyan University? His heart raced with a mixture of shock and fury as he could not help but demand, how many credits do you think you can earn by capturing me? The Anomalies Bureau is no longer pursuing me. Is it truly worth risking your life like this? In response to Xiangbu's incredulous gaze, Yili merely scoffed. You are mistaken. I am not here to capture you. Then what are you here for? I have come solely to kill you. The youth's golden eyes blazed with ferocity. And the moment his words fell, he launched himself forward, hair billowing behind him. The perfected technique of the dragon's descent surged through his palms. His internal energy roared and surged, unleashing the full force of his punch, amounting to thousands of kilograms of power. His fist descended like a torrential storm. Bold move. Xiangbu shouted defiantly, his arms spreading wide as he confronted the oncoming assault. Bang! 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 The air between them erupted into rippling waves, and the fierce winds surged forth, each strike landing with bone-crushing force. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the towering buildings swayed. Initially, Xiangbu felt that his opponent's fists were absurdly heavy, clearly a seasoned warrior well-versed in physical combat, a sensation that exhilarated him. However, as the battle progressed, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. In mere moments, an overwhelming chill surged from within him, causing his blood and energy to roil uncontrollably, inducing a wave of dizziness and nausea. What in the world is this? The strange sensations within him sent a jolt of panic through Xiangbu. Not only were his opponent's fists terrifyingly powerful, but the variety of techniques employed was utterly bewildering. Where on earth did this divine being come from? The sense of perfection in Yili's punches also ignited a spark of envy within Xiangbu's heart. You are also a third-tier warrior. You should understand my plight. He roared in anger. As third-tier warriors, we have endured the hardships of training. Does killing a few pregnant women truly warrant death? I cannot comprehend. As Yili spoke, he unleashed another dragon riding the wind strike, imbued with a torrent of frigid energy, forcefully breaking through Xiangbu's defenses. With the awakening of his golden soul, the dragon riding the wind classic, and dragon's descent, all his enhancements converged, enabling him to overpower the severely injured third-tier peak warrior with sheer force. In an instant, a pitch-black spear materialized in Yili's hand. The spearhead radiated a blinding light. A clear dragon silhouette emerging, and the ominous threat of death loomed over Xiangbu's heart. Spare me, Xiangbu cried out desperately. I am a third-tier warrior. I can redeem myself. Even the Anomalies Bureau would not kill me. His words rang true. As a peak third-tier warrior, he was indeed a scarce resource, likely to be bound by the Anomalies Bureau's secret methods to serve as a sacrificial pawn against the beasts outside the city. This was one of the reasons he was unafraid of the Bureau. Yet, upon hearing his plea, the youthful figure before him did not hesitate in his actions. Instead, a glimmer of cold light suddenly intensified in Xiangbu's eyes. If you kill me, the students from Zhenjiang University will not forgive you. A tingling sensation coursed through Xiangbu's body as he found himself immobilized, uttering his final words, indeed, the last he would ever speak in this lifetime. In the blink of an eye, a gaping wound exploded in his chest, swiftly followed by the sweeping shadow of a dragon, extinguishing his very essence. Eliminated a peak third-tier martial artist. Evil value gained. 10,000. The system's notification shimmered in an exhilarating crimson hue. Yili's spear quivered, splattering blood across the walls in a macabre display. The ethereal crimson reflected in his blazing golden eyes. Clad in a dark robe, he appeared as pristine as when he first arrived. What were they babbling about? Casually sheathing his spear, Yili turned to retrace his steps, murmuring softly, "Who cares about your trivial matters? If you survive, would I perish?" As he had not ventured far, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Lifting his gaze, he spotted several students from Zhenjiang University hastily approaching. Upon witnessing the scene behind Yili, their breath caught in their throats, and their expressions darkened. One stepped forward, a hint of anger lacing his tone. "Friend, this is our task, and your interference is unwarranted." Before he could finish, a golden token was tossed towards him. Frowning, he caught it, but his expression stiffened instantly. "Tell your principal to come to Fengyan University tomorrow and apologize, along with your instructor." The The youth in the dark robe spoke in a flat tone, his icy golden gaze fixed on the group. Is there any issue? Before the last words faded, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable silence. The students from Zhenjiang University wore expressions darker than the bottom of a pot. The golden token signified a core student of Fengyan University. In the midst of a mission, their status equated to that of the deputy director of the local Clear Anomalies Bureau. Damn it. How could we be so unfortunate? The foremost among them wore a ghastly expression, regretting his prior decisions. This mission had already been a blunder on their part. And now they had collided with a core student from Fengyan University, with the power held by the other. It would be but a word to have them expelled from the school. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, he mustered the courage to respond. No. Thank you for your assistance. Indeed. Yili nonchalantly extracted the token from his grasp and continued on his way. Confirming his suspicions brought him a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 48. I want it all. Once Yili departed, a collective sigh of relief washed over the Zhenjiang University students, their tense demeanor finally easing. They turned to their leader, unable to suppress their curiosity. Fenggo, was that truly the golden token of Fengyan University? Their disbelief was evident. They had been too far away to discern details, having only glimpsed the words, Fengyan University, from a distance. As for why they hadn't approached to verify on the spot, the risk of it being a fake was negligible. However, should it prove authentic, angering the youth in the dark robe would lead to even greater troubles. Besides, given the other's prowess in swiftly eliminating a severely injured peak third-tier martial artist, it was highly probable he was the genuine article. It's the real deal. I confirmed it just now, under the watchful eyes of his peers. The leader's face remained ashen. Damn it, misfortune truly strikes when it rains. How few gold tokens does Fengyan University possess? To encounter one in such a small place as Lehigh City is sheer bad luck. At this remark, the expressions of the others grew complex. While they were diligently pursuing the fugitive-esque trail, the Fengyan University student had come and dealt with the matter decisively. Now, they were left with the task of returning to school to apologize to their principal and instructors, with no choice but to comply. After all, who could deny the authority of the other? Contemplating this, the group gritted their teeth and moved to dispose of the body. Ironically, when the Clear Anomalies Bureau arrived, they would still have to report the other's achievements. There was little concern about finding someone to reward, as the number of core students from Fengyan University was limited. A simple inquiry would yield results. After inspecting the body, the leader was internally astonished. Damn, what a brutal strike. Though Xiangbu was a peak third-tier martial artist, even gravely injured, his last-ditch effort could not be trifled with. Under normal circumstances, a third-tier martial artist could not be defeated without incurring some cost. The Fengyan University student had acted with such decisiveness, leaving effortlessly after the deed. Any fugitive encountering him in the future would truly be unfortunate. As the sun reached its zenith, a taxi carrying 4 passengers made its way toward Lehigh No. 1 High School. Inside, Wang Yongfeng in the front passenger seat was engaged in a phone call, while Jiang Qingzhu in the back seat discreetly observed the youth beside her. Although he claimed to have gone to the restroom, why was there a faint scent of blood lingering about him? Ignoring Jiang Qingzhu's gaze, Yili leaned against the car window, his eyes fixed on the scenery outside. This was his first experience with taking a life, and surprisingly, he felt no urge to vomit. Only a slight increase in his heartbeat hinted at a surge of exhilaration. When Yili was but a second-tier, first-stage martial artist, he had faced Jiang Qingzhu, who was a second-tier, fourth-stage martial artist. Even wielding the perfected Tiangang treading void technique, he had required a gunshot to unexpectedly subdue her. At that time, it had been a battle of information gaps, relying on the nearly insurmountable, indestructible golden soul. Now, facing a peak third-tier martial artist, he, only half a step into the third tier, had managed to achieve a swift and unscathed kill. All right, Yili conceded. The primary reason for his unscathed victory was due to the opponent being gravely injured. Even so, the adversary had managed to withstand for several minutes during their clash after he activated the Golden Soul Revival. This was indeed intimidating, as it was Yili's first encounter with such a formidable foe. Truly, a peak third-tier martial artist. After this encounter, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Had both parties been in their prime, Yili would have considered retreating behind the others or cautiously accumulating energy before launching a counterattack, as failure could have dire consequences. Nevertheless, one must admit, wasn't this an unscathed swift kill? A smile crept across Yili's lips. Although the lack of a humiliating element resulted in a less bountiful evil value, successfully validating his new hypothesis left him in high spirits. Killing, even those steeped in malevolence, could yield evil value. Such was the weight of death. Following this logic, would slaying aberrant beasts also grant evil value rewards? Yili pondered, his thoughts wandering. Just then, Wang Yongfeng in the front seat ended his call. Turning to Yili with a light chuckle, the treasured item jointly sponsored by the 2 schools has been delivered to your training room, complete with relevant instructions. Be sure to take a look when you get the chance. Also, if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask the school. They will reimburse you. In response, Yili felt no need for pretense and promptly stated, I require a decent refining method. A refining method? Wang Yongfeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring. Isn't it a breathing technique? He observed that Yi Li rarely exhibited signs of depleting his vital energy, leading him to believe that he had discovered a suitable breathing technique. Was he really in such a hurry? If I put in some effort, I could obtain an S-level refining method for you in a couple of days after the exam. Jiang Qingzhu suddenly interjected, her voice rising at the end as she uttered words that left both Wang Yongfeng and the driver astonished. You have already mastered white mist frost snow, haven't you? The driver's astonishment stemmed purely from hearing the designation of S-level, while Wang Yongfeng was taken aback by the content of the girl's statement. If his memory served him correctly, white mist frost snow was indeed the S-level breathing technique that had been passed down through generations in the Jiang family. In terms of value, it was likely superior to those S-level breathing techniques circulating in the market, setting aside the question of how Yi Li came to possess it. The mere fact that he had mastered it was astounding. Even the most talented martial artists in Wang Yongfeng's recollection would require at least several years to achieve such a feat yet. It seemed that Yi Li had known Jiang Qingzhu for barely 2 weeks. Had he truly attained mastery? Was this for real? Wang Yongfeng, his throat dry, gazed incredulously at the boy in the ink-colored robe. He watched Yi Li casually nod. I suppose it's considered mastery. Upon hearing this, waves of astonishment surged in Wang Yongfeng's heart. He had truly mastered it. Achieving mastery of an S-level breathing technique in merely 2 weeks was a talent beyond reason. He suddenly turned to Jiang Qingzhu, whose reaction was remarkably composed as she continued. You should understand that, much like the high endurance and cultivation speed provided by S-level breathing techniques, S-level refining methods differ significantly from ordinary ones. Just as the method of refining metals varies, so do the results. After reaching the true blood realm, there remains a disparity even among those of the same tier, and that is where this saying originates. So, why not wait a few days for me? The girl blinked her clear eyes and asked coolly. I never said I wouldn't wait for you. Yi Li calmly replied, much to Jiang Qingzhu's surprise. Can't I have it all? Jiang Qingzhu. Wang Yongfeng. Chapter 49. Breaking through to the 3rd tier. At Linhai No. One high school, while Wang Yongfeng was on the verge of igniting sparks with his restless feet, Yi Li quickly acquired a B-level refining method known as Great Sun Treasure Furnace. The B-level refining method, Great Sun Treasure Furnace, was said to be one of the prized techniques kept in reserve by Linhai No. 1 High School. This left Vice Principal Li Haohan feeling somewhat helpless, as historically, no student had ever requested a 3rd-tier refining method before graduation. It was indeed a bit overwhelming. Inside the training building, Yi Li stepped into his training room, casually closing the door behind him, and gazed at the thick tome titled Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Although Wang Yongfeng had assured him that Principal Li would procure an A-level refining method from the elusive headmaster by next week, Yi Li pondered that by then Jiang Qingzhu's S-level refining method would already be available, rendering an A-level method merely a compromise. He shook his head. His initial intent was to casually find a refining method to smoothly transition to the 3rd tier before the martial arts examination. He could always use a superior refining method when it was time to officially allocate points. With this in mind, Yi Li approached the long table and picked up a ring that emitted a faint glow. A simple scan revealed it to be a storage ring, likely an additional benefit provided by Linhai No. 1 High School. However, since he already possessed a storage item in the form of a gold medal, the storage ring seemed somewhat redundant. Not dwelling on it too much, Yi Li removed all the items from it and laid them on the table. There was a bank card from Huanxia Bank, a round, crimson elixir, a set of silver hard armor, and an instruction manual. The first 2 items were likely part of the rewards for formal team members, amounting to 1 million Huanxia coins and a vitality elixir. The latter was presumably one of the so-called treasures jointly sponsored by the 2 schools. Yi Li picked up the instruction manual, and the text caught his eye. 3rd-tier intermediate treasure, armor of protection. Crafted from the silver horn of the 3rd-tier exotic beast, the silver-horned rhinoceros. Infused with vital energy, it automatically conforms to the body, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, with comfort and breathability, capable of reducing damage taken. After reading the description, a hint of disdain crossed Yi Li's face. Perhaps the treasures produced by his own system were so well suited that this armor seemed somewhat superfluous. Oh well, better than nothing. He had not expected them to provide significant assistance. Yi Li sighed and placed the items back into the storage ring. Among them, the most useful item was undoubtedly the storage ring itself. Subsequently, to avoid confusion with the harmonious coexistence ring on his right hand, he donned the storage ring on his left hand. Returning to his practice bed, Yi Li's expression gradually settled into calmness. He had no intention of delaying his advancement to the 3rd tier until after the martial arts examination. This endeavor had not only validated his assumptions, but also served as a wake-up call regarding the necessity to enhance his strength. If defeating an injured 3rd-tier peak martial artist was such a challenge, what would happen if the talented individuals from Shanzhou No. 1 High School were all at the peak of the 2nd tier? Would he not be left helpless? This simply could not be. No one could impede his progress in strengthening his abilities. An increasingly formidable strength did not blind Yi Li. Rather, it heightened his clarity. To outsiders, He appeared to be a prodigy, yet this unparalleled talent was built upon a massive accumulation of malevolent points thus far. To maintain such momentum, he needed to possess strength that could crush those talented individuals. He could not afford to be complacent. Yi Li chuckled softly, sitting by the bedside, his mood swiftly stabilizing. Since he was already on this path, there was no reason to feel lost. Ultimately, in this high martial world, only the strong could enforce their will. System. Allocate my points. A pale blue light curtain unfolded before Yi Li's eyes, and the vast array of malevolent points surged into the panel. Current malevolent points, 36, 200. Ding. Consuming malevolent points, beginning cultivation of the B-level refining method, Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Previously, you had clumsily refined your entire bloodline, having one foot in the door of the true blood realm, and now, reviewing this B-level refining method is akin to a student who has practiced problems before reading the textbook, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Acquired buff, cultivation speed increased by 50. After consuming 2,000 malevolent points, you realize that although this B-level refining method involves deeper cultivation theories, its complexity is still inferior to that of the S-level breathing method. You skim through it effortlessly, grasping its true essence. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, minor accomplishment. After consuming 4,000 malevolent points, you have learned the refining method of simulating the Great Sun's vaporization to elevate your internal temperature, causing your blood to gradually undergo transformation in this high-temperature environment. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, proficient. After consuming 6,000 malevolent points, your comprehension of this refining method deepens, and with each breath, scorching white vapor escapes from your mouth. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, mastered. After consuming 10,000 malevolent points, you finally understand the enhancement methods recorded in this refining method, a sense of enlightenment swelling within you. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, great accomplishment. After expending 12,000 points of malevolence, you have acquired the technique to imbue your true energy with a burning effect, significantly enhancing your efficacy in cultivating fire-based martial arts henceforth. Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Byproduct. Your ability to withstand heat has been elevated. Byproduct. Your comprehension of refining techniques, a type of third-tier martial art, has deepened. A multitude of words materialized from the luminescent screen. Yi Li exhaled silently, the sensation of heat palpably intense. Although he had never smoked in his past life, he couldn't help but muse that if he deliberately activated the burning energy within him, he could easily ignite a cigarette without a lighter. A practical ability had been added to his repertoire. Furthermore, with a mere thought, his blood surged within him, akin to a piece of fine iron cast into a searing furnace, not unbearable, but rather evoking a feeling of gradual metamorphosis. Without hesitation, Yi Li commenced his enhancement and cultivation. Ding. Expend malevolence points to elevate your martial arts level. Your refining technique has reached perfection under this influence. You have traversed 99 steps of 100, with only the final push remaining. Expend 200 points of malevolence, and a golden sheen envelopes your blood, your bones resonate, and a sensation of completeness permeates your entire being. Enhancement concluded. You have ascended to the first level of the third tier. Current martial arts level, third tier. First level 0. Current malevolence points, 24,000. With the emergence of the final line of text, Yi Li's aura surged dramatically. He resembled a flawlessly concocted elixir, radiating a sense of completeness throughout. His transformed blood and bones harmoniously complemented each other, significantly amplifying his senses to a terrifying degree of one feather cannot be added, nor can a fly approach. His void-like black eyes shone with a divine brilliance, as if capable of discerning the essence of the world. There existed no so-called bottleneck. The third-tier threshold, which had ensnared countless martial artists, was breached by him in mere breaths. This was the third tier. As he sensed the explosive surge of true energy and the intensity of his vitality within, Yi Li suppressed the astonishment etched upon his face. The next step was to prepare for the martial examination scheduled for 2.5 days later. He pondered what benefits the renowned Shanzhou No. 1 high school could possibly bestow upon him. Yi Li felt a flicker of anticipation. Meanwhile, at Shanzhou No. 1 high school, just concluding his training, Yang Wanfeng was engaged in a significant discussion about the martial examination with his sister, Yang Wan. Chapter 50. Yang Wanfeng's decision. The martial examination approaches. Brother, what do you think? In the spacious training ground, Yang Wan, having just completed her training, languidly reclined on the ground and casually remarked, "How should I teach that Yi Li a lesson? Wanner, how many times must I remind you not to underestimate your opponent?" Yang Wanfeng chuckled helplessly and continued, "If you do not activate the blood ignition secret method, you are unlikely to be a match for Tang Yao. If he can defeat Tang Yao, he surely possesses the ability to best you as well. Even if you activate the secret method and manage to win, what does it matter? This is the martial examination, where you must hunt the beasts within the examination points to earn points." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and added, "Moreover, Aside from the final 6 hours of free combat, if you rashly engage him at any other time, what will you do if he reports you to the invigilators? Then I just won't go to the martial university. Brother can support me for a lifetime, Yangwan retorted dismissively. To her, Yi Li had transformed from a mere passerby in the martial examination into a villain of the utmost severity for having seized her brother's guaranteed admission spot. Furthermore, since the highest points are awarded for hunting beasts in the core area of the examination points, if Yi Li aimed for the top, he would inevitably confront her and her peers. This clash seemed unavoidable. Hence, she was determined to conclude matters in a manner that would allow her to vent her frustrations. Wanner, do not throw a tantrum, Yang Wanfeng replied, sitting down beside her. Did I not say I would confront him when the time comes? What is the rush? Yang Wan refused to look at him, her voice laced with irritation. Because you are far too lenient. Even if you say you will confront him, you will surely hold back. You always stop just short. At her words, Yang Wanfeng's gaze flickered. In truth, he had never overtly dealt heavy blows. Those he had set his sights on had all faced his retribution in secret. This was something Yang Wan was evidently unaware of. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wanfeng sighed, seemingly resigned. All right, since you despise him so much, I suppose I have no choice. Speak, how would you like to teach him a lesson? Your brother will acquiesce. Really? Hearing this, Yang Wan sprang eagerly to a sitting position, gazing at Yang Wanfeng, pressing him for details. Anything goes? Yang Wanfeng feigned hesitation, allowing a semblance of doubt to cross his otherwise cultured visage. Then, as he met Yang Wan's expectant gaze, he seemed to reach a decision, letting out a reluctant sigh. When have I ever deceived you? Although I initially intended only to spar with him, seeing how much you detest him, a slight reprimand wouldn't hurt. That is fantastic, Yang Wan exclaimed, joyfully throwing her arms around Yang Wanfeng, exclaiming, I knew you were the best brother. After a moment, she hesitated, a bashful smile gracing her face as she added, Brother, I've actually already thought about how to teach him a lesson. At her words, Yang Wanfeng's spirits lifted. Go on. The core area of the martial examination points transmits images in real time, does it not? Indeed, Yang Wanfeng nodded. To observe the performances of promising martial science students, the core area's overhead utilizes special methods to capture relevant footage for live broadcasting. Due to the high costs involved, students wandering in the peripheral or even inner areas are not eligible for such coverage. What do you intend to do? I want to strip him of his clothes and hang him from the tallest tree for all to see, Yang Wan declared excitedly, envisioning the humiliation he would suffer before the entire province's faculty and students, eager to see if he would dare to seize others' opportunities again. Wouldn't that be a bit excessive? Upon hearing the girl's words, Yang Wanfeng's lips involuntarily curled upward before quickly smoothing into seriousness, his brow furrowing. Moreover, historically, the beast populations in the core area of the martial examination pose a risk of serious injury even to second-tier martial artists. For his own safety, he might not even enter the core area, as the beasts in the inner area also yield high points. Brother, I haven't finished yet, Yang Wan interjected, a triumphant expression adorning her face. If he doesn't enter the inner area, it works even better for me. There's no need to worry about image retention issues. When the final 2 hours of free combat arrive, you can deal with him however you like. That doesn't seem appropriate. Yang Wanfeng appeared hesitant, seemingly averse to such matters. However, the slight tremor in his excited hands betrayed his true feelings. Oh, what is so wrong with that? Noticing her brother's reluctance, Yang Wan grasped the young man's hand, pleadingly saying, Brother, he has taken your guaranteed admission spot, and now the entire school is discussing this matter. We can't afford to be so lenient anymore. Perhaps it is due to Yang Wanfeng's frequent mention of the coveted recommendation slots to Fengyun University, or perhaps the tendency of teachers across various classes to motivate their students with examples of prodigies. At this moment, hundreds of martial arts students at Shanzhou First High School have become aware of a student from Lehigh City named Yi Li, who is likely to secure a recommendation slot to Fengyun University. Naturally, Yang Wanfeng, who incessantly boasts about these slots, appears somewhat foolish. Indeed, when this matter arises, a flicker of annoyance manifests in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, only to dissipate swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he slowly remarks, Indeed, this Yi Li is excessively arrogant. If I do not reveal my capabilities soon, he might genuinely believe I am easily bullied. Reflecting on his battle with Tang Yao, he recalls his brutal fighting style that disregarded his opponent's dignity, leaving onlookers astounded. If I can teach him a lesson during this martial arts examination, it would serve the greater good. Yang Wan's delicate face immediately brightens with a radiant smile. Brother, in my heart, you have always been a paragon of virtue. Have you forgotten that everyone at school has referred to you as a pure and unsullied genius? I am well aware. Yang Wanfeng humbly waves his hand, responding with a hint of exasperation, but do not rejoice too soon. Even if I agree to teach him a lesson, finding him later will pose a challenge. Rest assured, Yang Wan declares, patting her slightly swollen chest, her long hair cascading down to her waist swaying with her movements. She smiles triumphantly. I knew you would agree to my request, so I discussed it with everyone this morning. Aside from the two of us, whoever encounters Yi Li will lead him to the core area. He absolutely cannot escape. With that, under Yang Wanfeng's approving gaze, Yang Wan crosses her hands over her flat abdomen, turning around with a tone imbued with anticipation. It is foolproof. Oh, I truly look forward to seeing the expression that fellow will wear. The grand scale of the provincial martial arts examination is nothing short of magnificent, sweeping the entire province in a fervor. The tense atmosphere hangs like an invisible net, enveloping each martial arts student's heart, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. In such a charged environment, time seems to flutter by at an accelerated pace. The brief span of 3 days vanishes like a fleeting shadow. As the first rays of morning sunlight cascade over the outskirts of Shanzhou City, a long-awaited thrill begins to permeate the air. Outside Shanzhou City, before an expansive and magnificent secret realm, a colossal temporary camp has been erected. Several figures exuding formidable presence gradually appear in front of the camp, their gazes fixed intently upon the distant city, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. There, hundreds of buses are arriving in succession, trailed by dozens of military armored vehicles. This place is poised to become the pivotal turning point in the destinies of thousands of martial artists. The stage for the provincial martial arts examination has been set, awaiting the entrance of its protagonists. As the principal examination site for the provincial martial arts tests over the years, the Lianshan secret realm is characterized by its vast spatial dimensions and relatively low-level exotic beasts, typically under a state of lockdown. Prior to the examination, a 7th-tier martial arts master is invited to meticulously inspect the realm to prevent the emergence of 4th-tier beasts. However, it appears that the secret realm has its own regulations in place, as no 4th-tier beasts have ever been reported throughout the years. Nevertheless, the protocol of inviting a master for inspection has not been neglected even once over the years. With so many martial arts prodigies, it is inevitable that a new generation of martial arts powerhouses will emerge in the coming decades. At the temporary camp before the Lianshan secret realm, a crowd of young martial artists stands on the plain, their expressions varied. Kai Guocheng stands at the forefront of the camp, gazing solemnly at the multitude of young martial artists below, his thoughts tumultuous. Finally, the day has arrived. The youthful elite of the province have gathered here today. The Yang family's twin stars from Shanzhou City, the young lady of the Jiang family from Lehigh City, the dark horse known as Yi Li, the little steel king from Jiang City, and Tang Yao from the sword pavilion of Qingshan City. Why does Qingshan City have so many injured? As his gaze lands on a group of martial artists from Qingshan City, a look of confusion arises in Kai Guocheng's eyes. There, hundreds are wrapped in bandages and clad in steel plates, appearing quite wretched, while the remaining hundreds occasionally cast resentful glances towards the martial artists from Lehigh City. However, upon meeting the gaze of a boy in dark robes, they immediately become obedient. How peculiar. I shall inquire with the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School later. Kai Guocheng decides, setting aside his contemplation. He strides forward, addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. I am Kai Guocheng, the chief supervisor of this provincial martial arts examination. Just as those literature students have spent a decade in study, today is your moment to validate the fruits of your arduous training. Having delivered the customary pre-battle motivating speech, which I presume has been reiterated by the leaders of your respective schools, I shall refrain from elaborating further on that. I will merely clarify the rules briefly. He rambles on for quite some time, while the over 10,000 martial arts students below listen intently. Among them, Yi Li, who is encountering this for the first time, nods frequently. The rules of the martial arts examination are rather straightforward. According to Kai Guocheng, the Lianshan secret realm behind him is divided into 3 areas: the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the core area. The outer perimeter primarily houses early first-tier exotic beasts, equivalent to first-tier levels 2 and 3, and hunting them yields lower points. The inner perimeter features middle to late first-tier, and even some early second-tier beasts, which provide higher points when hunted. As for the core area, it is predominantly inhabited by second-tier beasts, with a few third-tier beasts also active, yielding the highest points. Each participant is equipped with a talisman-like device that can be activated in emergencies, generating a protective shield around them and relaying their location to external devices for rescue. However, once activated, it signifies that the participant has effectively withdrawn from the examination. Yi Li is not particularly concerned about the exotic beasts, but the talisman intrigues him. If its strength is too high, it might affect his ability to accumulate negative points. Yet, he dismisses it with a simple rationale. How refined can a low-level talisman that can be produced in the tens of thousands be? Even if it withstands a strike from his dragon riding the wind technique, it would be considered admirably crafted. From recent observations, while the other martial arts students from Qingshan City harbor resentment towards him, it remains uncertain whether they possess the courage to act. Contemplating this, Yi Li's handsome brows furrow slightly. Damn it, your idol has been trampled underfoot by me, and you don't even think of seeking revenge? Do not succumb to the enemy's intimidation. I have not underestimated the bonds among you. Do not tell me you lack the courage to strike. It seems he must give Tang Yao another thrashing to awaken their wild instincts. With this thought, Yi Li's gaze shifts towards the distant girl in a sword robe. Biting her lip, she appears to sense his scrutiny, her previously resolute face suddenly paling. The martial arts examination is set to commence at 8:30 a.m. and will continue for 24 hours. From the camp above, Kai Guoqing's voice rings out sternly. I remind you once more, the martial arts examination is not a trivial matter. A moment of carelessness could result in fatalities within. Furthermore, aside from the core area where combat is unrestricted, engagements in other regions are permitted only during the final 6 hours. During all other times, mutual attacks among the trainees are strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification from the examination, along with a severe reprimand and nullification of examination results. His tone was markedly serious, and his formidable aura added an undeniable weight to his words. This regulation is quite comprehensible. It is evidently designed to prevent chaos among individuals in the secret realm, which could adversely affect their performance in the martial arts examination. However, an outright ban on mutual aggression is not feasible either. After all, when venturing into secret realms, they may face attacks from fellow martial artists. It is essential that young warriors do not harbor the delusion that warriors within the secret realm would refrain from attacking one another. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Li's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any sign of discontent. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu approached, presenting him with a sharp spear of azure and gold. This is a third-tier high-grade artifact, the blood-dyed spear of the sea dragon. It enhances the power of water-based martial techniques and also amplifies cold energy, she murmured. Thank you, Yi Li replied, accepting the spear with a polite nod. Aside from storage artifacts, each individual is allowed to carry 3 artifacts, and this spear fits perfectly. No worries. I will make time to visit the core area. Just call out if you need assistance, Yi Li said, stowing the spear away in his ring with calm assurance. Wishing you the best of luck. With that, he turned and departed. With some time remaining before 8:30, he intended to wander about, gathering some animosity points. Watching the young man retreat, Jiang Qingzhu bit her lip lightly, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Yi Li, I will surely gain admission to Fengyun University. Wait for me. Amidst the crowd, Yi Li meandered nonchalantly. At his waist, a resplendent golden badge stood out prominently, its silver-inked characters evoking envy among many martial arts students. Soon, he arrived at his destination, the gathering place for martial arts students from Shanzhou City. Since no one recognized him, Yi Li boldly positioned himself at the forefront of their group, awaiting with an expression of indifference. According to Elder Yu's words, this behavior was akin to a blatant provocation. Simultaneously, within the ranks of Shanzhou's team, the appearance of the youth clad in black with the golden badge sparked a flurry of whispers. Yang Wanfeng, who had been sharing laughter with his teammates to lighten the atmosphere, felt his smile freeze upon overhearing the discussions. He lifted his gaze to see the coveted golden badge glinting in the distance, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Without a doubt, that badge was an emblem reserved for those significant students within Fengyun University. Yi Li, Yang Wanfeng's smile faded, his hands gradually clenching as his eyes fixed intently on the languidly composed youth in black. The very fact that the other wore the badge revealed his status. As the martial arts examination was about to commence, rather than remaining in his own city awaiting transfer, the youth had deliberately come to flaunt his status before him. Knowing that Yang Wanfeng harbored resentment towards him, he still dared to provoke him? Contemplating this, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent surged in Yang Wanfeng's eyes. Brother, what's wrong? Yang Wan asked, noticing his unusual demeanor with a hint of confusion. Nothing, Yang Wanfeng replied, his expression softening as he chuckled lightly. I just spotted someone I care about and momentarily lost focus. He was acutely aware that they had yet to enter the secret realm. Should he act now, he would immediately forfeit his examination qualifications. Patience was essential. Once they entered the secret realm, he could utilize his abilities to locate Yi Li in the final 6 hours, at which point the tables would turn. Yang Wanfeng exhaled deeply. However, even though his murderous intent had swiftly dissipated, the black-clad youth seemed to sense it, casting a casual glance in their direction. Hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan also began to survey the surroundings. The person you care about? Who is it? The two locked eyes. Yi Li's expression was placid, his gaze tinged with scrutiny. Yang Wan's pupils quivered slightly as they fell upon the striking golden badge. A faint frown marred her otherwise sweet visage, thinly veiled anger blossoming. Brother, I think I just spotted that Yi Li. Yes, I see him too. Yang Wanfeng's gaze lingered on Yi Li, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he responded in a measured tone. He appears to be rather ostentatious. I shall ensure he learns a lesson. As they conversed, the black-clad youth had already turned his body, approaching with a calm demeanor. Brother, Yang Wan said, her heart inexplicably racing, her voice tinged with unease. He's coming over. Yang Wanfeng's expression rapidly chilled. The two siblings had merely exchanged a few glances, and yet he was approaching them directly. What could this mean? Unobtrusively positioning himself in front of Yang Wan, he gazed at the black-clad youth with an air of arrogance. Though engaging in combat outside the secret realm was prohibited, if the other were to strike first, the situation would take on a different nature. He would demonstrate to him what it meant to be the most exceptional martial talent of the Yang family. Yi Li soon stood before the two, raising his dark eyes. Despite being of similar height to Yang Wanfeng, the latter felt an unsettling sense of being looked down upon. This strange sensation resonated not only with Yang Wanfeng, but with the other students from Shanzhou City as well. The young man inquired indifferently, "What are you laughing at?" "What? Are we not allowed to laugh?" Yang Wanfeng furrowed his brow, responding with a hint of amusement. "You seem to be overly sensitive." Behind him stood numerous students from Shanzhou City who had once revered him. In light of this, his tone unconsciously adopted a somewhat assertive quality. As his words fell, Yang Wan's voice, as if empowered, chimed in with a derisive huff. "You merely secured a reserved spot through connections. Surely you don't think you're invincible now? I advise you to tone it down." As she spoke, she peered around Yang Wanfeng's shoulder, fixing her gaze on Yili. Her chin raised like a proud swan. "Otherwise, be careful of a beating." "I see." Yili nodded slightly, surveying his surroundings. He noticed a host of students from Shanzhou No. 1 High School glaring at him with evident hostility. It was clear that this pair of individuals were their leaders. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such a united front. No wonder his enhanced senses detected an undercurrent of hostility. He had inadvertently provoked the main aggressor. With this realization, Yili turned his attention to Yang Wan, smiling lightly as he asked, "It seems you have already devised a plan for how to deal with me?" "Not deal with," Yang Wan corrected, raising a finger in triumph, shaking it from side to side with a smug grin. "It's clean up. I have already figured out how to handle you. You thick-skinned scoundrel." "Wanner, stop with the nonsense." Yang Wanfeng chided her playfully, then turned his gaze back to Yili, offering a nonchalant smile as he remarked, "My younger sister possesses a rather mischievous temperament. Please do not take it to heart," for she was merely jesting. After a brief pause, I continued with a gentle smile. "However, if possible, I would like to experience the prowess of classmate Yi Li in the final 6 hours. I wonder if brother Yi Li possesses the courage for such a challenge?" Upon uttering these words, a peculiar glint emerged in the eyes of the students from Shanzhou City, who regarded the gold medal-clad youth with a sense of schadenfreude. Yang Wan, unable to contain her amusement, covered her mouth and giggled, fully aware that her brother was intentionally provoking Yi Li's ire. To eliminate any possibility of refusal from Yi Li, her brother had indeed employed a subtle tactic. Ahem. Contemplating this, Yang Wan cleared her throat lightly, preparing to join in the mockery when a deep, commanding voice resonated from above. "We will now commence the secret realm teleportation. All candidates, please return to your respective city teams to ensure proximity to your teammates. The secret realm teleportation dictates that the greater the distance between both parties before teleportation, the further apart they will be afterward. Should they hold hands, they would most likely be transported to the same location." This was a fundamental aspect discussed by teachers from various schools prior to the examination. "Brother," Yang Wan felt a stir in her heart, just as she was about to grasp Yang Wanfeng's hand when a mocking laughter pierced her ear. "The last 6 hours? Wouldn't it be better for you to experience it right now?" No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yang Wanfeng. In an instant, a dark silhouette streaked through the air like a meteor, appearing before him with an ethereal aura, engulfed in surging white clouds, making his visage appear godlike. Yi Li's expression remained tranquil, yet his brow seemed to brew a terrifying storm, concealing a murderous intent. He could no longer tolerate the presence of this refined youth before him. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a seemingly casual strike, empowered by the force of tens of thousands of kilograms. In that fleeting moment, an alarm blared within Yang Wanfeng's mind. As the elongated hand approached, an immense sense of threat made every hair on his back stand on end. Ignoring the dazed Yang Wan behind him, he swiftly circulated his internal energy, a green glow emanating from his arms as he braced himself with all his might. The aura of the second-tier 8th level erupted from him, drawing the attention of even Kai watching above. "You've lost your mind. We can only engage in combat during the last 6 hours. Yang Wanfeng shouted, a mix of anger and disbelief in his voice. "Fool, I have a guaranteed admission," Yi Li replied coolly, his elongated hand landing upon the radiant arms of his opponent. Almost simultaneously, a colossal teleportation array rose from the ground beneath them, enveloping the figures of thousands of martial examination candidates in an instant. Buzz. In the astonished gazes of Yang Wan and the other students from Shanzhou City, Yang Wanfeng felt the scenery around him shift, followed by an overwhelming force crashing down upon his arms. The terrifying power shattered his limbs, and soon after, it collided with his chest. The once proud and resilient body emitted a muted cry of anguish at that moment. Boom. Amidst a vast forest, Yang Wanfeng spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his slender form hurtling through the air, smashing through over a dozen large trees, rolling along the ground for dozens of revolutions before finally crashing heavily into the trunk of a massive tree, at last coming to a stop. Gasping, Yang Wanfeng felt his throat filled with thick blood, his vision swimming with golden stars, and every part of his body screamed with excruciating pain. Yet, compared to the agony of his body, the shock within his heart was even more profound. He raised his head, straining to gaze at the tall figure approaching him, terror flooding his eyes as he stammered, You have unleashed your Dan Qi. You are at the 3rd tier." The aura surrounding him was as complete as a precious elixir, capable of activating the physically exhausting Danshi explosion, greatly enhancing bodily functions, an exclusive technique of the third-tier True Blood realm. For martial artists below the third tier, such a disparity was akin to a dimensional blow. No wonder he could perceive my gaze. No wonder he was granted a guaranteed admission to Fengyun University. When he defeated Tang Yao, he was merely playing the part of a fool, allowing others to believe he required secret methods. A tempest of shock surged within Yang Wanfeng as overwhelming fear rose from the depths of his being. Had he known that his opponent had ascended to the third tier, he would never have acquiesced to Yang Wan's request. Even though the Yang family's secret method could make his strength comparable to that of a third-tier martial artist, at this moment, he could barely rise, let alone utilize the burning blood secret method. Injured, the Yang family's finest talent in the past decade, Yang Wanfeng, has accumulated 3,000 points of malevolence. Detected a significant amount of fear directed towards you from Yang Wanfeng, yielding 2,000 points of malevolence. Ignoring the terror emanating from his adversary, Yi Li directly crouched before the refined youth, calmly inquiring, the third tier possesses the same temperament. Why not try laughing one more time? Furthermore, relay to your father how you and your sister plan to deal with me. Chapter 53, Apologies for your disappointment. Hearing Yi Li's calm, yet somewhat mocking voice, Yang Wanfeng, lying on the ground, felt his lips tremble as he ultimately stammered, she merely wishes to spar with you. With a sharp sound, a long spear of blue and gold materialized in Yi Li's grasp, which he then thrust brutally into Yang Wanfeng's thigh. The audible tearing of flesh echoed sharply in the air. A harrowing scream escaped Yang Wanfeng's lips as he instinctively attempted to pull it out, only to be met with a resounding slap across his face from the youth. Bang! The forceful blow left Yang Wanfeng's ears ringing, his mind dazed, and his remaining consciousness compelled him to gaze forward. All he could see was the dark-clad youth's eyes, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Deceit. Yi Li's voice betrayed no emotion, yet it exuded an overwhelming pressure. This is your final opportunity. How do you and your sister intend to deal with me? She. Think carefully before you respond. I sincerely advise you. As he spoke, Yi Li flicked the spear's handle, causing it to tremble slightly as he calmly added, truly. Creak. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth tightly. The intense pain forced him to grimace, gasping for breath, his mind a blank slate. Why? How does he know this is a lie? Yi Li lifted his gaze. 3. At this utterance, Yang Wanfeng's heart tightened painfully. Should he divulge the truth? Given the current temperament displayed by his opponent, the fate awaiting Yang Wan would be all but certain, utterly tragic. Was he truly willing to speak? If he did, Wanner would be doomed. As an elder brother, Yang Wanfeng's pupils dilated and constricted, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. 2. Yi Li withdrew the spear, suspending it before Yang Wanfeng's bloodied, yet amiable face. To the latter, the youth radiated an astonishing might that rendered him incapable of fathoming his opponent's thoughts. The weight of fear pressed heavily upon Yang Wanfeng's heart. Just as Yi Li's brow furrowed, a tumultuous wind surged past his ears, the threat of death looming ominously. In a state of desperation, he cried out, I will tell you. In the depths of the forest, hundreds of meters away, a young girl with a sweet countenance stood dazed in an open space, her gaze wandering amidst the dense jungle surrounding her. Faintly recalling the moment just before her teleportation into the secret realm, she remembered the imposing presence of that boy in the dark robe. His aura overwhelming as he struck her elder brother's arms with a powerful palm. Yang Wan's breathing grew increasingly rapid as she rose from the ground, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Although her brother possessed formidable strength, having mastered the Yang family's ancestral blood ignition secret technique to a remarkable degree, that Yi Li exuded a confidence so daunting that it eclipsed even her brother's prowess. He had even bested Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion. How could she have previously underestimated him? Now, an unsettling anxiety gripped her heart. Clenching her lips tightly, she forced herself to regain her composure. This was the periphery of the Mountain Rift secret realm, where strange beasts might appear at any moment. Even though her strength allowed her to easily slay them, she needed to remain vigilant. Her brother had reached the second stage, 8th level of martial arts. Although Yi Li could fight above his level thanks to secret techniques, the disparity between them remained vast. Even if he managed to startle her brother with a sneak attack, it would hardly create a significant disturbance. She had to trust him. He was her brilliant brother, a genius who had shown for over a decade, standing at the pinnacle of Mount Zhou No. 1 High School. He could undoubtedly triumph over that unknown Yi Li. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her eyes rekindling with the flame of hope. During the teleportation, she had been merely 5 or 6 meters away from them. She could only assume that the current distance was not too great. Orienting herself, she proceeded toward the direction from which she had heard a faint rumble. Along her path, various low-level beasts like giant wood mice and skeleton soldiers appeared, yet curiously, these creatures not only refrained from attacking her, but also fled in a frenzy, as if evading some formidable adversary. Considering her score, Yang Wan dispatched them effortlessly, collecting the drops of heart's blood from their bodies. As she advanced, The numbers on her scoring device steadily accumulated. Soon, a subtle scent of blood wafted through the breeze, followed by a familiar aura from her memory. It was her brother. He must have won. A wave of joy surged through Yangwan, and she hurried her pace, bursting forth from the thicket into a clearing, exclaiming, "Brother!" In the next moment, her voice faltered, and her pupils constricted. Before her stood the upright figure of the boy in the dark robe. In front of him, her brother, Yangwan Feng, was bloodied and appeared terrified. A lingering guilt etched in his eyes. Upon noticing Yangwan's arrival, the boy in the dark robe casually lifted his gaze, seemingly aware of the glimmer of unfulfilled hope in the girl's eyes. A smirk played on his lips as he brushed back his hair and raised the bloodstained spear. His tone laced with mockery. "I sincerely apologize for disappointing you." At these words, Yangwan's heart clenched violently. Chapter 54. First, give me a bow. Undoubtedly, the elegant youth lying beneath the tree, in a pitiful state, was indeed her once spirited brother at Mount Zhou No. 1 High School. Yet now, he appeared utterly despondent and burdened with shame. The boy in the dark robe regarded him with icy indifference. His monotonous voice enveloped the area in a chilling aura of murderous intent. Yangwan covered her mouth in shock, horrified by the scene before her, unable to comprehend how her illustrious brother had fallen to such depths. What did this mean? Why? The shocking sight rendered her legs heavy as lead, leaving her rooted in place, her mind momentarily paralyzed. Her brother was a second-stage, 8th-level genius capable of battling third-stage martial artists with his secret techniques. And yet he had met such a fate at Yi Li's hands. Waner, Yangwan Feng, perceiving his sister's expression, was overwhelmed by a surge of shame and anger, his face burning with humiliation. How majestic had he once been? Now, he had been defeated by such an opponent, and worse yet, in front of the sister who admired him. The profound humiliation threatened to engulf Yangwan Feng's reason. But fortunately, he still had a plan. If only Waner could buy him 5 minutes, he could use his abilities to recover some strength. As long as he could unleash the blood ignition secret technique, he could still contend with this boy, even if he was a third-stage martial artist. With this thought, Yangwan Feng exerted effort to calm himself, deliberately revealing a bitter expression, his eyes brimming with unshed tears as he looked up at Yangwan and trembled. "Waner, you must run. Do not concern yourself with me. This person." Slap. Before he could finish, the boy in the dark robe swiftly struck him across the face, sending bloodied teeth flying from his mouth, leaving his head ringing. "Don't put on a show," Yi Li remarked, his brow furrowed in disdain as he flicked the blood from his hand, speaking with an air of indifference. "If you cared so much, why were you so eager to surrender earlier? Now you speak as if I am the villain." Yi Li. Observing Yangwan Feng's dismal state, Yangwan finally regained her senses from a distance. Her trembling eyes shot toward the boy in the dark robe, incredulously demanding, "What are you doing? What does it look like?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "As you can see, I'm sparring with your brother." "Is this how you spar?" Yangwan shouted in fury. Witnessing her beloved brother being so humiliated, she realized that if she did not act now, she would not be worthy of being the proud daughter of the Yang family. Suddenly, her aura surged, her inner energy boiling forth. "Die!" Yangwan's eyes reddened as she shouted, her fists clenched, charging at the boy in the dark robe with great speed, delivering a powerful punch. The force was fierce, comparable to a speeding car. The gusting wind rushed toward Yi Li's face, yet a smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he tightened his 5 fingers, stomping the ground with immense force, unleashing his own energy in a dramatic explosion, and countering her blow. Boom! The two forces collided violently, Yangwan's energy dissipating like thin paper, torn apart effortlessly. Her fist struck heavily against Yangwan's arm, a resounding crack echoing as a bone broke. Crack! Her lithe form was sent flying by the immense force, crashing through sturdy trees one after another. Rumble! Yangwan landed in a heap amidst the wreckage. And as the dust settled, she found herself surrounded by splintered wood, her slender arm now contorted at a grotesque angle. Oh! The excruciating pain shot through her arm, and Yangwan's once sweet visage twisted in agony, her piercing screams reverberating through the surroundings. "It hurts! It hurts!" Ah! Instinctively clutching her arm, Yangwan writhed and convulsed on the ground. The very bones of her arm had been shattered by that overwhelming force. Even an experienced warrior could lose their composure in the face of such agony. Gone was the proud demeanor she once wore. Now, she lay in a pitiful state. Waner. Beneath the tree, Yangwan Feng struggled to rise, a long spear, entirely adorned in blue and gold, poised menacingly at his throat. As he felt the sharpness of the spear's tip, a look of terror instantaneously marred his cultured visage, though he had discreetly employed his abilities to heal his injuries. His combat prowess had yet to recover significantly. Despite feeling a pang of guilt for Waner, he could only hope she could endure a little longer, gritting his teeth resolutely. Within him, his meridians glimmered faintly with green light, perpetually mending his physical wounds. "Enough of your cries," Yi Li stated, gripping the spear with his dark hair billowing and garments fluttering, casting a glance at Yangwan with a casual tone. "In order to prevent you from losing consciousness, I aimed for your head, Yet you scream so pitifully. Haven't you ever been injured before? Yang Wan appeared woeful, but in truth, her right arm was merely severely fractured. A condition that, for a second-tier martial artist, was far from incapacitating. As her strength grew, the number of those daring to provoke her in the Martial Arts Academy of Ing Province had dwindled significantly. Such rare resources as these two must be utilized to their fullest potential. For instance, if she were to be reduced to a cripple, and Yang Wanfeng stripped and displayed upon the mountaintop, how much malevolent value could that yield? The prospect was indeed tantalizing. A faint smile graced Yi Li's lips. This could be deemed a form of resourceful utilization. As for the retribution from the Yang family of Shanzhou, that was of no concern, for they were the ones who instigated this conflict, and he was merely exercising rightful self-defense. Moreover, what was Yi Li's current status? A core student of Fengyan University, the most prestigious martial arts institution in Ing Province. Even the Yang family of Shanzhou held little weight before him. This was evident in the fact that the Yang siblings had failed to secure guaranteed admission, had they truly wielded influence. Yi Li doubted they would have taken notice of him. Thus, why continue to feign grandeur? In the realm of iron, one must possess strength. As long as he did not contravene his principles, he would strive to extract every ounce of value from his foes. In Yi Li's calm gaze, moments later, Yang Wan's cries began to subside, her breath still rapid and labored. Gritting her teeth, she rose from the wreckage, her smooth forehead slick with cold sweat. Staring at Yi Li, a flicker of fear unconsciously surfacing in her eyes. Trembling, she inquired, "Can we stop now? What do you think?" Yi Li replied coolly. How splendid it was that she still wished to call for a halt. Then, Yang Wan bit her lip, a hint of a sob lacing her voice. "What do you want?" "Well," Yi Li mused, resting his finger upon his chin, his expression contemplative. After a moment, a glimmer of inspiration crossed his face, and he chuckled softly. "Then, you shall bow to me as a form of apology, for I am not a villain, after all." As he spoke, he seemingly cast a casual glance at the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, the implication unmistakable. Yang Wanfeng's expression darkened, his voice hoarse as he conceded, "I understand." Though the other party wore a smile, no one could fathom his true intentions. Moreover, with his A-grade talent, Songling's protection, he had already recovered 30% of his injuries. In just 10 more minutes, he would regain sufficient strength to unleash his secret techniques, and then it would be the end for his adversaries. Just a little longer. Only a little longer. This moment of humiliation was trivial in comparison. As Yang Wanfeng attempted to rise, Yi Li pressed him back down. In the midst of his astonishment, the youth in dark garb spoke blandly, "Why the rush? I haven't told you to bow yet." He turned his gaze to the sorrowful Yang Wan nearby, and continued, "Come here and bow to me." "W what?" Yang Wan's mouth fell agape, disbelief evident in her expression. "You want me to apologize by bowing to you?" As a prodigious young woman of the Yang family, she had never once bowed in apology, not even to her foes. "You." Yang Wan instinctively sought to protest, but the searing pain radiating from her arm reminded her sharply, sending a chill of sweat cascading down her spine. The prowess that allowed him to dispatch both her brother and herself in quick succession was indeed more fearsome than the rumors suggested. He had reached a level where direct confrontation was out of the question. It was evident he had utilized secret techniques to drastically enhance his strength, seizing the opportunity to grievously injure her brother and herself, who had rushed in to save him. Thus, if they could only delay a little longer, they might yet find a chance. At that moment, Yang Wan suddenly caught sight of Yang Wanfeng lifting his head beneath the tree, casting her a complex glance. "Wanner, promise him." Yet, Yang Wan's features contorted with conflict. She understood the rationale, but the notion of actively bowing to someone felt insurmountably burdensome. Even Yang Wanfeng had never accepted her apologies. "Wanner." Yang Wanfeng forced a pained smile, his tone as gentle as he could muster. "Be obedient, trust me." In truth, throughout the years, he had long regarded Yang Wan as his possession, and the thought of asking her to perform such an act pained him deeply. Yet, there was no other choice. If he did not bow his head here temporarily, his martial examination would be at an end, while Yi Li would also face disqualification afterward. He clearly did not care. "Listen," Yi Li slightly turned, observing the stunned Yang Wan. "Your brother is urging you to bow in apology. Will you heed him or not?" Yang Wan's complexion drained of color, her face as pale as parchment, as if all blood had fled. "You have sown discord between the once inseparable Yang siblings. Malicious act value, 2,000. Just as expected. This system of mine thrives on chaos." Yi Li chuckled inwardly. Chapter 54, Time for Reckoning. Listening to Yi Li's words, Yang Wan pressed her lips tightly together, her lively eyes glistening with unshed tears. The brother who had always cared for her so tenderly now commanded her to forsake her dignity and bow to an adversary. She understood he was attempting to buy time. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a wave of bitter humiliation washed over her. Reflecting on her thoughts prior to the martial examination, this feeling intensified. Not only had she failed to vanquish him, but she was now compelled to bow and apologize, a complete reversal of her ambitions. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her face etched with defiance, as she stubbornly questioned, "Is it possible not to kneel?" Surprisingly, Yi Li calmly nodded, "Of course you may." "Really?" I never lie. Yili replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, he swung his spear back, striking Yang Wanfeng, who was intensely focused on healing his injuries. A dull thud resounded instantly. Brother! Yang Wan cried out. Yang Wanfeng's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting from him. He struggled to prop himself up, casting a glance at Yang Wan filled with instinctive resentment. What are you doing? Unaware of her brother's gaze. Yang Wan abruptly turned her head, her eyes fixed on Yi Li as she shouted in anguish, if I do not bow to you, you will resort to violence against my brother? We should have no enmity with you, should we? Why target us so ruthlessly in this martial examination? You may have guaranteed admission, but my brother and I still need to participate normally. Are you intent on destroying our future? Yang Wan breathed heavily, her eyes reddening, as if she bore an immense grievance. In response, Yi Li remained silent, merely striding toward the fallen Yang Wanfeng, his murderous aura surging with the wind. Upon witnessing the scene, terror surged into Yang Wanfeng's eyes. This once lauded prodigy of Shan's Hushi, renowned as the thousand-handed Azura, now appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Feeble and powerless, retreating step by step. Wait, Yang Wan called out, her voice tinged with desperation. I kneel, I will bow to you. Thud. In an instant, her fair knees buckled, and along with her former pride and arrogance, she struck the ground heavily, producing a crisp sound. Yi Li slightly turned his body. Quietly observing her, proceed. Yang Wan bit her lip fiercely, her palms pressed against the ground, her head slowly lowering, inching closer to the dust-laden earth. Under the anguished gaze of Yang Wanfeng, her forehead finally made contact with the ground. The haughtiness that once adorned her sweet face dissipated entirely, and she cried out, almost in tears, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng gradually closed his eyes, watching his cherished little ancestor, whom he had meticulously protected since childhood, being made to kneel by another. He felt as though he were shattering into pieces. Very well, rise, Yi Li said, tilting his chin slightly, looking down at Yang Wan. At this, she swiftly scrambled to her feet, vigorously wiping away her tears. Yang Wanfeng's body relaxed somewhat. Before he could feel any relief, Yi Li stretched lazily and nonchalantly remarked, the sparring is concluded. Now we shall settle accounts with the next individual. Settle accounts with the next individual? Yang Wanfeng's expression shifted, an ominous premonition stirring within him, and he could not help but ask, what else is there to settle? Yi Li ignored him, merely gazing at Yang Wan with a smirk, and asked, you wish to strip me bare and hang me at the peak of the core zone, do you not? At these words, Yang Wan's face turned pale. How did you know? She exclaimed in disbelief. That's something you should inquire of your brother. Yi Li replied, spreading his hands. The once composed Yang Wanfeng's expression turned ashen upon hearing this. The fact that the other party had directly revealed this matter was utterly devastating. The image he had cultivated in Yang Wan's heart over the years was on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to speak, bam! Before either party could react, Yi Li struck him heavily with a gun. A surge of icy energy rushed into Yang Wanfeng's body, freezing his meridians entirely. The force from the gun knocking him unconscious. Buzz. Simultaneously, the talisman at his waist activated, a pale white shield rising to announce his location. This signified that Yang Wanfeng, the exemplary martial artist of Shan's Hushi, had officially concluded his martial examination. I am a man of principles. One who believes in reciprocating with equal measure, Yi Li stated, sheathing his long gun and turning his gaze to the dazed Yang Wan. His voice frigid. Let me be clear. You will soon be knocked unconscious by me and hung at the peak of the core zone. However, I possess a kind heart, and I may leave you with a piece of clothing, or perhaps I may not. Regardless, from this day forth, you shall share a bond of 100 years with your hypocritical and incompetent brother. Chapter 55. The wind at the summit is fierce. As the youth's icy voice echoed through the air, Yang Wan's complexion turned ghostly pale, her breathing rapid. All of this was told to you by my brother? She asked, instinctively retreating while trembling. He told everything, and he was quite forthcoming, Yi Li replied, shifting his stance. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, chills enveloping her from her feet to the crown of her head. She could not have imagined that her brother, who normally cared for her so deeply, would turn spineless at such a critical moment. Not only had he divulged all her past words, but he had also been the one to urge his sister to kneel. He had discarded all his former pride and dignity without hesitation. Should she commend him for his ability to bend and yield, for being a brother who understands restraint? Her gaze swept over the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, and a hint of melancholy curved her lips. You have sown discord between the close-knit Yang siblings through your words. An act of malice worth 2,000 points. Not far from her, Yi Li continued his slow approach. As she beheld the advancing figure of the youth in a dark robe, Yang Wan felt an urge to resist, but memories of their earlier confrontation flooded her mind, causing her to instinctively cover her severed left arm and shudder. Sweat beaded on her smooth forehead, her palms growing pale from exertion. The best course of action now would be to use the talisman immediately, to contact the teachers outside the examination grounds, thereby significantly increasing her chances of salvation. Perhaps she could avoid further humiliation at the hands of her adversary. Yet, the psychological resistance was insufferable. This proud daughter of the Yang family, who had held her head high for over a decade, could not accept the outcome of failing the martial examination. Her destiny should have been to triumphantly storm into the core zone amidst cheers and applause, to slay beasts before the eyes of provincial leaders and martial arts academy instructors, ultimately securing a place in the coveted Fengyun University. It should not have ended like this, crushed by a youth she had never regarded with any seriousness. In such a merciless manner, Yang Wan's spirit trembled violently. An extraordinary sense of oppression bore down upon her. The youth's expression was indifferent, his steps steady. His presence was more imposing than that of her brother in her memories, more terrifying than the monstrous beasts she had envisioned. The boy in dark robes approached with an aura reminiscent of a reaper. No, she could not sit idly by. Even if she were gravely injured, it mattered not. She had to escape from his grasp and score enough to enter Fengyun University. Resolutely, Yang Wan clenched her trembling teeth, striving to calm her quaking body. She straightened her back, igniting her true energy as a flame to set her blood ablaze. The Yang family's secret technique, blood ignition method. Under immense pressure, she finally unleashed this ultimate secret. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically. Even her vibrant eyes glowed with vitality, a subtle aura of slaughter enveloping her. Oh, she's unleashing her secret technique, the youth remarked, his tone either mocking or astonished. For your future, I must commend your resolve. Yang Wan remained silent, tacitly affirming his words. By the way, I have never allowed an opponent to escape, Yili said, a smile gracing his face as he halted his steps. But considering your effort, I will make an exception today. I have just entered the 3rd tier, and my realm is still unstable. My forging technique is only at B rank. And with Danshi Eruption, I can only unleash it 7 times. So, if you can withstand the next 5 Danshi Eruptions, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan, who had been teetering on the brink of despair, suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Are you serious? This time, her voice no longer trembled. Of course, I never lie, Yili replied calmly. Very well. Yang Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the unease and trepidation that gnawed at her heart. She turned her gaze towards the youth clad in black, her muscles gradually tensing, and the chill that had gripped her spine finally steadied. In the next moment, her figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Racing deep into the secret realm, Yang Wan's intention was straightforward. The veracity of the youth's promise remained uncertain, and opting to flee before activating the secret method seemed undeniably prudent. Although the likelihood of escaping from a 3rd-tier warrior was slim, reaching the vicinity of the core area meant that even if the 3rd-tier beasts could not thwart her pursuer, they would at least divert his attention. Come on, I can do this. After all, I am the prodigious young lady of the Yang family in Shanzhou. Haha. Yang Wan exerted every ounce of her strength, sprinting with increasing speed, her form darting like lightning through the thickets, the scenery around her rapidly receding. After several breaths, she had already distanced herself by thousands of meters from her original position. While running, she kept a watchful eye on her surroundings, alert for any signs of danger or unusual movements. However, there was no one behind her. The most she encountered were the fleeting shadows of beasts. Have I shaken them off? Doubt crept into Yang Wan's mind, though she found it hard to believe she could have easily evaded him. The prospect of having succeeded was exhilarating. Just as this thought emerged, a deafening rush of wind suddenly erupted from behind. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged forth, striking her from behind. Here it comes. Yang Wan gritted her teeth, immediately pivoting her body, skidding along the ground as she assumed a peculiar stance. A harmonious and coordinated sensation emanated from her, and a faint glow of black and white radiated from her palms, as if it could dissipate force with an unfathomable ease. In that instant, her eyes met those of her pursuer. The youth's pitch-black eyes were now piercingly sharp, his presence as fearsome as a volcanic eruption. Without a moment's hesitation, he spread his arms wide. 1. His voice was devoid of warmth. In the next heartbeat, a punch infused with explosive energy crashed violently against Yang Wan's mystical stance. Boom! The dreadful force erupted instantaneously, shattering the black and white radiance as Yang Wan's previously calm demeanor transformed drastically, her graceful form sent hurtling through the air. Rumble! She collided with several sturdy trees, her body tumbling to the ground. Amidst the swirling wood chips, a metallic sweetness surged in her throat, but she forced herself to rise swiftly. Her expression grave as she looked up. A few ribs were broken, yet she managed to hold on. She could still move. If I keep going like this, just as this thought crossed her mind, a powerful gust of wind suddenly struck her head-on. Yang Wan's pupils constricted. She saw the figure in black already standing before her. The newcomer's voice was laced with a hint of mockery, too. As the words fell, he loomed above her, delivering a fearsome punch. Boom! Yang Wan's arms had become numb from the previous blow, rendering her incapable of lifting even a finger. Despair filled her expression as her entire being was driven deep into the earth. Crack! Struggling to breathe amidst the fractured ground, blood surged from her throat, quickly staining her once sweet face crimson. Her slender form trembled incessantly. Though her heart still beat, her spirit was nearly extinguished. Her once vibrant eyes now appeared dull, void of life, akin to a soulless husk. Pain radiated from every inch of her body. The immediate cause of her mental unraveling was the confidence and dignity she had just managed to rebuild, now brutally shattered by the youth's two forceful blows. Why? In a daze, Yang Wan's voice trembled with unshakable grievance and fury. Why must you treat us this way? What do you mean, why? Yili approached her, bending down, and calmly stated, firstly, the fight was initiated by your brother. It was you who first declared to deal with me. You schemed against me. And now you feign victimhood. Isn't that a touch presumptuous? Yang Wan. Yili grasped her long, flowing hair, lifting her bloodied visage to meet his gaze. He spoke matter-of-factly. When you plotted to ruin my reputation, you should have anticipated this outcome. The result is clear. It is not I who am ruined, but you and your esteemed brother. I eagerly await to see if, after today, you can still maintain your former arrogance. Moreover, as he spoke, Yili gently lifted her from the ground by her hair, his tone teasing. The wind atop the peak will be quite fierce. You might want to brace yourself. Please don't. Humiliated tears welled up in Yang Wan's eyes as she tremulously begged for mercy, only to be met with a stinging slap across her face, plunging her consciousness into darkness. You have decisively crushed the self-confidence of the young lady of the Yang family. She has now lost all will to resist against you. Evil deed value, 8,000. Achievement unlocked. 2 punches shatter your fervent dreams. Effect: when the support intensity from the opponent's home ground far exceeds yours. Punching speed increases by 20. Chapter 56. The Unexpected Yang Siblings. Outside the Rift Mountain secret realm, in a makeshift camp, hundreds of figures sat in attendance, predominantly teachers from various martial arts high schools in Ing Province. Before them, a large screen displayed footage from the core area of the secret realm. Kai Guoqing sat in a central position, grinning as he watched the images on the screen. The quality of this year's candidates is markedly superior to last year. Tang Yao from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Jiang Qingzhu from the extreme North Jiang family, and the Little Diamond from the Jingguang Temple in Zhenjiang, all representatives of the new generation from their respective factions, had performed exceptionally well in this martial arts examination, having already penetrated into the core area before noon. Upon hearing this, the teachers from various martial arts high schools nodded in agreement, smiles gracing their faces. Among them, the teachers from Shanzhou appeared particularly solemn, their expressions laden with unease. Not only had they failed to spot the Yang siblings in the core area, but even the real-time leaderboard showed both had not broken into the top 100. Consequently, they had conducted a precise search, discovering that Yang Wan's data had fluctuated, while Yang Wanfeng's statistics remained eerily stagnant. This suggested that he had not yet slain a single beast, although they understood that with the Yang siblings' capabilities, leading the pack should not pose a challenge. The current peculiar circumstances still instilled a sense of discomfort within them. Lin, Kai Guoqing turned to a striking figure beside him, smiling softly. Who do you think among this year's martial arts students has the best chance of clinching the championship? Since she was the representative sent by Fengyun University, her prowess was undoubtedly formidable. She had been scanning the leaderboard and screen for a particular individual, suggesting she had a favored candidate. It's still too early to tell. Lin Yingyun replied with a slight smile, her gaze returning to the luminous screen, though her heart was filled with curiosity. Her instructor had selected this year's candidates for direct admission from Lanhai City. A few days ago, news arrived indicating that a notorious fugitive at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier had been slain by a core disciple from Fengyun University in Lanhai City. This revelation piqued her curiosity and astonishment, prompting her to volunteer to attend the competition. Otherwise, she would have already accepted a plethora of hunting missions to earn some substantial rewards. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, she had not even glimpsed a single shadow. Could it be that the scholarship recipient had adopted a particularly laid-back approach to the examination? What had brought so many participants to Fengyun University this year? In the rear seats, a teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, seeking to alleviate his unease, turned to his companion and inquired, wasn't it customary for no one to show up in previous years? I'm not sure. Perhaps it has something to do with that scholarship student? His companion replied uncertainly. Was there not a scholarship student in previous years as well? The teacher from Shanzhou waved his hand in frustration, dismissing the matter. It's futile to ask you. With that, he rose and exited the camp, gazing into the distance at the entrance to the secret realm. It was indeed peculiar. Why was there such silence? Was something monumental being withheld? The teacher murmured to himself. Though the Lianshan secret realm did not harbor 4th-tier exotic beasts, there were still plenty of 3rd-tier late-stage beasts, unlike the 1st and 2nd-tier beasts driven solely by instinct. Once a beast transcended to the 3rd tier, it began to undergo a transformation, gradually evolving towards possessing intelligence. At higher tiers, these beasts could even take on human forms, appearing indistinguishable from actual humans at first glance. Unless engaged in direct combat, even martial arts masters of the same tier would find it exceedingly difficult to discern their true forms. This was one of the reasons nations strictly controlled access to various high-level secret realms. although third-tier late-stage beasts were not as terrifying as their higher-tier counterparts. The nascent intelligence they possessed allowed them to lie in wait, setting simple traps to ensnare martial artists who ventured into their territory. Consequently, the points garnered from slaying them were significantly higher. The Yang siblings might very well be lurking in some corner, planning to dispatch multiple third-tier beasts in one fell swoop to make a resounding impact. Contemplating this, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School could not help but smile. That Yang Wanfeng always craved the spotlight. Truly, they were quite a handful, those siblings. With his mind at ease, he turned back towards the camp, intending to observe the situation further. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. He saw several Hanxiao warriors responsible for rescuing students rushing towards him. And on the stretcher they bore, a young man with a refined appearance and an expression of agony was groaning incessantly. The youth was battered and emanated an astonishing chill. His face a ghastly pale, eyes tightly shut and smeared with blood, clearly gravely injured and unconscious. Quickly, we have a student in need of urgent medical attention. The Hanxiao warriors shouted anxiously, storming into the medical area amidst the astonished gazes of numerous teachers. Is that Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou City? Surely not. But it does resemble him. I recall he is a genius at the second tier, level 8, 2 levels above me. How could such a talent be so grievously wounded? Could it be that a fourth-tier beast has emerged in the Lianshan secret realm? Uncertain, but Shanzhou No. 1 High School might be in dire straits this time. How could that be? Have you forgotten his sister, Yangwan? In an instant, the teachers who had stepped out to catch a breath began to murmur amongst themselves, their conversations laden with disbelief regarding this incident. Witnessing the scene, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School was already dumbfounded. Is Yang Wanfeng eliminated? How could that be possible? He clutched his head with both hands, staring blankly at the spot where the Hanxiao warriors had vanished, utterly motionless, grappling with the incredulity of it all. At that moment, a sudden outburst of exclamations erupted from within the camp, as if something extraordinary had been witnessed. Chapter 57. Is that Yangwan? Within the Lianshan secret realm, on a vast plain, one could reach this expanse after traversing the extensive forests that formed the perimeter and inner sanctum. The visibility on the plain was remarkably clear, allowing one to spot a towering mountain in the core area from afar. This area was dominated by a dozen third-tier exotic beasts, each claiming its territory and typically remaining indifferent to one another. Yet today, several powerful presences surged forth from the dense woods, some bloodied, some gasping for breath, and others with their blades nicked, but all exuding an undeniable vigor and poise. Among them were Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao, both of whom were now part of this formidable assembly. Where's Yili? Tang Yao asked, glancing at Jiang Qingzhu, who had emerged from the forest alone, seemingly casually. Hasn't he accompanied you? Does it concern you? Jiang Qingzhu replied coolly, casting a brief glance at her. He received a scholarship. Whether he comes here or not is inconsequential. I am aware of that. Why then do you inquire? Jiang Qingzhu continued indifferently. If you seek vengeance, you could have sought him out before entering. Given his character, he would undoubtedly not refuse. Tang Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. She had assumed that Jiang Qingzhu, being a close friend of Yi Li, might divulge his scores for her to compare. That boy, resembling a monster, excelled in combat. Yet in slaying exotic beasts, he might not necessarily be her equal. Since she could not glean information from Jiang Qingzhu, she would have to wait until they exited to check the leaderboard. Tang Yao tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her gaze flickering. She admitted that she was not currently Yi Li's match, but the road ahead was still long. Surely, there would come a day when she could surpass him. Greetings to you both. At that moment, a burly monk with a shaved head approached, grinning widely at the two. This humble monk hails from Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, and my Dharma name is Shan Wu. May I inquire how you two are addressed? Upon hearing this, aside from Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao, the other individuals present were visibly taken aback. The Jingguang Temple in Zhenjiang City was quite renowned in Ying Province, and its celebrated martial monks had emerged in droves over the years. This monk, Shan Wu, had made a name for himself within Zhenjiang No. 1 High School in just 2 short years, earning the moniker of Little King Kong in the city, while the monk known as Big King Kong was his master. Jiang Qingzhu, she responded tersely. Tang Yao, she added, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword, looking down at him with a smirk. What brings you here to chat instead of hunting exotic beasts for points? Do you have something to discuss? Not at all, Shan Wu laughed heartily. I merely wish to inquire if you have seen Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, or his sister Yang Wan along your journey. No. Do you have business with them? To be honest, I share a good rapport with them, which is why I feel somewhat distressed. Shan Wu clasped his hands together, casting his gaze towards the dense woods behind him. I find it curious. Given their prowess, they should have arrived earlier than us. Why have we not spotted them? Yang Wanfeng had already reached the second tier, level 8, making him the undisputed top contender in this year's martial examination in Ying Province. Coupled with his mastery of the blood ignition secret art, he could contend even with third-tier martial artists. Their prolonged absence was indeed perplexing. Could it be that they have already ventured deeper? Shan Wu tilted his head towards the distant mountain, his mind filled with doubts. Uncertain, Tang Yao waved her hand dismissively and strode towards the core area, clearly indifferent to the mention of the Yang siblings. Although she had heard of their names along with the other martial arts prodigies present from Ying Province, she held a different perspective. Most regarded Yang Wanfeng as a genuine talent, whereas in her eyes, the true geniuses of Ying Province were solely Yi Li and herself. Jiang Qingzhu gazed towards the dense forest, uncertainly murmuring to herself, could it be that they have crossed paths? With Yi Li and Yang Wanfeng absent, it seemed more than mere coincidence. Considering Yi Li's forthright character, it was possible they had indeed encountered one another. Jiang Shizhu, do you have any insights? The monk Shan Wu, observing the young woman's expression, inquired tentatively. Jiang Qingzhu withdrew her gaze, suppressing her worries, and replied coldly, no. With that, she adjusted her steps and continued towards the core area. There is no need for concern. Even if Yi Li is at a disadvantage due to the disparity in levels, he should be able to retreat if he wishes. Wait, that Yang Wanfeng has a sister at the 2nd tier, 6th level, doesn't he? This is bad. Jiang Qingzhu suddenly turned back, panic evident in her eyes, just as she was about to venture into the forest again. Nearby, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. What the hell? Is that Yang Wan? It can't be. My goodness. How did she end up like this at the hands of her brother Yang Wanfeng? Even Shan Wu, who had previously inquired about the two, now stood frozen. Along with the others, their gazes fixed in one direction. In the vast expanse of the forest, a cold, composed youth clad in dark robes approached with deliberate steps. His demeanor as regal as if he were a sovereign surveying his domain. What left the onlookers breathless was the object he held in his grasp, a half-conscious, tall figure dangled limply in his hand. Despite her disheveled hair and the apparent distress on her face, the striking beauty of Yang Wan, the heiress of the Yang family from Shanzhou, remained unmistakable. Most of the onlookers hailed from prestigious families and had witnessed many spectacles, yet this scene was unprecedented. Regardless of the martial examination, such a situation would be explosive anywhere in Ying Province. This guy is truly formidable. Their voices faltered, exchanging glances laden with astonishment. Who among the martial arts high schoolers in Ying Province would dare to provoke the esteemed Yang Wanfeng? It was sheer madness. They understood better than anyone what it meant to be pursued by an 8th-level martial artist during the examination. Chapter 58. May I inquire your name? Outside the secret realm. Within the temporary encampment, the teachers present were equally stunned as they beheld the scene on the screen. That is Yang Wan from the Yang family. How could someone reduce her to such a state? Who on earth is this? It's Yi Li from Linghai No. 1 High School. A cacophony of discussions erupted. The teachers evidently caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Aside from the core area, mutual attacks were prohibited in all other zones until the last 6 hours of the examination, a fundamental rule of the martial assessment. Over the years, virtually no student had ever breached this rule. When conflicts arose, they were typically due to skirmishes over beast territories, usually confined to common martial students. However, today as circumstances were a first in their memories, Kai Guocheng regarded the screen with a grave expression. This Yi Li is remarkably audacious. Suddenly, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 who had earlier exited pushed through the tent, nearly collapsing upon witnessing the unfolding events on the screen. Yang Wanfeng had just sustained serious injuries, and he had pinned his hopes on Yang Wan, only to find her in such dire straits. What on earth is happening? He shouted angrily at Kai Guocheng. This individual has violated the examination rules. I demand his disqualification immediately. Kai Guocheng hesitated. Had this been an ordinary student, he would have decisively acted. Yet, who was Yi Li? A core student of Fengyan University. In other words, he was likely to become a formidable martial artist capable of safeguarding an entire city in the future. If possible, Kai Guocheng preferred to cultivate a favorable impression of him. Nevertheless, such conduct was undeniably egregious. Even if he were to grow in strength later, it was uncertain he would become an asset to Hanxia. Kai Guocheng's thoughts swirled as he quickly resolved to take action. Just as he was about to dispatch someone to annul Yi Li's examination qualification, the knowledgeable woman from Fengyan University spoke up. Wait a moment. I believe it is premature to pass judgment. What do you mean? Kai Guocheng immediately turned to her. It's quite simple, Lin Yinyan replied with a smile. I cannot believe that a young martial artist bold enough to capture fugitives would attack a companion without cause. As she spoke, she produced a document from her hand and presented it to Kai Guocheng. This is a record provided by the Qingyi Bureau not long ago, detailing how Yi Li single-handedly pursued and ultimately eliminated a peak 3rd-tier fugitive. Lin Yinyan's tone conveyed palpable admiration. Upon hearing this, all the teachers present, including Kai Guocheng, widened their eyes in disbelief. A peak 3rd-tier martial artist was nearly on par with the heads of most municipal Qingyi bureaus. How could a student yet to graduate from a martial arts high school manage to take down an adversary of such caliber? The teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 seized the document, incredulously exclaiming, no way. Yet after a quick scan of its contents, his breath grew heavy, and the paper slipped from his fingers. It's true. The collective realization struck the crowd, igniting a fervor within them. Senior Kai, Yi Li's performance would undoubtedly be considered remarkable even at Fengyan University. Lin Yingyun leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Without a doubt, he is a true genius. At this juncture, let us observe the situation and ascertain the facts once they all emerge. Within the secret realm, Shan Wu's expression darkened. As Yili prepared to ascend the mountain, he finally spoke in a grave tone. The person you are holding is the heiress of the Yang family from Shanzhou? Yang family from Shanzhou? Yili halted, turning to face him with calm inquiry. Do you know her? I do, Shan Wu replied, his countenance somber. That should suffice. Yili nodded and continued his ascent. Wait. Shan Wu called out again, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, your actions will surely anger my friend. He is the young master of the Yang family, and you must have heard of him. He is also participating in this martial examination and is a second-tier, 8th-level martial artist. Sir, seeing Yili's unwavering stride, Shan Wu grew anxious. Raising his voice with an edge of anger, he asserted, as martial artists, we should stand together and uphold martial ethics. By humiliating others in such a manner, do you not place yourself in opposition to all of us martial artists? If you insist on remaining lost today, then I shall join the esteemed company here to enlighten you with the teachings of Buddhism. The quick-witted monk, Shan Wu, assessed the situation. Given that his opponent had bested Yang Wan, who was of similar strength, it was evident that defeating him would not pose a significant challenge. The immediate priority was to bolster his own side's power to a level that would instill fear in the adversary, thereby allowing Yang Wan to escape unscathed. If one Yang Wan was insufficient, then he would rally all the martial artists present. His words resonated with remarkable candor. Though many in attendance were reluctant to wade into these murky waters, they found it difficult to openly dissociate themselves. This provided him the perfect opportunity to wave the banner of intimidation. Yet, at this moment, Yili chose to halt his advance. In his recollection, the disingenuous practitioners of Buddhism were most adept at extolling virtues of morality while simultaneously cloaking themselves in self-righteousness. It seemed that even in this alternate realm, the scenario remained unchanged. True masters of the Buddhist path were still a rarity. Must they always intrude upon his moments of joy? I am not interested in your so-called Buddhist teachings. He turned to face the solemn monk, stating calmly, however, today I intend to humiliate this individual. And all of you present will bear witness. Anyone who dares to intervene may step forward now. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the open field grew eerily silent. The several martial prodigies from various regions of Ying province fell into a hushed reverie, their breaths now cautious. Previously distant and unaware, they could now see clearly. Wasn't this the newcomer who had decisively defeated Tang Yao at the onset of the second tier, and had been enthusiastically endorsed by the elite instructors at Fengyan University? With Tang Yao not far off and remaining still, those who could not best her felt even less inclined to act. If they were to provoke this monstrous prodigy, every one of them would ultimately find themselves pleading for mercy before the provincial educators. Before them stood the young man in a dark robe, exuding an air of composure. His demeanor tranquil as his garments fluttered in the wind, one man overshadowing a multitude. Tang Yao gazed at the slender figure, her hands clenched tightly, her heart trembling uncontrollably. His stance was precisely the embodiment of her aspirations, the sole distinction being that he held someone aloft. Good heavens! Shan Wu surveyed the surroundings, his heart racing with trepidation. Fresh from seclusion, he had entered the martial examination unaware of the rumors circulating outside. Yet, judging by the reactions of those present, it appeared that his adversary was indeed extraordinary. This was decidedly awkward. Shan Wu turned his gaze towards Yili, only to find him quietly observing in return, prompting a sheepish smile from the monk. Esteemed one, may I inquire your name? Your father, Yili replied with an unperturbed expression, opting for the most direct form of communication. If you have the courage, step forward and do not waste my time. This monk, akin to the elegant youth of the second tier, harbored a murderous intent despite not knowing his name. Such hostility was one thing, but it was poorly concealed. As a third-tier warrior, the sensation was akin to a teacher catching a student cheating. While the former perceived the reality, the latter remained blissfully unaware of their poor disguise. However, since there was murderous intent, that simplified matters. You merely need to observe whether I strike you or not. Esteemed one, as he listened to Yili's response, Shan Wu's expression darkened. The monk acknowledges your talent and pride, but one must also understand the virtue of humility. Exceptional individuals are a rarity in other places, yet here, there are more than a dozen. He conceded the young man's capability, realizing that defeating Yang Wan surely indicated he was no ordinary foe. Facing him, Shan Wu knew his odds were slim. Yet, the adversary contemplating an attack must also weigh the repercussions. The diminutive powerhouse from Zhenjiang was no mere title. Upon hearing this, many discreetly began to retreat. They still had the martial examination ahead and had no desire to engage in a confrontation with this rising star from Linhai City. Since this Zhenjiang powerhouse seemed inclined to act, they would witness the young man's prowess firsthand. Curious about the kind of individual capable of besting the future sword immortal of Qing Mountain Sword Pavilion, you consider yourselves prodigies? Yi Li's face broke into a mocking smile upon hearing Shan Wu's remarks. Among those present, Even Tang Yao, who was merely brimming with confidence yet lacking in strength, had been counted among the strongest. Were it not for this bald monk's initiative, he would have been disinclined to intervene. Then, under the weight of numerous solemn gazes, a formidable aura suddenly surged from the young man, surpassing all others in the vicinity, his blood vitality soaring. There are no prodigies here. Yi Li's voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. None of you qualify. Enveloped by this overpowering presence, the smile faded from Shan Wu's face, replaced by a heightened sense of urgency. Esteemed one, have you considered this carefully? Should you strike now, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. It would be wiser to cease hostilities. Before he could finish his statement, Yi Li transformed into a blur, appearing before Shan Wu in an instant amidst a chorus of gasps. Observing the astonished monk, Yi Li casually unleashed a palm strike, which, bolstered by chi explosion, produced a thunderous crack that shattered the air. You are mistaken. The monk wasted no time in retaliating. Shan Wu's eyes widened, teeth clenched, as his true energy surged, enveloping him in a radiant golden aura, resembling an indomitable golden Buddha. After years of rigorous cultivation, he was confident that none among his tier could breach his defenses. Yet, in the next heartbeat, that bony hand gently landed upon his chest. Boom! In an instant, a resonating clang reminiscent of metal forging echoed through the air. Shan Wu's chest caved in slightly, his eyes widening in horror as his robust form was sent hurtling backward by the sheer force, blood spewing forth. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, all eyes fixed upon the monk who tumbled across the ground for several dozen meters. His aura diminished, his complexion akin to gilded parchment. He appeared gravely injured. Among the assembled martial artists, hailed as prodigies in various esteemed martial high schools, a tempest of shock surged within them. A second-tier warrior, adept in unconventional techniques, had been grievously injured with a single strike. What kind of celestial being had been ushered into this year's martial examination by the organizers? Under everyone's gaze, a second-tier five-fold warrior was grievously wounded. Malevolent Axe 500. How stingy. Yi Li cursed inwardly upon observing the glowing panel. Was it merely for defeating a novice? Why not even grant 1,000 points? Yet, despite his grievances, he had grown accustomed to the system's peculiarities regarding point allocation. After a time of enjoying thousands of points, reverting to a mere 500 felt pitifully inadequate. Thus, it became evident, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is a challenge. Oh well, at least these 500 points are essentially free. Yi Li exhaled silently, turning his gaze towards the dozen or so aspiring martial artists nearby. As Yi Li raised his gaze, they all forced a chuckle and quickly clasped their fists in greeting, saying, "Your skills are commendable, my friend. It is getting late, so we shall not disturb you any longer. We will take our leave now." With such prowess displayed, the championship of this year's martial examination was already a foregone conclusion. To vie for the second place, they needed to hasten their steps. Having said that, they turned and fled in unison. In but a few breaths, they had dashed far away, their figures becoming mere blurs. Detected an overwhelming sense of fear emanating from the student representatives of various martial arts high schools in Ning province towards you. Evil value 2000. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Yi Li raised an eyebrow, noting that these individuals were quite prudent, and thus he had no intention of taking action against them. Unexpectedly, he had also accrued evil value. Is this what is meant by martial deterrence? Pondering this, he glanced at Jiang Qingzhu nearby and gestured slightly. Is there any monster you cannot defeat? The young woman had already aided him significantly. It wouldn't hurt to have her eliminate a few more beasts. No, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her lips pressed together, her tone resolute. I can handle monster slaying on my own. Very well. Yi Li nodded slightly and took his leave. With that, he continued to carry the unconscious Yang Wan towards the peak of the core area. Notably, during his journey to the core area, he had slain numerous first and second-tier beasts, yet the evil value obtained amounted to merely a two-digit figure, a truly negligible sum. In the future, when his strength had increased, he might attempt to hunt some higher-tier beasts and see if that would yield different results. Thoughts whirled in Yi Li's mind as he darted across the plains like lightning, swiftly making his way up the mountain. Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 late-stage third-tier beasts. After expending 80% of his stamina, Yi Li successfully reached the summit. He hung the pained Yang Wan upon the peak, and a fierce gale swept through, shredding her garments within mere breaths. Yi Li observed this scene with calm detachment. What was somewhat unexpected, however, was the absence of any feeling of being watched. In other words, even the external means of broadcasting could not capture the events occurring here. It was a bit of a pity. Was it due to the height of the peak? Yi Li supported his chin, murmuring to himself. As a result, his accumulation of evil value was also quite limited. Hanging the young lady from the Yang family at the summit of the Rift Mountain, evil value 2000. Gazing at the exposed skin of Yang Wan, Yi Li found his thoughts drifting to another matter. His actions in this martial examination would likely incite considerable dissatisfaction among many teachers. Should anyone openly condemn him as a result, it wouldn't be surprising. However, he felt no need to concern himself with such matters. Yi Li smiled serenely, adhering to his own code of conduct. Even if, due to the system's influence, he were to provoke the ire of the majority of martial artists in the future, it would be of no consequence. As long as his strength grew formidable enough, he could proclaim himself a good person, and all would be compelled to believe him. A powerful figure, established in his own right, need only remain true to himself. The young man's black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes bright as he gazed at the horizon where the first light of dawn began to appear. Ding! Evil reputation level increased. Evil reputation level LV2. Your notoriety resonates through the martial arts high schools of Ing Province. Golden quality rewards distributed. Chapter 60. The strongest martial arts student in Ing Province. On the following morning, the air outside the Rift Mountain secret realm was notably cool. For martial artists, an all-night vigil was a rather simple affair. Within the vast temporary encampment, all eyes were riveted on a massive luminous screen. With only 3 minutes until the rankings would be sealed, the current standings were essentially indicative of the final results. 10th place, Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, Shan Wu. 9th place, Jiangbei No. 1 High School, Wang Zixuan. 8th place, Qingshan No. 1 High School, Tang Yao. 7th place, Linhai No. 1 High School, Jiang Qingzhu. Surprisingly, despite the disparity in levels, Jiang Qingzhu's final score eclipsed Tang Yao by a considerable margin. It was evident that, driven by her aspiration to eradicate every beast, she had invested significant effort in mastering the techniques for slaying beasts. Moreover, the spear proved to be more effective than swords in breaching the armor of beasts. Given these results, it was only reasonable. Not to mention, Jiang Qingzhu had also mastered the dragon riding the wind, a third-tier martial technique renowned for its armor-piercing capabilities. Therefore, in the matter of beast slaying, martial artists skilled in various competitions might not necessarily excel. This method of conducting the martial examination also implied that Han Xia placed a higher value on those capable of dispatching beasts. As champions of their respective provinces, they would naturally receive focused training. At this moment, the champion of Ing Province's martial examination was revealed. First place, Linhai No. 1 High School, Yi Li. Within the expansive encampment resembling a tiered classroom, all gazes converged upon this name. Behind it was a score so staggering it was almost terrifying. The chief supervisor, Kai Guocheng, after reviewing the records of previous martial examinations, could not help but tremble as he uttered unprecedented descriptors. Yi Li's score exhibited a chasm-like gap compared to Jiang Qingzhu, who placed second. The reasoning was straightforward. The summit of the Rift Mountain appeared to hold extraordinary significance for the beasts within the secret realm. Similar to how only royal beasts could inhabit the most advanced secret realms, all beasts yearned for it. The original inhabitants, the peak third-tier beasts, had been ruthlessly torn apart by the black-haired, golden-eyed youth and cast down the cliff after a fierce battle. Under this inexplicable allure, numerous formidable third-tier beasts relentlessly charged toward the summit. Yet, these beasts were all met with the young man's blade. Blood from their corpses flowed down the cliff like a torrent. By 4 in the morning, not a single third-tier beast dared to challenge the summit. This meant that the sentient third-tier beasts within the Rift Mountain secret realm had officially acknowledged the young man as their king. Not only in the martial examination of Ing Province, but throughout the entirety of Han Xia's current martial examinations, the youth was undoubtedly the foremost anomaly. Goodness! Li Haowen, the vice principal of Linhai No. 1 High School, slumped in his chair, his eyes glazed over, his voice thick with elation. You, my boy, are simply the living embodiment of Linhai No. 1 High School. Who would have imagined that you would rise to prominence in Ing Province's martial examination in less than a month? Next month's supply of nourishing spiritual herbs hadn't even arrived yet. Li Haowen could already envision how the young man's name would be emblazoned in stunning fashion within the annals of Han Xia's martial examination history. Numerous teachers cast envious glances his way. A young martial artist like Yi Li, already possessing the potential to become a martial arts master, would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of any martial arts high school manifold. Should resources be ample, it wouldn't be long before the youth ascended to the 7th tier, becoming a true martial arts master, renowned far and wide. Such a martial student was a coveted existence for every martial arts high school. Principal Li, congratulations, Kai Guocheng remarked, turning to the exuberant Li Haowen behind him, chuckling. By next year, the resources allocated to Linhai No. 1 High School should be considerably more abundant. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Yingyun, who was fixated on the screen, and lowered his voice with a hint of curiosity, asking, Lin, in your opinion, what is the potential of this boy named Yi Li? Within the dynamic environment of Fengyun University, teeming with talented warriors from across Wuxia, the assessment from someone like her would undoubtedly hold significant value. Even within Fengyun University, he could be considered a bona fide genius. Without much hesitation, Lin Yingyun replied, he is far superior to the version of me from 2 years ago. Her words did not conceal her acknowledgement of the young man's prowess. With a gentle sigh, she added playfully, I have encountered many prodigies, yet even they would likely concede that Yi Li is indeed a genius. Kai Guocheng felt a stir in his heart and instinctively probed further. How does he compare to that saint son from Fengyun University? Are you referring to senior son? Lin Yingyun crossed her arms, a contemplative expression on her face as she mused. In terms of raw power, there is a considerable gap when compared to that extraordinary individual. However, regarding potential, they might be somewhat comparable. Pausing briefly, she then chuckled, but it is hard to say. Yili is still young, while that old fellow is on the verge of graduation. Who can predict the outcome? Such a high evaluation? Kai Guocheng was taken aback. It is worth noting that the Saint's son is a remarkably well-known young warrior, even within Fengyan University, consistently ranking among the top 3 on the so-called Fengyan leaderboard. My assessment may not be precise. Take it with a grain of salt. If my senior sister were here, she would certainly provide a definitive answer, considering she is also ranked among the top 10 on the Fengyan leaderboard. If it weren't for her temperament, she would likely be in the top 5. Lin Yingyun waved her hand dismissively, her tone adopting a more relaxed cadence as she smiled. No need to rush. My senior sister will eventually be his mentor. These two will cross paths sooner or later, and then I shall have my answer. Upon hearing this, Kai Guocheng nodded and rose to leave the campsite. He exhaled deeply. Thus, this year's martial examination had finally come to a satisfying conclusion. Yili emerged as the champion of this year's Ying province, the strongest martial science student in Ying province. In just a few hours, this news would spread across all 12 cities of Ying province. Chapter 61. SSS Grade Talent. Soul Control over Spirits. Atop the peak of Lianshan Mountain, surrounded by fierce winds, Yili sat cross-legged, ignoring the still unconscious Yang Wan. The high altitude brought with it a chilling atmosphere, and a rare excitement glimmered in his pitch-black eyes. His infamy level had unexpectedly risen. Yili's heart raced as he casually summoned his panel. Current evil points, 40,000. Eligible for weapon extraction. A golden quality reward package is available for opening. Finally, after much effort, his second golden light had arrived. Where there is a will, there is a way, Yili murmured softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. His hard work during this period had not been in vain, thanks in large part to the unwavering support from the Yang siblings and numerous martial science students. He hoped to obtain a useful skill or artifact. The previous, immortal golden soul, had bestowed upon him unparalleled regenerative abilities, transforming him into a veritable blood-soaked warrior. In terms of confronting others of the same rank, he faced little risk of defeat, marking it as an exceptionally high-tier divine talent. However, its versatility had proven somewhat lacking. While the searing golden eyes appeared imposing, infusing his every move with a violent aesthetic during combat, it merely provided a significant enhancement to his physical capabilities. In all honesty, it lacked flair and had limited applicability. Relying solely on his current abilities, if he were to encounter a peak-level 3rd-tier warrior skilled in ranged combat, it would be challenging to maintain a semblance of dignity in battle, let alone crush his opponent to gain evil points. The psychological impact on the enemy would be starkly different between a disheveled victory and a flawless triumph. If the golden quality reward turned out to be unsatisfactory, he would seek out some extraordinary tools at the artifact roulette. With this thought, Yili solidified his decision. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, he silently vowed. Open the package. Boom. As Yili willed it, a colossal golden pillar, nearly as thick as the last, shot skyward from the panel. To the distant onlookers on the plain, it appeared as a grand thread connecting the mountaintop to the heavens. The dense clouds were violently shattered by this beam of golden light, illuminating the sky with a resplendent brilliance that surged through the clouds. In that moment, thousands of martial science students scattered across the plain and the dense forest were drawn to this magnificent spectacle, gazing skyward in awe. What is happening? Immediately after, amidst countless bewildered gazes, the entire atmosphere of the secret realm grew ominously dark. A thick, black cloud rolled in from above, centering around the peak of Lianshan Mountain, enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers in an oppressive ambience. Countless skeletons, long bereft of flesh, scattered throughout the secret realm, began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, high above Lianshan Mountain, an exceedingly strange aura surged from the void, merging with the whirlwind surrounding the boy seated at the mountaintop. The terrifying momentum swept across the land, even rousing Yang Wan from her stupor. Her eyelids fluttered as she struggled to open a narrow slit against the raging wind, peering towards the mountaintop. In the next instant, her heart nearly stopped from shock. That was Yili. She beheld a scene where pure, swirling black clouds emanated from the boy clad in a flowing black robe, rapidly expanding outward. Within mere breaths, the entire Lianshan Mountain was shrouded in this eerie black cloud. The essence of death and rebirth hung thickly in the air. Atop Lianshan, those long-dead 3rd-tier exotic beasts slowly opened their eyes, a glimmer of crimson surfacing in their hollow pupils. With a series of chilling crackling sounds, they all rose from the ground, bowing reverently towards the summit. In that atmosphere, dozens of 3rd-tier exotic beasts appeared as loyal servants. In this moment, the boy was no longer merely a mundane 3rd-tier warrior. He was unmistakably a formidable young king. With a sigh, Yili exhaled and slowly opened his eyes, reflecting the utterly dazed expression of Yang Wan within his profoundly deep gaze. Simultaneously, Information flooded into his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the SSS grade martial talent, Soul Control over Spirits. Soul Control over Spirits LV1. A functional talent that allows complete dominion over the souls of those perished by your hand, compelling them to sign a life and death pact. Acknowledging you as their master and dedicating their existence to serve your interests, forever barred from reincarnation. Upgradable. It is said that the souls of the deceased return to a mysterious mountain, and the deities birthed from that mountain inherently possess this talent, to obtain authority surpassing theirs. Please reap those evil points to your heart's content. Talent Ability 1, Soul Slayer. The Undead Slayer naturally possesses an overwhelming advantage against undead creatures, rendering them incapable of launching any attacks upon you, and enhances your damage against undead beings by 500. Such a talent with an exorbitantly high ceiling. As he perused the description on the panel, a flicker of joy ignited in Yi Li's eyes. Subsequently, amidst Yang Wan's dazed and bewildered gaze, he rose with a placid expression, his voice calm, yet laced with a hint of mockery. I await your vengeance. At this moment, the colossal black clouds atop the summit of Lian Mountain gradually dissipated. The martial science students, having never witnessed such a spectacle, wore expressions of perplexity. As they had not yet reached the third tier, they could only attribute it to an anomaly within the secret realm. Naturally, Yang Wan was the exception. Gazing at the youth who had just unveiled such a terrifying phenomenon, her eyes brimmed with profound terror, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Vengeance. She harbored not a shred of desire for retribution. Just as Yang Wan was about to utter words of pleading, the teleportation array, signaling the conclusion of the martial examination, finally erupted beneath their feet. Chapter 62. A Disparity in Treatment. In the early morning, as the sun rose majestically, the grand array of the secret realm refracted enchanting rays of light. Shadows of figures ascended in succession, and the once desolate plain was suddenly adorned with countless dark dots. Over 10,000 students bore various expressions, yet all were tinged with a sense of relief and elation. The martial examination had concluded. For them, it felt akin to a towering mountain that had long pressed upon their chests suddenly collapsing, resulting in an unparalleled sense of ease. Although the martial examination was undeniably the first formidable hurdle in this world, a light-hearted atmosphere swiftly enveloped the expanse above the plains. Yi Li found himself amidst this ambience. His steps lightened, his demeanor somewhat relaxed. He had achieved his objectives in this martial examination. Although the students from Qingshan No. 1 high school had not come to besiege him, the Yang siblings had proven to be quite formidable allies. Not only had his malevolent value increased significantly, but his infamy level had also ascended by 1 tier. He had acquired a new trump card, merely awaiting the thrill of battle. At that moment, Kai Guocheng soared down from the camp above, approaching the somewhat astonished Yi Li with a beaming smile. Congratulations. I wanted to inform you ahead of time that your score ranking is currently first in the province, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The championship of this year's martial examination is undoubtedly yours. Given Yi Li's potential displayed thus far, it was sufficient for him to extend an olive branch. As long as he developed steadily, gradually matured, and learned to temper his brilliance, he could evade the inevitable assassinations from various nations. Whether it be in a few decades or a century, the emergence of a new martial arts master in Huanxia was practically a certainty. Embracing the notion of fostering good relations, he warmly remarked, moreover, according to the young master of the Yang family who has awakened, at the outset of the martial examination, you were the one who initiated the attack against him in Yangwan. In response, Yi Li maintained his composure. He intended to assert that the other party had indeed issued a challenge, and according to his character, there was no reason to decline. However, Kai Guocheng continued with a smile. Nevertheless, based on inquiries made with some students from Shanzhou No. 1 High School who exited early, it can be ascertained that it was Yang Wan and Yang Wanfeng who first instigated the challenge against you. Thus your results are preserved. Yi Li was genuinely taken aback. He had already mentally prepared for disqualification, even considering no justification for defense. Yet, astonishingly, nothing had transpired. Had he truly managed to elicit such concessions from the authorities? It seemed that Kai Guocheng discerned Yi Li's astonishment as he chuckled. Since the party seeking to incite conflict was not you, naturally, your examination qualifications will not be revoked. After a brief pause, he added, though the primary issue does not lie with you, the Yang family in Shanzhou may not be entirely satisfied with this response. Henceforth, you should endeavor to remain out of sight. Should you need to appear, exercise utmost caution. The head of the Yang family is a seasoned 5th-tier martial artist. Although he is advanced in age, his level remains formidable, and there are no shortage of 4th-tier martial artists in the Yang family who can intervene. As he spoke, Kai Guocheng carefully observed the boy's reactions. This served as a subtle reminder to Yi Li regarding this matter. The responsible party for the martial examination had chosen not to pursue the matter upon understanding the circumstances, but it did not imply that the members of the Yang family would adopt the same stance. In fact, the likelihood of deliberate retaliation in the near future was quite high. After absorbing Kai Guocheng's words, Yi Li nodded slightly. He responded softly, I comprehend. This outcome was anticipated. Moreover, if the Yang family insists too aggressively, I harbor no intention of showing them mercy. That's good to hear. Kai Guoqing visibly relaxed at his response. He feared the youth might be overly impetuous and choose to confront the matter head-on. Such a course of action would lead to complications. Be it an unrefined genius or a developed one, instances of untimely demise were all too common. The ability to heed the counsel of others epitomizes humility. Reflecting on this, Kai Guoqing nodded with satisfaction. He then slightly turned to reveal Lin Yingyun, who stood behind him, and introduced with a smile. This is Lin Yingyun from Fengyun University, who has come specifically to meet you. Hello. Lin Yingyun stepped forward, a playful smile adorning her intelligent visage. I am also a student of that old sage Yu. So by seniority, I am your senior sister. Yi Li politely nodded, not dwelling on her reference to the old sage. You sought me out for something? Oh, quite the show-off, aren't you? Lin Yingyun inwardly sighed, cleared her throat, and then spoke earnestly. Originally, there was nothing of particular importance. But after observing your performance in the martial examination, it seems there is now. As she spoke, Kai Guoqing discreetly retreated, allowing them the space to converse. Lin Yingyun glanced around, noticing the surrounding martial examination candidates fervently discussing their experiences within the secret realm. She then approached Yi Li and smiled. Actually, it's not a matter of urgency. I simply wanted to inquire if you have any interest in the Academy's tasks. Academy tasks? Precisely. Lin Yingyun stretched her limbs and chuckled. If you are interested, I can help you connect to the school's task system in advance, allowing you to accept tasks through your badge in the future. Of course, some special tasks still require you to return to school to accept them in person. Additionally, if you encounter a particularly challenging task, you can request assistance via your badge. The communication between badges can bypass most forms of interference. Within 100 kilometers, there is absolutely no delay, far superior to any telephone. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun's gaze fell upon the golden badge at Yi Li's waist. With an envious tone, she continued, with this golden tier badge in your possession, you can essentially select from the majority of tasks issued by the school at your leisure. Sensing her fervent gaze, Yi Li curiously asked, aren't you a gold badge? I hold a silver badge. Lin Yingyun's voice bore a hint of melancholy. Junior brother, do not assume that just because you obtained a gold badge at the outset, it is commonplace at Fengyun University. To be frank, there are no more than 20 students in the entire Fengyun University who possess such a badge. Each one is a core student appointed by the Academy. I toiled for 2 years to barely secure a silver badge. Do you not think your badge is quite impressive? I see. Yi Li nodded thoughtfully. In response to Lin Yingyun's astonished expression, he calmly inquired. Then, if your level is not higher than mine, could you perhaps bow to me? Lin Yingyun felt as though she was struggling to catch her breath. Even while merely observing the broadcast, she had discerned that Yi Li's character was unlikely to be weak. Rather, it leaned towards a more assertive disposition. However, she could never have anticipated that, before her senior who was evidently more seasoned. The latter would not only remain unyielding, but would grow even more audacious, directly demanding that she bow to him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yingyun gritted her teeth and explained, the status and treatment of a gold medal student are significantly superior to those of a silver medalist. But it does not reach the level of a king and his subjects. Is that so? Yi Li appeared somewhat disappointed. I thought I was a little emperor. He then subtly inquired, what specific advantages does a gold medal student possess? Identity, treatment. Lin Yingyun steadied her emotions, sighing as she continued. To speak solely of the completion of tasks within the school, not to mention the limitations on task acceptance. Even the difficulty level of executing those tasks differs for the two. A core student with a gold medal is equivalent to the deputy director of the Municipal Bureau of Anomalous Affairs when carrying out tasks outside. A silver medal student, on the other hand, possesses only the authority of a regular enforcer. Do you understand what this implies? The latter often has to rely solely on themselves, while the former can even mobilize enforcers stationed at the Municipal Bureau to assist in their actions. The disparity in status is glaring. That impressive? Yi Li expressed mild surprise, realizing that he would effectively be a minor official in Hanxia from now on. Of course, Lin Yingyun's voice took on a tone of pride. The core students of Fengyun University are those who would be considered geniuses at any martial arts university. A school that does not afford them privileges is the one with a problem. As she spoke, her voice faltered, and her expression grew serious. I speak of these benefits, but you should also understand a fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although I, your senior, often wish for an easy path, gold medal students also bear the risks that come with their status. This much I need not explain. I don't know. Yi Li casually shook his head. In his previous life, he had been too busy playing the sycophant, and he had never taken the time to understand such matters. You don't know? Lin Yingyun was taken aback, her expression somewhat peculiar. Given his talents, it was surprising that he hadn't grasped the dangers of being a genius in Hanxia. After all, even her childhood ears had been worn calloused by the often repeated admonition that it was not easy for a genius to thrive in Hanxia. Yet, as she grew older, She had gradually ceased to hear such warnings, likely because her elders believed her talent did not warrant concern over assassination by foreign nations. Lin Yingyun felt a pang of sorrow. Could you refrain from being so cryptic? Yi Li furrowed his brows, observing the fluctuation in her expression. Just say what you need to say. I detest riddles, even when watching films in my previous life. Why must I encounter them here in this martial world? Resolute. She replied, let me put it this way. Hanxia is the nation with the most extensive territory on Blue Star, rife with secret realms and frequent beast tides, leading to persistent domestic turmoil. To date, there are only a handful of martial masters within the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs capable of stabilizing the situation, all stationed in cities surrounding the top secret realms. Even so, the situation rarely improves. Even the martial masters from renowned sects are often summoned by the government to repel beast tides or hunt down cultists. And these masters are notoriously prideful, treating each summons as if they were being asked to pay homage to their ancestors. Now do you understand? She continued. In such circumstances, it is challenging for any strong individuals to spare their hands. Whenever those major foreign nations make a move, it is always Hanxia that suffers, as we lack the high-end combat strength to respond. The myriad nations of the world are eager to witness the former hegemon's decline, including erstwhile allies. If they had their way, they would prefer Hanxia to remain in this state indefinitely. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun's gaze casually swept the surroundings. Yet, Hanxia often produces geniuses. If left unchecked, within 200 years, Hanxia could very well regain its former pinnacle on the international stage. If you were one of those myriad nations, what would you do? You would seek every opportunity to eliminate them, for the death of a genius is worth nothing. She sighed resignedly. I see. Yi Li nodded slightly. In simpler terms, it meant that the myriad nations would not permit Hanxia to harbor such formidable individuals. How do you feel about that? Are you afraid? Lin Yingyun's beautiful oval face bore a smile, eagerly anticipating Yi Li's reaction. Even when she was a mere novice, such revelations had filled her with a sense of impending doom regarding Hanxia's fate. That day, she had even abstained from her favorite ice cream. To Lin Yingyun, the anxiety she felt despite her lack of talent was understandable. Yi Li, possessing talent, would surely feel even more apprehensive. The reason was simple. The sensation of suddenly being at odds with the entire world was akin to a small boat navigating a stormy ocean, suffocating and terrifying, capable of causing any martial artist's complexion to alter dramatically. This feeling would not dissipate with maturity. On the contrary, as one aged and gained a deeper understanding of the world, the impact and pressure stemming from such circumstances would only intensify. In other words, someone like Yi Li, who perfectly met the standards, would immediately feel the weight of such immense pressure. Afraid? Yi Li raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. Why should I be afraid? Now that I understand the problem, the subsequent matters become quite manageable. It's straightforward. Once I develop, I can single-handedly confront the myriad nations. At this, Lin Yingyun opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back her words. How infuriating. This fellow remained so composed. Why should you be afraid? Obviously, it is because you will undoubtedly face assassination from those nations. Lin Yingyun wished to ask him if he understood the meaning of humility, but upon witnessing the overflowing confidence radiating from the youth, she promptly dismissed the notion. He might be oblivious to the concept of humility, yet he undoubtedly exuded unparalleled self-assurance. Was such an aura the result of his accumulated experiences? Lin Yingyun fell into silence, contemplating for a long while before finally stating, you still need to exercise caution. You are not only pursued by foreign nations. Just considering those close at hand, there is the so-called Yang family of Shanzhou. Naturally, Yi Li nodded slightly. Unlike the others, he had unwavering faith in his own integrity. Not only would he confront those from foreign nations, but he would also spare none of those in Hanxia who looked upon him with disdain. That's good. Lin Yingyun let out a sigh of relief, considering that he had absorbed her words and had become more vigilant. Even if both parties are not on the same wavelength, it is still possible for them to engage in delightful conversation. However, you need not worry about the issue of assassination by various nations for the time being. Lin Yingyun lifted her head once more, stepped forward, and gently patted Yi Li's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. At the very least, one must be a fourth-tier warrior to attract the attention of the nations. Otherwise, even the most talented individuals would face assassination attempts. And with the plethora of high-tier warriors at their disposal, the nations would surely be exhausted. After all, how often does a martial arts master come into existence? I recall a genius who became a second-tier warrior at the age of 6, yet it took him 60 years to break through to the third tier. The spies from rival nations who had been watching him for half a lifetime were nearly driven to despair. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun stretched lazily, her tone imbued with a hint of mirth. Once Yi Li nodded, she extended her palm, her demeanor returning to a leisurely state. After all this talk, I'm utterly worn out. Hand over the gold medal, and I shall assist you in connecting. Without hesitation, Yi Li tossed the resplendent gold medal in a graceful arc towards her. Be careful, Lin Yingyun cautioned, catching the medal with a slight gasp. This is a gold medal. There are hardly any to be found at the entire Fengyun University. How can you toss it about like a mere trinket? Gritting her teeth, Lin Yingyun mused that had she possessed a gold medal, she would have cherished it as a precious treasure. Not only would it grant discounts on various martial arts, but it would also allow her to apply for funding to research divination. She could hardly imagine the delight it would bring. With a sigh, she adeptly activated the relevant formations within the gold medal, connecting to the campus network of Fengyun University. There you have it. Now you are officially a student of Fengyun University. Reluctantly, Lin Yingyun handed the gold medal back to him, her voice turning serious. If any teachers from Kyoto University or Magic City University come seeking you, do not agree under any circumstances, regardless of the conditions they offer. Fengyun University shall provide you double. With that, she broke into a smile. The last two sentences were not from me, but from teacher Yu Wang, who asked me to pass them on to you. My senior sister is heading back to school to take on tasks and earn big bucks. Do you have any questions for me? Can you give me a bow? Yi Li politely inquired, appearing like a refined young gentleman. Farewell. Chapter 63, The Fengyun Ranking. Outside the Lianshan secret realm, as a fleet of buses departed from Shanzhou City, heading to various destinations. News of the martial arts examination's conclusion began to spread rapidly throughout the province of Ing. Though no official results had been announced, information had leaked from insiders in past years, and this year's results proved to be even more explosive. The two major pieces of news were, a martial artist named Yi Li from Lianhai City has achieved a staggering score, securing the championship of this year's martial arts examination in Ing Province, and the highly anticipated Yang family twin stars have both fallen, unable to even secure a place in a martial arts university. On forums related to martial arts high schools, many students from Ing Province began threads discussing, who is this Yi Li? Did he really snatch the championship from Shanzhou No. 1 High School? He is the one rumored to have been recommended by Fengyun University recently, right? Goodness, this person has completely stunned me. When did Lianhai No. 1 High School produce such an outstanding martial arts student? I'll be entering martial arts high school next year. I'll definitely aim for Lianhai No. 1 High School. The impressive one isn't the school, it's Yi Li. Following the crowd is a certain path to ruin. I choose Qingshan No. 1 High School. Perhaps I can graduate and enter the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Did no one care about the lamentations of Shanzhou No. 1 High School? All the teachers believed this would be their moment of glory, only to see the Yang family's twin stars plummet spectacularly. The martial arts examination champion had been dominated by Shanzhou No. 1 High School for years, making the news of its loss all the more sensational. It seemed that people relished this unexpected upset. Furthermore, rumors suggested that the reason the Yang twins were eliminated so quickly was due to encountering the young warrior named Yi Li in the core area. If this momentum continues, this year's martial arts examination results will likely stand out as unique in recent years, and Yi Li's name will be remembered by future martial arts students. As night fell, the buses finally entered the borders of Lianhai City. In a secluded neighborhood of Lianhai City, the weary Yi Li returned home after a long absence. Retrieving the golden waist token, his expression barely concealing his joy. Since connecting to Fengyun University, he could directly access the inventory of the university's library through this gold medal. It encompassed everything from 5th-tier martial arts techniques to 2nd-tier martial skills, with both categories being recorded, merely differing in the extent of their compilation. Moreover, considering the nature of such academies, if they housed 5th-tier martial arts techniques in their library, it was highly likely that 6th-tier techniques could also be found within the institution, although these martial skills could not be directly exchanged yet, as one needed to enter the main campus to obtain them. Yi Li now had the privilege of freely entering and exiting Fengyun University, rendering this a minor obstacle. Reflecting on Lin Yingyun's words as she departed, a smile crept across his lips. The path ahead is bright. Yi Li chuckled softly to himself. There was one more thing that piqued his interest. Just before leaving, Lin Yingyun had suddenly turned back, recalling something and saying to Yi Li, by the way, this Fengyun gold medal, aside from its rich functionality, also allows you to view the real-time rankings of the Fengyun list. If you're interested, you can take a look. The Fengyun list? It is a ranking created by the school to motivate students to progress, based on each individual's performance in tasks and daily combat outcomes, resulting in a highly symbolic ranking. Lin Yingyun took out her silver medal, gently shook it, and smiled. There are only 30 slots, all occupied by extraordinary individuals from Fengyun University, truly the cream of the crop. You, too, are quite gifted. I, your senior sister, feel somewhat inadequate. In just a few years, you will surely catch up to me. However, compared to them, you still have a long way to go. They are all proud individuals, and you may encounter them when you undertake tasks in the future. For your own sake, I advise you to cultivate humility. Upon hearing this, Yi Li tentatively activated the Harmony Coexistence Ring. A flash of light enveloped Lin Yingyun, who knelt in bewilderment as she watched Yi Li depart. Yet this languid girl's nature was far too laid back. She merely stood up, dusted herself off, thought for a couple of seconds, and turned to leave. You made the laid-back senior sister of Fengyun University kneel before you. Evil deed value 500. A bit lacking. What a pity, she is a good person. Humility, huh? Returning to the present, Yi Li lay back on his bed, his thoughts swirling. It would likely be several days before he headed to Fengyun University. so there was no need to rush. Furthermore, if all went according to plan, Jiang Qingzhu's promised S-rank tempering method would arrive soon. The first stage of the third tier was about to become a thing of the past. The era of stat allocation was on the horizon. The 40,000 evil deed points quietly resting in the panel served as the foundation for Yi Li's continuous advancement. Chapter 64, The Snow Mountain Physique. Jiang Qingzhu's pace exceeded expectations. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Li had just rinsed off his body and changed into a fresh set of garments when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Someone had arrived. He approached and turned the doorknob, and a familiar, ethereal young girl poked her head through the ajar door, slipping inside. Success. As soon as she entered, Jiang Qingzhu exclaimed with delight, I've managed to acquire the Jiang family's S-rank cultivation technique for you. Remarkable indeed. Yi Li was generous with his praise. After all, she had indeed been of considerable assistance. However, from now on, as long as he had sufficient credits, he could directly exchange them for resources at the library of Fengyun University. While her gift was undoubtedly enticing, he understood the need for moderation. Otherwise, he risked overextending himself. Here you go. Jiang Qingzhu produced a rather slender tome from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Li, her tone light and uplifting. This is Snow Mountain body sculpting. The difficulty level is quite high. It is virtually impossible for a martial artist who has not practiced white mist frost snow to master it. For this reason, it was considered a rather obscure technique within the Jiang family, seldom studied except by a few direct descendants. Pausing momentarily, she bit her lip, reflecting. But if it's you, it should be quite simple to learn. The impact of Yi Li mastering the S-rank breathing technique white mist frost snow in just a few days was still vivid in her memory, a testament to his exceptional talent. Thank you. Yi Li accepted the tome, a refreshing sensation coursing through him, and then, with some surprise, inquired, It's so thin? This S-rank cultivation method was at least half the thickness of the previous S-rank breathing technique he had encountered. Thinness often indicated difficulty. Jiang Qingzhu softly elucidated. Weighing her words carefully, to my knowledge, the most talented ancestor of the Jiang family took 2 months just to grasp the basics. Recalling that ancestors' 2-month struggle with the breathing technique, she refrained from mentioning the subsequent insights, fearing it might hinder Yi Li's progress if he were to take longer than necessary. Upon hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of resignation. He remembered the 50 years of arduous effort he had poured into mastering white mist frost snow. Transitioning to the more challenging Snow Mountain body sculpting would undoubtedly require a significant expenditure of effort. Yet, he was unconcerned. The reserves in his panel had long been waiting for such an opportunity. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Yi Li's voice was calm, noticeably softer than usual, though it still carried an undertone of urgency. With an S-rank cultivation technique in hand and a wealth of malevolent points at his disposal, he felt an overwhelming urge to initiate the enhancement process. Jiang Qingzhu, oblivious to the urgency in his tone, pondered for a moment before mustering the courage to extend an invitation. I need to return to the Jiang family soon. Would you like to accompany me? The Yang family from Shanzhou is likely keeping a close watch on you, and the Jiang family can offer protection. Thank you, but no. Yi Li politely shook his head. He planned to visit Fengyun University in a couple of days to assess the situation. He had no desire to seek refuge from so-called dangers. He had no intention of feeling like a burden on others. Upon hearing his response, Jiang Qingzhu's luminous eyes dimmed slightly. She had anticipated his answer and had prepared herself emotionally. Nonetheless, hearing his refusal still stung. Then, after a brief pause, she lifted her head and tentatively asked, Are we friends? Of course, Yi Li replied calmly. After all, I would be willing to assist anyone who is an adversary of yours. I can certainly help with that. It also provides me with a convenient excuse to engage. Realizing this, he paused, a look of comprehension dawning on his face. I see. Are you facing someone upon your return to the Jiang family? If that's the case, I could accompany you. No, there's no one targeting me. Jiang Qingzhu instinctively shook her head. Is that so? What a pity. Yi Li felt a twinge of disappointment. The prospect of entangling with someone of the Jiang family's stature would surely yield substantial rewards. Yes. Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head, a faint smile gracing her lips, her clear eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. He considers me a friend. It was worth it. All her efforts during this time were justified. Well then, I shall take my leave. Wishing you all the best. Jiang Qingzhu offered a slight bow before nimbly pushing open the door. Feel free to contact me anytime. Until we meet again at Fengyun University. With that, she dashed out, her spirit buoyant as she ran back in the direction she had come. Such a pretense. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Li shook his head, perplexed, and closed the door behind her. She was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress who had aided him significantly, by any measure. They qualified as friends. Friends, after all, implied the potential for mutual support in conflict. It presented an opportunity to repay kindness while also accruing malevolent points. What could be more advantageous? Yi Li's thoughts were quite straightforward. He sought to repay those who treated him well and to trample those who did him wrong. This approach not only helped maintain a positive mindset, but also allowed him to forge ahead unburdened by guilt. A path of unwavering resolve was simply invincible. To persist on such a journey, one must continually advance and grow stronger. In the face of the world and its adversities, only the strong could enforce their will. Returning to his bedroom, Yili sat cross-legged on the bed. He reached for the Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Tome, and a soft blue luminescence materialized before his eyes. Current malevolent points, 40, 500. New edition, S-rank cultivation technique Snow Mountain Body Sculpting. Here we go. Yili exhaled silently, feeling no hesitation. Thousands of malevolent points surged into the panel. Ding. Commencing enhancement of Snow Mountain Body Sculpting proficiency. Continuous consumption of malevolent points will ensue. As you opened the tome, clear characters came into view, and to your surprise, you found that understanding it was not overly taxing. This is due to your near instinctive grasp of the S-rank breathing technique White Mist Frost Snow. Even the most gifted ancestor of the Jiang family did not possess your level of comprehension at this age. Acquired buff, training speed increased by 70. Your current speed is akin to snatching a shared bicycle in a marathon, racing away amidst the astonished glances of onlookers. After consuming 1,000 malevolent points, you have read the majority of this cultivation method, but your understanding remains superficial. To uncover its true essence, you choose to continue reading. After consuming 2,000 malevolent points, you have perused the entire cultivation method. Although your understanding has not deepened significantly, you have grasped some basic concepts. It relies on cultivating one's body using cold-infused true energy, leading to a further transformation of the blood. After consuming 4,000 malevolent points, you have mastered the method of refining blood with true energy, gaining a degree of resistance to extremely cold environments. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Beginner. Though unsure of how this equated to the countless hours of solitary cultivation, he felt a surge of determination. Undoubtedly, this period has far exceeded 2 months. A martial artist who can attain the basics in just 2 months, what a poet would grasp. Yili sighed, only to discover that within the rhythms of his breath, a sound akin to the howling of wind and snow began to resonate within him. The very blood coursing through his veins was undergoing a slow yet profound metamorphosis amid this sound. Is this the enduring effect of the S-grade breathing technique? Yili felt a surge of joy, his attention redirected to the ever-emerging text on the panel. Chapter 65, True Blood Perfection, Peak of the Third Stage. After expending 5,000 points of malevolence, you begin to attempt accelerating your refinement through breathing, discovering relevant techniques. The speed of true blood refinement is significantly enhanced, surpassing the B-grade refinement technique by several folds. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, Proficient. After consuming 10,000 points of malevolence, you have become adept at creating an environment akin to a snow-capped mountain within your body. Your blood flows as if countless climbers are relentlessly striving to strengthen themselves amid harsh conditions. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Expert. After consuming 15,000 points of malevolence, the snow mountain environment you create approaches perfection. The multitude of climbers formed from your blood develop an interest in this snow mountain, with a mere command from you. They will eagerly embark on their ascent. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Mastered. After consuming 20,000 points of malevolence, this internal snow mountain is flawless, exuding an astonishing allure within the human realm. Without your prompting, countless climbers, transformed from true blood, are already fervently yearning to scale your snow mountain. If asked why, they would surely reply, because the mountain is there. Refinement technique level has risen. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting has reached perfection. Side effect. Through diligent practice of the refinement technique, your martial arts level has advanced to the second layer of the third stage. Side effect. Your familiarity with the snow mountain environment has greatly enhanced your resistance to extreme cold. Comment. The consumption of 20,000 points of malevolence has yielded an improvement equivalent to 80 years of arduous training. If you were to unleash your danchi now, any martial artist of the same level would tremble and fall to the ground under the avalanche-like force of your danchi. As the final line of text appeared, an icy chill erupted around Yili. Boom. The sound of ice cracking echoed as the temperature in the entire bedroom plummeted by several degrees. A white mist swiftly forming on the windows. It was unmistakably the sweltering heat of June, yet the room felt as frigid as an exquisite ice cellar. Yili's gaze flickered. Following a simple danchi eruption, a glimmer of icy blue began to rise within his jet-black eyes, even creeping toward his brow and hair. If one were to say that the realm determines the quantity and upper limit of danchi eruption, then the refinement technique dictates its quality. Among martial artists of the same stage, with identical true energy consumption, the higher the level of the refinement technique, the greater the power of danchi eruption. Huff. Yili exhaled softly, the cold air visibly swirling into the atmosphere, appearing quite otherworldly. As he slightly mobilized his true energy, a sense of completeness resonated within him. With the perfection of Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, the chill contained in his true energy grew increasingly formidable. Moreover, his blood refinement speed had been enhanced several times over. Compared to the B-grade Great Sun Treasure Furnace, the refinement methods were infinitely superior. One required unwavering focus while enduring searing pain, while the other could refine automatically within a breath without the slightest discomfort, greatly enhancing efficiency, an obvious choice for anyone. No wonder the Cold Clan struggles to produce martial arts masters. Indeed, precious things come with precious reasons. Yili nodded slightly, his mind racing. Now, everyone around him warned that the Yang family of Shanzhou was eyeing him with ill intent. He must tread carefully. It seemed imperative to find a pretext to eliminate this Yang family. Otherwise, he would truly be restless. Since the refinement technique had reached perfection, it was time to elevate his cultivation. With a thought, Yili directed a torrent of malevolence points into the martial arts level section. Ding! Beginning to consume malevolence points to continuously elevate martial arts level. Through an extraordinary degree of arduous training, your understanding of Snow Mountain body sculpting has reached perfection. Coupled with the assistance of the Great Sun Treasure Furnace, a remarkable sense of coordination emerges while refining your true blood. Acquired buff, refinement speed increased by 1,000. Your speed resembles that of an AE-86 drifting rapidly on an unknown divine mountain. And the myriad twists and turns of the martial arts path appear to you as a straight, celestial road. With no need for external assistance, you are now a genius riding the tempest. After consuming 500 points of malevolence, the already near-perfect second layer of the third stage begins to show cracks. And the golden gleam within your true blood becomes exceptionally pure, elevating the quality of your body's Dan significantly. You have advanced to the third layer of the third stage. With the highest level refinement technique at your disposal, you naturally refine the highest quality true blood. And you finally comprehend the saying that even among martial artists of the same level, there are disparities beyond the third stage. Acquired buff, true blood quality increased by 100. So that's it. No wonder my golden gleam appears far more beautiful than that of the wanted criminal from that day. Yili mused, slightly bewildered. The progress on the screen continued unabated. After consuming 5,500 points of malevolence, the golden gleam in your true blood begins to expand, reaching 1/3 of its proportion. Your senses have undergone significant enhancement, and your black pupils, possessing the eye of illusion, now boast dynamic vision far superior to that of other martial artists of the same stage. You have advanced to the third layer of the sixth stage. After consuming 12,500 points of malevolence, your true blood circulates throughout your body, with the golden gleam appearing as if it were naturally pure. This enhances the quality of your body's Dan, emanating a delightful fragrance. You have advanced to the third layer of the ninth stage. After consuming 14,500 points of malevolence, you have fully adapted to the sensations of the true blood realm. Your Dan Qi flows flawlessly, and the speed of Dan Qi eruption is nearly instantaneous. Martial arts level elevated. You have reached the peak of the third stage. This enhancement consumed a total of 14,500 points of malevolence, equivalent to nearly 20 years of normal training. Current malevolence points, 6,000. At the moment the text concluded, an unparalleled sense of power surged through Yili. Boom. The energy around him erupted, unleashing a terrifying cold that slammed against the surrounding walls, shattering the wooden bed beneath him into countless fragments, causing the entire building to tremble distinctly. The improvements brought by completing the first major stage exceeded any previous experiences. An instant influx of strength capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones flowed into his body, rushing through Yili's limbs and bones, quickening his breath. Even if he were to cease training henceforth, he would still possess a modicum of prestige in Ing Province. Indeed, Yili's heart raced with excitement as he stood amidst the wooden debris, exuding an aura of fulfilled refinement, turning his head to gaze into the distance. Even the dust settling from hundreds of meters away was now crystal clear. With near superhuman sensory enhancement, Yili perceived a world entirely different from before. A pair of ebony eyes glittered with brilliance, as if concealing a lion within. After a fleeting moment of excitement, Yili's gaze returned to the panel. Current evil value, 6,000 points. It was time to devise a strategy. Yili furrowed his brow. Chapter 66. The Shock and Actions of Yu Wang. Within the confines of Yingshang, at Fengyun University, the morning sunlight bathed a majestic edifice, where numerous figures traversed, each emanating an extraordinary aura, with the least among them reaching the second tier of prowess. Atop a towering building, Lin Yingyun gazed somewhat helplessly at the elderly man in a flowing azure robe, his hair and beard dancing in the breeze. Their teacher had an incessant penchant for ascending to the highest floor, presenting an image of an esteemed figure to the students passing below. If the newly admitted young scholars were to catch sight of him, they might indeed be intimidated by his demeanor, scratching their heads in eager anticipation of an opportunity to engage in conversation. "Teacher," he exclaimed, "did you see that student over there, gazing at me with such longing? He must be yearning to be my disciple." Yu Wang stroked his beard and chuckled, "Alas. He is clad in a second-year uniform, his aura barely reaching the third tier, destined to be forever apart from my tutelage." Upon hearing this, Lin Yingyun smiled gently. "What about Yili? Surely he is fated to be my disciple." Yu Wang abruptly turned, his tone infused with unmistakable delight, and laughed heartily. That child possesses potential that could indeed lead him to great achievements. He may one day inherit my legacy. Moreover, you cannot imagine the reaction of those old fellows in the martial department when they learned that I bestowed the only reserved spot upon a martial arts student from Lehigh City. They all mocked me for being too hasty in my decision. I can hardly be bothered to argue with them. 30 years of the river's ebb and flow. Let us wait and see. When Yi Li breaks through their defenses, let us see if those old fools can still laugh. I truly believe that. Lin Yingyun nodded in silent agreement. While it might be challenging for others to accept, she felt that the handsome youth could indeed accomplish such ruthless and grand feats. The evidence lay in his performance during the recent martial examination. What? You seem to harbor no doubts, Yu Wang remarked, somewhat astonished. Did he perform exceptionally well in the martial examination? Last I saw, my disciple appeared skeptical, clamoring to see for himself. How has he returned in such high spirits? Not just well. Lin Yingyun's expression turned peculiar. After a brief silence, she spoke with a tone tinged with astonishment. Teacher, have you ever heard of anyone scoring in the 7 digits during a martial examination? I've never witnessed anything like it in my life. Even senior Sister Chen only managed 6 digits, right? Yi Li nearly exterminated all the third-tier beasts within the Rift Mountain secret realm by himself. Is that true? 7 digits? Yu Wang paused in his stroking of his beard, his expression one of disbelief. Did the lad pilfer something from those beasts? Not at all. He seized the throne within the secret realm. The beasts sought to reclaim it, but he was simply too formidable. His garments were nearly soaked through with their blood. Lin Yingyun recounted, clearly pleased with his reaction as she detailed the undeniable truth. In the end, the third-tier beasts in the secret realm were so overwhelmed that none dared to ascend the mountain again, prompting him to cease his slaughter. A silence enveloped the air for several seconds. So that's how it was. Yu Wang resumed his usual motion of stroking his beard, nodding slightly as he murmured in resignation, that makes sense. It is not uncommon for a secret realm to harbor a king beast. And the most abundant spiritual energy is invariably found in the king beast's lair, also known as the throne. This lad charged in like a dragon. No wonder those nascent third-tier beasts could not withstand it. Yet it is unfortunate that his approach to this matter has been one of relentless slaughter. It is hard to imagine what kind of demeanor he will adopt once he gains strength and enters higher-tier secret realms teeming with formidable beasts. Considering this, Yu Wang swallowed hard, then resumed his smile. Where is he? Did he not return with you? No, Lin Yingyun replied. He mentioned he had some unfinished business and would return in a few days. That's good. Yu Wang's gaze shifted back downward, and he chuckled softly. I've already credited him with points for slaying the wanted criminal. When he comes back, take him to the library to choose some resources. What tier is he at now? As these words fell, he suddenly turned to Lin Yingyun with urgency. Her tone had been too nonchalant, making him belatedly realize that something was amiss. The last time they had met, Yi Li had seemed to be merely a novice at the 2nd tier, relying on a formidable yet mysterious secret technique to subdue Tang Yao, a 6th-layered 2nd-tier warrior. Now, he was purportedly treating 3rd-tier beasts as mere minor adversaries? 3rd-tier True Blood Realm, is that so? Lin Yingyun asked, somewhat puzzled. 3rd tier? No doubt about it. He must be utilizing the Danqi eruption. Lin Yingyun believed he was questioning her insight, and she promptly waved her hand, confidently asserting, though somewhat unrefined, it is undoubtedly the Danqi eruption. Likely at the initial stage of the 3rd tier, perhaps 1 or 2 layers deep. Yu Wang was taken aback, sinking into a prolonged silence. Even his movements stilled. The 2nd-tier warrior he had last seen had transformed into a 3rd-tier one? How long had it taken? At most a week. What kind of innate talent was this? When did the path of martial arts become such a broad avenue? Could it be that he had accumulated a wealth of experience only to unleash it all at once? Yet, was such a foundation not too outrageous? As thoughts raced through his mind, Yu Wang ultimately resolved to regard this as a testament to Yi Li's exceptional talent, suggesting that his prior period of dormancy had been too lengthy, allowing him to achieve such remarkable progress in just a week. Is there anything else? He took a deep breath, harboring a tentative hope as he inquired. Indeed, there is. Lin Yingyun nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Yu Wang's eyelid twitched slightly. Speak. Lin Yingyun sighed, her demeanor turning grave. Teacher, you should prepare your belongings. What? Yu Wang was taken aback. You mean I should vacate my position? Not quite. Lin Yingyun cleared her throat, adopting a serious tone. According to the head administrator, he has dealt quite a blow to the Yang family's twins. One will find their future martial cultivation severely affected, and the other has declared an end to their martial pursuits, with both failing to make the cut. Given the rumors surrounding the Yang family in Shanzhou, I believe they may harbor ill intentions towards Yi Li, even though he is currently a core student of Fengyan University. Considering the potential threat to his life, I advise you to pay a visit to the Yang family and issue a warning. At her words, Yu Wang's gaze sharpened with increasing intensity. The Yang family in Shanzhou was known for recruiting a multitude of followers, with a reputation for being ruthless and decisive in their dealings. It was said that even the enforcers of the local Spirit Anomaly Bureau did not extend them much courtesy. Once offended, regardless of right or wrong, they would ensure that the Yang family would come to collect their due. Their continued survival hinged upon their readiness to hand over any involved parties to the Spirit Anomaly Bureau during investigations, allowing the Bureau to handle matters without a hitch while simultaneously bolstering the Yang family's reputation in Shanzhou. Over time, the Yang family's renown grew, attracting countless followers, while the number of martial artists daring to provoke them dwindled. Thus, it was no wonder Lin Yingyun was concerned for Yi Li's safety. A force led by a mere initial stage 5th-tier warrior has now found trouble at the feet of my student. The smile of Elder Yu bore no warmth as he turned to inquire, who instigated the battle against the twin stars, Yi Li or the Yang siblings? Many students from Shanzhou City claimed that the Yang siblings had initiated the challenge, yet it was indeed Yi Li who first struck. Lin Yingyun replied with composure. Then there is no issue. A challenge begets a fight, which is entirely reasonable. Elder Yu pivoted and strode downstairs, his voice carried by the gentle breeze. I shall visit Shanzhou City. When Yi Li arrives at the academy, you shall guide him to undertake some tasks and, while at it, present him with a couple of 3rd-tier martial techniques. The corners of Elder Yu's mouth twitched slightly. There are academic credits involved. Absolutely. You can rest assured it will be entrusted to me. Lin Yingyun exclaimed excitedly. I shall make my way to Linhai City at once. Chapter 67. Go and eliminate Yi Li. In Shanzhou City, within the grand estate of the Yang family, the morning sun poured its radiant beams into the vast compound, lending an oddly chill atmosphere. Before an ancient-style mansion adorned with simple elegance, individuals clad in peculiar garments stood in quiet anticipation, seemingly waiting for something. At that moment, a stately elder clad in resplendent attire emerged, his gaunt visage etched with a hint of ire, exuding an air of formidable authority. Master, how is Wanfeng? As soon as the elder appeared, a graceful matron at the forefront of the crowd hurriedly stepped forward, her voice laced with urgency. I heard he has injured his meridians. Will he still be able to cultivate in the future? Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Yang family, nearing the end of his 200-year lifespan, twitched his eyelids twice and turned his gaze towards her, responding calmly. Over 3/4 of his meridians have been frozen. But the assailant was somewhat considerate and did not completely ruin him. With the intervention of a 4th-tier physician, he should be able to recover fully in about 5 years. Upon hearing this, the Yang family members within the courtyard, who had initially feared that Yang Wanfeng's predicament would render him incapable and lead to the family's decline, finally breathed a sigh of relief. 5 years may seem neither short nor long for a prodigious 2nd-tier martial artist like Yang Wanfeng. Given the Yang family's resources, enlisting a 4th-tier healer with healing talents would not pose a significant challenge. However, the matron's brows furrowed in discontent, her alluring countenance marred by intense fury as she exclaimed, Damn Yi Li, how could he subject my son to such suffering? 5 years. How many 5-year spans does one have in life? By then, Yi Li will have graduated from Fengyun University, while Wanfeng will only just be able to cultivate, as usual. She cast a steely gaze at the elder. Gritting her teeth, Patriarch, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. To her surprise, the multitude of Yang family members present nodded in agreement. The reasoning was straightforward. For many years, the Yang family had cultivated a reputation for retribution, having eliminated numerous adversaries and gathered countless retainers. How could they allow a mere 3rd-tier martial artist from Fengyun University to set a precedent and tarnish their name? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. These two phrases were not merely the Yang family's creed, but also a fervent emblem for attracting potential retainers. Who among the wandering martial artists would not be tempted by a force willing to go to great lengths for vengeance? The Yang family had adhered to such principles for over a century. Even if Yi Li were the highest scorer in the history of the martial examinations in the province, he was still merely an ordinary 3rd-tier, true blood realm practitioner. If they refrained from taking action against him solely based on his status as a privileged student of Fengyun University, how would they attract retainers in the future? Without retainers, how could the Yang family cultivate the burning blood secret technique? Patriarch, I have gathered all the information. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, his voice low. That lad currently resides in the southern district of Linhai City. I even know his house number. If you give the word, he will not survive until he enters Fengyun University. Although they could not confront Fengyun University head-on, dealing with a student who had yet to enroll was still within their considerable grasp. Yi Li, the patriarch of the Yang family, pondered the name, a fierce glint flashing in his murky eyes as his hands, clasped behind him, tightened gradually. He inquired, This Yi Li, is he currently a 3rd-tier true blood realm practitioner? Indeed, someone affirmed. According to the teachers from various martial high schools, he should have just entered the 3rd tier, a 3rd-tier martial artist. Yet not even 20 years of age. The patriarch of the Yang family chuckled softly, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. What a prodigy in martial arts. Reflecting upon my own youth, I barely broke through to the 2nd tier by the age of 20. And it was only through the Yang family's secret techniques that I managed to ascend to the 5th tier, earning renown in my region. Though I am now plagued by hidden ailments and unable to advance further, the assistance from my retainers has been sufficient to secure the Yang family's standing in Shanzhou City. Thus, the elder understood the arduous nature of martial cultivation, leading him to a crucial realization. If Yi Li was not eliminated today, he would undoubtedly become a force capable of toppling the Yang family in the future. The century-old reputation of the Yang family could not be tarnished under his watch. The patriarch's voice was icy as he made his stance clear. Yang Rong, take those 2 fourth-tier elite retainers and handle this matter. Are you referring to the disheartened sword in the dragon monument hand? One person gasped. The former had once single-handedly breached a force guarded by a third-tier expert with a green cloud sword 30 years ago, only to have his beloved slain by remnants of that force, leading him to adopt the name disheartened sword in his despair. He joined the Yang family solely to avenge his beloved. The latter was a martial artist skilled in unorthodox techniques, his iron fists capable of shattering mountains. The number of exotic beasts that had perished at his hands over the years exceeded 50. Both were renowned warriors not only in Shanzhou City, but throughout the entire province of Ang, ranking among the few fourth-tier powerhouses of the Yang family. Now, they were tasked with dealing with a fledgling third-tier practitioner. Master, spoke Yang Rong, a middle-aged man with a prominent scar across his face, resembling a burn mark. He regarded the elder above him, his expression quivering slightly as he hesitated. Might this be an overreaction? Setting aside the potential losses, if a fourth-tier martial artist takes action, the commotion could be. A fourth-tier martial artist can commune with the heavens, and their techniques are entirely distinct from those of first-tier practitioners. They are grand and cannot be concealed. Should the Clear Anomaly Bureau detect it, the Yang family would suffer the loss of 2 fourth-tier warriors, which would indeed be a grievous blow. What is there to fear? The patriarch of the Yang family cast a frosty glance at him, calmly inquiring, if it is exposed, then so be it. The enmity between them is already established. They owe us the Yang family. Afterward, we can hand them over to the Clear Anomaly Bureau. He added with a sharp edge. Or do you believe that a sub-20-year-old third-tier martial artist outweighs 2 fourth-tier warriors whose potential has been exhausted? Upon hearing this, Yang Rong's scar twitched slightly. Indeed, when compared to such a boundlessly promising young martial artist, the loss of 2 fourth-tier warriors seemed unexpectedly acceptable. With this realization, he bowed respectfully, saying, I shall proceed with the task at once. Wait. The alluring matron interjected sharply, then turned to the esteemed elder, her teeth clenched. Patriarch, may I suggest I take on this mission instead? You wish to take my place? Indeed, she replied. I have recently broken through to the 3rd tier, level 6, surpassing Yang Rong by 2 levels. If I go, the chances of success are significantly greater. As she spoke, a fierce intent surged in her eyes, her tone chillingly icy. Furthermore, I am genuinely inclined to personally eliminate the wretch who has ruined my son. Observing her countenance, the head of the Yang family contemplated for a moment before giving a slight nod. Very well, then you shall take her place. Thank you, family head. The enchanting woman's face illuminated with joy as she hastily clasped her hands in gratitude. You may disperse. The Yang family head replied with a nonchalant sound, subsequently leaving behind a remark before turning and retreating into the house. Approximately 1 hour later, the gathering outside gradually dissipated. Chapter 68. The Unexpected Visitor from Fengyun University. Inside, the air was thick with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. On the bed, Yang Wanfeng's pallid visage betrayed his condition as he slowly rose. Grandfather, just lie down. The head of the Yang family said, his weathered face marked by concern. The plight of the other mediocre clan members mattered little. It was this exceptionally gifted grandson who had genuinely captured his affections. The elder was acutely aware that his time was limited, with perhaps only 20 years remaining. By then, Yang Wanfeng would have matured into the finest heir. With the youth's prodigious talents, he could undoubtedly elevate the Yang family of Shanzhou to unprecedented heights. It was even conceivable that they could secure a position among the 3 sects and 6 factions of Huanxia. Rest assured that Yili has been arranged for by grandfather, with your mother leading 2 fourth-tier guests to execute the ambush. He has but a few days left to live. The venerable elder patted the youth at the bedside, his tone markedly gentler than before. Regarding your injuries, grandfather will summon the finest 4th-tier physician from the province to treat you. Coupled with the Yang family's secret techniques, it's possible you might recover completely in 3 years. The blood from those 4-tier guests can be procured immediately, and then grandfather will employ the secret arts, ensuring you can at least rise from your bed to walk. Yang Wanfeng nodded slightly. Upon hearing Yi Li's name, a flicker of resentment darkened his eyes, and he inhaled deeply before saying, Thank you, grandfather. What is there to thank for? We are all family. The head of the Yang family waved dismissively. For the sake of the Yang family's century-long reputation, as well as its future development, Yi Li must perish. The elder pondered briefly before expressing his confusion. By the way, concerning your sister Yang Wan, she seems to have undergone some emotional turmoil, locking herself away in her room and refusing to come out or see you. Yang Wanfeng's expression turned slightly awkward. She was likely shocked by Yi Li's tactics. You needn't worry. I will visit her in a couple of days. Your relationship has always been quite good. The Yang family head nodded, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Just then, a faint sound resembling the breaking of air reached from the horizon. Almost immediately, a formidable presence abruptly descended upon the Yang family estate. Sensing this aura, the head of the Yang family sprang to his feet, gazing out the window, murmuring gravely, "A fifth-tier warrior? Stronger than I. What business do they have at my Yang family? Grandfather? Stay here and do not move. I will go and investigate," Yang Wanfeng instructed, rising to step outside. As he emerged, he beheld a figure enveloped by a gentle breeze soaring from the distance, landing gracefully within the confines of the Yang family courtyard. The newcomer's sleeves billowed, embroidered with dynamic clouds. "Is this someone from Fengyun University?" The head of the Yang family furrowed his brow and inquired loudly. "What brings a teacher from Fengyun University to my Yang family? I believe none of our clan members have been admitted." In light of the visitor's affiliation with Fengyun University, his tone remained exceptionally courteous. In response, Yu Wang approached, beaming as he said, "I am Yu Wang, Yi Li's mentor and a senior teacher at Fengyun University." Yi Li's mentor? How expedient. Fengyun University truly holds him in high regard, the head of the Yang family mused, his heart growing heavy. After a moment of feigned ignorance, he pressed, "I see, but you have yet to answer my question. What brings you to my Yang family?" He was acutely aware of the underlying reason. It was for Yi Li's safety. However, the appearance of ignorance was necessary, otherwise. Once the news of Yi Li's demise spread, it would be challenging for him, as the head of the Yang family, to dissociate himself from the matter. The head of the Clean Aberrations Bureau in Shanzhou was a fifth-tier powerhouse. While he might grant the Yang family some leniency, he would not hesitate to take action against them. Bastard, still pretending, Yu Wang internally cursed as he observed the elder's puzzled expression. Yet, an amiable smile spread across his aged face. "I have heard some rumors and came to take a look." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the Yang family estate, casually inquiring, "I have long heard that the Yang family of Shanzhou actively recruits guests. I wonder how many fourth-tier warriors you have managed to attract thus far?" "Fourth-tier warriors are not so easily gathered," the head of the Yang family responded with a smile, shaking his head. "Despite the generous conditions offered by the Yang family over the years, we have not managed to recruit many. Indeed, hearing you speak is akin to receiving profound wisdom," Yu Wang remarked, his white beard framing a smile that seemed both genuine and sardonic. "I sincerely apologize. As a teacher of Fengyun University, you are undoubtedly a distinguished guest of the Yang family." The head of the Yang family maintained his calm gaze on Yu Wang, replying unhurriedly, "However, this matter pertains to the privacy of the Yang family. I am afraid I cannot divulge the details." "I trust Fengyun University would not pry into the private affairs of others, would it?" "That is only natural," Yu Wang conceded, nodding lightly. "In fact, to maintain good relations with my students, I have always been quite respectful of boundaries. It is a full 400 miles from Fengyun University to this location. I have hastened here at my utmost speed." The Yang family's fourth-tier warriors likely had little leisure time. Thus, even if this rascal were swift, he could not immediately mobilize them. Recalling this, Yu Wang suddenly appeared to remember something, chuckling lightly as he said, "By the way, my listening to the wind's melody has reached its pinnacle." "Listening to the wind's melody?" "Indeed," Yu Wang nodded slightly, patiently explaining, "This is a fifth-tier martial technique of mine. I dare not claim more, but I can certainly hear every commotion within a 10-mile radius of the Yang family estate quite clearly." "What do you mean by that?" The head of the Yang family furrowed his brow. "It means," Yu Wang stepped closer, his tone turning icy with a smile, "that within the next 5 days, should any one of the 8 fourth-tier warriors of the Yang family within a 10-mile radius vanish, do not blame me for turning hostile." At these words, the head of the Yang family's expression shifted slightly, but inwardly, he sighed in relief. In truth, the Yang family possessed 10 fourth-tier warriors. The fact that the visitor mentioned 8 indicated that Yang Mei had already departed with those 2 fourth-tier guests. Good daughter, moving swiftly indeed. With this thought, the head of the Yang family suppressed his rising elation and feigned difficulty as he replied, "Sir, your actions seem rather domineering. Do you not fear my reporting you to Fengyun University?" "Go ahead and report," Yu Wang chuckled, striding toward the inner chamber while waving his hand. "I intend to stay here for a few days. I hope it will not be a bother. However, there is one more thing." Yu Wang turned back to face the head of the Yang family, smiling as he added, "Before my disciple steps into the 5th tier, should any unfortunate incident occur, regardless of who is responsible, the elderly gentleman would prioritize coming here to put an end to you." The head of the Yang family. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family instantly turned pale. "This madman. Once Yi Li meets his demise, I must promptly inform the Qingyi Bureau to have this lunatic taken away." Chapter 69. Is there anyone who wishes to leave before we proceed? In Linhai City, in the southern district, within an ordinary and secluded residential community, Lin Yingyun, clad in a pale purple robe, repeatedly verified her surroundings before stepping into one of the apartment buildings. This must be it. She halted before a certain door, raising her gaze to the doorplate. 1802. Excellent. No issues there. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open from within. Creak. As the door opened, she was greeted by the familiar visage of a youth in white, who stood calmly behind the door, gazing at her with a serene expression. "Come in," he beckoned. Oh, Lin Yingyun quickly stepped inside. Upon entering, she noticed luggage strewn across the floor. Evidently, he was preparing to leave. He too was aware that the Yang family had set their sights on him and needed to hasten to Fengyun University for refuge. Lin Yingyun mused with an internal chuckle. His behavior thus far had been so erratic that she almost forgot he was merely a young martial artist under 20. It was only upon witnessing his current actions that she felt a sense of relief wash over her. So, you too have moments of fear, just as it should be. This truly resembles a young martial artist who has yet to experience the world. Are you here specifically to escort me, or is it due to the Yang family's affairs? Yi Li casually pulled a chair and seated himself, his gaze sweeping over her. He did not suspect she had ulterior motives. After all, they had only parted ways the previous day, and her visit today clearly indicated the urgency of her actions. The only pressing matter weighing upon him was the enmity with the Yang family. Astute, Lin Yingyun commended him with a thumbs up, then languidly stretched her arms. Our teacher is likely at the Yang residence keeping things in check. With him there for the next few days. Those above the 4th tier should not dare to act recklessly. Then why isn't he coming directly to escort me? Yi Li inquired, puzzled. He typically prefers to take the initiative. Lin Yingyun waved her hand dismissively. When he encounters something he wishes to do, he becomes restless. Do not concern yourself with him. He will certainly manage to keep the Yang family in line. Very well, Yi Li nodded slightly. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Lin Yingyun yawned. If there is nothing pressing, let us head to school now. Once we're on campus, the Yang family won't dare to touch you, even if they lurk nearby. Is our school really that formidable? Yi Li rose to his feet. Absolutely. Lin Yingyun leaned against the doorframe, rubbing her slightly dark-circled eyes as she smiled. You ought to consider how many formidable fighters our school possesses. The Fengyun rankings are filled with individuals above the 3rd tier, all of whom would be mainstays on the teams of other martial arts universities. She pointed to herself, lifting her chin slightly with a hint of pride. By the way, I am also on that Fengyun ranking. What rank? Lin Yingyun fell silent for a moment, and seeing Yi Li still staring at her, she reluctantly gritted her teeth and confessed, I'm not particularly skilled in combat, just behind a fellow ranked at the 6th level of the 3rd tier. And what rank is that individual? 29. Then you might as well say you're dead last. Yi Li chuckled. Lin Yingyun took a deep breath, suppressing her immediate urge to retort. I'm not angry. In 2 years, I'll surpass him. There's no need to squabble over it. Once he meets senior sister Chun, he'll naturally understand what it means that there are people beyond people, realms beyond realms. Once she had composed herself, Lin Yingyun cheerfully picked up the luggage from the floor, invigorated. All right, let us set off. With that, she stepped out of the apartment first and pressed the elevator button. Buzz. The elevator began its slow ascent from the 1st floor. The residents of this building have rather peculiar schedules. Returning home at midday, Lin Yingyun remarked, her brows furrowing slightly, a look of helplessness crossing her delicate oval face. It was clear she had only just arrived. Yet the elevator was already descending back to the 1st floor. She despised waiting for elevators. At that moment, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Lin Yingyun turned, puzzled, to find Yi Li standing calmly behind her, his expression tranquil, his dark eyes brimming with intensity as he intently focused on the elevator entrance. As if he had perceived something of significance. There's only one resident in this building. Yi Li's voice was dispassionate, yet resonated in Lin Yingyun's ears like a thunderclap. There's a heavy killing intent in the elevator. What? Lin Yingyun quickly gathered her chi, the languor on her face vanishing. With a rush of urgency, she channeled her energy, forming intricate and dense mystical runes that surged around her as her purple robe billowed without wind. Divine calculations foretell fortunes and misfortunes, shadows and light. An A-class talent. The reverse calculations of heaven. In an instant, Lin Yingyun's complexion paled slightly, her breath quickening. Her eyes fixated on the elevator, which had now reached the 16th floor. Her tone tense, as if facing a formidable foe. 2 martial artists, one at the 2nd level of the 4th tier, and the other at the 6th level of the 3rd tier. We must run. With that, she seized Yi Li's wrist, ready to flee downstairs. Just as Lin Yingyun took 2 steps, her movement was abruptly halted. She noticed Yi Li standing resolutely in place, her hand gripping his wrist as if it were a rubber band ensnared by steel, unable to budge him an inch. What are you waiting for? Lin Yingyun exclaimed in alarm. If we don't run now, are we to wait for them to come up? Stay calm, don't panic. Yi Li's expression remained unperturbed as he gently rotated the storage ring on his finger, quietly observing the ascending numbers beside the elevator. Given the configuration of their adversaries, fleeing was futile. It would be more prudent to eliminate them. Wouldn't that resolve the problem? Meanwhile, Lin Yingyun followed his gaze, her heart sinking. On the small screen beside the elevator, the number 18 was glaringly displayed. Ding. In the next moment, the elevator doors opened with a resounding chime. 2 unfamiliar figures came into view. A burly man with exceptionally large hands, and an extraordinarily alluring woman. The former's gaze was lowered, appearing exceptionally quiet. Yet an aura of profound depth surrounded him. The latter lifted her narrow eyes, her icy demeanor fixated on the 2 standing outside the elevator. Then, she parted her crimson lips, releasing a voice that sent chills down one's spine. Shall we descend together? Thank you. Before Lin Yingyun could refuse, Yi Li politely nodded and stepped into the elevator first. Seeing this, Lin Yingyun bit her lip and followed suit. Phew. After pressing the button for the first floor, the elevator doors slowly closed. Within the confined space, the air felt as though it had solidified, suffocating and oppressive. You are Yi Li? As the conversation commenced, Yang Mei's emotions escalated, her voice trembling as she questioned, Are you the one who incapacitated my son? Having crossed the border between Linhai City and Shanzhou City, she had rushed over from the Yang family in a state of urgent disarray to prevent him from escaping the confines of Linhai City. In pursuit of the one who had so ruthlessly incapacitated Yang Wanfeng, the culprit now stood directly before her, exuding an air of calm assurance that ignited Yang Mei's desire to rend him limb from limb. Indeed, my lady, Yi Li remarked, his gaze sweeping over the fourth-tier warrior before shifting to the beautiful woman, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Moreover, I now intend to hunt down his steed as well. Chapter 69. Is this what you call a third-tier warrior? What did you say? Yang Mei could scarcely believe her ears. Just as she prepared to voice her disbelief, the young man clad in white suddenly lifted his chilling golden eyes. His imposing presence was both mysterious and soul-stirring. In an instant, a shiver coursed down Yang Mei's spine, her skin prickling with an impending sense of dread. Surely, he was merely a novice third-tier warrior. Why then did he inspire such a profound sense of terror within her? Seize him! Yang Mei cried out in a mix of panic and fury, instinctively retreating into a corner, unwittingly granting the burly man space to act. The muscular figure nodded slightly, stepping forward like an iron tower, his massive hand descending with overwhelming force towards Yi Li's shoulder. In a heartbeat, his hand made contact, applying a tremendous weight in an attempt to pin Yi Li to the ground. Yet, the very next moment, astonishment washed over his face. The young man stood his ground, his posture unwavering, as if the colossal force unleashed from the burly man's grasp had met with naught but a void. Is this truly a third-tier warrior? The thought barely formed in the burly man's mind when a wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen. With a piercing sound, a blue-gold spear adorned with dragon scales sliced through his protective aura, embedding itself deep within his belly. Don't look back. You're doomed, Yi Li remarked with a light chuckle, releasing the spear as he aligned his body with the force of his essence, unleashing his most formidable strike yet, the dragon's roar. Before the burly warrior could even cry out in pain, Yi Li's fist, charged with vitality, struck him squarely in the chest. With the dual enhancements of the perfected Snow Mountain body and Golden Soul revival, shattering the defenses of a fourth-tier warrior was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Boom! The unprecedented force, far beyond what a third-tier warrior could muster, sent the burly man hurtling backward, crashing through the elevator doors and into the floor beyond, ultimately slamming against the wall with a resounding thud. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the residual force obliterated the wall, exposing him to the perilous heights of several dozen meters. Under normal circumstances, a fourth-tier warrior would deftly adjust their form midair to land safely. Yet, for reasons unknown, the so-called dragon's steel hand found his limbs utterly unresponsive, his body stiff as a board. Despite his frantic attempts to regain control in the air, he was met with the howling winds, crashing heavily to the ground. Huff! The pressure of gravity bore down on his insides, and the fallen warrior coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, laced with a formidable chill. The energy infused with coldness? No wonder his limbs refused to obey. A dark pallor spread across the burly man's face, the agonizing pain within rendering him incapable of even moving a finger. Despite the element of carelessness, he had indeed been annihilated in mere 2 strikes. Blood continuously seeped from his mouth, the spear in his abdomen voraciously consuming his life force. Am I to perish just like this? The depths of the burly man's eyes brimmed with resentment and unwillingness. A single punch had left him grievously wounded. The sheer terror of several tons of force, accompanied by the chilling energy, and this is what you dare to label as merely a novice third-tier warrior. Inside the elevator, as she witnessed the swift downfall of the burly man, Yang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the renowned dragon steel hand of Shanzhou. In terms of raw physical power, no one in the Yang family, save for the patriarch, could stand against him. Yet here he was, being sent flying by a mere novice third-tier warrior. A tempest of emotions surged within Yang Mei. However, there was no time for contemplation. The young man's figure had already closed in on her. Wait! Panic surged through Yang Mei as she instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find herself pressed against the wall. This is bad. The moment this thought crossed her mind, the young man's slender, pale fingers lunged forth with lightning speed, clasping her face. Ah! Yang Mei let out a piercing scream, her essence erupting, her hands grasping at his outstretched arm, desperately attempting to tear herself free. Though she was a third-tier 6th-level warrior, even with a life of luxury, her foundational combat instincts still remained. Yet, beneath her essence eruption, the arm that held her visage remained immovable, suddenly unleashing an overwhelming force that was utterly insurmountable. Boom! In the awestruck gaze of Lin Yingyun, Yi Li slammed the beautiful woman against the wall with tremendous force. The horrific power surged against her face, blurring her consciousness as her eyes rolled back. In the fleeting moment of awareness, she managed to utter disappointment. Boom. Her head was once again violently thrust against the wall, her final words cruelly interrupted. Amidst a shower of debris, the young man continued his relentless assault, striking the wall with such speed that it spiderwebbed into intricate cracks. Throughout this ordeal, Yang Mei's energy ignited multiple times, desperately attempting to invoke the blood ignition secret art. Yet each time was brutally interrupted. In the cacophony of thunderous impacts, within less than a second, Yang Mei's once enchanting visage became a gruesome sight, blood streaming profusely, leaving only her mouth to emit the faintest whimpers of anguish. At that moment, a torrent of formidable sword energy surged from below. Boom. Before this razor-sharp sword energy, the entire bottom of the elevator, along with the concrete structure below, was reduced to rubble. Yili casually tossed Yang Mei aside. Freed from his grasp, she plummeted downward, only to be swiftly caught by a figure that descended rapidly, landing gracefully on the ground. With a light touch of his toes, the newcomer vanished into an open space outside the residential building. Yili narrowed his eyes, gazing beyond the building. There stood a lean man clad in a green robe, emanating a formidable presence. Cradled in his arms was the unconscious Yang Mei, her complexion dark with distress. Upon sensing Yi Li's gaze, the swordsman raised his hollow eyes. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he slowly lifted his long sword, pointing it at the two within the building, and coldly declared, "That young lady. If you wish to preserve your life, depart immediately. I seek only the life of this young man today. I have shattered the silver token. Within a quarter of an hour, the enforcers of Linhai City will arrive." Under the swordsman's overwhelming aura, Lin Yingyun stepped forward, raising her shattered silver token, and assertively proclaimed, "If you wish to live, depart at once." The shattering of the silver token from Wind and Cloud University signified an urgent call for assistance. If they could not intimidate their opponent, they could only hope for the swift arrival of the enforcers from Linhai City. In an instant, Lin Yingyun's mind raced, strategizing rapidly. In the midst of her terror, she secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although she was unaware of the means employed, it appeared that the earlier fourth-tier warrior had been gravely injured by Yi Li. To her astonishment, the Yang family had dispatched two fourth-tier warriors along with a third-tier warrior to encircle and eliminate Yi Li. The swordsman before her, though formidable, should pose no insurmountable challenge for her and Yi Li to withstand for a brief moment. Just then, as Lin Yingyun's astonished gaze lingered, Yi Li strode forward and, addressing the grim-faced swordsman clad in green, spoke nonchalantly. "I suggest you brace yourself, for shortly, I shall send you both soaring." Originally intending to accrue more malevolent points by employing a more brutal approach, he found his plans thwarted when the opponent suddenly intervened, compounding his already limited resources. Cursed be it, his already meager balance had further diminished. He had no intention of becoming a living tyrant, yet it seems circumstances had forced his hand. Chapter 70. Single-handedly defeating a fourth-tier warrior, a feat to be recorded. Yi Li was currently seething with anger. After boosting himself to the pinnacle of the third tier, his malevolent points dwindled to a mere 4 digits. To maximize his gains, he had opted to take a risk rather than promptly eliminate the alluring woman. It seemed the ensuing battle would prove arduous. Yi Li exhaled softly, his robust true energy began to circulate at an accelerated pace, manifesting as a fiery white mist enveloping his form, rendering him subtly translucent. Even now, facing a fourth-tier warrior at the early stage, he would find it quite taxing. Only by activating Golden Soul Revival could he momentarily acquire overwhelming physical strength to overpower his opponent. However, fourth-tier warriors possessed not only superior physique, but also a true energy output that far surpassed that of third-tier warriors. Were it not for this fact, he would have swiftly dealt with the burly man. In the confined space of the elevator earlier, the robust man had refrained from unleashing his full potential for fear of injuring the alluring woman, allowing Yi Li to dispatch him. Yet the swordsman before him, also a fourth-tier warrior, harbored no such reservations. Though he risked alarming the surrounding citizens, he could unleash his full might without hesitation. "Stay calm." Hearing Yi Li's words, Lin Yingyun hastily interjected, "Yi Li, he exudes an aura even stronger than the previous one." "Enough with the chatter. Just kill him." Yi Li interrupted her, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the green-clad swordsman. His eyes shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. "You arrogant brat," the swordsman retorted, his previously vacant expression sharpening, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he swung his sword downward with a ferocious intent. The formidable aura of a fourth-tier celestial realm warrior erupted, unleashing a visible and terrifying sword chi that hurtled towards Yi Li. Where the sword chi traversed, the solid concrete ground cracked and ruptured, debris flying in all directions. The momentum of this strike far surpassed that of a third-tier warrior. Confronted by the oncoming torrent of razor-sharp sword chi, Yi Li's golden eyes blazed even brighter, the white mist surrounding him igniting with fervor. Without a hint of trepidation, he advanced to meet it head-on. Boom! The immense sword chi collided with his white-clad figure, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent a tempestuous wind swirling, stirring up clouds of dust and scattering rubble. Inside the building, Lin Yingyun shielded her eyes as she strained to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene amidst the chaos. Then, a voice filled with both fury and astonishment resonated through the air. Bone regeneration. What is this supernatural ability? Bone regeneration? Lin Yingyun's heart trembled as she hastened to exit the building, gazing out at the open space ahead. She beheld the green-clad swordsman gaping at the slender youth in white who had unexpectedly appeared before him, his face a mask of disbelief, even his sword-wielding motion momentarily faltering. Yet, despite this, his actions were still quicker than the youth's. With his true energy redirected, he gripped his long sword tightly, teeth clenched, and proclaimed loudly, "Slash." Suddenly, an astonishing sword aura erupted from the 3-foot-long blade, as if receiving some unseen enhancement, and it descended rapidly upon the foe who stood just within reach. Yi Li's gaze shimmered with golden light as the extraordinary blood within him surged wildly. Without a hint of hesitation, he gathered his energy, executing a flawless, Dantian energy eruption to collide with the incoming sword aura. Boom! The sword aura exploded, blood spraying forth. In the swordsman's incredulous eyes, Yi Li's severed fingers grew back at an astonishing speed. Before the S-rank refining techniques, Dantian energy eruption, even the sword aura of a 4th-tier early-stage warrior could not breach his defenses. Yi Li's gaze flickered. His reborn fingers clenched tightly. His energy surged once more as the muscles in his arms coiled like springs, expanding explosively upon release. The Dantian energy erupted, a double explosion. Bang! The avalanche of energy surged forth, forcing the swordsman's long sword into an exaggerated arc, failing to fully counteract the force. The residual might crashed into the swordsman, who was now cradling Yang Mei, absorbing a portion of the impact. She awoke from her unconscious state, spitting blood as if struck by lightning. Yi Li, like a shadow, seized the opportunity, spreading his arms wide as the subsequent Dantian energy eruption was unleashed in a matter of moments. Boom, boom, boom. The flawless Dantian energy eruption surged like a relentless tide, overwhelming the green-clad swordsman. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the bloodied Yang Mei in his arms. His previously grim countenance was now flushed from exertion. This is the 3rd tier. What a joke. The swordsman skidded backward, the weight of disbelief flooding his mind. His grip on the long sword trembling slightly. His honed physique felt as though it were succumbing to the chilling force of the onslaught. The opponent's technique was so flawless it bordered on the ludicrous, unleashing Dantian energy with abandon, unencumbered by true energy. Such terrifying combat prowess was hardly befitting of a fledgling 3rd-tier warrior. He resembled a seasoned fighter who had honed his craft for a century. The quality of the true blood within him was likely approaching its zenith. The sword in his grasp emitted a mournful wail, as if it might shatter at any moment. At this moment, the white-clad youth's hair stood on end, his arms fully extended, his entire being harnessed to its utmost potential. The flesh atop his knuckles nearly ruptured, revealing stark white bone as the wounds continued to regenerate. A single punch, akin to a meteor shattering the earth, delivered the 10th Dantian energy eruption upon that green blade with a resounding explosion. Crack! The treasured sword that had accompanied the swordsman for countless years shattered into a multitude of tiny fragments, scattering through the air. Before the swordsman could lament its loss, the youth seized the moment, swinging his right arm in a sweeping arc and launching a thunderous punch directly into his face. The overwhelming force struck with such ferocity that the 4th-tier warrior found himself momentarily dazed, his lean frame sent flying, crashing through multiple vehicles. His body propelled backward for dozens of yards amidst a cacophony of noise. Yet, he still managed to conjure a delicate barrier of sword chi around him. Hoping to buy time, with the remnants of his consciousness, he lifted his head, only to be met with the unfeeling gaze of golden eyes, mere inches away. Yi Li, like a phantom, had already closed the distance, his muscles rippling with power, an overwhelming force emanating from his fists as he swung them like a tempest. The swordsman clad in a blue robe gritted his teeth, casting aside the enchanting Yang Mei from his embrace and resolutely clenching his fists as he advanced to confront his opponent. The air reverberated with the thunderous clashes of their fists and palms, each impact exuding an overwhelming force that sent shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. The sword aura surged forth, causing the very earth to tremble. Vehicles forged from steel were obliterated upon collision, while trees thick enough to be embraced by several men toppled with a mere touch. He is a 3rd-tier warrior. Witnessing this spectacle left Lin Yingyun, positioned at the rear, utterly dumbfounded, as the formidable 4th-tier warrior, ranked among the top 10 on the esteemed list, found himself being unilaterally subdued by Yi Li. Is it truly possible for someone of the 3rd tier to exert such overwhelming dominance? A veritable monster. Yang Mei, trembling as she rose from the ground, was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread upon witnessing the scene. Both 4th-tier guardians had been slain by him. What she had just witnessed was unmistakable. The youth had severed the swordsman's flesh, only for it to regenerate instantaneously, a feat far surpassing even the self-healing beasts renowned within the secret realms. This boy is nothing short of a monstrosity. Boom. Yi Li swung his right arm once more, delivering a punch that resonated like thunder, forcefully breaching the swordsman's defenses. The protective sword aura surrounding the swordsman was shattered by this blow, leaving his gaunt visage pallid and causing the true energy within him to falter momentarily. Spare me. I was compelled to serve the Yang family. As Yi Li advanced again, the swordsman cried out in desperation, I am bound by a blood contract, if I defy orders. The youth, draped in white, offered no chance for further dialogue, exhaling sharply and channeling his strength into a punch that caved in the swordsman's chest. He was sent flying. The blue-robed swordsman violently expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, hurtling backward and shattering several trees before crashing to the ground. Rolling over a dozen times, blood streamed from his orifices, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, but the shattered state of his internal organs rendered him devoid of any energy, leaving him utterly incapacitated. With a heavy exhale, Yi Li released a breath of murky air, the golden glow in his eyes gradually fading back to their original obsidian hue. He had expended nearly 70% of his true energy. Yet this was under the condition that the quality of his true blood had been elevated to the peak by Snow Mountain body shaping. Had he faced a standard third-tier peak warrior, he would likely have met his demise long ago. Engaging a serious fourth-tier warrior is indeed a formidable challenge. However, the rewards were substantial. The text on the luminescent screen danced joyfully before his eyes. You have repeatedly gravely injured a third-tier 6th-level warrior, earning 5,000 malevolence points. You have slain a 4th-tier 2nd-level warrior, earning 12,000 malevolence points. You have slain a 4th-tier 3rd-level warrior, earning 13,000 malevolence points. A faint smile graced Yi Li's lips. At last, his coffers were beginning to swell once more.